Chapter 1 Rebirth. A month before the arrival of the horror game. In Xuan City, on the Metro Line 9, the carriage was sparsely populated, exuding an air of tranquility. Suddenly, a man who had been resting with his eyes closed jolted awake, his voice rising in alarm. No, don't eat me. His expression was one of sheer terror, his complexion pale as sweat streamed down his forehead, resembling the aftermath of a harrowing nightmare. Passengers turned to gaze at him, curiosity etched on their faces. A young woman, concerned, retrieved a tissue from her bag and offered it to him, asking, "Are you all right?" Xu Xing instinctively accepted the tissue, yet he found himself momentarily dazed, casting a bewildered glance around. The fear in his eyes had not yet dissipated, only to be replaced by a profound confusion. Is this the subway? Ever since the horror world arrived, hasn't all public transportation ceased to operate? After all, as a subterranean enclosed space, is a natural paradise for ghosts and monsters. Who would dare traverse underground now? How is it that I'm still in subway? Moreover, wasn't I supposed to be devoured piece by piece by the Black Mountain Tree demon? How am I still intact? Could it be I have been reborn? Xu Xing reached into his pocket, retrieving his phone to check the time. It read, March 29th, 42:02, 1746. The moment the date registered in his mind, it struck him like a thunderclap, sending a shiver coursing through his body. This was 1 month prior to the onset of the horror game. This was 10 days before his demise at the hands of the Black Mountain Tree demon. He had truly been reborn. A torrent of terrifying memories flooded his mind. 1 month hence, on April 29th, 4204, at precisely 1700 hours, what was once a peaceful afternoon would be shattered by a cataclysmic event. An entity known as the horror game would manifest on Blue Star. Welcome to the horror game, where the victors live and the vanquished perish. Chosen ones will enter the game in 1 hour. Prepare yourselves. At that moment, these words echoed simultaneously in the minds of every individual across the globe. Initially, many assumed it to be a jest. However, as discussions proliferated across social media platforms such as Tieba, Weibo, Douyin, and YouTube, the gravity of the situation became apparent. Government officials worldwide convened emergency meetings, all in a state of bewilderment. Horror game? What is this? Why does it resonate within our minds? Why is it manifesting simultaneously in the consciousness of every person on the planet? Could it be a terror attack or an offensive from a hostile nation? Speculation, panic, and suspicion engulfed the world, until 1 hour later, silence fell abruptly. The horror game has officially commenced. Detailed rules will now be explained. At 1800 hours, a chilling voice reverberated once more in everyone's minds. Simultaneously, a screen materialized before each person's eyes, bearing the inscription, Horror Livestream. However, in that moment, no one could focus on the live stream. They were all intently listening to the explanation of the rules. Rule 1. Horror players will be selected from countries across the globe, with 10,000 individuals chosen randomly from each nation every 10 days. If a nation has a population of less than 10,000, it will be completely disqualified in the next election. The announcement of Rule 1 sent a shockwave through everyone. The citizens of the mysterious, populous Eastern nation felt a surge of joy. Counting by population? My goodness, isn't that a windfall for us? Yet, some islanders wore expressions of despair. With only tens of thousands of population, how long could they endure? Was it still possible to change nationality? Rule 2. Terrifying players participate in the horror game by surviving, achieving high rankings, or accomplishing specific objectives. Players earn rewards, and their respective nations also receive benefits. However, should a player perish or trigger a specific penalty, their nation will face corresponding repercussions. The above encapsulates the entirety of this explanation. For further rules, one must explore them independently. Rule 2 left many pondering. Rewards and punishments. Most could only see the rewards, instinctively overlooking the penalties. Xu Xing was among the first selected to enter the game. Initially, he harbored the notion that this was a chance to defy fate, but upon truly entering the game, he realized just how feeble he was. Rewards? Such thoughts were futile. Awaiting him was only death. The game he entered was called the Odd Amusement Park, featuring over 100 players from around the globe. The game demanded, within the amusement park, there are bumper cars, sandcastles, slides, merry-go-rounds, haunted houses, and more. Completing any single attraction would suffice to conclude the game. Yet, each amusement project harbored a monstrous entity. To successfully partake in the game, one must evade the pursuit of these horrors. Unless one could pay the admission fee. The ticket price? 10 coins. Or a piece of a body part. A hand, a foot, a head, a heart, it mattered not where. As long as a bloody body part was presented at the ticket booth, one would gain an opportunity to play. Even now, nestled in the warmth of a train carriage, Xu Xing recalls the moment he entered the game, still feeling a sense of absurdity and disbelief. 10 coins? How on earth could I find 10 coins right after entering the game? Just let me out, and it'll burn 1 billion for you, if that helps. The horror game was considered enough to grant each player an account, yet the only display was coin balance. 0, mockingly reflecting their poverty. With no other choice, Xu Xing had to opt for the second ticket method. The process was gruesome, violent, and inhumane. Xu Xing wished to forget that scene. All he knew was that he survived the first game and subsequently received a reward, coins, 10. He did not expend energy pondering the utility of these coins, for upon emerging from the game, the national authorities had already taken over everything. Comrade Xu Xing, congratulations on your victory in the first game. You are a national hero. Rest assured, we will investigate everything thoroughly. A resolute soldier adorned with stars on his shoulders escorted him to the hospital. Then came a succession of renowned experts, esteemed doctors, and authoritative figures, all offering their condolences and support. Even his parents were summoned to his side in the shortest possible time to provide care. Having just returned from the depths of despair, Xu Xing was enveloped in an experience akin to paradise. 2 days later, he received several pieces of news. First, due to his receipt of the reward of 10 ghostly bills, a total of 10,000 individuals nationwide were similarly rewarded. These ghostly bills could be utilized directly upon their entry into the game. Secondly, disasters had struck 132 locations across the globe, resulting in over 100,000 fatalities, including 3 regions within the Dragon Kingdom. All these calamities were a consequence of the terrifying game's penalties. The dichotomy of rewards and punishments, the harrowing rules of the game, were starkly revealed before all. The third piece of news, and perhaps the most significant, was that ghostly bills could be exchanged for a variety of items, ranging from basic necessities like food to tickets for games such as the one Xu Xing participated in, and even weapons capable of combating the eerie entities. In essence, ghostly bills served as the currency of this frightful game. The primary means of acquiring these ghostly bills was through rewards within the game. Primary means? Xu Xing queried, glancing at the officer with a hint of confusion. Are there other ways to obtain ghostly bills? Indeed, besides the rewards from the game, there exists another method to acquire ghostly bills, the officer replied with gravity. We conducted an investigation of all players who participated in the inaugural game globally and uncovered certain anomalies. Some players displayed a balance of ghostly bills upon entering the game. After further investigation into these unique players, we discovered intriguing details. Xu Xing raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the officer's words. The notion of surveying players across the globe sounded simple. Yet Xu Xing could well imagine the arduous nature and the tumultuous efforts behind it. To identify such a multitude in such a brief span was no small feat, and to uncover even a fragment of truth was monumental. What an immense undertaking that must have been. Xu Xing felt a profound respect for the officer before him. Was this the might of the nation? Indeed, it instilled a sense of reassurance. While he struggled for survival in the realm of terror, it seemed that the country was not idly watching. The officer continued, "This may sound unbelievable, but after extensive investigation, confirmation, and comparison, the facts appear to align. In simple terms, burning paper." Burning paper? Xu Xing echoed, bewildered. Yes, precisely, burning paper, the kind used in ancestral worship, that ghostly currency. The officer's eyes mirrored a touch of confusion. However, not just any paper will suffice. We compared and analyzed the behaviors of several players who entered the game with a balance of ghostly bills and identified common characteristics, which we have termed the ghostly bill burning process. In essence, it involves burning paper money for oneself. Today, we have come to seek your assistance in verifying whether this process truly converts the burned paper money into ghostly bill balances. Xu Xing, filled with excitement, readily agreed. However, After 2 days of relentless inferno, during which trillions of ghostly currency notes were incinerated, Xu Xing's balance of ghostly currency remained a pitiful 10 yuan. Is it only the burning before the arrival of the horror game that holds any significance? Speculated one scientist accompanying him. I cannot relent. I must conduct further experiments. I must devise a method to decipher the mechanism of converting ghostly currency. Xu Xing declared resolutely. I refuse to let my nation descend into a bizarre wasteland. He gazed with genuine admiration at the elderly scientist, whose hair had turned gray and who endured the acrid smoke, sincerely hoping they would expedite their research. Yet, he could not afford to wait for the results. Subsequently, he entered the horror game several times. In the final game, he encountered the Black Mountain Tree Demon, which shattered his bones and gradually devoured him piece by piece. The mere thought of such a torturous demise sent waves of pain coursing through every nerve in Xu Xing's body, an indescribable terror threatening to engulf him entirely. No, absolutely not. I refuse to endure that despairing agony again. In the subway carriage, Xu Xing clutched a tissue, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he gradually regained his composure. Perhaps fate had spared him, granting him rebirth a month prior to the horror game's arrival. This time, he would meticulously plan to ensure his survival in the horror game. The most crucial task was the process of burning ghostly currency. If he could indeed burn paper money and transform it into ghostly currency within the horror realm, then Xu Xing would seize the opportunity to ignite a conflagration. To his astonishment, when the thought of ghostly currency crossed his mind, the balance materialized before his eyes. It was indeed still there. The immediate concern was to find a location to test whether the burning ghostly currency process would prove effective. While he pondered this, his phone began to vibrate insistently. Upon glancing at the name on the screen, Xu Xing momentarily lost himself as distant memories surged forth. This was his matchmaker. After 2 months of courtship, they had yet to sign a contract, but discussions about the dowry had already commenced. 288,888, not a penny less. For the sake of this dowry, Xu Xing's hair had turned gray with worry. He had emptied his entire savings and even found himself obsessively buying lottery tickets, fantasizing about winning 5 million. It seemed that today, after much effort, he had finally scraped together the required funds and was filled with joy at the prospect of finding her, eager to embark on their shared blissful life. Of course, this was merely Xu Xing's one-sided fantasy. He would later realize that the dowry was merely the beginning. There were the 3 gold items: a car, a house, a renaming fee, a filial piety fee, and the expenses associated with the myriad relatives. Like an insatiable abyss, it continuously drained his vitality. Moreover, the more pressing matter was that his matchmaker, Lu Xuechuan, did not love him. She merely desired a simple man to pass the time with. In his previous life, Xu Xing had been that simple man. However, now, having experienced the life-and-death crises of the horror game and witnessed the might of the nation, he was no longer the same. A simpleton? Not on your life. He decisively hung up the phone and swiftly added her name to the blacklist. Bride price? 3 gold items? Wouldn't it be more appealing to exchange them for paper money for the deceased? If paper money could truly be converted into a balance of ghostly currency, Xu Xing would unhesitatingly spend the entire sum of 280,000 to purchase paper money. In fact, that amount would scarcely suffice. He would require 2.8 million, 28 million, 2.8 billion, or even more. As the subway approached its station, Xu Xing felt no need to remain and act like a sycophant. He gathered his composure and prepared to disembark. Yet, just before alighting, he turned to the kind young woman who had handed him a tissue and said, "Thank you for the tissue. May I inquire your name?" "Oh, no need to thank me." The girl waved her hands in dismissal. "Let's skip the name inquiry. What do you need my name for? It's just a tissue. No need to be so courteous." Xu Xing pondered for a moment and replied, "A great change is imminent. There is no need for gratitude. Knowing your name might enable me to burn some paper money for you." The girl's expression suddenly stiffened. Huh. Chapter 2. Burning Ghost Money Truly Effective. Before being mistaken for a pervert and apprehended, Xu Xing swiftly exited the subway station. Heaven be merciful. He genuinely only wished to express his gratitude. After all, in the wake of the horror game's emergence, all forms of currency but knife money, sun money, or euro money are rendered worthless. Only ghostly currency stands as the true hard currency. Regrettably, at this moment, no one could comprehend Xu Xing's intention. Upon exiting the subway, he used his phone to navigate to a nearby funeral supply store. "Owner, do you have paper money?" "Not printed, but handcrafted," he inquired. "You mean Joss paper?" The owner diverted his gaze from his phone. "That's too cumbersome to make. We ran out long ago." It's all the rage now. The owner reached behind him and produced a stack of green money, slamming it onto the table. Strong and favored by ancestors. Xu Xing glanced at the stack, which featured ghostly currency issued by the Heaven and Earth Bank with a denomination of 100 trillion. Observing the uncountable zeros, Xu Xing's brow twitched violently. If that denomination could indeed be burned to augment his ghostly currency balance, even the King of Hell would have to acknowledge him. Unfortunately, according to investigations by the military and the Academy of Sciences, all players who entered the game with a balance had exclusively utilized handcrafted Joss paper, without exception. Perhaps this is the horrific world's method to prevent inflation? Nevertheless, Xu Xing remained unconcerned. After all, such specialized matters should be left to the experts, trusting that the nation would exhaust every effort to investigate everything regarding the horror world, just as with the process of burning ghost money. Seeing that the owner did not possess the desired paper money, Xu Xing decided to leave. The middle-aged owner, noticing his intent, hastily set down his phone. "Aren't you going to check for anything else?" "We only have handcrafted Joss paper." "Only paper money," Xu Xing affirmed. "Do you have any?" "I do not, but I know of a place that does." The owner scrolled through his contacts and asked, "How much do you need?" "How much do you have?" "How much you need is how much I have." "How much you have is how much I need." Quite the bold statement. The proprietor raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Are you here to procure some goods, my friend?" "Procure?" Xu Xing smiled and replied, "For personal use." "For personal use?" The owner paused, casting a puzzled glance at Xu Xing. "My friend, you must be joking. How could such items be for personal use?" Xu Xing smiled, but remained silent. Burning paper money for oneself is indeed personal use. However, few would dare to believe such a claim. The owner, sensing the conversation had grown dull, ceased his inquiries and instead contacted a colleague to verify the availability of the paper money. "He has over 300 bundles left. $10 a bundle. How about that?" "Just over 300 bundles? $3,000? Xu Xing felt a twinge of disappointment. It was rather scant. Yet, as this was merely the beginning, there was no need to rush first. He would ascertain if this path was viable. "We'll take them all. Have him send them here," Xu Xing declared, retrieving his phone to scan for payment, adding, "And he'll take a portion of the printed paper money you have here too." Although experts had concluded that only paper money held significance, Xu Xing, having returned from a previous life, felt compelled to conduct his own experiments for peace of mind. The owner, initially merely a facilitator, was pleasantly surprised that this would turn into a profitable venture for himself, a broad smile lighting up his face. Observing the proprietor's bustling figure, Xu Xing mused, "If you wish to make some money, you could stock up on paper money." But that stuff is ultimately bought by few. It merely takes up space for us," the owner replied. Upon hearing this, Xu Xing chose not to argue further. Some individuals seem inherently unfit for great wealth. After bidding the proprietor farewell and agreeing to return later for the goods, Xu Xing exited the funeral goods shop and sought out a nearby photography studio to have a 6-inch portrait taken. After retrieving the photo, he returned to the funeral goods shop, where the paper money was all prepared over 400 bundles, totaling 2 large bags. As Xu Xing stood at the entrance of the shop, he suddenly felt a sense of confusion. According to the burning ghost money procedure provided by the military, he needed to complete 4 tasks. First, prepare handmade paper money. Second, prepare his own posthumous photograph. Third, burn the paper money in front of his portrait. Fourth, while burning the paper money, he must recite, "This is money being burned for Xu Xing." Now that he had both the paper money and the portrait, the dilemma lay in where to conduct the burning. In the large city of Chuan City, the authorities had long prohibited the setting off of fireworks and the burning of offerings throughout the metropolitan area. If Xu Xing were to burn paper haphazardly, he risked being apprehended for a reprimand. Is it truly this troublesome to burn paper money for oneself? Xu Xing suddenly felt a headache approaching. After pondering the matter without resolution, he hailed a taxi heading towards the outskirts, hoping to find a secluded spot. The driver, noticing Xu Xing emerge from the funeral goods shop with 2 large bags and a somewhat sullen demeanor, refrained from engaging in conversation and drove on in silence. After approximately half an hour, Xu Xing finally discovered a tranquil spot by a deserted riverbank. He approached the river, carefully laying out the paper money and propping up his portrait with a stone. As night descends, Xu Xing finds himself alone by the riverbank, gazing at his own photograph and the paper money scattered around him, which evokes a peculiar sense of absurdity. However, compared to the horror of being gradually devoured by the dark mountain tree demon, this scene feels somewhat more palatable to him. Balance of ghost money, 10 yuan. Focusing his mind, Xu Xing directs his attention to his panel. He then retrieves a lighter and ignites the paper money. The paper is yellow, the size of a notebook, stacked into a bundle of 300 sheets, with intricate patterns created by a specially designed crescent-shaped blade that pierces through in multiple rows. In rural customs, this is commonly referred to as money paper, an item traditionally used during festive occasions and ancestral worship. According to tradition, money paper cannot be burned one by one, it must be 3 sheets at a time. Xu Xing adheres to this practice, pinching 3 sheets of money paper and placing them in the flame. Simultaneously, he recites, "This is money for Xu Xing." The yellow flame suddenly leaps up, quickly igniting the paper money, which then spreads and consumes it entirely, leaving only a pile of black remnants. As the night breeze stirs, the black remnants dance in the wind, scattering everywhere. Along with them, Xu Xing's ghost money balance also fluctuates. Balance of ghost money, 10.0003 useful. The ghost money balance has increased. The process of burning ghost money truly works. Upon witnessing the instantaneous change in the ghost money balance, Xu Xing lets out a sigh of relief. The conversion of paper money into ghost money had merely been a hypothesis. Furthermore, after the onset of the horror game, this notion had solely been conjectured by the military and scientific institutions. Until this moment, when the change in Xu Xing's ghost money balance occurred, these hypotheses fell like meteors from the heavens, crashing through the atmosphere. Xu Xing felt the path ahead suddenly illuminated. However, as he counted the zeros in his ghost money balance, his brow furrowed. Burning 3 sheets of money paper converts to 3/10 cents of a yuan, which means it takes 10,000 sheets to convert into 1 yuan of ghost money, a 10,000 to 1 exchange rate. This underworld rate is indeed absurd. Xu Xing pondered for a moment, setting the yellow money paper aside, and then withdrew a stack of banknotes issued by the Heavenly Earth Bank, worth a staggering 10 trillion. This is certainly more than zero. Let's see if this works. The yellow flames surged, thick smoke quickly enveloping the ghost money, which soon turned to ashes. Yet, the ghost money balance remained unresponsive. Could it be too little to register? Xu Xing continued to burn larger denominations of ghost money, but even after incinerating an entire stack, the ghost money balance still displayed 10.0003. Undeterred, he proceeded to burn all the various denominations of ghost money he had purchased from the shopkeeper. What with the Heavenly Earth Bank, Paradise Bank, Heavenly Development Bank, and Underworld Bank? Regardless of the chaotic assortment he tried, the results were utterly disappointing. Apart from the blank sheets of paper, all denominations of ghost money proved ineffective. No matter how large the denomination, none could convert into even a fraction of the ghost money balance. You certainly have a way of making things difficult. After a series of futile attempts, Xu Xing resigned himself to burning the money paper with the 10,000 to 1 exchange rate again. With 3 paper notes delicately twisted together, they were cast into the flames. A soft incantation followed. This is the paper money for Xu Xing. The balance of the ghostly currency increased by 0.003 yuan. This is the paper money for Xu Xing. Echoed repeatedly as more notes were thrown into the fire, causing the flames to grow ever more fervent. In the deepening night, Xu Xing recited his name while burning the paper money, enveloped by an uncanny sensation of bidding farewell to himself. It was the continuously augmenting balance of ghostly currency that spurred him on. Yet, a troubling thought gnawed at him. After a night spent laboring over the flames, burning for an hour or two, it seemed he had incinerated a substantial amount. However, when totaled, it amounted to barely over 300 stacks, a mere 10 yuan in ghostly currency by the underworld's exchange rate. How long would it take to amass enough wealth to survive in this eerie realm? Furthermore, this was not the only dilemma he faced. While he was engrossed in his task, a patrolling officer suddenly emerged from the riverbank, startling Xu Xing. "You can't burn paper here." The officer flashed a flashlight, its bright beam illuminating Xu Xing's face and then scanning the bags filled with ghostly currency. Perhaps sensing that Xu Xing was entangled in some tragic affair, the officer softened his tone slightly. "There's too much dry grass around. Burning paper can easily ignite a fire. If you wish to burn it, you can go to Xingting Square." Upon hearing this, Xu Xing halted his actions, his expression devoid of emotion. How frustrating it was. The slow burning rate and the dismal exchange rate were bad enough, but now he was being denied a place to conduct his rituals. Noting Xu Xing's cessation, the officer picked up a stick and began to beat the pile of paper, attempting to extinguish the fire while offering consolation. "Young man, no matter how severe the situation, don't despair. You must think positively." His words trailed off abruptly. The flashlight's beams swept through the ashes, piercing the swirling smoke to illuminate the portrait standing nearby. The officer casually glanced at it and was taken aback, struck by an unsettling familiarity in the visage captured within the photograph. Instinctively dismissing it as mere illusion, he continued to beat the flames, but as his stick lifted, he froze instantaneously. A bolt of recognition flashed through his mind. He recalled the moment he had stepped onto the riverbank, the flashlight's glow revealing the face of the young man burning paper. That face was identical to the one in the photograph. Holy cow! A ghost! The officer yelped, dropping the stick and sprinting away from the scene without a backward glance. Xu Xing, contemplating the officer's outburst, felt his expression darken further. "I am no ghost. I am a savior." Yet, as this reborn savior, why did it feel as though merely on the first day, the task was already becoming insurmountable? Chapter 3. Contacting the authorities, I am a reincarnator, perhaps due to the nature of their duties. The patrolling personnel did not stray far before gathering a few companions and hastening towards the riverbank. Xu Xing, spotting the distant lights, hastily collected his photographs and slipped away. The smoke and flames left his visage pallid, yet it was his mood that was even more somber. As he made his way home, Xu Xing reflected on the day's earnings. He had spent over 4,000 yuan at the funeral shop, acquiring 300 bundles of paper money. After incinerating them all, his balance of ghostly currency increased from 10 yuan to 19.6217 yuan. The entire endeavor consumed more than 3 hours. Slow. Too slow. While this amount of ghostly currency was indeed comparable to the reward for successfully completing a game project in the horror realm, it was minuscule when viewed from the broader perspective of that world. Xu Xing had reincarnated just a month before the onset of the horror games. Was it truly for such meager daily gains? He needed to devise a method to expedite the burning of ghostly currency. Money was not an issue. He still possessed nearly 300,000 yuan, sufficient to procure around 30,000 bundles at today's prices. However, the location for incineration posed a dilemma. 30,000 bundles could not be carried away as easily as 300. He would require at least a small truck for transport. In the city, there was certainly no place to burn them. Wherever he went, he would be chased away. Xu Xing contemplated, realizing he could only return to his rural hometown. In the countryside, burning paper was a traditional custom, and it was unlikely anyone would interfere, making it the perfect setting for his extensive burning. However, Xu Xing sighed. Even if he were to burn all 30,000 of the paper money, he would scarcely acquire 1,000 yuan in ghostly currency. The distance to the millions, or even tens of millions he envisioned felt insurmountable. He needed to find a way to generate more funds. Only with money could he purchase paper money, and he also needed to devise a more efficient burning method. Otherwise, burning hundreds of thousands or millions of bundles alone would take an eternity. With a month remaining until the horror games arrived, every moment was invaluable to him. The more he pondered, the more he felt that this seemingly simple task of burning paper was entangled in complexities that left him feeling utterly despondent. After all, he was merely an ordinary person, not like those soldiers and scientists who could unravel intricate matters within days. Remembering those soldiers and scientists, Xu Xing's expression shifted. If he found it exhausting to tackle this alone, could he not seek external assistance? If the entire nation were to mobilize for this endeavor, then an image flashed in his mind. Countless printing factories tirelessly producing paper money day and night, freight trains transporting these bundles to incineration plants, where they would be dumped into roaring furnaces, resulting in his ghostly currency balance soaring. A true assembly line for burning ghostly currency. The thought made Xu Xing salivate. Yet, he quickly wiped his mouth dry. The vision was enticing, but there was a critical flaw. Who would believe him? Who would trust that a horror game would descend in a month? Who would believe that within a horror game, there exists a currency known as ghost money? Moreover, this currency can be acquired through the act of burning paper money. Those who have not experienced the moment the horror game descends can hardly fathom such a scene. Xu Xing is certain that if he were to report this to the authorities, he would likely find himself occupying a VIP seat in a mental institution, one where the doors and windows are sealed shut. He needed to devise a plan. Thoughts raced through his mind, each idea emerging from the depths only to be dismissed in turn. It was not until he passed a lottery shop that a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. In his previous life, Xu Xing had toiled to save up for a dowry, his hair turning gray with worry, even attempting to study the lottery in a vain hope of winning 5 million to resolve all his problems. He would scrutinize past winning numbers daily, analyzing patterns and collecting numbers, all while pretending to be the most astute player. Although he never won, he surprisingly memorized several lottery numbers. Today is March 29th. Xu Xing recalled with ease the winning numbers from March 29th. 8, 10, 18, 23, 27, 31, 2. Not only that, but he could also vividly remember the numbers from March 31st, April 2nd, and even those from April 6th. Xu Xing felt a surge of excitement. Could reincarnation enhance one's memory? Although he did not understand the reason, the ability to recall such numerous lottery numbers was undoubtedly advantageous. However, Xu Xing had no intention of purchasing a lottery ticket. He remembered having seen a question before. If one were to be reborn in the past and play the lottery, could one win? Some responded affirmatively, stating that as long as one remembered the numbers, victory was assured, with the real challenge being the act of remembering the numbers and the process of reincarnation. Yet, the majority disagreed, insisting that those who believed otherwise were woefully naive, unaware of the intricacies involved in their country's lottery system. Did they think history repeats itself? As soon as one buys a ticket, small bets might yield some profit, but purchasing a dozen or 20 tickets would definitely not result in a win. The person conducting the draw would not allow it. Xu Xing, lacking experience in both winning and conducting draws, found himself at a loss for how to respond to this dilemma. Yet, he genuinely felt that in this world, money, the currency of this realm, at this very moment, was merely a tool to him, far less useful than ghost money. Thus, he resolved not to buy a lottery ticket. Rather, he contemplated using the lottery numbers to declare something. I, Xu Xing, the reborn, able to predict the future. Xu Xing entered the lottery shop, taking note of the storefront information and the positioning of the cameras. The shopkeeper was a middle-aged woman. The lottery has already been suspended. Would you like some scratch cards instead? Xu Xing shook his head and inquired, Has the draw occurred yet? Not yet, the woman replied, glancing at the time. There are still a few minutes until the draw. All right, may I borrow some paper and a pen? Xu Xing picked up a notepad and a ballpoint pen from the table in the shop. The woman, seeing that Xu Xing showed no intention of making a purchase, paid him no further attention and continued to engage with her phone. Meanwhile, Xu Xing adjusted his position on the bench, ensuring the camera could capture clearly what he was about to write. On March 29th, 4204, the winning lottery numbers were 8, 10, 18, 23, 27, 31, 2. He meticulously inscribed the winning numbers in bold strokes, even raising the sticky note toward the camera to guarantee that it could distinctly capture his writing. After completing this task, Xu Xing set down his pen, tore off the note, and placed it on the glass counter before the proprietress. When the draw occurs, you shall witness a miracle. The proprietress lifted her gaze, glanced at the note, and then at Xu Xing, her expression one of astonishment. However, Xu Xing uttered no further words, turning instead to exit the lottery shop, vanishing into the night. Yet, Xu Xing did not venture far. He took a turn and circled back to the lottery shop, settling in a dimly lit spot by the roadside. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number from memory. Beep, beep. The phone rang twice before connecting in a steady, resolute voice of a middle-aged man resonated. I am Yuan Fongting. Please speak. Yuan Fongting, the very man who had been vigilantly by Xu Xing's side since he left the amusement park. It was through Unconventional that Xu Xing felt the nation's resolute efficiency and reliability. Alas, at this moment, Unconventional remained entirely unaware of Xu Xing's intentions. General Yuan. Xu Xing bypassed pleasantries, devoid of any sentimental exchanges. Shrouded in darkness, he gazed at the brightly lit lottery shop, his eyes seemingly piercing the vastness to lock onto Unconventional's own, and softly inquired, "Do you wish to save this nation?" Chapter 4. Prophetic Lottery Numbers. The shock of the Major General. In a military base that does not exist on any map, within the confines of a combat conference room, Major General Unconventional was diligently preparing for an upcoming training exercise when he suddenly felt his phone vibrate. Upon checking, he furrowed his brow. The caller ID displayed a string of numbers, indicating that the caller was not in his contacts. However, this was a secure phone, designated for confidential communications. Unless there was a unique communication code, ordinary calls could not penetrate its defenses. Who could it be? Unconventional answered the call. "This is Unconventional. Please speak." After a brief silence, a young male voice emerged from the other end. "Major General Yuan. Do you wish to save this country?" Unconventional's brow furrowed further at the unexpected inquiry. If it were not for the specialized processing of his phone, he would have suspected this was merely a prank call from some lunatic. "Who are you?" he demanded in a low voice, gesturing for silence in the conference room and signaling his intent to investigate. Outside a lottery shop, Xu Xing remained oblivious to Unconventional's subtle actions. Yet he could easily imagine that once he made this call, all his information would be displayed on the command screen within the conference room. He felt no anxiety. In fact, this was precisely the outcome he desired. "You need not concern yourself with my identity. We shall soon become acquainted. What I am about to say may sound utterly absurd, but I will grant you time to verify it." Unconventional remained silent, already noticing the technicians entering the room. In just 2 minutes, he would ascertain the identity of the caller. Xu Xing glanced at the time and continued. "It is now 9:04 p.m. on March 29th, and in 11 minutes, the lottery will be drawn." Lottery? Unconventional found himself increasingly perplexed by the caller's intentions. "Yes, the lottery." Xu Xing chuckled lightly. "Time is of the essence, so I shall not beat around the bush. The numbers are 8, 10, 18, 23, 27, 31-2. Believe it or not, this will be tonight's winning lottery combination. Lottery winning numbers? You provide me with a sequence of digits and assert they will be revealed in 11 minutes? Unconventional's incredulity manifested in silent laughter, yet his expression swiftly turned cold. What kind of joke is this? Even through the phone, Xu Xing could sense the chilling aura emanating from the imposing Major General. Undeterred, he chuckled softly and replied, "Difficult to believe, isn't it? I am not jesting. Rather, this world is mocking us. The astonishing information I am about to share is plentiful, and this lottery winning number is merely a stepping stone." A stepping stone? What on earth are you trying to convey? Unconventional's anger was palpable. Xu Xing gazed at the clock and remarked, "It is now 9:09. In 6 minutes, you may verify whether my statement holds true. The winning lottery numbers for tonight are 8, 10, 18, 23, 27, 31-2. With that, Xu Xing hung up the phone. He had conveyed everything he needed to say. The rest was left to time and fate. To claim he was unperturbed would be disingenuous. After all, none could ascertain whether a butterfly effect might subtly alter the lottery numbers. To minimize such disturbances, Xu Xing dared not purchase even a single ticket. After all, wouldn't 5 million in hand be enticing? Within the military base, Unconventional ended the call, his expression somewhat peculiar. Setting aside the question of how the caller acquired his encrypted number, the contents of the conversation left him astounded. The lottery numbers for tonight's draw had been revealed 11 minutes in advance. Such confidence from the caller. Could it be that his claims were genuine? When had lottery numbers become predictable? If he truly possessed such foresight, why disclose it to me? What was the caller's intention? To prompt me to buy a ticket? It was indeed perplexing. Unconventional jotted down the sequence of numbers 8, 10, 18, 23, 27, 31-2 on a scrap of paper, his fingers absently tapping the digits. At that moment, a liaison approached with a report. "General, we have traced the caller's information." Unconventional took the report and glanced at it. "Name, Xu Xing, mobile. 139 XXXXXXXX. Occupation. Ordinary employee at Chuanqing Shenghong Enterprises. Place of origin. Qingge Village, Qingye City. Jin Province. Recent activities. XXXX. Primary social connections. XXXXX. Appearance. Portrait. JPG. XXXXX. After a mere glance, Yuan Fongting formed an impression of the individual named Xu Xing, a somewhat disheartened young man. His confusion deepened. According to the report, someone as ordinary and unremarkable as Xu Xing bore no connection to him. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would likely never cross paths. Yet here was Xu Xing, calling him and uttering a series of nonsensical statements. Lottery. Yuan Fongting furrowed his brow. The draw. He checked the time again, 21:13. Though it sounded far-fetched, it would not hurt to verify. Xiao Chun. Yuan Fongting's expression shifted, and he resolved to command someone in the command room to connect the command screen to the lottery live broadcast. Huh. The technician, referred to as Xiao Chun, raised his head from behind the computer, seemingly incredulous. Connect to the lottery live broadcast? Other military personnel in the command hall also looked up in surprise, as if they had heard something bizarre. What do you mean? Yuan Fongting's expression turned stern. You will connect it, and that is final. Xiao Chen's expression grew serious. Yes. I guarantee the task will be completed. He then lowered his head, furiously tapping away at the keyboard. Soon, the large screen displayed the live broadcast of the lottery draw. Good evening, dear viewers. Welcome to the live broadcast of the Welfare Lottery. As the scene shifted, the draw had just commenced, and the host's voice echoed throughout the command hall. The normally solemn and enigmatic military command center, filled with strategic planning and serious demeanor, momentarily transformed into a commonplace lottery sales point. The atmosphere felt oddly surreal. The other military personnel in the command hall began to stir restlessly, glancing at the screen, then at Major General Yuan Fongting, their faces betraying disbelief. Old Yuan, what on earth are you doing? One of the other generals, ranked just below Yuan Fongting, approached the large screen, puzzled, then noticed the notes before Yuan and chuckled. Are you really buying lottery tickets? Yuan Fongting fixed his gaze on the screen without turning around. Old Li, would you believe me if I said these are the winning numbers for tonight? Old Li paused, then laughed. How could that be? They haven't even been drawn yet. Wait, could it be? Yuan Fongting stared at Old Li for a few seconds, his tone grave and earnest. Someone confidently told me these are indeed the winning numbers for tonight. Old Li shook his head. You're out of your mind. Do you really believe such nonsense? I shouldn't, but Yuan Fongting hesitated, contemplating his words before focusing intently on the screen, stating solemnly, in any case, we will know soon enough. Old Li, at a loss for words, could only accompany Yuan Fongting as they both stared at the screen. Even the other personnel in the command hall set aside their tactical discussions regarding aircraft and artillery to watch the lottery draw together. Before long, the first red ball rolled out of the drawing machine. Old Li raised an eyebrow. That first number is incorrect. Yuan Fongting's brow furrowed, seemingly grappling with something. The lottery only concerns the numbers, not the order. Xiao Chun interjected with a brief explanation. Yuan Fongting's furrowed brow eased slightly as he continued to watch the screen. The second ball rolled out. Noticing that the number 10 was among them, he scrutinized the ball while simultaneously checking his notes. The third ball, 27. The fourth ball, 31. It's there. All the numbers are present. Yuan Fongting had believed he would remain calm, but as each winning number was confirmed, he felt his heart racing. Could it be that all 7 numbers were indeed correct? Beside him, Old Li was equally stirred, glancing at the large screen, then at the note paper, and finally at Yuan Fongting. He wished to articulate his thoughts, but found himself at a loss for words, resorting instead to gently tapping his fists against the table. The fifth ball, 8. The sixth ball, 23. The rules of the lottery dictate the selection of 6 red balls and 1 blue ball. Concerned that the leader might not fully grasp the situation, Xiao Chen offered an explanation. Yet, Yuan Fongting and Old Li were oblivious to his words. Their eyes fixed intently on the large screen, captivated by the blue sphere rolling within the glass jar, until at last, a small blue ball tumbled forth. It bore the inscription, 2-2. Yuan Fongting clenched the note paper tightly, as beneath his calm exterior a tempest brewed. 8, 10, 18, 23, 27, 31, 2. Indeed, all correct. Every single number guessed accurately. Old Li, too, struggled to contain his excitement, striking the table several times before regaining a semblance of composure. His expression grave as he turned to Yuan Fongting. Old Yuan, what? What is happening here? What is going on? I have no bloody idea what is happening either. Yuan Fongting exclaimed, uncharacteristically cursing, taking several deep breaths to restore his calm. He lowered his gaze to the investigation report on the table, his expression a tapestry of complexity. If one were to inquire, it seemed the only person to ask was him. Him, Old Li, perplexed, followed Yuan Fongting's gaze and discovered a name, Xu Xing. Chapter 5. 300,000 in betrothal gifts? All for hell money. Old Li, what sort of individual do you think can ascertain the winning lottery numbers prior to the draw? The lottery draw has concluded, and the command center has reverted to its original state, faithfully displaying the distribution of troops and the status of armaments. Yet, Yuan Fongting found it exceedingly difficult to concentrate on these details, as his mind incessantly revisited the contents of a note in his hand and the words spoken by Xu Xing. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke up, inquiring about his old partner's thoughts. Old Li furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before uncertainly replying, perhaps it is an official from the lottery sales? An official from the lottery sales. Yuan Fongting stifled a laugh, taken aback by such an unexpected answer. But if he were indeed an official lottery employee, why would he reach out to me? Why would he divulge this string of numbers? Why inform me that he knew these numbers would be revealed in mere minutes? Could it be that he seeks to unveil the dark underbelly of the welfare lottery, hoping to stage a grand anti-corruption play? This has nothing to do with me. It does not make sense. It is utterly incomprehensible. Old Li sighed deeply, appearing quite perplexed. If it is unlikely that he is an official from the lottery, then how did he come to know the winning numbers? Surely, he cannot predict the future. Predict the future. Yuan Fongting recalled Xu Xing's word from their phone conversation regarding leverage, pondering that this might indeed be the crux of the matter. Yet deep within, he struggled to convince himself to accept such an unfounded assertion. Predicting the future? That is decidedly unscientific. In the command hall, everyone was engrossed in their tasks. Reports resonated intermittently. Report. Further information on Xu Xing has been obtained. Report. Xu Xing's mobile location has been pinpointed. Report. Surveillance footage of Xu Xing has been detected. He was seen writing a series of numbers in a lottery store. The numbers correspond to those drawn live moments ago. Report. Xu Xing's phone is under surveillance. Report. Xu Xing is currently using his phone to call a contact listed as Boss Lu. The military command hall had evidently transformed into a comprehensive information gathering and processing center for Xu Xing. Each loudly proclaimed report invariably echoed the name Xu Xing. To the uninformed, it might seem as if this were a new code for some clandestine operation. One could only say they were indeed correct. In Yuan Fongting's mind, the name Xu Xing bore an even greater air of mystery than any covert operation, as various pieces of information continuously converged. Xu Xing's past and history were laid bare before Yuan Fongting. Xu Xing appeared as if stripped of all concealment, utterly transparent. Yet, the more transparent Xu Xing's information became, the more perplexed Yuan Fongting grew. He found himself utterly unable to reconcile the figure depicted in the investigative report with the individual who had called him. As Xu Xing made the phone call, he resembled a colossal black hole, his words and actions rendering Yuan Fongting utterly perplexed and inscrutable. At this moment, upon hearing that Xu Xing was on the line with another individual, Yuan Fongting's interest was immediately piqued, as though he had stumbled upon a vital clue. He was eager to discern Xu Xing's true intentions. Please investigate who this Boss Lu is, he instructed. Understood. The technician promptly complied, revealing that Boss Lu's full name was Lu Dongxiang, the proprietor of a funeral service establishment on Xianglin Road in Chuan City. Yuan Fongting blinked in surprise, exchanging a glance with Old Li, and together they echoed in unison. A comprehensive funeral service? 5 minutes after the lottery results were announced, a resounding scream erupted from the lottery shop. The proprietress, clutching the glass case displaying the winning numbers, emitted exclamations of disbelief, such as "What the hell? Oh my God! And good gracious!" This spectacle attracted the curious glances of passers-by. Unfazed by their scrutiny, she danced exuberantly at the entrance, her movements frantic, as if 100 claws were scratching at her heart. A fortune beyond imagination had once been within her grasp, or perhaps it had never truly been hers. After all, when that man came to buy his lottery ticket, the numbers could no longer be wagered. Even if they were all correct, they couldn't be purchased. Reflecting on this, the proprietress felt even more despondent. The immense wealth had slipped through her fingers, a fleeting glimpse that she could never grasp. Was this a stroke of good fortune or a cruel twist of fate? Later, when 2 soldiers approached her to inquire about the incident, she sighed heavily and posed a question. Little Chun, who had witnessed the entire affair from the military command center, found it difficult to respond. Surely, he couldn't suggest that Xu Xing was acting with malice. Xu Xing knew the winning numbers, but refrained from purchasing a ticket, instead deliberately informing General Yuan about them. Such a scenario was utterly absurd. Noticing the silence from the 2 soldiers, the proprietress's gloom deepened. Perhaps 50 years from now, when she was confined to her bed, she would still recall this moment, lamenting as she slapped her thigh in frustration, feeling an emptiness within her heart. Of course, this was contingent upon her surviving for another 50 years. A month later, a horror game would descend upon them. Should the proprietress be unfortunate enough to be selected for the game, she could meet a grisly end at the hands of zombies, malevolent spirits, ferocious beasts, or even fellow humans. Conversely, if fortune favored her and she remained unchosen, she would likely face the catastrophic repercussions of the horror game, swept away by rampaging monsters and eerie forces. This was no mere curse. It was not hyperbole. It was the grim reality that would unfold day after day. A month hence, the nation would cease to exist, homes would no longer be sanctuaries, and peace would be shattered, transforming the world into a hellish nightmare. Xu Xing was destined to prevent this calamity. This was his fate as a reborn soul. "Good evening, Boss Liu. I'm here again to procure some money paper," he declared. To gain the complete trust of the authorities and mobilize the nation's resources for his outrageous claims would require a considerable amount of time. Xu Xing did not intend to squander his resources. He planned to burn all the money he possessed first. "Who is it? Buying Joss paper?" Boss Liu's voice sounded perplexed, as if he had just awakened from slumber. "Today is truly peculiar. Someone buys Joss paper by day, and another comes to buy it by night. What's the matter? Is the trillion-dollar ghost money losing its allure?" Xu Xing scratched his head, contemplating the possibility that the buyer by day was indeed himself, and so was the buyer by night. "Ha ha," Boss Liu chuckled awkwardly, pretending to recognize him. "Oh, it's you." That voice sounded somewhat familiar. "So, brother, do you still have a need?" "Unfortunately, I have no Joss paper left for sale. Everything I could find during the day has already been procured for you, truly." 300,000. Xu Xing interrupted Boss Liu. "I want 300,000 worth of Joss paper." "Oh well." Boss Liu's heart raced at the mention of 300,000, and his words quickly took a different turn. "Of course, that's absolutely no problem. As long as you desire it, I can provide as much as you need. I need it delivered to the specified location by tomorrow morning," Xu Xing added. "Absolutely. No problem at all," Boss Liu exclaimed, thumping his chest. "The customer is king. Not only can I deliver it to the designated spot, but I can even burn it for you." "Wait, is there such a service?" Xu Xing suddenly pondered a question. Must the Joss paper be burned by oneself, or can it be burned by someone else on one's behalf? If the latter were permissible, the possibilities for operation would broaden significantly. He decided to use Boss Liu as a test subject for verification tomorrow. "All right, you'll help me burn it together," he said. Boss Liu was momentarily taken aback. He had merely been boasting out of habit and had not anticipated Xu Xing would take him seriously. Yet, once spoken, the words could not be retracted, and he found himself in a predicament, compelled to comply. 300,000. That amount equaled over 2 years' worth of income from his funeral business. If he earned this sum, his standing at home would dramatically improve. His wife would not dare to show him displeasure. Instead, she would obediently lie in bed, assuming various positions awaiting him. However, having him burn the paper was not the same as him burning it himself. What was there to fear? This venture was on, In the military command hall, Yuan Fongting silently listened in on Xu Xing's conversation with Boss Liu, his brow furrowing into a deep crease. He felt as if he had become a resentful woman today, his expression never having relaxed. Yet, he could not afford to be unconcerned. Initially, he aimed to discern Xu Xing's intentions, but now he was even more bewildered. Joss paper? What on earth was that? In other contexts, it might be difficult to comprehend, but considering Boss Liu's identity within the funeral industry, joss paper likely referred to the kind burned during sacrificial rites. Old Li, raised in the countryside, still retained some memories of traditional customs and immediately connected the dots. Sacrifices? Yuan Fongting continued to furrow his brows, perplexed by the unexpected connection to ancestral rites. At that moment, a communicator signaled the development. Xu Xing was on the phone again, conversing with his mother. Continue monitoring and report the specifics. Yuan Fongting wearily waved his hand. After a brief interval, the communicator relayed pertinent information. Xu Xing informed his mother of his intention to return to their hometown the following day, which took her by surprise since she assumed he would still be working at this hour. Consequently, the family's ancestral rites had not been communicated to him. Ancestral rites? Yuan Fongting's eyes lit up, as if he had captured a fleeting clue. Was Xu Xing's purchase of paper money intended for these rites? Yet, even for such a purpose, was it necessary to acquire 300,000 in paper money? Yuan Fongting murmured to himself, lost in contemplation. The communicator hovered nearby, hesitating to speak. If you have something to say, then say it. Old Li rapped on the table. Yes, based on the information intercepted from the phone call. It appears Xu Xing was genuinely surprised by the ancestral rites planned for tomorrow, indicating he was likely unaware beforehand. This suggested that Xu Xing's acquisition of paper money was unrelated to the rites themselves. Rather, during the call, he may have acquiesced to his mother's concerns and accepted the arrangement for the rites. Upon hearing this, Yuan Fongting sighed. Well, it seems I've hit another dead end. However, this time, he briefly lost focus before reigniting his determination. He resolved to approach this matter as if it were a battleground. Wang Dongjun, Gao Yao. From a corner of the hall, two fully armed soldiers stepped forward at a brisk pace. At ease, Yuan Fongting commanded. You two will engage with Boss Liu, posing as employees from the funeral home. Tomorrow, accompany the vehicle transporting the paper money to Xu Xing's side. Your task is to monitor, control, and protect Xu Xing, and reveal your identities if necessary. Understood. We will accomplish the task. The two soldiers saluted and departed. Chen Wendian. Yuan Fongting continued issuing orders. The technician, Xiao Chun, stood up. You're to visit the lottery shop and investigate the situation. Xiao Chun acknowledged the command. Yes. Old Li curiously inquired. What is the purpose of going to the lottery shop? I checked the numbers Xu Xing wrote there, and they are identical to those he provided over the phone. Precisely identical. Yuan Fongting tapped on a notepad, sensing his thoughts becoming increasingly agile. It is precisely the identical nature that raises suspicion. According to the surveillance, Xu Xing entered the lottery shop without purchasing a ticket. He merely intended to write down this winning number. He even seemed to deliberately showcase it to the surveillance camera, as if aware we would review it. However, if the sole purpose was to convey this number, there was no need for such theatrics, as he had already disclosed the winning numbers during the phone call. Old Li contemplated this and realized the truth of the matter. What do you think his motivation was for this unnecessary action? After much deliberation, I could conceive only one possibility. Yuan Fongting's expression was grave, as Xu Xing intended for us to perceive not merely the lottery numbers inscribed on a scrap of paper, but rather the reaction of the lottery shop owner. Upon the announcement of the winning numbers, a sequence capable of securing the grand prize lay before the proprietor. One must ponder, what would his reaction be? Old Li contemplated from the perspective of the owner, surmising that he would first experience shock and disbelief, followed by regret and fury, ultimately culminating in a profound sense of emptiness and helplessness. Such life-altering wealth slipping through one's fingers would forever shroud him in melancholy and void. Indeed, this is precisely the sentiment. Yuan Fongting gazed at the large screen, his eyes reflecting a certain hollowness. I surmise Xu Xing aimed to make us acutely aware of this very sense of emptiness and remorse. He wished to convey that he possessed wealth capable of transforming our lives, and if we failed to seize it, we would, like the lottery shop owner, spend a lifetime engulfed in desolation and regret. As Yuan Fongting spoke, old Li's eyes gradually widened. He contemplated exclaiming, "What a joke!" Yet, recalling Xu Xing's earlier prediction of the winning numbers a mere 10 minutes prior, he began to entertain the notion that it might not be implausible. The name Xu Xing suddenly bore an immense weight in their minds. Just as their emotions surged, the correspondent reported again. Report. Xu Xing is calling once more. This time, the communicator was. There was no need for a report. Yuan Fongting already knew the outcome. For this time, it was indeed his own phone that rang. In that instant, the entire command hall fell into a hushed silence, with only the vibrating phone resonating in the stillness. Yuan Fongting took 3 deep breaths before answering the call. Hello, Xu Xing. This is Yuan Fongting. Chapter 6, 3 Prophecies. Commander, I do not believe. Xu Xing, upon hearing Yuan Fongting's opening remark, recognized a shift in his attitude. There was a blend of uncertainty and skepticism within him. Xu Xing did not harbor any illusions of exuding an aura of dominance, so potent that a seasoned general like Yuan Fongting would bow in reverence at his mere utterance. What he could do was present a series of facts, incrementally solidifying Yuan Fongting's conviction. Even Yuan Fongting, a figure of considerable rank, was merely a prelude. The true audience for Xu Xing's trust must be the influential cohort capable of determining the nation's trajectory. After all, his objective was to galvanize the entire nation's strength, to summon the collective force of the country, to conjure a substantial amount of ghostly currency. This endeavor was exceedingly bizarre, outrageous, and astonishing, without formidable evidence. It was utterly unfeasible. General Yuan, did you just watch the lottery draw? What are your thoughts? Xu Xing casually engaged in conversation, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the occasion and the status of his interlocutor. Yuan Fongting activated the speakerphone on his mobile device, allowing the surrounding military personnel to listen in. Instead of responding to Xu Xing's inquiry, he directly posed a question. Who exactly are you? What do you intend to accomplish? Surely, you must have conducted a thorough investigation into my identity. Xu Xing replied with a smile. Would you believe me if I claimed to be a reincarnate? Reincarnate. The individuals in the military command hall exchanged glances, teetering between amusement and restraint, aware of the seriousness of the setting. Yuan Fongting twitched his lips, instinctively ready to dismiss this absurd claim, but was interrupted by Xu Xing. You won't believe, nor will you ever. In the minds of materialists like yourselves who wield authority, the subconscious dismisses the notion of reincarnation as sheer nonsense. Knowing the winning lottery numbers may sound akin to possessing prophetic abilities, yet you will invariably conjure reasons to convince yourselves otherwise. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck. Or maybe there's a conspiracy behind the lottery. After all, such occurrences are not unheard of. Indeed, such events have transpired. Even those like Yuan Fongting, who abstain from gambling, have heard of the ludicrous incident involving the complete depletion of the prize pool. Who would genuinely believe that the lottery was devoid of any underhanded dealings? Xu Xing was well aware of this. Thus, he did not harbor any expectations that revealing a winning lottery number would sway Yuan Fongting's belief. As he had stated previously, this was merely a stepping stone. Now, the door had been opened. He was prepared to throw in the bombshell. At this moment, Xu Xing had returned to his rented apartment. His roommate, still out at a nightclub, allowed him the solitude to organize his thoughts. Before him lay a sheet of paper, inscribed with his freshly penned notes. 1. On April 1st at 9 p.m., a shooting incident occurred in Old City, America, resulting in 7 fatalities. On March 30th at 12:46 p.m., Musk's Starship exploded 6 minutes and 17 seconds after launch, with 29 out of 33 engines ignited. On April 8th in the afternoon, a traffic accident occurred on Huayong Road in Chuan City, injuring a young woman. Xu Xing, as a reincarnator, possesses a prophetic advantage regarding the future. Though only a month has passed, it is sufficiently impressive to prevent forgetfulness upon returning home. Xu Xing promptly recorded all future events he knew while his memory was still sharp. The events, both large and small, totaled over 100. Each one would serve as a crucial weapon in his endeavor to mobilize national power. However, prior to his rebirth, Xu Xing was merely an ordinary person. Unless the events were closely related to him or piqued his interest, he could only recall them vaguely. Contemplating these future occurrences, he continued to engage in a tug-of-war with Yuan Fongting. Old Yuan, if a single lottery ticket cannot convince you of my identity, then next. Yuan Fongting's heart skipped a beat, and he began to form a suspicion. Xu Xing's subsequent words confirmed his thoughts. Furthermore, you can continue to validate this. First, around 11:15 a.m. tomorrow, an accident will occur in Wanning, South River Province, where a Volkswagen will strike a woman and repeatedly run over her 3 times before fleeing. Second, at 12:46 p.m. tomorrow, the Starship of America will successfully launch, with 29 out of 33 engines ignited. The spacecraft will fly for 6 minutes and 17 seconds post-launch before exploding. Xu Xing's voice was calm and clear, carrying a journalistic gravitas that compelled belief. However, he spoke of events occurring tomorrow. One incident in South River Province and another in America, separated by the vast Pacific Ocean. If both events transpired as Xu Xing predicted, then Yuan Fongting felt his mind unraveling, the worldview he had constructed over 50 or 60 years beginning to crack. In the military command hall, the communications officer diligently recorded Xu Xing's words while the others remained silent. In that moment, they could utter not a single word, only awaiting the Moro's arrival to witness firsthand, to witness a miracle, or to uncover a deception. In his rented room, Xu Xing had conveyed all he needed to say and delivered his prophecies, preparing to hang up the phone when he suddenly heard a voice on the line. Please hold on. This voice, reminiscent of Yuan Fongting's, yet more gravelly, exuded the authority of someone accustomed to high office. Xu Xing raised an eyebrow. Were there others present? The speaker was none other than Yuan Fongting, accompanied by the elderly. Oldly glanced at the soldiers around him and slowly picked up his phone, turning off the speaker. In a tone audible only to him and Yuan Fongting, he inquired, "Is there anything else apart from these 2 matters?" Xu Xing, perplexed, responded, "What do you mean?" Oldly fell silent for a moment, seemingly resolute, and his voice grew firm. "Are there any lottery numbers? A single successful prediction might be deemed a mere coincidence. Could we not consider making a few more predictions? Lottery numbers?" Xu Xing was taken aback, and in an instant, he comprehended the true significance of the words, letting out a light chuckle. "Of course we can." Yuan Fongting, initially puzzled by Old Li's decision to turn off the speaker, suddenly grasped the implication of the question and hurriedly grasped the phone. Fixing his gaze on Old Li's eyes as he whispered urgently, "Lin Yan, what are you doing? You can't be thinking of profiting from this opportunity, can you?" If Xu Xing's predictions about the future are indeed accurate, then the lottery numbers he provides could genuinely lead to a grand prize. What would that entail? It would signify a staggering fortune laid bare before them, ripe for the taking. While Yuan Fongting had been immersed in the shock brought forth by Xu Xing, it suddenly dawned on him the immense wealth hidden behind that series of numbers, causing his heart to race, nearly prompting an exclamation. Clearly, Old Li had thought of this before him and had already taken action. But was this truly right? Yuan Fongting felt confronted with an unprecedented dilemma. Why wouldn't it be right? Old Li's gaze held steady on Yuan Fongting, devoid of fear or retreat. He neither stole nor deceived. He merely happened to know a series of numbers that fortuitously corresponded to a winning lottery ticket. What could possibly be wrong with that? Yuan Fongting found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, there was no theft or deception, merely the fortunate acquisition of a grand prize lottery ticket. Yet instinctively, Yuan Fongting knew this was amiss. This was a matter of public concern, not personal affairs. To use public resources for private gain was inherently wrong. However, he refrained from arguing with Old Li, instead fixing him with an intense gaze and solemnly posing the question, "Old Li, in public, we are a team. In private, we are old partners of over a decade. Based on my understanding of you, coming from a prominent family, you are not in need of money. Why then must you pursue this course? Do not try to evade the truth. You know this is wrong, a violation of organizational principles." "Indeed, I do not lack for money," Old Li replied as he leaned closer to Yuan Fongting, speaking softly, "but you do, my old friend. If Yin requires heart surgery, it will cost a considerable amount, won't it? Upon hearing this, Yuan Fongting trembled, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at Old Li. Old Li shook his head, placing the phone gently in Yuan Fongting's embrace before slowly turning away. This matter is known to heaven and earth, to you and me. The lottery numbers, however, are known only to you. Make your own decision. With that, Old Li departed without a trace of hesitation. It turned out that from the very beginning, he had been assisting Yuan Fongting in broaching the subject of the lottery numbers. Yuan Fongting, his entire body tense, clutched his phone, gazing at Old Li's departing figure. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. Ahem. On the other end, Xu Xing cleared his throat, indicating his continued presence. Unexpectedly overhearing the heartfelt exchange between the two elderly men sparked a flicker of curiosity within Xu Xing. The name Lin Yin did not resonate with him. Since emerging from the horror game, he had primarily interacted with Yuan Fongting and his information team. However, the name Yin was somewhat familiar. She was Yuan Fongting's granddaughter, seemingly afflicted with a terminal illness that necessitated heart surgery. Xu Xing often witnessed Yuan Fongting gazing at a photograph of himself with his granddaughter. Yet, he had never encountered her in person. For a month later, Yin had departed from this world. Could it be due to a lack of funds for the surgery? Xu Xing speculated, though it seemed unlikely. Someone of Yuan Fongting's stature should not struggle to afford such medical expenses. Nevertheless, it was universally acknowledged that no one would refuse an abundance of wealth. Convincing Yuan Fongting to part with 5 million was undoubtedly more valuable than persuading any random individual to do the same. The welfare lottery was no more. Yet tomorrow's sports lottery remained. The numbers for tomorrow's lottery are 3, 5, 13, 19, 24, 3, 4. Remember, it's 3, 5, 13, 19, 24, 3, 4. Xu Xing, unconcerned with Yuan Fongting's acceptance, rattled off the lottery numbers, even repeating them for good measure to ensure he was remembered. Upon concluding, he felt a sense of relief, his thoughts becoming clear. Perhaps I should also purchase a couple of lottery tickets? Xu Xing mused. Then, with a decisive click, he ended the call, leaving Yuan Fongting in the military command hall, engulfed in confusion. The hall buzzed with activity, yet he found himself unable to converse with anyone. Clutching his phone, he stared in the direction Old Li had taken, silently expressing gratitude, regardless of the outcome. Thank you both on behalf of Yin. Ultimately, he was a major general, possessing a mindset, resilience, and execution capabilities that surpassed ordinary men. After a brief moment of distraction, he regained his steely composure, understanding the course of action he needed to take. Connect me to the headquarters. I need to speak with Commander Tang. Moments later, the call was established. Commander Tang, this is Yuan Fongting. You may find this hard to believe, but I have critical information to report. Yuan Fongting took deep breaths to steady himself. Yet his voice bore an unmistakable hint of excitement as he recounted the entirety of the Xu Xing incident to Commander Tang. From receiving Xu Xing's call to the lottery numbers he provided, which were verified to be accurate during the live draw, and the surveillance footage from the lottery shop, along with the conversation between Xu Xing and Boss Liu, as well as the arrangements he had made. Most importantly, he conveyed the two prophecies Xu Xing had revealed during his second call in their entirety. After reporting the prophecies, Yuan Fongting paused for a moment, then articulated the lottery numbers predicted by Xu Xing during his second call. He was a soldier. He held steadfast beliefs. However, he did not mention that it was initiated by Lin Yin, only stating that he had pursued the matter himself. Silence ensued. From the moment Yuan Fongting uttered his first word, the conversation was steeped in quietude. Once Yuan Fongting finished his entire report, the stillness on the line deepened, akin to an unfathomable abyss, devoid of any echo. After a considerable pause, Commander Tang finally spoke. Comrade Yuan Fongting, what was it that you initially said in your call? Yuan Fongting was taken aback, surprised that Commander Tang had not inquired about Xu Xing, nor showed any concern for the lottery. Instead, he uttered such an enigmatic statement. He tapped his head, quickly trying to recall what he had just said, hesitantly responding, Commander Tang, am Yuan Fongting? Not that. The next statement, Commander Tang interjected. The next statement? Yuan Fongting continued to ponder. What I said might be hard for you to believe. Ah, yes, that's it. Commander Tang replied with satisfaction. You are indeed correct. I truly do not believe it. Yuan Fangting's expression turned to one of utter disbelief. Chapter 7. The entire world will be upside down because of Xu Xing. Logically, I find it hard to believe what you have just articulated. Rebirth, predicting lottery numbers. I dismiss these notions entirely. Such concepts defy the very essence of scientific understanding. Commander Tang's words echoed in Yuan Fangting's ears. Each statement was a denial. Yet he refrained from hastily arguing, for he was acutely aware that there would be a subsequent but. However, the one reporting this peculiar incident is you, Yuan Fangting. I know you well. You never speak without certainty. Thus, I shall endeavor to adjust my understanding and embrace this matter as best I can. You shall proceed with your arrangements. Since our friend Xu Xing has bestowed upon us 2 prophecies, we shall wait until tomorrow to witness their authenticity and determine whether they are indeed grounded in reality. If everything unfolds precisely as Xu Xing has foretold, then. Commander Tang fell silent for a long moment before continuing. Perhaps the entire world will be irrevocably transformed. Yuan Fangting nodded in agreement. As far as he understood, Xu Xing had painstakingly cast forth one prophecy after another to affirm his identity as a reborn individual. Yet, what was the underlying purpose of revealing such an identity? Yuan Fangting sensed the immense, earth-shattering power concealed within this motive, one that could upheave the very fabric of reality. Suddenly, Yuan Fangting felt fortunate, for the tempest's origin was ignited by Xu Xing himself. After detailing the arrangements for the Xu Xing incident, Commander Tang shifted the conversation to the lottery. You mentioned that you acquired the next lottery numbers from the reborn individual. Upon hearing this, Yuan Fangting felt a pang of anxiety but mustered the courage to respond. Indeed, that is correct, Commander Tang remarked. If we accept your assertion that Xu Xing accurately predicted today's lottery numbers, we can reasonably deduce that the numbers he provided for the next draw will also be correct, which implies that a mere string of digits might equate to 5 million, 10 million, or even more. Indeed, Yuan Fangting felt beads of sweat trickling down his back. The sequence of numbers Xu Xing had uttered resonated in his mind like a haunting specter, refusing to dissipate. Did he not hesitate? Commander Tang suddenly inquired. Yuan Fangting momentarily faltered. What do you mean? Commander Tang elucidated. According to your investigation, Xu Xing hails from humble rural origins. His family not affluent, and his wages in Chuan City are modest. He has recently been struggling to gather a dowry. For someone in such dire financial straits, how could he so readily divulge a series of lottery numbers representing tens of millions? Did he not exhibit the slightest hesitation? Yuan Fangting meticulously recalled the moments when Xu Xing had provided the lottery numbers, nodding with conviction. There was no hesitation. When Xu Xing uttered those numbers, he exhibited not an ounce of doubt. No hesitation at all. How intriguingly curious. Commander Tang's tone was tinged with a hint of excitement, and I found myself increasingly inclined to believe he might indeed be a reincarnated being. Yuan Fangting inquired why. Can such a conclusion be drawn from this alone? The contrast. There existed a significant disparity between Xu Xing's cognition and behavior. Commander Tang elucidated that such a profound contrast could not possibly arise without undergoing considerable upheaval. Had Xu Xing experienced any recent turmoil? It seemed not. Yet, upon reflection, reincarnation could indeed be regarded as a form of upheaval. Yuan Fangting pondered this and found it to be quite plausible. He could not help but marvel. After all, leaders possess a remarkable capacity to embrace new concepts. Just moments ago, he was a skeptic, and now he found himself somewhat convinced. After a moment of contemplation, Commander Tang issued a directive. Yuan Fangting, there are 3 matters you must arrange. Yuan Fangting instinctively stood at attention. First, double the personnel assigned to Xu Xing, prioritizing his protection. It is imperative that he sustains no harm. Second, establish 2 specialized teams. One to investigate the traffic accident in Wanning City, Southern River Province, and another to look into the Starship launch incident. We must ascertain the veracity of Xu Xing's 2 prophecies at the earliest opportunity. If they prove true, prepare the relevant documentation. I intend to report this to the highest authorities. Third, mobilized the Academy of Sciences to form a specialized group to analyze all of Xu Xing's actions over the past 10 days. I wish to understand the extent of his transformation and the timing of such changes. Upon concluding his instructions, Yuan Fongting saluted with solemnity, affirming, "I will ensure the tasks are accomplished." "Ah, there's one more thing," Commander Tang added, a smile gracing his lips. "Since you are aware of the lottery numbers, you might as well purchase a couple of tickets." "Huh?" Yuan Fongting was momentarily taken aback. Commander Tang scoffed lightly. A windfall from the heavens should not be ignored. After all, it is public funds. If the local government can claim it, why should we refrain? Moreover, we do not steal, rob, or deceive. If we win the lottery through our own merit, who would dare to object? They simply have not encountered Xu Xing. Do not hesitate, Yuan. I permit this. Take the personnel from the Military Intelligence Command, and let each acquire a ticket. Consider it a reward for your early recognition of this reincarnator. And do not forget to buy 2 tickets for Xu Xing as well. You will need to cover the cost yourself. Lastly, please send my regards to Yining. That will be all. Goodbye. Commander Tang did not afford Yuan Fongting the opportunity to respond and abruptly ended the call. Listening to the dial tone, Yuan Fongting, a man nearing 60, suddenly felt his eyes moisten. The wind and sand in the hall were indeed quite fierce. Xu Xing realized he had indeed changed, having faced life-and-death situations, entangled in sinister intrigues, particularly the agonizing experience of being crushed by the Black Mountain Tree demon and devoured piece by piece. Having endured such unfathomable despair and then returned from the brink, he felt a profound detachment from everything. Money, love, marriage, indulgence, and opulence. Most aspects of life have lost their significance to him. His sole desire is to survive. In a terrifying game where malevolent forces roam and life hangs by a thread, his only goal is to endure. To this end, he is willing to squander all the betrothal money to burn paper money for himself. He would not hesitate to reveal his identity as a reincarnated being, rallying the entire nation to procure paper money for his own use. The endless and inexhaustible ghostly currency has become his singular pursuit since his rebirth. However, not everyone comprehends his aspirations. Lu Xuechuan, for instance, is utterly baffled. She is Xu Xing's blind date. On their very first meeting, she boldly declared, "Lacking a car and a house is inconsequential, but I demand a betrothal gift of 288,000 yuan." In his previous life, Xu Xing, a seasoned recluse, was moved to tears by such words. Finally, someone did not disdain him for his lack of material possessions. Thus, he begged and borrowed, exhausting all his savings to amass 300,000 yuan, intending to present it to Lu Xuechuan in person to finalize their marriage. It was only later that Xu Xing realized she was merely coveting his money. After receiving the betrothal gift, she hastily sought to break off the engagement and vanished, epitomizing a rapid in-and-out scheme. Poor Xu Xing, having lost both dignity and wealth, found himself in a lamentable situation. It was at this crucial moment that the terrifying game commenced, and Xu Xing was chosen as one of the first players, diverting his attention. Otherwise, he would inevitably have sought Lu Xuechuan to confront her. Thus, upon his return to life, when he discovered he was about to seek Lu Xuechuan with the betrothal money in hand, Xu Xing slapped himself twice and promptly blacklisted her. "You deceive me for money. Begone." His rejection and blacklisting of her were executed with fluidity, while Lu Xuechuan, seething with rage, found herself with no outlet for her fury. Initially, she had believed she had found a suitable target for her financial exploitation and had even prepared to extract more from him, only to be taken aback by Xu Xing's sudden blacklisting. What was this maneuver? Fortunately, WeChat remained. Enraged, Lu Xuechuan opened the app and unleashed a barrage of voice messages, cursing Xu Xing frantically from afternoon until midnight without pause. Xu Xing, upon returning home that night and after a call with Yuan Fongting, finally noticed the flood of messages from Lu Xuechuan. A quick glance revealed dozens, if not hundreds, of 60-second voice notes. It was evident that Lu Xuechuan, having been blacklisted, was caught off guard by this turn of events. Without needing to listen, Xu Xing was certain these messages contained an abundance of expletives. Initially, he planned to delete and blacklist her in one swift action. But perhaps due to having finally encountered Yuan Fangting and others that day, taking a small step towards rallying national support invigorated his spirits, leading him to be less petty. He decided to delay the deletion and indulge her for a moment. Today my phone was lost, and I just found it. Xu Xing sent a message to Lu Xuechuan first. Where the hell have you been? Why are you only now responding? Do you have any idea how long I've waited for you? For an entire day, my friends and I awaited your arrival, as you promised to bring gifts today. But where are you? You have left me humiliated in front of my friends. The messages from Lu Xuechuan chimed incessantly. In truth, she had not waited the entire day, nor did she have any friends accompanying her. The greatest loss was the expensive dessert she had intended to share with Xu Xing, which she ended up paying for herself. Nevertheless, this did not hinder her from lamenting to Xu Xing, "Look, due to your negligence, I have suffered such great injustice. If you do not buy me 2 handbags to make amends, I shall not let this matter rest." Yet Xu Xing paid her no heed and sent a flurry of messages instead. I have pondered this for quite some time today. I realize I lack a car, a house, and substantial wealth. The fact that you deem me worthy is truly gratifying. However, truthfully, I fear the day you might encounter a man who surpasses me in excellence, charm, and affluence. If such a person were to appear, would you still resolutely choose to be with me? Upon reading these words, Lu Xuechuan grimaced in distaste. What a naive, sentimental boy, pretending to be profound. Lu Xuechuan, experienced in deceiving such naive youths, felt particularly irked today and refused to feign compassion, stating bluntly, regardless of the circumstances, "You cannot prevent me from seeking someone more accomplished and living a better life. That would be exceedingly selfish." After uttering these words, she reflected and realized her response was perhaps too callous, potentially jeopardizing the affections of the besotted admirer. She hastily added, "Of course, I still love you at this moment." After a prolonged silence, Xu Xing finally responded with a new message. "If that is the case, I shall be at ease." Upon reading this, Lu Xuechuan smirked. "See, it's so easy to manipulate this innocent young man." However, when Xu Xing's next message arrived, her smile froze on her face. "In that case, I am relieved. Let's part ways. I have encountered someone better, and I must pursue it. Farewell." In that instant, Lu Xuechuan's mind went blank. After several seconds, she finally grasped the meaning behind Xu Xing's words, her frustration boiling over as she hastily sent a message demanding, "What on earth are you talking about?" Yet, the message failed to send. The system notified her, "Xu Xing has enabled friend verification. You are not yet his friend." She had been unfriended by Xu Xing. Lu Xuechuan felt a wave of darkness wash over her. How could this be? She had always been the one to unfriend others. She had never experienced being deleted or blocked. And now it had happened to her. Not once but twice in a single day. Xu Xing, you scoundrel. Just wait. Lu Xuechuan's fury raged in her mind, yet she found no outlet for her wrath. She considered calling to berate Xu Xing, but her number had been blocked. She thought of sending a message via WeChat, but she had been deleted there too. What other means of contact remained? Weibo? Xu Xing did not use Weibo. Email? In this modern era, who still relies on email? Third-party contacts? Upon reflection, she realized that Xu Xing had no mutual friends with her. Their encounters were facilitated solely by matchmakers. Was there truly no alternative? As Lu Xuechuan pondered, a sudden spark of inspiration struck her. There was indeed another option, to visit Xu Xing's hometown. After all, they had discussed dowries and had previously met each other's parents. Lu Xuechuan vaguely remembered the route. One can escape the monk, but not the temple. If Xu Xing dared to block her, she could very well show up at his home, creating a scene. With this thought, Lu Xuechuan composed herself and dialed another number. "Brother Zhang, are you free tomorrow? Gather a few friends to help me settle a score." With everything arranged, Lu Xuechuan felt a little of her anger dissipate. Yet, lying in bed, sleep eluded her, her mind consumed by one pressing question. How had Xu Xing, originally the quintessential devoted admirer, suddenly changed his demeanor? In the military intelligence command hall, Yuan Fangting wore an expression tinged with the awkwardness of intruding upon others' private lives. As the potential sole reborn individual, Xu Xing's significance was self-evident. Yuan Fangting had assigned 3 teams to monitor Xu Xing's situation around the clock. When Lu Xuechuan spoke with Xu Xing, her lineage was scrutinized thoroughly. Even Brother Zhang, who conversed with Lu Xuechuan, was quickly investigated. Major General, Lu Xuechuan has gathered 6 individuals intending to visit Xu Xing's hometown. Xu Xing will also be returning home tomorrow. Is there a possibility of conflict? Should we intervene preemptively? An officer in the hall inquired. Yuan Fangting contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. Tomorrow, Wang Dongjun and Gao Yao will be by Xu Xing's side. There should be no issues. It's unnecessary to intervene, as it might only escalate tensions. What concerns me more is that Xu Xing spent 300,000 on a dowry to bring back home, coinciding with ancestral worship. Now, Lu Xuechuan, who was expecting that sum as a dowry, is also heading to his hometown. I have a foreboding that something might transpire there tomorrow. He commanded the logistics to prepare, declaring, after the prophecy period concludes tomorrow, I shall be the first to arrive at Xu Xing's location. It is time to communicate directly with our reborn individual and discern his true intentions. Chapter 8. Purchasing 300,000 in paper money for burning. Late at night, on Tongcheng Road, the funeral service run by Lu Dongxiang was still brightly lit. Today, fortune smiled upon him as someone purchased 300,000 in paper money from his establishment. Although he typically refrained from selling such items, the sheer sum was irresistible. He immediately agreed, and, after a night of calls to his associates, he managed to gather over 30,000 bundles of paper money, expending considerable effort in the process. However, the outcome was undeniably splendid. With the lucrative transaction of 300,000 secured, his familial status elevated to that of an emperor, and his previously aloof wife now affectionately prepared a late-night snack for him. Her gaze, brimming with warmth, stirred excitement in Lu, prompting him to organize a ceremonial right there in the funeral parlor. As he cleared the table and settled in, ready to commence the proceedings, a sudden knock echoed through the establishment. Bang! Bang! The unexpected sound startled Lu Dongxiang, causing him to break into a sweat, while Lu's enthusiasm waned, leading to a disheartening halt of the ceremonial rites. Grumbling, the two could only reluctantly tidy up before approaching the door. Who could be knocking at such an hour? Lu Dongxiang feigned drowsiness, muttering as he opened the door. However, upon seeing the visitors, he instinctively fell silent, his mind racing back through the past 40 years, pondering whether his ancestors had committed any heinous acts. Standing outside were 4 young men, all with straight postures and an unusual aura about them. Soldiers. The word flashed in Lu Dongxiang's mind at the sight of them. But what could soldiers want at his funeral home in the dead of night? Hello, are you Lu Dongxiang, the proprietor? Inquired the young man at the forefront. I am, Lu Dongxiang replied, apprehensively. The young man continued. Did someone procure 300,000 in paper money from you today? Yes, that did happen, Lu Dongxiang responded, casting a suspicious glance at the 4 men, his mind racing with conjectures. Yet, he could not fathom the reason for their visit. He sold paper money, not counterfeit bills. He had committed no crime. Surely, they wouldn't send soldiers to apprehend him merely for selling 300,000 worth of paper money? Upon hearing his answer, the leading young man exchanged glances with the others, then produced an identification card from his pocket, presenting it to Lu. We are from the National Military Research Office. We require your cooperation on certain matters. In the darkness of the night, Lu Dongxiang could barely discern the details of the identification, but the formality conjured images of classic espionage scenes from television dramas, leaving him slightly stammering awe. Cooperate? How am I to cooperate? There's no need to be nervous. Simply proceed as you normally would. Collect the paper money, load it onto your vehicle, and transport it to the designated location. Just consider us as your hired assistants. The young man offered words of comfort before introducing himself. By the way, my name is Wang Dongjun. This is Gao Yao, and this is Song Minghua. He is Director Fong. Lu Dongxiang, inexplicably approached for assistance, found himself unwilling to comply. Yet, the words of refusal lodged in his throat, leaving him no choice but to awkwardly accompany the 4 individuals to his brother's home to retrieve the cash. Soon, however, Lu Dongxiang began to grasp the significance of the assistance Wang Dongjun had mentioned. Initially, Boss Lu had secured a small pickup truck, but Wang Dongjun quickly arranged for a spacious four-seater truck. "There are simply too many of us for the small pickup," he explained, leaving Lu Dongxiang too intimidated to voice his thoughts. What began as a solitary struggle to transport the cash transformed into a swift operation completed in just 2 hours with the help of the 4 individuals. They even took the care to neatly stack the cash within the truck, ensuring that not a corner was left askew. Watching them bustle about, Lu Dongxiang felt a sense of relief, yet could not suppress his curiosity. What misdeed had the individual purchasing 300,000 in cash committed to warrant such diligent attention from these military personnel? Boss Lu's curiosity got the better of him, and he could not resist discreetly inquiring of Wang Dongjun. To his surprise, the previously jovial Wang Dongjun now regarded him with a chilling gaze. "Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Ask again, and you shall be shot." This struck fear into Lu Dongxiang's heart. "Remember, we are merely your hired laborers, here to assist a transitioning soldier," Wang Dongjun emphasized, urging him not to let slip any indiscretions. "Yes, yes." Lu Dongxiang quickly nodded in agreement. After ensuring Lu's understanding, Wang Dongjun sought a secluded spot to report the situation to the command center. "You all have performed admirably," Commander Yuan Fongting remarked, having briefly rested before resuming his oversight. "Your task is to maintain proximity, protect Xu Xing, and refrain from revealing your identities to avoid provoking resistance." "Rest assured, Major General," Wang Dongjun confidently replied. "When it comes to disguise and deception, we are indeed professionals. We have already prepared the transport vehicle, complete with all necessary licenses. Boss Lu has reiterated that there will be no issues. We even ensure that we ourselves are dusted with the grime of labor, appearing more like helpers. No one will suspect a thing." Yuan Fongting regarded Wang Dongjun's words with some skepticism. It was undoubtedly incorrect to assert that their disguise bore no flaws. Their demeanor still exuded a distinct presence. However, time was limited, and the means of disguise were finite. As long as Xu Xing remained oblivious to any discrepancies, that would suffice. "Very well, let us proceed to the next phase of our operation." Wang Dongjun acknowledged the command and turned to find Boss Lu, instructing him to call Xu Xing and inform him that all preparations were complete and they were ready to depart. At that moment, dawn was just breaking, and Xu Xing was still asleep, the phone ringing for an extended period before he finally answered. Upon receiving the news that everything was in readiness, he wasted no time gathering his belongings and heading straight to the funeral home. Yesterday, he had arranged with Boss Lu that today, Xu Xing would return to his hometown with the truck. This would not only facilitate the delivery, but also save him the fare for the bus ride home, which delighted him greatly. Around 7:40 in the morning, Xu Xing arrived at the funeral home and immediately spotted the large truck parked outside. Why such a massive vehicle? Xu Xing felt a flicker of confusion upon seeing Boss Lu. Lu, with a wry smile, glanced at Wang Dongjun in the driver's seat and reluctantly explained, "There's a lot of cargo. A larger truck is necessary for transportation. I've also hired 2 assistants, both of whom are seasoned military personnel, ensuring reliability." Among the 4 soldiers, 2 were driving separately behind them. "Oh, 2 assistants?" Xu Xing climbed into the front passenger seat, casting a meaningful glance at the driver in the back row, a sly smile tugging at his lips. Boss Lu has quite the connections. He managed to recruit active duty officers from the Military Research Institute as helpers. Xu Xing's tone remained nonchalant, yet Lu Dongxiang was struck as if by thunder, his knees buckling beneath him, nearly causing him to kneel. "Bro, I swear, I'm not lying, I was coerced." In the driver's seat, Wang Dongjun's hand trembled on the steering wheel, cold sweat cascading down his previously cheerful face. "What the hell? Have we been exposed? How did this happen?" He took a deep breath, feigning calmness, and replied, "Brother, you must be mistaken. We just returned from military service and are helping Boss Lu for a living. We haven't heard of any military research institute. Keep up the act." Xu Xing fastened his seatbelt, observing the 2 sweating soldiers in front and behind him, and remarked with a grin, "Wang Dongjun, Gao Yao, you 2 keep pretending." The 2 men froze, shock etched across their faces, scarcely believing their ears. Their identities as military personnel from the Research Institute had not only been uncovered, but also called out directly? What on earth was happening? Yuan Fangting, who was monitoring from afar, felt a wave of anxiety. How did Xu Xing know about them? Could it be? Could there be a traitor among them? No, that was impossible. The scrutiny at the Military Research Institute was exceedingly strict. A traitor could not possibly exist. Even if, hypothetically, there were a traitor, it could not be someone like Xu Xing, an ordinary person, unless the thought of a reincarnated individual crossed Yuan Fangting's mind. As Xu Xing revealed their identities, he chose not to elaborate further. After all, in his previous life, Yuan Fangting's people had circled around Xu Xing for some time, and there was a semblance of camaraderie. However, now, he was the sole bearer of this knowledge. After casually providing them with the address to his hometown, Xu Xing resumed his nap, leaving the three men exchanging glances, their hearts in turmoil, as they silently drove towards Xu Xing's village. Xu Xing's hometown was located in Qingga Village, Qingya City, Jincheng Province. This village was also known as Xu Family Village. For over two-thirds of its residents bore the Xu surname. Legend has it that during the tumultuous times of the Song dynasty, the entire clan relocated here, establishing their roots for generations to come. For centuries, this lineage has gradually proliferated and flourished in this region, giving rise to three principal branches. However, the present day bears little resemblance to the past. The power of the clan has long since evolved into more intimate familial ties, rendering the bonds of blood and ancestry considerably weaker. The family to which Xu Xing belongs is part of the second branch. March 30th marks the scheduled day for ancestral worship and grave tending, a significant occasion for the clan. The households of the Xu family began preparations early, rising before dawn at the call of their elders to slay pigs and sheep and arrange a feast. Such grand clan events incur substantial expenses, typically pooled together by each family on a per capita basis, ensuring a fair distribution of costs. Nevertheless, according to custom, each household must provide its own offerings for the rituals. Though it may seem casual, any interaction between individuals is rarely devoid of significance. The offerings are made for the deceased, yet it is the living who bear witness. The quantity of ritual items, steeped in long-standing traditions, often serves as a reflection of each household status. Xu Xing's mother, Wu Xiuyan, sat on the street corner with others, preparing dishes while keeping a watchful eye on the Xu family members passing by, gossiping about which household contributed more or less to the offerings. For them, the desire for face had long faded. A customary contribution would suffice, and the true joy lay in the exchange of tales. The Wang family's plight was indeed pitiable. The father had been incarcerated 2 years prior, leaving the mother to care for 2 children, all while burdened with a heavy load of financial obligations. This young woman displayed remarkable filial piety. In contrast, Jin Sheng's second brother was notoriously stingy, arriving with merely a small floral wreath. It was futile to expect him to part with any money. If one were to speak of generosity, it would be the eldest from Qing Feng's family. Having reportedly made a tidy sum, he returned for the ancestral rites with over 20,000 worth of offerings. Look, the one in the suit over there. The numerous villagers, acting as informal analysts of local affairs, gasped upon hearing the figure of 20,000, then turned their gazes toward the ostentatious individual. It appeared he had indeed struck it rich, bringing honor to Qing Feng. One could see the pride radiating from Qing Feng, eager to proclaim her son's generous contributions. Spending 20,000 on offerings for the deceased. What a peculiar thought. Would it not be wiser to save that for food and clothing? But perhaps you fail to grasp the motivation. In these prosperous times, it is a matter of pride to gain recognition throughout the village. And indeed, that pride was earned. Qing Feng was fortunate to have such a son with a keen sense for wealth. The crowd, filled with a mixture of envy and bitterness, engaged in further gossip before shifting to other topics. Amidst their idle chatter, someone looked at Wu Xiuyan and inquired, "Why haven't we seen Xu Xing?" Wu Xiuyan replied with a chuckle, "I never mentioned today's ancestral rites to him. You know how unstable his job has been, making it difficult to secure time off. Lately, he has been preoccupied with matchmaking and marriage, so I didn't bring it up. Yet, unexpectedly, he learned of it last night and insisted on returning today. As dawn broke, I was informed that they had already set off. Calculating the time, they should be arriving soon." Just then, A large truck turned the corner and parked beside a sum of 20,000. Oh, isn't that Xu Xing from your family? Someone pointed out. Wu Shuyan hurriedly glanced over and indeed saw Xu Xing push open the truck door and step out. Hey, they've arrived. Without even picking the vegetables, Wu Shuyan rushed towards the truck. As she approached, she heard Su Bulin, the eldest son of the Qingfeng family, exclaim, "Ah Xing, why did you come a big truck? You should have told me. I could have come to pick you up." Hearing this, Wu Shuyan scoffed internally. What was so impressive about having a truck? Boasting without fear of tripping over one's words. If he were to pick you up, he would have 100 excuses to decline. Just as she intended to squeeze through, she heard Xu Xing's reply. "Thank you, Bulin. This ISNT just arrived. I brought back some goods from Chuan City." Puzzled, Wu Xiuyan was taken aback. Her son hadn't mentioned anything about bringing back goods. Furthermore, what could possibly require a truck of such considerable size for transport? The crowd around them grew curious and followed to the back of the truck, where they opened the doors to reveal stacks of bright yellow paper money. Paper money? Su Bulin gasped, staring incredulously at Xu Xing. "You brought back paper money from Chuan City? How much could possibly fill an entire truck?" "Not much, just 30,000, Xu Xing replied with a smile. 30,000? All spent on paper money? Su Bulin's eyes widened in shock. Around them, gasps filled the air. Wu Xiuyan, standing at the back of the crowd, felt her vision darken upon hearing this, nearly losing her breath. "Good heavens! You foolish child spent 30,000 on paper money to burn." Chapter 9. The rapid rise of paper money and ghost notes during the significant occasion of ancestral worship in the Su family. An unwritten consensus prevailed. Spending 100 yuan on offerings marked one as miserly, 500 indicated conformity, 1,000 signified ambition, 3,000 proclaimed the child's remarkable stature, and 20,000 denoted a promising future, a leader within the clan. But what of those who spent 300,000 on offerings? Were they the decision-makers of the clan? No, they were deemed utter fools. A mix of shock and confusion, intertwined with a sense of amusement, spread rapidly from Xu Xing, resembling a shockwave, engulfing the entire village. In mere moments, the news reached every villager. 300,000 on paper money? Is it true? One could purchase a house in the city with that amount. Yet Xu Xing devoted it entirely to ghost notes. Has he lost his mind? Whether Xu Xing was foolish or not remained uncertain. Yet the return of this 300,000 in paper money would undoubtedly elevate the reputation of our branch within Su family village for decades to come. Xu Xing was audacious. Had he truly struck it rich in Chuan City? To him, was 300,000 akin to 30? Speculation ran rampant. Why linger in conjecture? Let us venture to the streets. The villagers, ever the seekers of amusement, flocked outside, eager to witness the visage of 300,000 in paper money. At the sight of the large truck, the crowd swelled, encircling it, their eyes fixated on Xu Xing, engaged in animated discussions. Wang Dongjun and Gao Yao, and two other soldiers who arrived shortly thereafter, felt a tinge of anxiety upon seeing the throngs of people. They instinctively formed a protective circle around Xu Xing boss Liu. Glancing at the amassed crowd, turned pale, yearning to join the circle, but was discreetly nudged away by Gao Yao. He stood outside, gazing forlornly like a wronged bride. Xu Xing did not anticipate such a profound reaction to his 300,000 in paper money. He spotted his mother at the rear of the crowd, her expression intricate. Yet, Xu Xing remained unconcerned with the gaze of others. After all, he had returned from a rebirth. There was no need to justify his actions to anyone, especially when explanations would likely elude comprehension. Thus, he merely waved his hand, beckoning Wang Dongjun and the others, each grasping a bundle of paper money, and they made their way up the mountain. The crowd, like a blade slicing through, parted before Xu Xing, clearing a path for his ascent. "Mother, we shall first visit the mountain and return for lunch shortly," Xu Xing murmured as he passed by his mother, promising a detailed explanation later that evening. Without further delay, he and his 5 companions quickened their pace, soon vanishing from the villagers' sight, leaving behind a lingering aura of astonishment and curiosity among the onlookers. The 6 of them continued their ascent, distancing themselves from the human congregation, as they trekked further into the embrace of the mountains. As Lu Dongxiang ventured deeper, An unsettling chill crept into his heart. Where were they headed? The eerie silence enveloped him. No one else was around. He turned to observe the others. Xu Xing, the proprietor of the Joss paper, wore a pensive expression, seemingly contemplating their location. The other four exuded a military demeanor, remaining silent and focused on their labor as porters. The only sounds that punctuated the stillness were their labored breaths, leaving Lu Dongxiang's spine tingling with unease. Could it be that they had conspired to lure him to this desolate place for nefarious purposes? As his mind wandered to the grim possibilities, he envisioned himself at the mercy of 5 burly men, facing a fate he dared not articulate. Just as he imagined his spirit drifting back to the funeral home, where his wife awaited him in solitude, despair enveloped him, igniting a desire for bloody revenge. At that moment, Xu Xing halted before a stone tablet. Lu Dongxiang hastily wiped away the tears from his eyes. Raising his gaze, he read the inscription, "The tomb of the honorable ancestor Xu." Perhaps this was the entity they were here to honor today. Though Lu Dongxiang had never met this esteemed elder and felt a twinge of absurdity in burning offerings for someone unknown, the prospect of 300,000 compelled his full commitment to the ritual, ensuring that the elder would receive ample wealth in the afterlife. Yet, Xu Xing merely lingered before the stone for a moment before seeking a small mound of earth. Was this not the proper site? Lu Dongxiang felt a mixture of confusion and melancholy. Then he observed Xu Xing retrieving a photograph from his backpack, securing it against the mound with a stone. Lu Dongxiang scrutinized the picture, a creeping realization dawning upon him. The individual in the photograph bore a striking resemblance to Xu Xing. What was unfolding here? Curiosity piqued. Lu Dongxiang discreetly tugged at Wang Dongjuan's sleeve, hoping to inquire. However, upon encountering Wang Dongjuan's bewildered gaze, he wisely chose silence. The 5 men shared a collective sense of perplexity, standing silently behind Xu Xing, watching his every action. They observed as he positioned the photograph, cleared away the branches and debris before it, and then extracted the Joss paper, deftly pinching 3 sheets before producing a lighter and igniting the offerings with a soft spark. Everything appeared to be in order. Burning Joss paper was a familiar ritual for them, even if Wang Dongjun and the other soldiers had limited experience. Lu Dongxiang, a seasoned professional in the funeral industry, had witnessed countless such ceremonies. Had it not been for Xu Xing's own photograph at the forefront, casting an eerie pall over the proceedings, their ascent with the Joss paper would have seemed entirely normal. Until they heard Xu Xing's words. This was Joss paper being burned for Xu Xing himself. Huh? Lu Dongxiang felt as though he had encountered an incomprehensible statement, a flicker of confusion traversing his mind. Gradually, the meaning of the words began to coalesce within him. This is the money paper burned for Xu Xing. Boss Lu slowly widened his eyes. Burned for Xu Xing? Hiss. Boss Lu gasped, feeling a chill rise from his heels straight to the crown of his head. He gazed at Xu Xing's silhouette as he burned the paper, sensing that the situation was becoming increasingly bizarre. With a furrowed brow, he discreetly stepped back 2 paces, shielding the others behind him. At that moment, Wang Dongjun and Gao Yao also reacted. Although they were steadfast and formidable materialist warriors, they could not help but feel a twinge of unease in the presence of someone burning money paper in front of their own photograph. The 4 exchanged glances and instinctively retreated a step in unison. Upon witnessing their retreat, Boss Lu immediately followed suit, stepping back once more. As Wang Dongjun and the others observed Boss Lu's movement, they too could not resist the urge to retreat another step. Boss Lu retreated again. The quartet followed suit. Boss Lu took another step back, and the group continued to withdraw. By the time Xu Xing finished burning the stack of paper and turned around, the 5 had retreated several meters away. What on earth are you doing? Xu Xing, bewildered, could not comprehend the peculiar performance unfolding before him. However, he was too disinterested to inquire further, merely waving his hand, signaling them to come forward, inviting them to assist him in an experiment. The 5 found themselves with no option but to advance. Wang Dongjun and Gao Yao exchanged knowing glances, instinctively positioning themselves on either side of Boss Lu, effectively sandwiching him and bringing him before Xu Xing. Boss Lu. Come, help me burn some paper. Xu Xing directly handed the money paper to Boss Liu, emphasizing, "Remember, bird according to my instructions." Boss Liu, uncertain of Xu Xing's intentions, could only nod in agreement. Wang Dongjun and Gao Yao, along with the others, gathered around. Their original aim was to closely observe Xu Xing, and now an excellent opportunity had arisen. Xu Xing lit the money paper for Boss Liu, instructing, "Place the money paper in front of the photograph." As Boss Liu gazed at Xu Xing's picture, the realization that the real person was right beside him sent shivers down his spine, yet he complied. "You say, this is the money paper burned for Xu Xing." Xu Xing patted Boss Liu's shoulder. "This is burned for." Boss Liu hesitated, glancing at Xu Xing. Words caught in his throat. "Is this customary here? Burning paper for oneself?" Xu Xing frowned, urging, "Don't dawdle, speak." Faced with Xu Xing's insistence, Boss Liu steeled himself and recited as instructed, "This is burned for." The money paper for Xu Xing. For some inexplicable reason, upon uttering these words, Boss Liu felt a tremor coursing through him. Wang Dongjun and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Xu Xing paid no mind to their reactions, simply awaiting the transformation of the 3 sheets of money paper into ash. At the moment the flames extinguished, Xu Xing noticed a fluctuation in the balance of the ghost money. Ghost money balance, 19.6317 yuan. Ghost money balance, 19.6320 yuan. Xu Xing maintained a calm demeanor. Yet internally, he breathed a sigh of relief. It worked. Let others burn paper money for oneself, thus acquiring a balance of ghostly currency. If that is the case, the necessity of rallying the entire nation to burn ghost money is significantly heightened. To burn one's own paper money is merely the act of a laborer. However, when others burn paper money on one's behalf, one has taken a step into the realm of capitalists. Imagine if hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands were to simultaneously burn paper money for oneself. Would that not indeed translate to an influx of wealth? Xu Hang prompted Boss Liu to continue burning another set of paper money, but this time, he refrained from having Boss Liu declare that it was money being burned for Xu Hang. Instead, he uttered it himself from the sidelines. He even experimented with keeping the phrase unspoken, merely reciting it in his mind. He also instructed Wang Dongjun and others to burn paper as well. The results were uniformly remarkable. Xu Hang's ghostly currency balance underwent a transformation. How splendid! Truly, strength lies in numbers. Xu Hang was exceedingly pleased with the outcome of the experiment. Reflecting on the earlier trial, a thought crossed his mind, compelling him to silently chant, "All the paper money in the world is burned for Xu Hang." Yet, the balance of ghostly currency remained unchanged. Could it be that only money purchased by oneself or related to oneself would yield results? Xu Hang speculated inwardly. He had countless queries regarding ghostly currency, yet no means to seek answers, leaving him to explore gradually on his own. Fortunately, the results from today were quite satisfactory. "Here, everyone take a stack." Xu Hang redistributed the paper money that the group had brought, revealing a capitalist grin, for once they finished burning, they could return home for dinner. Boss Liu, Wang Dongjun, and Gao Yao gazed at the neatly bundled stacks, each containing 100 bundles of paper money, and began to question their very existence. Just then, Xu Hang's phone rang unexpectedly. It was his mother calling. "Hey, where are you? When will you be back?" she inquired. Xu Hang glanced at the paper money and replied, "In another hour or 2. His mother's calm voice carried a hint of urgency. Xu Xuan has arrived. You should hurry back." "Xu Xuan?" Xu Hang Bao said, realizing it was his blind date, Lu Xu Xuan. However, at that moment, he was fully engrossed in the vigorous burning of paper money, indifferent to matters such as Xu Xuan. "Let her wait," he casually replied. His mother, Wu Xiulian, suddenly grew frantic. "Wait? Wait for what? She has come to your doorstep, and you want to keep her waiting? What on earth are you doing? Can't you return sooner? I am burning paper money." Xu Hang held the phone away. "Should I burn some for you too? Burn money for me?" Wu Xiulian retorted, "Are you trying to kill me with filial piety?" With that, she angrily hung up the phone. Xu Hang was left speechless. His good intentions were misinterpreted as folly. Why is it that no one can comprehend the earnestness behind his burning of paper money? He could only continue to burn paper money for himself, standing before his own photograph. This time, Boss Liu resigned himself to the situation. Whether it was for whom the money was burned mattered little. As long as he could secure 300,000. Wang Dongjun and Gao Yao sighed and followed suit, joining in the actions of the two. After a brief moment, Gao Yao gently nudged Wang Dongjun and indicated toward his watch. The time had come. What time? Wang Dongjun inquired. 11:15. Gao Yao pointed towards Xu Xing. The time of the first prophecy. A jolt of apprehension surged through Wang Dongjun. Other matters could be deemed trivial, but the two prophecies Xu Xing had articulated the previous night were of paramount significance. If both prophecies were indeed true, the mere thought of such a scenario enveloped him in an overwhelming sense of grand pressure. He glanced up at Xu Xing, the catalyst of this tempest, only to find him utterly unfazed, quietly burning paper money. An uncontrollable notion began to take root in Wang Dongjun's mind. Could it be that he truly was a reincarnate? Otherwise, how could he remain so composed? After a flurry of wild thoughts, Wang Dongjun's mind drifted back to the military command hall. He wondered how Major General Yuan and the others were progressing with their investigation into the first prophecy. Had everything unfolded as Xu Xing had foretold? Chapter 10. The first prophecy comes true. The astonishment of the crowd. In the military command hall, Yuan Fongting stood like a sentinel. Reflecting on the events of the previous day, he had been here, commanding with authority. Yet now, the hall was filled with 5 generals and a multitude of major generals, each exceeding the count of fingers on both hands. Numerous scholars, academicians, and leaders of related organizations crowded the spacious hall, which resembled a bustling marketplace. Commander Tang had taken charge of the situation. Yuan Fongting was instructed to provide an update. Hearing the command, he stepped up to the reporting podium. Earlier, he had already delivered a comprehensive report regarding Xu Xing's situation. Now, he was to report on the status of Xu Xing's first prophecy. Communication had been established with the Traffic Management Department of Wanning City in Nanhai Province, and they were conducting a thorough investigation into traffic accidents throughout the city. Yuan Fongting began by outlining the progress, then glanced at the clock. It was 11:14, leaving just 1 minute until the time of Xu Xing's prophecy. Should any new incidents arise, the Traffic Management Department in Wanning would notify them immediately. Upon concluding his brief report, Yuan Fongting stood aside, observing the reactions of the assembly. Unsurprisingly, their faces were etched with confusion, skepticism, speculation, and disbelief, yet trust was conspicuously absent. Were it not for Commander Tang's presence, they likely would have stormed out in indignation. Reborn? Do they think we are but infants? Yuan Fongting refrained from elaborating further. After all, anyone hearing Xu Xing's revelation for the first time would find it incredulous, just as he had felt the day prior. But that was of little consequence. The truth would reveal itself in due time. The attendees were nearly all fixated on the ticking clock, and the fleeting minute passed swiftly. Yet the telephone on the table remained eerily silent. This stillness endured for 3 long minutes. It must be a hoax, someone whispered, but scarcely had the words left their lips when the phone began to vibrate, startling the speaker. Hello, this is the command hall. Yuan Fongting inhaled deeply and answered the call. Hello, we are the Traffic Management Department of Wanning City, Nanhai Province. A woman's voice resonated through the receiver, transmitted via the microphone to the entire hall. As per your request, we have investigated the traffic accidents that occurred at 11:15 in our city. At precisely 11:15, 2 traffic incidents transpired across the city. One involved a minor collision between 2 electric bicycles, while the other was a more serious matter. A car struck and ran over a pedestrian, prompting bystanders to call the police. Upon hearing of the second accident, an audible gasp echoed throughout the hall. Yuan Fongting felt a tightening in his palm and urgently inquired, what make was the car? How many times did it run over the victim? The make of the car? The number of times it ran over? The staff member from Wanning hesitated momentarily, as if consulting records. Before responding, the car was a Volkswagen, and after reviewing the surveillance footage, we confirmed it ran over the individual 3 times. Volkswagen. 3 times. As soon as the 2 pieces of information were revealed, Yuan Fongting realized that Xu Xing's prophecy had been entirely accurate. After expressing his gratitude to the staff, Yuan Fongting hung up the phone and gazed at the multitude of senior military leaders and scholarly experts gathered in the command hall. The nearly 100 individuals present were enveloped in a profound silence, each endeavoring to comprehend the information they had seen, heard, and understood. "Please, share your thoughts," Commander Tang urged, rubbing his temples in evident distress. An elder military officer sitting beside him was the first to voice his opinion. "Since old Tang has brought us here to present information regarding this Xu Xing, I trust that both you and Fongding have conducted thorough investigations. However, I must candidly express my skepticism regarding the notion of reborn individuals. It is inconceivable, perplexing, and fundamentally unscientific." Another officer, his hair tinged with gray, chimed in. "I concur with General Wu's perspective. I find it implausible that individuals capable of rebirth or foresight exist." With these two remarks, others seemed to align with the tone of the meeting, sharing their own reservations. "I too disapprove. Such claims lack scientific foundation. Superstition must not prevail. Could there be circumstances we have overlooked that allowed this Xu Xing to acquire some advanced knowledge?" The gravity of the matter demanded careful consideration. The term reborn individual, if disseminated, could have far-reaching repercussions. Are we still unaware of Mr. Xu Xing's true intentions? He has fabricated a persona of a reborn individual for a significant purpose, I fear. In the command hall, a cacophony of doubts filled the air, each voice echoing skepticism. After listening for a while, Yuan Fongting could not help but inquire. "Certainly. We have ample reasons to suspect that this entire affair may be a ruse orchestrated by Xu Xing. Yet, how do we account for the lottery and the traffic incident in Wanting?" Commander Tang glanced at Yuan Fongting, gesturing for him to remain calm. Nonetheless, Yuan Fongting's words indeed prompted reflection among the assembly. One individual remarked, "The lottery matter is quite straightforward. Those who understand know that it is not impossible to have prior knowledge of the winning numbers before he could finish his statement." A somewhat portly middle-aged man in the corner stood up, vehemently countering. "What do you mean by those who understand? Do not slander others. Our lottery numbers are drawn completely at random. It is impossible to predict them in advance. Moreover, we have investigated all lottery personnel nationwide and found no connections to Xu Xing or his close relatives. This individual has no ties to our lottery center." Yuan Fongting recognized the speaker as a leader from the lottery center, known as Director Kai, although he attempted to elucidate the mechanics of lottery winnings. His explanations evidently failed to gain the trust of the assembly. Someone jested, "Then how do you explain the incident of the jackpot being emptied to 55,555? Director Kai hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and explained, "Certainly we possess methods to acquire funds from the prize pool, but it is certainly not through foreknowledge of winning numbers. After all, manipulating the lottery balls is exceedingly complex and fraught with risk, rendering it entirely unnecessary. Typically, we board the train and purchase our tickets afterward." Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions subtly shifted, as if they began to grasp the lottery center's winning pattern. However, this did little to elucidate why Xu Xing would have prior knowledge of the winning numbers. He was neither a staff member of the lottery center, nor could he have known the winning numbers in advance. Could it be that he truly had the ability to predict them? Commander Tang interjected at an opportune moment. "What about the traffic accident in Wanting City? The precise timing and accurate information. How were those predicted?" A silence enveloped the room. After a while, someone spoke up at a designated time, in a specified location, executing a prescribed action. "It seems rather akin to the expertise of your military, does it not? Comandant Inquitsao. Are you suggesting that this entire incident, the collision with pedestrians and the repeated runovers, was all meticulously orchestrated by Xu Xing and implemented on schedule?" "It is merely a conjecture, a reasonable hypothesis," the individual replied. Commander Tang gestured towards the phone, signaling Yuan Fongting to step forward, inquire as to Xu Xing's current whereabouts and activities. "Understood." Yuan Fongting picked up the phone and dialed Wang Dongjun. "Wang Dongjun, what is Xu Xing currently engaged in?" he asked. Wang Dongjun responded, "Xu Xing is at his hometown, preparing to burn paper money for himself." Yuan Fongting, somewhat perplexed, continued, "What are you all doing? Are you keeping a close watch on Xu Xing?" Wang Dongjun hesitated for a moment, as if wrestling with something, before finally saying, "We are assisting Xu Xing in burning paper money for himself." Yuan Fongting was even more bewildered. Xu Xing is burning paper money for himself? You are assisting him in this endeavor? Comrade, do you not wish to reflect on what you are saying? Chapter 11. The second prophecy comes true. A change is afoot. It is abundantly clear that at the time of the traffic accident in Wanning City, Comrade Xu Xing was accompanied by our personnel in Qinghe Village, Qinghe City, Jin Province, rendering any possibility of him being implicated in the incident non-existent. Commander Tang, with a steady hand, tapped upon the table as he methodically relayed the conclusions drawn from their day-long investigation. Simultaneously, we verified Comrade Xu Xing's travel records from the past year, as well as his mobile positioning data over the last month, which unequivocally demonstrated that he had never set foot in Wanning City, Nana Province. Therefore, based on these conclusions, it is evident that regarding time, place, and motive, there was no necessity for Xu Xing to orchestrate a traffic accident 1,000 miles away in Wanning. Commander Tang's words were unmistakable. The traffic incident was not the work of Xu Xing. The underlying implication was equally clear. Since it was not orchestrated by Xu Xing, it must have been anticipated by him. The assembly was composed of astute individuals who effortlessly deciphered Commander Tang's veiled message. However, comprehension did not equate to acceptance. The notion of reincarnation. This was not some fantastical narrative. How could such beings exist? The previously serene hall erupted into a cacophony as attendees murmured amongst themselves, grappling with their disbelief and confusion. The sound of Commander Tang's knuckles striking the table grew louder, gradually drowning out the tumult. He understood the collective shock. When one is confronted with a profound upheaval, particularly one that challenges their fundamental beliefs, the instinctual response is often denial and rejection. This reaction is independent of one's status, rooted purely in the human instinct for self-preservation. He had exhibited similar behavior upon receiving the news the previous evening. Yet, after a night of profound reflection and contemplation, he had come to terms with it. Commander Tang hoped that those present would also come to accept this reality. If there remained lingering doubts among the assembly, with some positing that the traffic incident in Wanning might have been a self-staged performance by Xu Xing, then we can await further investigations and validations from the traffic management and public security departments. And for now, set that matter aside. Let us turn our attention to another topic. Comrade Xu Xing mentioned two prophecies yesterday, the first being the recent traffic incident in Wanning. The second, however, lies across the vast ocean. Xu Xing foretold, at precisely 12:46 p.m. today, the American starship would successfully launch. Moreover, he predicted not only the launch status, but also the engine conditions at the moment of takeoff. Out of the ship's 33 engines, 29 would ignite. He even stated that the ship would explode and crash 6 minutes and 17 seconds post-launch. What thoughts do you have regarding this second prophecy? With just over an hour remaining until the predicted time, feel free to express your opinions. As Commander Tang's words lingered in the air, the hall erupted once more. A chorus of voices filled the space, with sentiments such as, "What kind of pseudoscience is this? And ignorance breeds courage. I can hardly suppress my laughter," echoing throughout the chamber. Yuan Fongting listened to the cacophony of voices, exchanging a glance with Commander Tang, a wry smile gracing his lips. A group of high-ranking generals and esteemed scholars, each one a formidable figure in their own right, typically exuded an air of assured composure. Yet now, they resembled a gaggle of kindergarten children, chattering incessantly. The atmosphere was chaotic, minds were unsettled. Although these dignitaries vocally dismissed the possibility of the existence of a reincarnator, perhaps, on a subconscious level, they had already begun to harbor an indistinct belief, compelling them to express their astonishment through this uproar. Bang! 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 Commander Tang rapped on the table, urging everyone to quiet down, before calling upon a specialist seated to his right. Academician Yu, please share your insights. As an authority in the field of aerospace, what is your perspective on the predictions regarding the starship? Academician Yushi rose, smoothing his thinning hair, and pondered aloud. I was initially puzzled as to why Commander Tang summoned an old relic like me, but it seems I was destined for this moment. Since this pertains to my area of expertise, allow me to express a few thoughts. First and foremost, the starship is the brainchild of a private enterprise in America, led by a figure many of you may recognize, Elon Musk. He is quite audacious and possesses unique ideas, though I've yet to engage with him directly. The implication here is clear. To my limited understanding, I believe no one can manipulate a world-renowned American figure merely to stage a grand failure of a launch, assuming, of course, that Comrade Xu's prediction holds true. The assembly listened intently to Academician Yu's discourse, nodding in agreement. From their esteemed positions, they indeed believed that such control was unattainable. They could not accomplish it themselves, nor did they believe anyone else could, unless, perhaps, that individual was the President of the United States. Continuing, Academician Yu elaborated on the launch. The Starship is a vessel of high technological sophistication with a rapid iteration cycle. The outcomes of the launch, whether success or failure, are easily predictable. It is either a triumph or a disaster. However, the matter of the engines, 33 Raptor engines, has been addressed, and based on previous launch processes, it is highly probable that all will be activated. Now, Comrade Xu has predicted that 29 out of the 33 engines will ignite, implying that 4 may encounter failures. To be candid, I find it difficult to comprehend how he arrived at this conclusion. Given our current technological capabilities, we are utterly incapable of calculating the operational status of the engines. I am confident that our counterparts across the ocean would also be unable to foresee potential engine failures. If they could, they would have rectified any issues prior to the launch. Thus, regarding the prediction of engine performance, my conclusion is unequivocal. We cannot foresee, intervene, or calculate in advance. As for the final point, Academician Yu took a sip of water tactically, observing the reactions of those present before continuing. It is entirely reasonable to speculate that the spacecraft has crashed, especially in the case of Starship vessels. It would be abnormal for them not to explode upon descent. However, the exact moment of the crash remains unclear to anyone. Even if various flight parameters could predict an imminent crash, such foresight would only manifest post-flight, at most 30 seconds to a minute in advance. To claim, as Xu Xing did, that the spacecraft exploded and crashed 6 minutes and 17 seconds after launch, frankly, it is beyond imagination. Such precise timing of a crash, if it were indeed to occur, leaves me bereft of any explanation beyond the notion of foreseeing the future. After Academician Yu concluded, Commander Tang pondered for a moment before probing further. Are you suggesting that, with current technology, it is impossible to predict the operational status of the Starship's engines or the time of its demise? Indeed, Academician Yu affirmed without hesitation. Commander Tang continued his inquiry. But what if someone truly foresaw all of this? After a moment's hesitation, Academician Yu eventually nodded emphatically. That individual would be no ordinary person. He refrained from uttering reborn or foreseeing the future, yet all understood his implication. Does anyone hold a differing opinion? Commander Tang surveyed the other attendees in the hall. Professor Li, what are your thoughts? I concur with Academician Yu. It is utterly impossible to calculate the time of the spacecraft crash in advance. What about you? Director 1 from the aerospace industry? Any dissenting views? None. Commander Tang continued to call upon personnel associated with aerospace, receiving unanimous agreement. The conclusion was clear. It was impossible to predict the Starship's flight status, unless he were a reborn individual. With a consensus reached, the next steps became straightforward. Commander Tang finalized the outcome. All that remained was to patiently await and witness the unfolding events. The senior generals and scholars in the command hall bore complex expressions, their thoughts diverging. The news they had received that day was profoundly shocking, stirring their worldviews and leaving them in quiet anticipation. They awaited the launch of the Starship, eager to validate the prophecy. Would it culminate in reality, reshaping their understanding? Or would it prove false, transforming the grand assembly into a farcical jest? The curtain is about to rise. The hall staff had already connected the large screen to the Starship's live broadcast room. The primary image displayed the Starship, with operational parameters at the bottom, engine status charts on the left, and the launch time record in the center. Everyone watched silently, gazing at the sci-fi vessel, their minds adrift in contemplation. Time ticked away, and finally, the moment of launch arrived. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, the spacecraft ignited, a tremendous roar resonating through the air, while simultaneously, the engine in the bottom left corner illuminated. Yet, Not all lights were aglow. After a few engines flickered and then succumbed to darkness, the academician extended his finger, counting the inoperative engines. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 engines had failed to ignite. Out of the 33 engines, 4 were non-functional, implying that 29 were operational. 33, 29. The echo of Xu Xing's prophecy resonated within everyone's minds. Out of the spaceship's 33 engines, 29 have ignited, a prophecy entirely accurate. Yet, the launch was far from over. The spacecraft continued its ascent amid a cloud of smoke, a brilliant tail flame, and the jubilant cheers of the crowd, all of which pierced the heavens. However, the spectators remained oblivious, their eyes fixated on the spacecraft as they awaited the outcome. The ascent's speed, angle, and remaining fuel were displayed prominently on the massive screen, while the academician incessantly calculated in his mind. Given the current circumstances, a launch failure had become highly probable. Yet, the exact moment of the rocket's explosion and subsequent descent remained uncertain. The ascent, booster separation, body rotation, adjustments, and then the inevitable fall. The eyes of everyone in the hall gradually widened in disbelief. The spacecraft's launch had indeed failed. Shortly after the craft began its spiraling descent from the heights, the explosion occurred. Boom! A resounding blast erupted, and a beautiful firework blossomed in the blue sky amidst the white clouds. Yet, no one cared for the spectacle. All gazes were fixed upon the timer. T006, 17, 6 minutes and 17 seconds. A deafening roar echoed in everyone's minds, akin to the wreckage of the starship detonating within their heads, leaving them stunned. Xu Xing's prophecy, entirely true. Xu Xing was indeed a reborn soul. The military command hall, filled with hundreds, fell into a profound silence, akin to a sealed chamber. Everyone's eyes were glazed, mouths agape, yet producing no sound. Commander Tang, seated at the forefront, gazed deeply at the fireworks resulting from the starship's explosion, then slowly closed his eyes. When he reopened them, a flash of electric intensity rendered his gaze piercing. He turned his attention towards the direction of Chinga village, his profound stare seemingly penetrating the fortified walls of the command hall, traversing mountains, rivers, and crowds, ultimately resting upon Xu Xing's eyes, as if seeking to unveil his innermost thoughts. After a prolonged moment, Commander Tang averted his gaze, gently patting Yuan Fongting on the shoulder, stating, "The world is about to change." Yuan Fongting nodded solemnly, echoing, "Indeed, this world is poised for transformation." Chapter 12. The weight of one individual, Xu Xing, exceeds our collective worth 1,000-fold, 1,000,000-fold. When all conceivable possibilities of a situation are exhausted, the singular possibility that remains, no matter how bizarre or terrifying, must inevitably be the final answer. As Xu Xing himself has articulated, he is a reincarnate. This concept, having withstood the scrutiny of 3 prophecies, has become an undeniable truth in the minds of those present in the command hall, regardless of how unfathomable it may seem. Upon accepting this notion, a multitude of questions arose. Reincarnation? From where did he return? How much does Xu Xing know about the future? How long has he been back? What are his intentions? Countless inquiries swirled in their minds, catalyzing another. We know he is a reincarnate. We know he possesses knowledge of the future, so what can we do? Among those present were not only high-ranking military officials, but also esteemed academics and business magnates, all wielding vast resources and authority. Any shred of valuable information could potentially unleash a monumental force that could reshape the world. Upon this realization, the previously bewildered expressions of the attendees transformed into clarity. As they felt the situation shift into the realm of political intrigue they were accustomed to, I propose that Commander Tang send someone to secure Xu Xing. Such a figure must be utilized for our benefit, exclaimed a visibly agitated individual, rising to voice his fervent suggestion. Commander Tang and Yuan Fongting turned towards the source of the sound, discovering it to be Director Kai from the Lottery Center. Secure? Commander Tang mused with a smile, repeatedly uttering the word, but suddenly his demeanor shifted, and with a cold expression, he seized a teacup from the table and hurled it at Director Kai, exclaiming vehemently, "Kai Chong, are you a fool or a simpleton? The white porcelain teacup soared across the conference table, striking Director Kai squarely on the forehead with a resounding crash. Shattering into countless fragments, blood streaming down. Kai let out a pained cry, clutching his head, his eyes wide as he gazed incredulously at Commander Tang, unable to fathom the assault. The others in the conference room held their breath in stunned silence. Commander Tang rose, his countenance dark and foreboding, approaching Kai with a mocking smile. And as he drew near, he grasped Kai by the collar, demanding sternly, "Secure? Seika Xu Xing, what audacity possesses you to entertain such thoughts? You seek to control the only reincarnate in human history. Do you comprehend the extent of the future knowledge he holds? Do you realize it was he who reached out to us? Do you understand that a mere utterance from him could alter the course of the entire world? Are you aware that if you inadvertently provoke Xu Xing's displeasure, we could squander this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to connect with the future? You know nothing. You merely rely on your pig-headed intellect to conceive the simplest and most foolish solutions. Ignorance is not your fault, but please refrain from displaying it in my presence. Understand that before you lies the only reincarnate in the world. Alone, he carries a weight 1,000-fold greater than all of us combined. 10,000-fold. In the presence of such a being, you speak of controlling him? Kai Chong was already paralyzed by fear. The pain in his forehead was secondary. The ferocity emanating from Commander Tang, steeped in a sea of blood and corpses, made him feel as though he were treading the gates of the underworld. His terror palpable as his eyes rolled back. Commander Tang released Kai Chong's collar, allowing him to collapse onto the ground, his fierce gaze sweeping slowly over the others in the hall. Outside, at some point unnoticed, soldiers armed to the teeth had taken up positions, maintaining a vigilant watch over the military command hall. Commander Tang surveyed the scene before stating, "I have just reported the situation to our superiors. They have instructed us to maintain effective communication with Comrade Xu Xing at all costs. Furthermore, I have been appointed as the overall head of the Xu Xing incident, with an official appointment to follow shortly." At this revelation, the crowd stirred slightly. Commander Tang already held the rank of general. Understanding this, all dissent vanished. After a moment of contemplation, Commander Tang offered an explanation for his earlier actions. Without a doubt, Xu Xing is of utmost importance. Yet, it is not merely the man himself who matters, but the future information he possesses. Moreover, you must recognize that it was Xu Xing who first reached out to Yuan Fangting, which initiated our contact. After establishing communication, Xu Xing did not conceal himself or retreat. Rather, he graciously accepted the company of our personnel. What does this imply? It signifies his goodwill. It indicates that we have established a promising beginning. Therefore, I hope our communication with Xu Xing will be constructive and effective, rather than forced or adversarial. I do not wish for anyone to employ any foolish means to undermine the trust between us and Xu Xing. Having clarified his stance and observed no signs of surprise or dissent among the crowd, Commander Tang's expression softened somewhat, and he decisively proceeded to outline the work ahead. First, I appoint Comrade Yuan Fangting as my assistant to fully engage in communication with Xu Xing. There were no objections. Everyone knew that Xu Xing's first call had been made to Yuan Fangting. No one understood why Xu Xing chose to contact him, but the fact remained. In the context of the Xu Xing incident, no one could replace Yuan Fangting's position and role. Second, as we are still uncertain of Xu Xing's intentions and the specific fields involved, I ask that everyone present refrain from returning to their units for the time being. Additionally, to maintain confidentiality, the Military Research Institute will temporarily operate under military control. Some felt uneasy about this directive, yet objections remained unvoiced, and they could only nod in reluctant acceptance. Commander Tang, unconcerned with their personal feelings, continued with the third arrangement. Third, we shall engage with Comrade Xu Xing to gain a deeper understanding of the events that are to unfold in the future. In regard to this matter, to demonstrate sincerity, I shall personally lead the team to seek an audience with Xu Xing. Now, Commander Tang rapped his fingers on the table. Who wishes to accompany me? In an instant, all present raised their hands eagerly. Even Director Kai, who was nursing a bleeding forehead, was not exempt. It was no jest. To engage with the world's sole reincarnate was a privilege and an opportunity of unparalleled magnitude. This was curiosity. This was an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Moreover, it represented an exceptional chance to ascend in power and status. Such an opportunity was simply irresistible. Commander Tang surveyed the throng of nearly 100 individuals, feeling somewhat vexed. Were they to seek a negotiation with Xu Xing or to engage him in a brawl? Yet, he found himself at a loss, entirely unaware of Xu Xing's forthcoming words, and thus could not arrange for any specialized personnel to accompany them. He had no choice but to take them all along en masse. Upon reflection, a delegation comprised of nearly 100 high-ranking generals, academicians, and corporate magnates was indeed unprecedented. However, for Xu Xing, the one and only reincarnate, such a grand and opulent entourage was entirely justified. Commander Tang, I have a query. Once all arrangements were complete, a military officer responsible for logistics raised his hand. Commander Tang nodded. Please proceed. Are we to visit Xu Xing's hometown directly? Is that not feasible? It's not that it's unfeasible, but the logistics officer elaborated. Our sudden appearance in a small village could potentially stir political ramifications. Commander Tang fell into contemplation. The presence of such heavyweight figures in a quaint village would undoubtedly create considerable ripples, not only locally, but even at the provincial and municipal levels. If they arrived unannounced, it could indeed provoke various speculations. Yet, this was of little consequence. For him, the paramount concern was Xu Xing. The sentiments of the local government were entirely irrelevant. The pressing question remained. What did Xu Xing wish them to do? Commander Tang summoned Yuan Fangting, and the two began to reminisce about Xu Xing's recent actions, pondering for a while before reaching a consensus. Xu Xing, it seemed, was indifferent to the scale of the gathering or the number of attendees. In fact, they even speculated that Xu Xing might prefer a more extravagant affair. This notion was hinted at by his decision to purchase 300,000 pieces of paper money to pay homage to his ancestors upon returning home. Having clarified this point, Commander Tang formulated a plan. Let us inform the relevant comrades in Jin province that we shall arrive at Qinga village in 4 hours. I asked for their assistance in coordinating our visit. Yuan Fangting, as the designated contact, took it upon himself to arrange the matter. He reached out to Secretary Chun of the Jin provincial office via secure channels. Upon hearing Yuan Fangting's request, Secretary Chun promptly reported it to the supervising deputy governor. The deputy governor was inundated with questions. A gathering of high-ranking generals, esteemed scholars, and corporate leaders. What an extraordinary assembly! Moreover, and of greater significance. Qinga village? What sort of locale was this? Why would such a distinguished entourage venture there? Secretary Chun indicated a minuscule dot on the map, identifying it as Qinga village. But beyond that, he possessed no further information. The same inquiry had been posed to Yuan Fangting, who merely responded that it pertained to confidential matters and could not be disclosed. Both individuals found themselves utterly powerless in the face of such secrecy. Not knowing was simply a part of the situation. However, the necessary preparations for hosting must still be undertaken. Yet, it would be absurd for provincial leaders to visit a remote village for such receptions, as they were utterly unfamiliar with the area and would likely struggle to find their way. Consequently, Secretary Chun, acting on behalf of the provincial authorities, sent a letter to Qingya City, indicating that in 3.5 hours, provincial officials alongside military leaders would be visiting Qinga village for an inspection and requested that appropriate arrangements be made for their reception. Upon receiving the reception letter from the province, Qingya City was thrown into a flurry of activity, as they were perplexed about the significance of Qinga village and why such high-ranking officials would choose to inspect it. They dared not inquire further, instead urgently contacting the county to ensure that preparations were in place within 3 hours. The county officials were equally bewildered, yet the prospect of provincial and ministerial leaders visiting for inspection was an unprecedented event, prompting the entire leadership team to mobilize towards Qinga village. They also issued directives to the town. Preparations must be completed within 2.5 hours, as senior officials were en route for an inspection. Upon receiving the news, the town reacted as if facing a formidable adversary, swiftly mobilizing all staff to prepare for the inspection and urgently contacting Suding Shan, the village head of Qingga village, to ensure readiness within 2 hours. Su Dingshan, upon receiving the urgent call, was filled with confusion. A visit from city officials to Qingga village? What was the meaning of this? What preparations should be made? Unable to fathom the situation, yet pressed for time with only 2 hours at his disposal, he resorted to activating the village's loudspeaker to urgently summon the village's core members and rally the entire populace to see if they could tidy up the premises. Beyond that, he was uncertain what further preparations were necessary, leaving him to adapt as circumstances unfolded. When Xu Xing returned to the village, accompanied by Wang Dongjun and Lu Laoban, he was taken aback to find everyone diligently cleaning the streets. Was a ritual for ancestors supposed to take place? Why was everyone sweeping? The ancestral worship had been postponed. His mother, Wu Shulian, reluctantly explained that a high-ranking figure from the city was coming for an inspection, prompting everyone to prepare for their reception, even delaying the ancestral worship time. Xu Xing furrowed his brow. The timing for such rituals seemed rather flexible. Yet he pondered, if there was to be no ancestral worship, how would he burn the 30,000 yuan in paper money? Chapter 13. Who still talks about love after rebirth? You. Return my money. As Xu Xing returned home, he was abruptly confronted by a woman who bounded towards him, vociferously demanding his attention. Her outstretched finger nearly poked him in the forehead. Wang Dongjun swiftly intervened, blocking her advance. Xu Xing scrutinized the woman's face and, after a moment of reflection, realized with dawning recognition that she was none other than his blind date, Lu Xuechuan. With a sardonic smile, Xu Xing retorted, "Your money? What do you mean by your money? I'm talking about the bride price." Lu Xuechuan shouted through the human barrier formed by Wang Dongjun and Gao Yao. "Xu Xing, you scoundrel. You promised me 30,000 in bride price. How can you simply renege on that agreement?" A crowd of villagers had gathered around Xu Xing's home, drawn by the rumors of his supposed purchase of 30,000 in paper money to honor his ancestors. Some came to pay their respects, while others, intrigued by Lu Xuechuan's tearful entrance, sought to indulge in gossip. At the mention of 30,000, the onlookers' expressions shifted, their thoughts naturally drifting to the large truck parked nearby, laden with precisely that amount of paper currency. "Give, but it hasn't been given yet." Xu Xing mocked. "How can money that hasn't been handed over be considered yours?" Xu Xing's sentiment towards Lu Xuechuan could be distilled into a singular truth. In this new life, who would still be a sycophant? "Wait, what do you mean?" Lu Xuechuan exclaimed, her voice rising in agitation. "We had an agreement. Once the bride price was given, we were to prepare for marriage. How can you change your mind so suddenly?" Her frustration escalated as she grappled with the bewildering turn of events. "Please, do not mention marriage again. Su Xing Waiva Dietz Mi Xin. Did I not inform you via WeChat that I have found someone better?" With that, he patted Lu Xuechuan on the shoulder. Having returned from rebirth, the paper money represented his ultimate aspiration. All notions of blind dates, marriages, and related entanglements were to be cast aside. Lu Dongxiang, feeling the weight of Xu Xing's hand on his shoulder and reflecting on his words, suddenly paled. "Found someone better? Surely, you can't mean me?" "No way. My friend, I, old Lu, do not sell myself," he protested. Yet, after a moment's consideration, he bit his lip. If the money were to materialize, all could be negotiated. An alliance between men was not out of the question. Xu Xing observed Lu Dongxiang's sudden shift in demeanor. A disconcerting mix of longing and shame washed over him. Meanwhile, Lu Xuechuan, sensing Xu Xing's intent to provoke her, decided to abandon her facade of sorrow. She discreetly signaled to Brother Zhang and his companions behind her. Brother Zhang, accompanied by 4 rugged associates, had been feigning indifference at the back, but, upon catching Lu Xuechuan's glance, approached Xu Xing with a menacing demeanor. Resorting to coercion after failing to deceive? Xu Xing had yet to speak when Su Bulin, who had been watching the unfolding drama, stepped forward. Su Bulin had originally spent a considerable sum of 20,000 to purchase an array of sacrificial offerings, intending to make a grand impression at the family festival. However, he was met with the ruthless dominance of Xu Xing, who had a staggering 300,000 at his disposal. A tinge of resentment towards Xu Xing lingered within him. But such feelings were merely internal family matters. Now, These outsiders sought to impose themselves upon the Xu family's territory, and Xu Bulin would be the first to refuse such affronts. "Youngster, one ought not to speak carelessly," Brother Zhang bellowed, stripping off his shirt to reveal a canvas of tattoos and scars, thrusting his brutish face intimidatingly close to Xu Bulin's. "Did I say I would rob you? Did I ever mention harming anyone? Did I utter threats of murder?" Though Brother Zhang did not explicitly threaten, every word dripped with menace. The foul stench of his breath assaulted Xu Bulin's senses, leaving him feeling suffocated. Yet, the most suffocating aspect was the murderous glint in the man's eyes. In a moment of panic, Xu Bulin felt cold sweat drenching his back and his legs growing weak, but he managed to muster his voice. "What are you doing? If you act recklessly, I'll call the police." "Call the police? Oh, how terrifying." Brother Zhang's smile was devoid of warmth. Swiftly turning cold as he barked, "Get lost." Xu Bulin was struck as if by lightning, trembling in fear, yet rooted to the spot. Around him, other members of the Xu family exchanged glances before scanning their surroundings for any available tools. Behind Brother Zhang, several of his companions, having joined him, also tore off their shirts to reveal grotesque scars. A fierce brawl was on the brink of eruption. In this tense and volatile moment, Xu Xing sighed. Everything had spiraled from his actions. How could he remain uninvolved? He gestured behind him. "Handle this." Boss Lu glanced at his slender limbs, a hint of trepidation in his eyes, echoing a bewildered inquiry similar to that of a lost soul. "Me?" Wang Dongjun cast a curious look at Boss Lu, nudging him aside before confronting the menacing Brother Zhang. "Who the hell do you think you are, Brother Zhang shot Wang Dongjun a disdainful glance, spitting onto the ground, and dismissively inquired. However, before he could finish his sentence, Wang Dongjun swiftly lifted his foot, with a piercing sound slicing through the air. His size 42 shoe crossed nearly 2 meters in an instant, crashing into Brother Zhang's face. The resounding impact sent Brother Zhang reeling, his vision filled with stars as he staggered backward. Yet, Wang Dongjun would not allow him to fall. He seized the collar and arm of Brother Zhang, barking an order as he propelled him overhead in a sweeping arc, slamming him onto the ground. The anguished cries of Brother Zhang morphed into a horrific wail that echoed through the air. Yet, apart from his chorus of despair, all present fell into an eerie silence. Xu Bulin, other villagers, Lu Xuechuan, Brother Zhang's companions. Their eyes witnessed everything, yet their minds remained in a state of disbelief. How could the previously arrogant and menacing figure suddenly be lying on the ground? The other three, who had followed Brother Zhang, ready to engage in a brawl, felt a chill run down their spines at this sight. They silently retrieved their discarded clothing and donned it once more, standing at attention with their hands obediently at their sides. Xu Xing stepped forward, flanked by Gao Yao and Wang Dongjun, who guarded him on either side. What do you intend to do?" Brother Zhang, sprawled on the ground, retreated in terror, his voice trembling as he stuttered. "If you act recklessly, I will call the police." "Call the police? Oh dear, how frightening." Xu Xing echoed Brother Zhang's words back to him without embellishment. Yet, he did not adopt a fierce demeanor. Rather, he placed his foot on Brother Zhang's clothing, discarding the phlegm he had spat out, and remarked coolly, "If you spit on the ground again, I shall make you swallow it." Upon hearing this, Brother Zhang felt an itch in his mouth, unable to suppress a few swallows. He suddenly felt a pang of grievance. He had merely intended to intimidate and extract some money, yet he had encountered someone even more ruthless than himself. Before he could comprehend the situation, he had already been knocked down. Damn it, even those involved in the underworld sometimes yearned to call the police. Just then, he truly heard the wail of police sirens. He thought it was merely a hallucination induced by the pain he had endured. However, his attention was soon drawn to 3 police cars speeding towards the end of the street. He also heard a voice shouting, "The town mayor is coming. The town mayor is coming. Everyone, prepare to receive him." In an instant, all of Brother Zhang's injuries ceased to ache. Chapter 14. The deputy provincial leader personally attends. Accompanying a visit to a small mountain village, Brother Zhang, originally named Zhang Gu, was nicknamed Zhang the Big due to his towering stature since childhood. Leveraging his size, he exhibited a brutish demeanor, often bullying others, which earned him the disdain of his classmates. However, he also garnered the admiration of a group of like-minded delinquents, and thus became Brother Zhang. For years, Brother Zhang ruled the underworld, honing a keen eye for discerning whom to provoke and whom to avoid. His initial intention for this outing was to confront a sycophant and demand the return of the 300,000 he had acquired, believing it would be a trivial matter. To his dismay, he failed to notice the formidable presence beside Xu Xing. Had he known such a capable fighter was nearby, he would have fled at the first opportunity. Now, having suffered a beating, he was struck with the harsh reality of his own limitations, and even the arrival of the police, which he had been fixated on, rendered him mute. In the world of delinquents, the fear of law enforcement often surpasses that of ordinary citizens. "Let us go," Brother Zhang commanded with a wave of his hand, attempting to retreat. "Are you just leaving without any compensation?" Lu Xuechen exclaimed, glancing between Brother Zhang and the impassive Xu Xing, stamping her foot in frustration. Brother Zhang, infuriated by Lu Xuechen's demeanor, nearly spat at her, but recalled Xu Xing's earlier warning, which prompted him to swallow his contempt. "You can ask for it yourself. I'm done with this," he retorted as he and his men prepared to depart. Seeing this, Lu Xuechen stamped her foot once more before hastily following. However, at that moment, Wang Dongjun and Gao Yao blocked their path. "Do we permit you to leave?" Wang Dongjun demanded, observing Brother Zhang's pained expression with a sigh. The task assigned to their squad by their superior was to monitor and protect Xu Xing closely. Being privy to certain inside information, they recognized the significance of Xu Xing, deemed a suspected reincarnator, and understood that even the slightest oversight could lead to dire consequences. The menacing figure before them had nearly harmed Xu Xing moments ago. Could they really allow him to walk away? Who knew whether he would lurk in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike? If that were to occur, Wang Dongjun and his team could face military law, awaiting rebirth in a better life. Brother Zhang sensed the gravity of the situation, but, recalling the ease with which Wang Dongjun had subdued him earlier, felt too intimidated to resist. He stood there, akin to a schoolboy awaiting a reprimand from a parent. The onlooking villagers, witnessing the once ferocious delinquents now behaving submissively, exchanged astonished glances and scrutinized Wang Dongjun and his companions, then curiously regarded Xu Xing. It was clear that these formidable individuals had been brought by Xu Xing himself. Yet Xu Xing remained silent, and the others were left in the dark. Feeling a sense of ennui after a while, they all rushed to the street to witness the arrival of the police cars and the town mayor. Qingge village was indeed a small place, and it was a rarity for such significant figures to come for an inspection, making it quite a spectacle. Xu Xing observed as everyone hurried to the street, gathering in clusters around the vicinity, and suddenly, a fragment of memory flickered in his mind. Upon deeper reflection, he recalled that 2 weeks hence, in the kingdom of Caroin, there would be a large assembly in a city that would lead to a stampede. This was indeed a glimpse of the future. Xu Xing meticulously recollected the details and then retrieved a small notebook to jot down this vital piece of information. Wang Dongjun and Gao Yao, upon catching sight of Xu Xing's notebook, widened their eyes in astonishment. Could this be a record of future events? The four exchanged knowing glances and, in perfect synchrony, took 3 steps back to expand their perimeter, ensuring that no prying eyes could glimpse the contents of the notebook. At that moment, Wang Dongjun felt his phone vibrate. It was a call from Commander Yuan Fangting. While answering the call, he remained vigilant, his piercing gaze making Zhang Gu uneasy. After a while, once Xu Xing had finished writing in his notebook, Wang Dongjun slowly approached. General Yuan had called to inform him that they would arrive in 30 minutes, led by Commander Tang. Xu Xing imperceptibly nodded, indicating that a resolution had seemingly been reached. Wang Dongjun, unsure of how to respond, listened as Yuan Fangting disclosed the prophecy regarding the Starship launch, which had proven entirely accurate. Although Wang Dongjun was not present in the command hall, he could easily envision the electrifying atmosphere that must have engulfed the room at that moment. To put it in contemporary terms, it was a deafening silence. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Qingge village, the village head, Su Dingshan, hurried towards the police car. "Welcome. A warm welcome to Mayor Gong for his inspection of our Qingge village." Mayor Gong Qinghong stepped out of the police vehicle, sweat glistening on his brow. Waving his hand dismissively. "What welcome? I'm not here for an inspection. It's the county." "No, that's not right. The county is bringing city leaders along." He inquired. "Is everything prepared?" Xu Xing wore a look of despair. "We have no idea what to prepare. The leaders haven't indicated why they're here or what they intend to inspect. This is utterly impossible to prepare for." "Nonsense." Mayor Gong cursed, pausing for a moment before quickly adding, "Gather your village's population data, land records, agricultural planning conditions, lists of impoverished households, dry toilet renovations, and hazardous housing renovations. Prepare all the relevant documentation." As he spoke, Mayor Gong furrowed his brow, glancing at the street. "By the way, why are there so many people here? What's with all the colorful sacrificial offerings by the roadside? Has something happened?" "Today is the day for ancestral worship in the village," Xu Xing explained quietly. "The Xu family from neighboring towns has returned, so naturally, there are many people and items." Mayor Gong, visibly displeased, retorted, "What are you thinking, holding ancestral worship at such a time?" Upon witnessing such utterances, the city leaders have decided to cancel everything today. Xu Xing hesitated for a moment. Gong Qinghong, filled with indignation, pointed an accusatory finger at Xu Xing and exclaimed, "What is this? Do you still wish to hold your position as the village chief? Quickly cancel it and disperse the crowd, even if the emperor himself were to arrive today. No ancestral rites are permitted. This will jeopardize my inspection, and you will face dire consequences." At that moment, Xu Xing felt an overwhelming despair. Continuing with the rites could lead to his immediate dismissal by Mayor Gong, while canceling them would likely provoke the ire of the entire village. "Why do you leaders find yourselves in such a remote place as Qinga Village? Are you simply at a loss for meaningful engagements?" As Xu Xing grappled with his dilemma, a convoy of 5 vehicles appeared on the street, providing him with salvation. Mayor Ma had arrived. Upon recognizing the license plates, Mayor Gong hurriedly rushed forward, resembling an eager pup. As soon as the vehicles came to a halt, he opened the door with great enthusiasm. However, Mayor Ma barely acknowledged him, swiftly turning to approach the second vehicle. The occupant of that car opened the door and emerged. To Mayor Gong's shock, it was none other than the municipal Mayor Jiang. The realization struck him like a thunderclap. Mayor Jiang held considerable power within the city's leadership. Goodness, this inspection team holds significant stature. What could be so remarkable about Qinga Village? "Mayor Jiang, greetings. I am Gong, the mayor of Bia Town in Qinga Village," he stammered, eager to curry favor. Yet, Mayor Jiang ignored him completely, mirroring Mayor Ma's indifference as he turned towards a third vehicle. Mayor Gong, undeterred by the snub, was instead filled with astonishment. If even Mayor Jiang was here to greet someone, could there be an even higher authority present? With that thought, Gong Qinghong instinctively glanced at the license plate of the third vehicle. Jine. It belonged to a provincial leader. Could it be? The conjecture sent waves of astonishment through him, prompting him to closely follow in the footsteps of Mayor Ma and Mayor Jiang, his eyes widening in anticipation. "Liang Province. We have arrived," Mayor Jiang announced respectfully as he stood by the vehicle door. Upon hearing those words, Gong Qinghong realized his suspicions were correct. He gasped in awe. "My goodness, even a vice-provincial level leader has come to inspect. What on earth has emerged from Qinga Village?" Countless thoughts raced through his mind, yet no matter how he pondered, he felt utterly inadequate, unable to conceive of a situation that would warrant such high-level attention. However, the utmost shock awaited him when Vice-Provincial Leader Liang stepped out and uttered his first words. "The inspection team will be arriving shortly. Everyone, prepare yourselves." "What? An inspection team? Wait a moment, aren't you all part of the inspection team?" Could it be Gong Qinghong's mind spiraled with a frenzied thought? Could it be that the vice-provincial leaders have come not merely to inspect, but to accompany the actual inspection team? If such a grand display is warranted for an accompanying role, how formidable must the true inspection team be? Gong Qinghong felt that his imagination had reached its zenith. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not conceive of what today's scene truly entailed. All he could articulate was madness. It was utterly insane. Chapter 15. The astonishing little reborn if Deputy Provincial Leader Gong Qinghong were to appear in the solemn setting of a grand assembly, he would consider it merely a minor affair, indicating that he needed further practice. However, when he found himself in the remote and impoverished mountain village, he comprehended the immense significance of the occasion. Each of the numerous luxury buses, filled with individuals who could easily outclass him, the town mayor, 100-fold, underscored the gravity of the situation. Yet, these esteemed figures were merely present to accompany a visiting delegation. Just how formidable was this delegation? What could possibly attract them to the humble village of Chinga? Did they have any connections to royalty? Gong Qinghong suddenly felt a pang of regret. He had spoken too loudly with the village director earlier. As he contemplated turning to seek reconciliation with Director Xu Dingshan, he noticed the county mayor beckoning for the village head amidst the gathering around provincial leader Liang. "Excuse me, could the director of Chinga village come over for a moment?" Xu Dingshan hurriedly approached. Gong Qinghong watched in awe, particularly envious when he witnessed Xu Dingshan shake hands warmly with provincial leader Liang. By some inexplicable impulse, he found himself unable to restrain his legs, inching closer to where the leaders congregated. However, after just a couple of steps, he was intercepted by the security personnel accompanying the leaders. "Let him through. He is the deputy mayor responsible for Chinga village and may possess some relevant insights," the county mayor remarked. Gong Qinghong cast a grateful glance at the county mayor, nearly bowing in appreciation. Provincial leader Liang waved his hand. "Since you're knowledgeable about the situation, come and listen." Gong Qinghong quickly trotted over, aligning himself beside Xu Dingshan to listen to the inquiries from the leaders. "Have you noticed any unfamiliar individuals conducting investigations or surveys in the vicinity recently?" Provincial leader Liang inquired. Xu Dingshan, after careful consideration, shook his head affirmatively. "No." Gong Qinghong echoed the sentiment with a nod. "Have any significant events occurred recently? Or anything out of the ordinary?" Provincial leader Liang continued. Xu Dingshan pondered once more, but still shook his head. "No. Everything is just typical rural affairs." Gong Qinghong mirrored his response. However, Xu Dingshan suddenly added, nearly causing Gong Qinghong to strain his neck. "If we were to speak of significant matters, today marks the day of the Xu family's ancestral worship." Ancestral worship? Provincial leader Liang raised an eyebrow. "Does your Xu family have any notable figures? Is there someone returning to acknowledge their roots today?" Xu Dingshan continued to reflect, nearly flipping through the Xu clan's genealogy in his mind. Yet ultimately shook his head slowly. "No. Looking back through generations, we have not produced any prominent figures." Gong Qinghong nearly nodded in agreement, but stopped himself, realizing that the affairs of the Xu family were of no consequence to him. Provincial leader Liang, having posed 3 consecutive questions without yielding any substantial information, lost the inclination to pursue further inquiries. Everyone present was enveloped in a state of bewilderment, utterly unaware of the true intentions concealed within the visiting delegation. The only course of action was to await their arrival. With this thought in mind, Liang waved his hand, signaling the 2 individuals to depart and promptly prepare a clearing for the helicopter's landing. Gong Qinghong was reluctant to leave, yet he had no choice but to depart in frustration. After finally managing to be close to the deputy provincial governor, he found himself merely shaking his head, which could hardly create a favorable impression. Xu Dingshan, a simple herdsman from a small village, was particularly stirred by the revelation that the delegation was arriving by helicopter. He hurriedly organized the villagers to clear the area. "Village chief, what is happening? Which high-ranking official is coming to inspect us?" As Xu Dingshan turned to head back, a group of curious villagers approached him. "Go, go, go, keep your distance," he waved them away, then mysteriously added, "I fear that revealing too much might frighten you." His cryptic words only heightened their curiosity, and they leaned in closer. "Do you see that man in black over there?" Xu Dingshan pointed discreetly at Gong Qinghong and whispered, "He is the deputy mayor of Bixia town." The villagers gasped softly, their expressions remaining somewhat subdued. After all, a deputy mayor was not such a remarkable figure. "And do you see that man in the white shirt?" Xu continued, "He is the county magistrate of Yuanjing." He then gestured to the slightly plump man standing beside the magistrate. "That is the mayor of Wuqiu City." At this revelation, the villagers reacted with astonishment, exclaiming in unison, "Wow, the county magistrate and the mayor have both come. What fortune has befallen our Chinga village to attract such illustrious guests? Are they here to pay respects to our ancestors? When did the Xu family ever possess such prominence? Listening to the villagers' astonishment, Xu Dingshan feigned a dismissive shake of his head. This is merely the beginning. It is far from over. Have you noticed the man in the jacket, standing beside the mayor, with his hands clasped behind his back? He added with an air of mystery, "That is the vice-governor of Jin province." At this, the villagers' eyes widened in disbelief. Xu Dingshan continued in a hushed tone, "And our vice-governor is merely accompanying someone else." The villagers were left utterly stunned. What? The vice-governor isn't even the highest-ranking official? There are even greater leaders coming. A wave of gasps rippled through the crowd, with every villager quietly exclaiming in excitement, their hearts racing with anticipation. The humble Chinga village was suddenly thrust into the spotlight, and everyone felt a sense of pride and glory. Enough standing around. Quickly prepare a clearing. Xu Dingshan, having relished the moment of suspense, returned to the task at hand, rallying the villagers with tools in hand to head toward the grassy riverbank. The villagers of Chinga, fueled with enthusiasm, young and old alike, rushed toward the river. Xu Xing, Brother Zhang, observed a slightly embarrassed onlooker as he watched the bustling crowd make their way to the river. "Aren't we going? If we don't hurry, I might just slip away." Yet Xu Xing remained unfazed, quietly sipping his tea. "There is no need to rush. We need not go to them. They will come seeking us," Brother Zhang scoffed. "Come looking for you? Who do you think you are?" Xu Xing paid no heed to Zhang Ge, instead silently organizing his thoughts. Having been reborn, his goal remained singular. That is, to amass as much paper money as possible before the arrival of the terrifying world, in order to obtain ghostly currency. But what constitutes much? For Xu Xing, the answer was limitless. The larger the scale of the paper money burned, the better. The longer the duration of the burning, the more desirable, ideally until the arrival of the horrifying world when the passage for ghostly currency would be irrevocably sealed. After all, one could never have too much ghostly currency. To achieve this extraordinary feat, Xu Xing must mobilize the entire nation's strength, transforming the infrastructure-obsessed Great Xia into a veritable currency-manic powerhouse. However, realizing such an unfathomable ambition was no trivial task. At this moment, Xu Xing's prophetic visions of the future solidified his identity as a reborn individual. Yet, this was merely the beginning, merely the inception of his currency-manic plan. What the future holds, that depends on the forthcoming meeting with Commander Tang. They wish to see Xu Xing, and he, of course, wished to meet them. With this thought, a subtle shift occurred in Xu Xing's mind. He gently rubbed his thumb and index finger together. What was once an ordinary gesture suddenly transformed in a remarkable fashion. A dark green, ghostly currency materialized in his hand without any forewarning. The currency bore the inscription, "Terrifying Bank, 100 yuan." At that same moment, the balance of ghostly currency in Xu Xing's mind also fluctuated. Ghostly currency balance, 109. 4437 yuan. Ghostly currency balance, 9. 4437 yuan. Withdrawal of ghostly currency. When Xu Xing's balance exceeded 100 yuan, a notification unexpectedly appeared in his mind, indicating that he could extract the balance within the interface. No need for a card, no need for escape. With but a thought, the withdrawal could be completed. The convenience was remarkable. Yet one must wonder, what use would it be even if withdrawn? Could ghostly currency be spent in the realm of the living? Xu Xing was not particularly concerned with what 100 ghostly yuan could procure. Rather, he was intrigued by the seemingly implausible method of withdrawing ghostly currency. Perhaps this small maneuver would yield extraordinarily delightful results, providing Commander Tang and others with a subtle shock of rebirth. Chapter 16, Astonishment. The general from Samsung comes specifically to pay respects to Xu Xing. As the villagers of Chinga village were diligently preparing a suitable landing area for the helicopter on their lawn, the sound of whirring rotors filled the sky. In no time, 3 helicopters appeared, flying in a triangular formation over the mountaintop. "Mom, look, a helicopter. Wow, they really arrived by helicopter? These helicopters look incredibly impressive. And are they armed? Goodness, are these armed helicopters?" The sight of 3 sleek, black helicopters left the villagers in awe, but their astonishment grew exponentially when, after the initial trio approached, a multitude of helicopters emerged from the mountainside. At least a dozen. My goodness, how many are there? Dozens of helicopters, including armed ones. Are they here for inspection? I would be surprised if they were here to eradicate bandits. Thank heavens I haven't done anything wrong, otherwise. I will be drenched in sweat right now. In just over a minute, the leading trio of armed helicopters hovered above the lawn, allowing the villagers to see them more clearly, and they eagerly waved in greeting. Land on this lawn. Yet, the pilots of the armed helicopters seemed oblivious to their pleas, showing no intention of landing. Instead, they dispersed to the front, left, and right, circling the village's perimeter. What does this mean? Don't they realize this lawn is a suitable landing spot? There are mountains over there, no place to land. I've seen on television that helipads usually have letters indicating where to land. Should we write something for them to understand? Do you think helicopter pilots are as foolish as you? The villagers were perplexed, unable to comprehend the intentions of the three armed helicopters. At that moment, the leading trio from the following formation approached. Unlike the armed helicopters, these appeared to be the type capable of carrying numerous passengers. The villagers continued waving, urging the helicopters to land on the lawn. However, these three helicopters, too, disregarded their signals and headed toward the village's edge. Unlike the armed helicopters, these transport helicopters did not fly far. Halfway through, they began to hover in the air. What's going on? The villagers wondered, and suddenly, the doors of the transport helicopters opened simultaneously, and ropes were dropped from above. The villagers gasped in shock. One by one, soldiers clad in camouflage and armed with weapons began to descend from the helicopters, gripping the ropes as they jumped down. What is happening? First, armed helicopters patrolling the skies, and now soldiers descending from above to control the situation? Is this a drill? It feels like a scene from a movie. The villagers stood in stunned silence, their minds overwhelmed by the day's unexpected events. The current situation was utterly incomprehensible to them. All they could do was exclaim in astonishment, "Incredible! And what on earth?" While others merely stood perplexed. Helicopters continued to arrive one after another. The villagers, oblivious to the unfolding events, lost the desire to wave or greet. Unexpectedly, the leading helicopter descended directly over the lawn, slowly lowering itself until it came to a complete stop. As Yuan Fongting disembarked from the helicopter, he was greeted by a large crowd of men, women, and children standing by the roadside. Though he was uncertain of their identities, it was evident that these individuals were likely compatriots or relatives of the reborn Xu Xing. It would be prudent to acknowledge their presence. Yuan Fongting waved at the crowd, only to be met with silence. Their faces bore an expression of resentment that left him bewildered. Choosing to disregard their demeanor, he surveyed the area before hastening towards Liang Sheng. "Hello, Liang Sheng. I am Yuan Fongting from the Military Research Institute. Welcome to our Qinga village for your inspection," Liang Sheng exclaimed, warmly grasping Yuan Fongting's hand, his smile radiant enough to bloom flowers. Commander Tang remained in the helicopter, waiting for everyone to disembark before making his own exit. Yuan Fongting explained that the landing zones suitable for helicopters were limited, necessitating a staggered approach for each aircraft. "That's perfectly fine. We shall wait patiently," Liang Sheng replied, curiosity piqued. "Just how many of you have arrived?" With a casual smile, Yuan Fongting responded, "Not too many. Just 83 in the inspection team and 134 in the security detail." Liang Sheng, along with the mayors, county heads, town leaders, and village heads surrounding him, were incredulous upon hearing these figures. Is that not many? Then what constitutes a large number? Are we to expect an entire army? Moreover, while an inspection was one matter, the presence of such a considerable number of soldiers and armed helicopters raised countless questions in their minds. Yet, the military had no obligation to elucidate their actions to these mere spectators. Unfazed by the crowd's curiosity, Yuan Fongting maintained the necessary social niceties, introducing the members of the inspection team to Liang Sheng. "This is General Qi, commander of the 93rd Army. This is Academician Lin from the Engineering Academy. This is Academician Pang from both the Engineering and Science Academies. This is Mr. Pan from Guiyuan Group. This is Director Kai from the Welfare Lottery Center. And this is our theater commander, Commander Tang. Initially, the crowd listened with casual interest, but slowly their attention sharpened. Their ears perked up, eyes widened, and mouths gaped in astonishment. With each title announced, their eyes grew wider, and by the end of the introductions, they were left utterly stunned. Generals, 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 lieutenant generals, lieutenant generals, lieutenant generals, academicians, 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 executives, 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 executives. Each of these names belongs to titans of their respective fields. Figures of such immense stature that a mere presence would warrant a grand reception spanning miles. And yet, here they are, gathered en masse in this quaint mountain village. What gravitas this entails! Such an extraordinarily significant, intricate, and enigmatic assembly of luminaries has converged upon this modest locale. The crowd's collective mind falters. Commander Tang, greetings, Liang, a provincial leader of considerable influence, is the first to regain his composure amidst this awe-inspiring assembly, hastening to extend his welcome. Others, momentarily stunned, quickly follow suit. Governor Liang, how you do? Commander Tang replies courteously, I apologize for the inconvenience. Not at all. Not at all. Liang gestures dismissively, indicating the individuals behind him. Allow me to introduce you to our... Introductions can wait, Commander Tang interjects, unceremoniously cutting him off. We must prioritize the matter at hand. Very well, Liang, though interrupted, exhibits no outward sign of discontent. Rather, he exhales deeply, as if a pressing question has long lingered unasked, and now finds its moment to surface. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Commander Tang refrains from an immediate response, instead surveying the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the gathered villagers of Qingge. The generals, academicians, and executives trailing behind him mirror his actions, their eyes scanning the crowd. Liang and the others exchange glances, yet none dare to speak. The atmosphere suddenly grows heavy with silence. The villagers of Qingge wear expressions of confusion, uncertain of what these towering figures are observing. After an extended pause, with no discovery made by the delegation, Commander Tang finally sighs, a hint of wryness gracing his features, and somewhat sheepishly asks, might I ask where Comrade Xu Xing is? The name Xu Xing resonates through the air as it falls from Commander Tang's lips, echoing like the tolling of a great bell. Liang ponders this name, feeling no familiarity, and turns to those behind him. The mayor looks to the county head, who in turn glances at the town chief, and then the town chief directs his inquiry to the village director of Qingge, posing Liang's question, who is Xu Xing? At this moment, village director Su Dingshan feels an unusual sensation. The name Xu Xing lingers in his mind, yet it feels as though it is separated by a veil, elusive and unattainable. Earlier that morning, he had heard of Xu Xing purchasing 300,000 yuan worth of currency. Then, in the afternoon, news surfaced of Xu Xing's suitor coming to cause a stir. Now, he hears the name once more from the lips of these eminent figures. Could it be the same individual? How could that be? Yet, as Su Dingshan carefully considers, he realizes that there is no other person by the name of Xu Xing in all of Qingge village. Is it truly the same person? Su Dingshan cast a glance at the villagers and, indeed, did not find Xu Xing's figure. However, he spotted Xu Xing's mother, Wu Xiaolian, and hurriedly reported to the authorities, Xu Xing is not present, but his mother is here. After speaking, Su Dingshan swiftly squeezed in the crowd, tugging Wu Xiaolian along. Hurry, the leaders are looking for your son, Xu Xing. Huh? Wu Xiaolian uttered a sound of confusion. Oh! The surrounding villagers gasped in astonishment. A multitude of leaders had come specifically to this small mountain village to seek out Xu Xing. Is my son in trouble? Why have they sent such a large group to apprehend him? As Wu Xiaolian was pulled from the crowd, she beheld a dense assembly of individuals clad in shirts, jackets, and military uniforms, causing her legs to tremble. Her first thought was whether her son had committed treason. Otherwise, why would so many soldiers come specifically for him? Hey, what are you thinking? This is a good thing. Su Dingshan supported Wu Xiaolian and quickly clarified. The leaders refer to him as Comrade Xu Xing. Where is Xu Xing? You must fetch him immediately. Upon hearing it was not a bad matter, Wu Xiaolian sighed in relief and promptly replied, Xu Xing is at home. I will go get him right away. No need. At that moment, Commander Tang interjected, halting Wu Xiaolian. There's no need to call him. We shall go to him. With that, he gently guided Wu Xiaolian, inviting her to lead the way. The villagers, witnessing this, parted to clear the path. Commander Tang then led nearly 100 dignitaries in a grand procession towards Xu Xing's residence. The villagers lagged behind, whispering amongst themselves. What has happened to Xu Xing? Why are so many people searching for him? It's not merely the number of people. It's the number of leaders and helicopters, armed helicopters and soldiers. Xu Xing hasn't committed any crime, has he? What kind of offense could warrant such a spectacle? Liang Sheng and others continue to speculate. Who exactly was Xu Xing to attract such a multitude of high-ranking officials and experts to venture from afar to this small mountain village? Together, the throng of 300 to 400 arrived at Xu Xing's doorstep, with Commander Tang leading Yuan Fongting at the forefront. By the time they arrived, Xu Xing was already standing at the door, awaiting them. Although Commander Tang and Yuan Fongting had never met Xu Xing in person, they had spent the entire previous night scrutinizing his photographs, and now, upon seeing him in reality, there was an uncanny sense of familiarity. The crowd of 300 to 400 people stretched on their toes, widening their eyes, some even attempting to scale walls and trees, eager to witness the unfolding events. Then, they witnessed a scene that would be etched into their memories for a lifetime. A commander, adorned with 3 stars on his epaulets. A figure of authority surpassing even that of a provincial governor, stood before Xu Xing, his posture straight, raising his right hand in a solemn salute. Gomat Xu Xing, it is an honor to meet you. Boom! Boom! The eyes of the onlookers and the sounds they heard struck them like 2 nuclear bombs detonating in their minds, creating an overwhelming explosion of astonishment. Everyone was utterly astonished. Chapter 17. The first confrontation with the authorities, the villagers of Qingge were rendered utterly speechless, their senses dulled by the shocking scene before them. Just moments ago, they had been joyfully feasting on hot pot and singing merrily, eagerly anticipating the village's ancestral rites. Suddenly, a group of officials appeared, announcing their intention to conduct an inspection. Such an inspection would have sufficed, but the officials were of increasingly higher rank: town mayor, city mayor, provincial governor, figures the villagers had never encountered in their lifetimes. Just when they thought this was the pinnacle of their experience, an even more imposing delegation descended from the sky in a fleet of helicopters, shattering their previous understanding of reality. Armed helicopters hovered ominously overhead. Special forces descending from the air, their gleaming barrels aimed directly at the villagers, inciting both awe and a multitude of questions within their hearts. With such weaponry and firepower, one could easily believe they were witnessing the foundation of a rebellion from a bygone era. Yet now, they were told it was merely an inspection? What kind of official could withstand such scrutiny? Leading this formidable inspection team was Commander Tang, who, in the eyes of the villagers, resembled a warlord from a previous age, exuding an aura of danger and power that was almost blinding. Yet, at this very moment, this enigmatic and imposing commander stood at attention, saluting earnestly and uttering the words, "Please guide me." Had he been saluting other prominent figures, it would have been understandable. However, the individual before him, deserving of such respect, was none other than Xu Xing. The villagers of Qingge were left in a state of disbelief. Were they experiencing an illusion? Had the mighty commander lost his mind? Who was Xu Xing? He was merely an ordinary member of the village, someone they had grown up with, sharing meals and adventures, a brother in every sense of the word. What merit did he possess to warrant a salute from such a high-ranking commander? What achievements could compel a titan of authority to request guidance from him? The villagers struggled to comprehend, their minds swirling with profound questions. Goodness, when did Xu Xing become so formidable? The accompanying officials were equally astounded. Commander Tang, at the pinnacle of power, had come with his entourage for the sake of this young man. The mayor of the city, the county head beside him, and Mayor Gongqing Hong felt this realization intensely. Good grief, after years of sycophancy, they could not even secure a position beside the city mayor. Yet this young man had elicited a salute from the commander. Who on earth was Xu Xing? The same bewilderment plagued Zhang Ji's mind. As he observed the throng advancing toward them, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Now, witnessing a man in military uniform adorned with 3 stars on his shoulders, saluting Xu Xing with such solemnity, Zhang Ge was instantly paralyzed with fear. What the hell? He had dared to consider giving Xu Xing a piece of his mind just moments ago. Would Xu Xing command the helicopters to unleash their firepower upon him? The more he pondered, the more dread consumed him, his legs trembling uncontrollably, rendering him unable to stand. Amidst the crowd, all eyes converged on Xu Xing, whose heart was as tranquil as still water. He felt no trace of anxiety. Instead, he extended his hand with a smile, saying, "Commander Tang, it's been a while." Commander Tang grasped Xu Xing's hand, as if captured in a moment destined to be etched in history. "Long time. No see," he echoed Xu Xing's words, deep in thought. "Have we met before?" Xu Xing replied with a smile. "Yes, but not frequently. I primarily interacted with Yuan Fongting." A month later, the world of horror descended. Investigating this terrifying realm became the utmost priority for every nation, with the Great Xia leading the inquiry under Commander Tang's guidance. Xu Xing had only crossed paths with him hastily. Upon receiving this revelation, Commander Tang slowly nodded, a grave expression overtaking his features. After all, this was a reborn individual. He contemplated for a moment, opting not to continue conversing with Xu Xing, and instead turned to Yuan Fongting, solemnly uttering 2 words, "Clear the area." Engaging with a reborn individual entailed considerable implications. Even a casually spoken word could determine the rise or fall of a matter. Such conversations were not meant for just anyone to overhear. Yuan Fongting complied, leading the security team to usher everyone outside. The members of the investigation team, already aware of the situation's origin, gazed at Xu Xing with eager eyes, longing to engage with this soul reborn individual. Yet, they understood the gravity of the circumstances and obediently retreated. The villagers of Qingge responded swiftly, showing no hesitation in the face of darkened gun barrels, even feeling that this was indeed appropriate. After all, it aligned with the aura of significant figures making their entrance. The official investigation team, however, was reluctant to leave. They had followed from afar, yet gleaned nothing and understood little, feeling a tinge of frustration. But Yuan Fongting would not indulge them. A simple mention of military affairs rendered them unable to raise their heads. At that moment, Commander Tang called out, "Dr. Pang, stay for a moment. Also, Mr. Chu and Chairman Lin should remain." He considered the identities present, retaining a few individuals in case Xu Xing needed someone to address specialized matters. Yuan Fongting summoned these individuals over, then proceeded to usher the rest out, continuously expanding the security perimeter. However, Xu Xing suddenly interjected, "Wait, I also have a few individuals I wish to retain." Yuan Fongting paused, turning to Xu Xing, who met his gaze without flinching. Yuan Fongting then glanced back at Commander Tang, who was fixated on Xu Xing, to call for people to remain. This was not merely a request. It was an assertion of control. To maintain confidentiality, clearing the area was acceptable. But if a commander could call for individuals to stay, why could a reborn individual not do the same? If not, what was the status of a reborn person? A mere puppet of the military? Commander Tang pondered Xu Xing's intentions, feeling he was inching closer to the truth. Xu Xing sought to convey his sentiments through this seemingly trivial act. "I, Xu Xing, the reborn, stand on equal footing with you." How absurd it is for an individual to aspire to equate himself with the representatives of a nation's might. Yet, Commander Tang was compelled to acknowledge that Xu Xing, perhaps the first and possibly the last of the reborn, indeed possessed that capital. After all, there may be several scores of generals, yet there exists but one reborn. The distinction between the two is unmistakable. In an instant, Commander Tang comprehended everything and nodded at Yuan Fongting. "Let us proceed as Comrade Xu Xing has suggested." Yuan Fongting nodded in response, silently aware that in this initial encounter, Xu Xing had already gained the upper hand. Chapter 18. I Bet Your Gun is unloaded. Commander Tang selected 4 individuals, while Xu Xing, in a show of equality, also chose 4. The chosen ones were Wang Dongjun, Lu Dongxiang, Su Bulin, and Wu Xiulian. Among them, only Wang Dongjun had been sent by Yuan Fangting for surveillance and protection, thus having some connection to the matter at hand. As for the other three, one was a woeful laborer, another owned a funeral home, and the last was a housewife, all of whom could be deemed of humble status. However, once Xu Xing spoke, these seemingly lowly individuals found themselves standing on equal footing with generals, academicians, and vice-provincial leaders. Upon being selected, the four were taken aback, utterly unprepared for their involvement in such a scenario. Is this within our reach? Wang Dongjun was somewhat aware, but the other three appeared bewildered, their legs trembling as they approached. Su Bulin and Wu Xiuyan grew more confident with each step, for Xu Xing was their kin. Only Lu, the funeral homeowner, was so nervous that he didn't know how to position his hands. Reflecting on his status as a struggling small business owner, he suddenly found his fate altered by this encounter with a man named Xu Xing. Lu was anxious, pondering why Xu Xing had chosen to retain him. Could it be that he had taken a liking to him? He clenched his teeth, contemplating submission, though feeling a pang of guilt towards his wife who awaited his return. Once the personnel were finalized, Yuan Fangting instructed his men to maintain vigilance around them. He then retrieved a chair from the room and beckoned everyone to sit in a circle in the courtyard. Xu Xing was the first to speak. I shall address the question that weighs most heavily on your minds. Indeed, I am a reincarnate. I hail from 2 months hence. Upon hearing Xu Xing's proclamation, Commander Tang and the others shifted in their seats, their hearts racing. Though there had been numerous speculations prior, to hear the words, "I am a reincarnate," directly from Xu Xing was a revelation that stirred their emotions. Yet, as they began to reconcile their shattered perceptions and accept the notion of reincarnation, a sense of regret lingered. Why only 2 months? Why not a few decades? With such foresight, they could have had an edge on the technological advancements and geopolitical dynamics of the coming years. If it were merely 2 months, it seemed rather inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. For the oblivious Lu, Su Bulin, Wu Xiuyan, and the others, Xu Xing's declaration caused their eyes to widen in disbelief. With Lu spitting out the tea he had just sipped. Reincarnate? Wu Xiuyan reacted even more intensely, gripping Xu Xing's hand in an attempt to ascertain the truth of her son's claim. Xu Xing repeatedly reassured her until she finally found solace. Witnessing this interaction, Commander Tang's gaze softened, silently adding a note of emotional depth to Xu Xing's character. A reincarnate with emotional depth would clearly be a more agreeable collaborator than one devoid of feelings. What transpired 2 months hence? Commander Tang inquired. Why you say this? Xu Xing deeply. After contemplating the notion of a reborn individual, I perused numerous entries and discovered that most of them were mere internet chatter. Commando Tang Su, noting that they all spoke of rebirth, which undoubtedly involves a catalyst. Thus, I surmised that something must have transpired 2 months later, prompting your return to life. Moreover, Commander Tang fixed his gaze upon Xu Xing's eyes, asserting that if nothing had occurred and it was merely a straightforward rebirth, your optimal course of action would be to leverage the informational advantage of a reborn individual to amass wealth, perhaps by purchasing lottery tickets or engaging in stock trading. Yet, your choice deviated from this path. You possessed knowledge of the lottery numbers, yet lacked a ticket. Instead, you directly contacted Yuan Fangting. One could argue that you voluntarily exposed yourself. The objective was to reach out to the authorities. Hence, the most rational conjecture is that something must have happened 2 months later, compelling the reborn you to connect with the officials and utilize their power to navigate the impending crisis that would still unfold after 2 months. Although Commander Tang referred to this as speculation, his tone carried an air of undeniable certainty. While it may not be entirely accurate, it certainly struck at the heart of the matter. Xu Xing silently elevated his appraisal of Commander Tang. It was no surprise that he had been chosen in his previous life as the head investigator of the horror realm. His insight was indeed sharp. Xu Xing shook his head, admitting that there had indeed been some unforeseen developments. However, it was not after 2 months, but rather 1 month. To be precise, 29 days and 13 hours later. As for the nature of these changes, Xu Xing hesitated momentarily, not out of a desire to conceal the truth, but rather in contemplation of how to articulate it. while the existence of a reborn individual might be approached through the lens of temporal theory. The absurdity of the horror's arrival made it exceedingly difficult to believe. He posed a question to Commander Tang. Do you believe me? Do you trust that I am a reborn individual? Do you have faith in every word I say? If we did not believe, we would not be here, Commander Tang asserted, gesturing toward the investigative team behind him and the helicopter circling above. Is that so? Xu Xing mused, taking a moment before continuing. Then let us conduct an experiment. An experiment? To test whether we trust you enough? Commander Tang's eyes sparkled with intensity, profound and unwavering. How would you like to proceed? Xu Xing glanced at his waist. Are you armed? Without hesitation, Commander Tang drew his handgun and placed it on the table. Take it, Xu Xing urged, his gaze piercing as if to delve into Commander Tang's soul, seeking to gauge the depth of that elusive entity known as trust. Undaunted, Commander Tang met Xu Xing's stare and then picked up the gun. When he heard Xu Xing's next demand, the resolute glimmer in his eyes momentarily faded into confusion. Xu Xing declared, eliminate Yuan Fangting. Upon hearing this, the audience, who had been engrossed in tea and snacks, abruptly halted their actions, struggling to comprehend the words that had just reached their ears. Execute. Yuan Fangting. Yuan Fangting stood behind Commander Tang, his mind intently processing each word uttered by Xu Xing. Suddenly, he heard his name announced, and before he could comprehend the situation, the word executed struck him like a thunderbolt, causing his eyes to widen in shock. No, Xu Xing, are you certain you did not err? You called me last night and lured me here today merely to have my former superior execute me? Are you out of your mind? Xu Xing disregarded the reactions of those around him, fixating his gaze on Commander Tang, stating, do you require me to repeat that? No, no need. I understand. Commander Tang's complexion gradually darkened to a shade of iron, his hand gripping the gun trembling slightly. Wu Xiulian, alarmed, quickly grasped Xu Xing's arm, exclaiming, Dear, there is no necessity for this. Such actions could lead to loss of life. Xu Xing remained silent, his eyes locked onto Commander Tang. You promise to trust me. Now, I command you to execute Yuan Fangting. What will you do? Commander Tang slowly rose, a flicker of anger in his eyes, his hand trembling as it rested on the table. Must it be this way? Xu Xing continued to maintain his silence. From Xu Xing's resolute gaze, Commander Tang discerned the answer. He turned to face Yuan Fangting, who trembled slightly but quickly regained his composure. He comprehended Commander Tang's intent. Xu Xing desired his death, and he had no choice but to acquiesce. Yuan Fangting understood and accepted his fate. As a soldier, obedience to orders was his sacred duty. If the order was for him to die, then he would meet that end. Yuan Fangting removed his hat, took off his epaulets, and reached into his pocket to extract a lottery ticket, placing it alongside the other two items. If I perish, please ensure you check on Yin, he uttered slowly. Then he stood straight and saluted. Commander, proceed. Commander Tang raised his pistol, pressing it against Yuan Fangting's temple, his arm quivering slightly. Old Tang, what are you doing? At this sight, Academician Pang could no longer remain seated and hastily grasped Commander Tang's arm. Chairman Chu, Director Lin, and Governor Liang, all drenched in cold sweat, sprang to their feet, attempting to wrest the gun away. Yet fearing an accidental discharge, they could only tightly embrace both Commander Tang and Yuan Fangting, striving to separate the two. However, it seemed one was resolutely determined to kill, while the other was equally resolute in seeking death, rendering their efforts futile. They turned to Xu Xing, who remained unaffected, and urgently called out to the already stunned Su Bulin and others, do not just stand there. Quickly persuade him. If this continues, we will truly face a calamity. Wang Dongjun, Boss Liu, Su Bulin, and Wu Xiulian, awakening from their stupor, hurried to crowd around Xu Xing, pleading earnestly for him to retract his words. Yet, Xu Xing merely pressed his lips together, uttering nothing, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Commander Tang. Commander Tang also maintained his focus on Xu Xing. With the gun pressed against his forehead, Yuan Fangting averted his gaze from the weapon, glancing alternately at Xu Xing and Commander Tang. The situation remained bizarrely at a standstill, with all pressure resting squarely on Commander Tang's shoulders. To fire? Would he shoot simply because of Xu Xing's words? To take the life of a major with a single bullet? Or to refrain from firing? Would the fragile bond of trust between him and the reborn be irrevocably severed? Sweat began to bead on Commander Tang's forehead, and the tremors in his arm grew increasingly pronounced. Finally, as his fingers trembled uncontrollably around the gun, he abruptly shifted the weapon away from Yuan Fangting's head. A collective sigh of relief escaped the others. However, they soon witnessed Commander Tang elevate the gun once more, this time aiming it at Xu Xing. What on earth was happening? Xu Xing, confronted by the ominous muzzle, displayed no fear, only a hint of curiosity. Do you know what crime it is to conspire to murder a major? Commander Tang barked, his face contorted with rage. I could execute you on the spot. Really? Then go ahead and pull the trigger. Xu Xing countered fearlessly, showing no sign of retreat. Commander Tang fell silent, merely pointing the gun at Xu Xing without uttering another word. Wu Xiuyan, witnessing this scene, felt a buzzing in her head, her vision darkening. Yet she instinctively threw herself into Xu Xing's embrace, attempting to shield him from the impending bullet. However, Commander Tang's aim remained fixed on Xu Xing's head, and Wu Xiuyan, shorter than him, was unable to provide any cover. Crouch down, son. Crouch down. Wu Xiuyan grasped Xu Xing's shoulders, desperately trying to push him down. Yet Xu Xing remained unresponsive, unmoving. Su Bulin, observing this, took a deep breath and made a swift decision. Being slightly taller than Xu Xing, he positioned himself in front of him. Commander Tang's furious gaze was fixed on the unfolding scene, while the others resignedly closed their eyes, bracing for tragedy. Yet, the anticipated gunshot never rang out. At some point, the fury on Commander Tang's face transformed into hearty laughter. The crowd opened their eyes in astonishment to see him casually toss the handgun in front of Xu Xing, exclaiming, I truly believe now that you are the reborn. Did you already know that my gun was unloaded? Unloaded? The assembly was taken aback. You, a high-ranking commander, had an empty gun? Why the menacing demeanor earlier? You nearly scared us to death. Only then did they collectively collapse in relief. Xu Xing toyed with Commander Tang's gun, a smile emerging on his previously stoic face. I've known for quite some time, just over a month actually. Oh, by the way, it was Yuan Fangting who informed me. Xu Xing nodded at Yuan Fangting. Your performance earlier was commendable. Yuan Fangting scratched his head awkwardly. As a longtime subordinate of Commander Tang, he was certainly aware of the commander's penchant for carrying an unloaded weapon. Upon hearing that Xu Xing intended to end his life with General Tang's pistol, he had hoped to stage a melodramatic performance. However, to his astonishment, Xu Xing had known from the very outset that the gun was unloaded. Did this not imply that Xu Xing had discerned his charade from the beginning? The mere thought of this filled Yuan Fangting with an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, causing an uncomfortable itch to spread throughout his entire being. Moreover, Xu Xing claimed that Yuan Fangting had mentioned it. When had he ever said such a thing? They had only met the previous night. Unless it transpired in the future, only then could all of this possibly unfold. Lottery wins, traffic accidents, starship launches, and now yet another instance of an unloaded execution. The succession of these events had left Yuan Fangting with no lingering doubts regarding Xu Xing's identity as a reborn individual. He was utterly and wholeheartedly in awe. Chapter 19. Should the Xu family offer paper offerings for Xu Xing? Xu Xing returned the empty handgun to Commander Tang, amusement flickering in his gaze as he observed the prostrate figures around him. Apart from Commander Tang, Yuan Fangting, and Wang Dongjun, those privy to the truth, the rest were paralyzed by terror. In their minds, the notion of a high-ranking general brandishing a pistol at one's head without bullets was simply unfathomable. The possibility of wagering on such a matter was utterly absent from their minds. They believed a bloody incident was imminent. It can be said that, when one possesses the foresight of a reborn individual, they often exude an inexplicable aura of invincibility. Xu Xing gently patted his mother, Wu Xiuyan, on the back, offering her continuous reassurance. He also took a moment to pat Su Bulin's shoulder. This fellow, previously inconspicuous, was merely a cousin who boasted about his modest earnings in his past life. Who would have anticipated that in this life? He would first shield Zhonggu and now stand before a gun's muzzle? Xu Xing felt a profound sense of admiration for him, deciding to burn some paper money for him, wishing him wealth and luxury in this terrifying world. Xu Bulin, however, had not contemplated such matters. His earlier fervor had been impulsive, and now, returning to his senses, he trembled uncontrollably, struggling to steady a cup of hot tea. The others were no different, drenched in cold sweat and overwhelmed by lingering fear. Only Xu Xing, Commander Tang, and Yuan Fangting maintained their composure, continuing their conversation with ease. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Xu Xing's calm demeanor in the face of the gun left the elder man in awe. Commander Tang returned the pistol to its holster, offering a polite compliment. Experience proves its worth, as both Commander Tang and Major General Yuan displayed a commendable level of skill in their earlier performance. Xu Xing graciously reciprocated the compliment, and Commander Tang accepted it with a steady demeanor, betraying no sign of embarrassment. However, Yuan Fangting felt restless, plagued by an awkwardness that resurfaced. With the preliminary test successfully passed and understanding deepening, could they now proceed to the main topic? Commander Tang, straightforward as ever, posed a direct question. Xu Xing responded equally succinctly. However, you did not fire the gun. Upon hearing this, Commander Tang fell silent. Xu Xing's demand was to eliminate Yuan Fangting. Yet he had merely pointed the gun at Yuan Fangting's head, without even pulling the trigger. Thus, it did not equate to an execution. I cannot fire upon my comrade, Commander Tang replied, even if the weapon were devoid of bullets. Ultimately, it reflects a lack of trust in me. Xu Xing candidly exposed this. If you cannot place your complete trust in me, then what I am about to say will hold no significance. Commander Tang shook his head. It is not a matter of disbelief, but as a soldier, I cannot use another's life to validate a statement's truth. As long as it does not endanger others or threaten national security, I can trust you without reservation. Is that so? Xu Xing smiled. The once confident and resolute Commander Tang felt a shiver at Xu Xing's smile, sensing he might have been overly confident too soon. Yet, having spoken, there was no recourse but to bravely nod in acquiescence. Indeed, regardless of the trials that lie ahead, as long as they do not harm others or threaten the nation, I shall comply with all. Xu Xing lifted the teacup, savoring a warm sip of tea, then raised his chin and gestured towards the large truck parked by the roadside. Then let us continue with the ancestral rites and burn some joss paper. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened slowly, a collective bewilderment washing over them. Wu Xiuyan and Xu Bulin gazed at Xu Xing with a sense of disbelief. Silly child. He is a high-ranking commander, an esteemed academician, a noble civil servant. Performing ancestral rites for the Xu family? Burning joss paper? Do we truly have such vast plumes of smoke at our ancestral grave? Academician Pan and others were equally perplexed. Ancestral rites and burning paper. Such practices are hardly befitting of a civil servant. Only Wang Dongjun appeared unperturbed, as if he had transcended worldly concerns. After all, he had recently returned from a similar ritual, the memories of that occasion still vivid in his mind. Commander Tang and Yuan Fangting exchanged glances, recalling the bizarre incident of burning paper that Wang Dongjun had reported previously. With a wry smile, Commander Tang inquired, "Using your photograph?" Xu Xing note that, reciting your name? Xu Xing continued to nod. You truly excel at presenting challenges. Commander Tang furrowed his brow, contemplating for a long while. Setting aside the question of whether these generals, academicians, and corporate leaders could or would partake in burning joss paper, the mere thought of offering Xu Xing's photograph for burning during the Xu family ancestral ceremony in front of the elder members of the Xu clan posed a significant moral and ethical dilemma that was enough to give anyone a headache. You indeed possess a knack for creating conundrums. Commander Tang Zaitet, gazing at Xu Xing's smiling visage. Regardless of the turmoil within, he could only nod slowly. As you wish. Let it be so. Meanwhile, the villagers and experts, naturally segregated into groups, congregated in their respective circles, chattering animatedly. How curious it would be to know what they were discussing. Regardless of the topic, it was beyond our grasp. One must be cautious not to know too much lest one faces dire consequences. Aren't you all curious about what Xu Xing has done to warrant such a commotion? Mind your language. It is comrade Xu Xing you should refer to him as. In any case, it appears to be a fortuitous event. Could it be that the Xu family is on the verge of producing a notable figure? It certainly seems that way, yet unfortunately, the ancestral rites have been delayed. Otherwise, we would have had the opportunity to report to our forebears. As the Xu family was enclosed within walls, the onlookers could not discern the happenings within, leaving them to speculate restlessly. Just as the discussions grew fervent, the courtyard gate swung open, revealing a young general named Yuan Fongting accompanied by a contingent of soldiers approaching the villagers. Suddenly, the chatter ceased and tension filled the air. Members of the expert group turned their attention toward the unfolding scene. "May I inquire who among you is the esteemed elder of the village?" Yuan Fongting asked. Commander Tang had acquiesced to Xu Xing's request, now executing the orders of Yuan Fongting to successfully conduct the sacrificial rites. The first step is to seek out the village's esteemed elder. An elderly man, distinguished by his white hair and leaning on a cane, was nominated. His name is Xu Xing, a figure of some repute within the village. Yet it remains unclear what the superior's intentions are. Yuan Fongting observed the elderly gentleman's trembling demeanor, finding it difficult to voice his thoughts. If he were to adhere to Xu Xing's proposition, would it not imply that this venerable elder would burn paper offerings for the younger Xu Xing? Such a notion would surely infuriate the old man. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Fongting resolved to bypass the elder and turned his attention to the village director, Xu Dingshan. It was decided. The resolute task would be entrusted to you. "Director Xu, come here. I have matters to discuss." Yuan Fongting beckoned Xu Dingshan. Upon hearing the term director emanate from the lips of a high-ranking major general, Xu Dingshan felt as though he might ascend into the heavens, hastily approaching with eagerness. Behind him, Mayor Gong Qinghong glared with jealousy, as if sparks might ignite from his eyes. "Director Xu, the ancestral rites for your family can proceed today," Yuan Fongting stated plainly once Xu Dingshan arrived. "No problem." Xu Dingshan beamed even brighter. The previous postponement of the ancestral rites had left the villagers discontented. Now, they would surely rejoice. However, there is a second stipulation. A photograph of Xu Xing must be utilized during the rites. "Ah." Xu Dingshan's smile faltered, confusion clouding his expression as he blinked in bewilderment at Yuan Fongting. Ignoring his confusion, Yuan Fongting continued with a third demand. During the rites, paper money must be burned, and it must be declared, "This is for Xu Xing." Wait, what? Xu Dingshan's smile vanished entirely, as he took considerable time to grasp that Major General Yuan Fongting was indeed not jesting. His alarm surged. How could it be? Our entire Xu family cannot possibly use the photograph of a younger relative for our ancestral rites, nor declare, "This is for Xu Xing." This is utterly absurd. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yuan Fongting sighed, seemingly unfazed by this reaction. He offered no explanations to Xu Dingshan, merely gesturing towards the soldiers behind him, who promptly aimed their formidable rifles at Xu Dingshan's head. "I'm not negotiating with you." The cold sweat cascaded down Xu Dingshan's brow. He dared not gamble on whether those rifles were loaded. Of course, it can be done. The rites can be flexible. The timing, the subjects, the eulogies. It's all about adaptability. Xu Dingshan quickly acquiesced. Yuan Fongting withdrew his rifle satisfied. Yet, he soon concealed his smile. How unfortunate it was to point weapons at ordinary civilians, an act he had always detested in warlords. Unbeknownst to him, this slayer of dragons had unwittingly donned the guise of a malevolent beast. "Xu Xing, you had better ensure that what you are about to undertake and utter is indeed of great significance, as you claim. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to take drastic measures." Chapter 20. Xu Xing, the living ancestor of the Xu family. Xu Xing offered his, not his behind, but rather his photograph. A large portrait was placed before the ancestral tablet of the Xu family. Hundreds of Xu family members stood around the photograph, exchanging perplexed glances, as an atmosphere of mounting agitation enveloped them. What on earth is happening? Are we truly to burn paper for Xu Xing's image? Isn't that a curse? Xu Xing himself is indifferent. Why should we care? It's not merely a matter of indifference. According to seniority, I am Xu Xing's elder. How can an elder burn paper for a junior? The older gentleman had yet to speak, so why the urgency? After Yuan Fangting engaged in a friendly and profound discussion with Xu Dingshan, the latter was greatly encouraged and promptly set about enlightening the Xu clan members. He began by announcing the resumption of ancestral worship, urging everyone to bring all the sacrificial items up the mountain. Particularly, he insisted that everyone carry a bundle of the 300,000 paper notes belonging to Xu Xing. Upon hearing that they could once again honor their ancestors, the villagers beamed with joy. However, upon reaching the burial grounds, when Xu Dingshan placed Xu Xing's photograph upon the grave, an unsettling feeling began to permeate the air. When Xu Dingshan proclaimed Yuan Fangting's third request, that they burn the paper while reciting it was for Xu Xing, the crowd fell in a stunned silence, quickly giving way to anger. What is this? Ancestral worship has transformed into a tribute to Xu Xing? What an unprecedented and outrageous demand. The Xu clan members were ready to abandon the endeavor. Yet, as the village director, Xu Dingshan possessed a few tricks up his sleeve. He first whisked away the village's elderly men and women, recognizing that their advanced age rendered them unsuitable for such a fraught situation. For the remaining individuals, Xu Dingshan employed a straightforward approach. He exerted his authority as an elder over the younger generation, while invoking the stature of the village director and the weight of national matters when addressing his peers. Ultimately, he was determined to suppress any dissent that dared to arise. Thus, a tenuous and bizarre equilibrium was maintained. Xu Xing stood at the forefront, his expression reflecting a complex array of emotions. Were it not for this terrifying world, he would not have found himself regarded as a spectacle by the entire village. Initially, his intent in purchasing the 300,000 paper notes was simple: to invest every available resource and time into converting them into ghostly currency. However, upon contacting the authorities, Xu Xing quickly discerned that this sum was insignificant compared to the ghostly currency the state could provide. Whether to burn or not seemed inconsequential. He had originally thought this way, but after conducting a paper-burning experiment with Wang Dongjun and others at the burial mound, Xu Xing's perspective shifted. He had manifested ghostly currency. When the vibrant green notes appeared in his hands, Xu Xing experienced an ephemeral sensation of being able to connect with the heavens and traverse the underworld. In that moment, he was struck by an instinctive realization. The legendary underworld undoubtedly exists. The arrival of a world steeped in horror may not be the spontaneous emergence of the underworld, but rather the dismantling of certain barriers that allows it to manifest in our realm. Does this imply that, even before the advent of this terrifying world, Xu Xing could utilize the spirit money to effect certain actions? What actions could he undertake? How might he proceed? Could the spirit money afford him a glimpse into the horror that awaits? All these questions linger in Xu Xing's mind, unanswered. Yet, he yearns to experiment. And for such an endeavor, there is no better subject than his revered ancestors of the Xu lineage. Thus, Xu Xing ingeniously devised a method to elevate the act of burning money to the sacred stage of ancestral worship. Upon closer inspection, it becomes apparent that the feng shui of the Xu family graveyard is quite auspicious. Sensing a somewhat somber atmosphere, Xu Xing resolved to invigorate it. Commander Tang cast a puzzled glance at Xu Xing, struggling to comprehend his words. On the contrary, Liang Sheng, astute in his understanding, responded with enthusiasm, affirming, indeed, the orientation from north to south exudes an air of great wealth and prosperity. Recently, we even contemplated constructing a high-speed rail line nearby, establishing a station that could potentially allow US to board this train of fortune. The mayor shot a glance at Liang Sheng, pondering how the proposed rail line was hundreds of miles away, yet somehow deemed nearby. However, the proximity mattered little. Those present were shrewd individuals, quick to discern the subtext of Liang Sheng's remarks. Xu Xing was the sole reincarnated individual among them. The future of wealth and power was assuredly within his grasp. What were they all waiting for? They should hasten to flatter him. Directly lavishing praise upon Xu Xing himself might be met with indifference. Yet here he was, proactively mentioning the Xu family. Instantly, comprehension dawned upon the assembly. The mayor swiftly echoed Liangsheng sentiments. The city is also planning a new energy factory nearby, which will ensure convenient transportation and facilitate rapid growth. Before the county head could interject, the town mayor, Gong Qinghong, seized the opportunity. He felt that Liangsheng and the mayor were too circumspect, lacking directness. Thus, he resorted to the most straightforward approach. I believe Comrade Su Dingshan is quite capable and should be considered for the position of deputy town mayor. Gong Qinghong was acutely aware that he had overstepped his bounds, lacking the authority to make such a suggestion. Yet, his desire for advancement overwhelmed him. He understood that everyone present, regardless of rank, was merely playing a supporting role for Xu Xing. Consequently, he seized the moment without hesitation. The county head, caught off guard by Gong Qinghong's premature interjection, had no time for indignation and swiftly contributed his own flattery. Qinga village boasts a flourishing cultural heritage. I propose that the county allocate 500,000 annually as scholarships to encourage the village's students to excel in their studies and achieve greatness. Merely considering the youth was insufficient. The mayor, realizing that his previous promises were mere empty gestures, quickly devised a compensatory measure. Let us allocate 1 million annually to develop elder care projects in the village, ensuring that our esteemed seniors can enjoy their golden years. Liangsheng looked on disdainfully at his subordinates, who were relentlessly inflating the stakes. Goodness, must even the sycophants engage in competition? He pondered for a moment, unwilling to be outdone, and proposed conditions that others could scarcely hope to match. The village's development is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. Thus, with the province taking the lead in formulating a comprehensive plan, an investment of no less than 1 billion within the next decade would undoubtedly ensure the village flourishes splendidly. The villagers, who had initially been seething with anger and contemplating abandoning their efforts, were now nearly overwhelmed with excitement as they listened to the promises exchanged among the group. My goodness, it seems that our Qinga village is poised for a remarkable ascent. With a soft thud, a few individuals buckled at the knees and knelt on the ground. Who says one cannot pay homage to ancestors in front of Xu Xing's photograph? Previously, they honored their forebears, and now they pay tribute to their living ancestors. Standing while offering their respects felt insufficiently sincere. It was only by kneeling and burning joss paper that they could truly find solace in their hearts. Chapter 21. The Final Prophecy. Terror descends. A world transformed. Xu Xing merely uttered a single sentence, and the others instinctively arranged the ensuing matters for him. Was power. This is power. Commander Tang gazed at Xu Xing, expecting him to be elated and enraptured. Yet Xu Xing remained impassive, staring into the void with a contemplative expression. Commander Tang could not help but feel a pang of surprise. Occupying a high position himself, he was well acquainted with the mechanisms of power and had long been entrenched within its rules. However, Xu Xing, an ordinary individual hailing from a humble mountain village, was experiencing the exhilarating sensation of power for the first time, yet he exhibited no signs of excitement whatsoever. Commander Tang grew increasingly curious about what had transpired over the past 2 months, transforming Xu Xing from an ordinary man into one of such calm demeanor. Had Xu Xing been privy to Commander Tang's thoughts, he would likely have merely shaken his head. Having witnessed countless individuals across the world tremble in terror, engaged in slaughter and destruction, Xu Xing understood that power, wealth, and glory were but ephemeral illusions. The only imperative was to survive, to persist in this harrowing world. The ancestral worship ceremony commenced smoothly. Upon learning of the various conditions laid out by Liang province, the villagers erupted with fervor, eagerly hoisting their offerings of paper money before Xu Xing's photograph, hastily igniting the flames. They feared that any delay would prompt the leaders of Liang province to alter their decisions. This was a tribute to Xu Xing. The villagers, regardless of age or gender, were fervently tossing paper money into the blaze, one set barely consumed before another was cast in. The yellow flames, white smoke, and black remnants intertwined, creating an increasingly eerie atmosphere around Xu Xing's image. Commander Tang and his companions watched in pale astonishment, utterly bewildered by Xu Xing's intentions. Only Xu Xing, fixated on some intangible point before him, monitored the fluctuations of his ghostly currency balance. Ghostly currency balance, 109. 44.37 yuan. Ghostly currency balance, 119. 44.37 yuan. Ghostly currency balance, 129. 44.37 yuan. As the saying goes, the strength of many is formidable. Xu Xing had toiled alone all night to accumulate a meager 9 yuan in ghostly currency. Yet here, with the concerted effort of hundreds of villagers, it took less than 10 minutes. Tens of thousands of paper notes were reduced to ashes in the flames, and the ghostly currency balance spun rapidly like the hand of a clock. Within the dense smoke, Xu Xing felt as though he were gradually extricating himself from this world, as if he were truly being whisked away by each utterance and each offering of paper money, summoned to a distant realm, echoing with calls that beckoned his very soul. Yet this sensation was fleeting, elusive, nearly impossible to grasp. Was it due to the insufficient ghostly currency balance? Or perhaps the pace of burning was inadequate? Xu Xing speculated, turning to glance at Unconventional and then at the members of the inspection team who were spectating. The members of the inspection team joined in the ritual of burning paper money. They even took the initiative to optimize the process. Considering that the area for burning paper at the front was insufficient, it was impractical for everyone to burn paper simultaneously. Thus, the examination team decided to divide into groups, tearing the money paper into 3 pieces and passing them forward until they reached the photo, where they would be cast into the flames. A rotation was implemented after 3 burnings to account for the smoke exposure of those at the front. Thus, a rudimentary assembly line for burning money paper was established, significantly enhancing the efficiency of the ritual. This was dedicated to Xu Xing. The individuals burning the paper chanted fervently, and Xu Xing's balance of ghostly currency surged, igniting sparks of increase. Ghostly currency balance, 209. 44.37 yuan. Ghostly currency balance, 319. 4,437 yuan. Ghostly currency balance, 429. 44.37 yuan. More individuals, more money paper, resulting in greater volumes of smoke. The entire cemetery was enveloped in thick smoke, rising from the front of Xu Xing's photo, billowing towards the heavens. Xu Xing felt that distant calling gradually draw nearer, as if resonating within this very graveyard. Yet, even at such proximity, he struggled to grasp those voices, as if they traversed countless layers of veils, utterly diminished. Was it still ineffective? Or perhaps it was because the ancestors of the Xu family had departed early, making contact elusive? Xu Xing glanced at Unconventional, but quickly shook his head. Surely, one could not entertain the thought of seeking out someone to sacrifice for this. Unconventional felt a chill at his neck under Xu Xing's gaze for reasons unknown. Once all the money paper had been consumed, Xu Xing's ghostly currency balance reached its final figure. Ghostly currency balance, 1,014. 6217 yuan, 300,000 in cash. Nearly 300 individuals laboring throughout the day, ultimately yielding just under 1,000 in ghostly currency. If Xu Xing had burned it alone, he would have achieved scarcely this much when horror descended. Alone, one cannot achieve much. Collective effort bears fruit. This further reinforced Xu Xing's belief that enlisting official assistance and mobilizing the entire nation for the ritual was the most prudent choice. When the last piece of money paper extinguished in the embers, Xu Xing's segment concluded satisfactorily, leaving the remainder to the customary ancestral worship of the Xu family. Commander Tang exhibited not a shred of interest in these matters, urging Xu Xing to return. Don't tell me all of this you've done today. The money paper, the burning, the photographs, is somehow related to the events 2 months from now? He queried. Was Commander Tang too superstitious to accept this? Xu Xing asked. It's not superstition, it's just. Commander Tang shook his head, expressing resignation. You know, we have always discouraged such beliefs. Xu Xing chuckled. Struggling to accept 2 hours of burning money paper? This is merely the beginning. If I were to declare that my aim for the next 29 days is to mobilize the entire nation to burn money paper, how would you respond? Xu Xing did not directly convey such startling news to Commander Tang. Instead, he offered a preliminary warning. Although referred to as a warning, it was akin to a syringe, likely as thick as an arm. Xu Xing gazed at the thick smoke ascending into the sky, as if consumed by the phantoms of a terrifying world. After a prolonged silence, he slowly articulated, "The upheaval shall not occur in 2 months, but rather in 29 days. Specifically, on April 29th, at precisely 5 o'clock p.m. In that instant, horror shall descend. The world shall transform." Xu Xing's voice was soft, yet it resonated in the minds of the listeners like the thunderous shattering of a great bell, the sound waves surging forth with an overwhelming force that pierced their eardrums, rendering them incapable of perceiving any other sound. Then, amidst this boundless silence, his words detonated anew within their minds, each syllable resonating with clarity, echoing within their very souls. Horror descends. The world transforms. Chapter 22. Objective: mobilize the nation to print trillions of ghostly bills. On April 29th, at precisely 5 p.m., every soul on Blue Star, yes, every single individual, regardless of their location, age, or gender, simultaneously heard a voice reverberating within their minds. Welcome to the thrilling game, where the victor survives and the vanquished perish. The chosen ones will enter the game in 1 hour. Please prepare yourselves. Xu Xing recounted the moment with a calm demeanor, yet his words carried a thunderous weight. Everyone heard the voice simultaneously echoing within their minds the thrilling game. 1 hour, each word resonated profoundly within the minds of Commander Tang and his companions, creating an overwhelming reverberation. How could this be possible? Yuan Fangding gazed vacantly, struggling to comprehend such a scene, with the reincarnated being capable of predicting the future standing before him. What else could be deemed impossible? Commander Tang forced himself to think rationally and inquired of Xu Xing. What is the thrilling game? Is it related to the upheaval you mentioned? The thrilling game is a type of game. Xu Xing pondered momentarily before elaborating on its rules to Commander Tang, Academician Pan, and Yuan Fangting. The essence could be distilled into 3 points. First, players will be randomly selected based on nationality. Second, the game's content may unfold in unpredictable ways, alongside live broadcasts of the game on Blue Star. Third, there are rewards for the victors and punishments for the defeated, with the latter potentially leading to the survival or demise of millions, displacement, or even the obliteration of entire nations. Upon hearing Xu Xing's explanation, Commander Tang's expression darkened considerably. Are you saying that the safety and honor of the entire nation are contingent upon the performance of a handful of players? What absurd rules are these? Yuan Fangting, too, was momentarily taken aback. Does that mean we could end up with robust men, frail women, or even children among the players? This is utterly unjust. Academician Pan remained silent, lost in contemplation. As for the others, they had completely forfeited their right to eavesdrop on such critical secrets. Rules are rules. The thrilling world casts a formidable shadow over Blue Star, treating all as mere playthings, indifferent to any outcry regarding fairness or injustice. Xu Xing shook his head dismissively at the 2's outburst. Rather than wallowing in self-pity, they ought to contemplate how to salvage this world. It is crucial to recognize that in the brief span of just 1 month before his reincarnation, the population of Blue Star had already dwindled by more than half. Everywhere, regions lay ravaged by malevolent forces and engulfed in terror. Humanity teetered on the brink of extinction. The trio's faces turned ashen, their fists clenched tightly as they trembled at the thought of a nation awash in blood. Commander Tang was the first to regain his composure, asking, "So the paper money you burn, and the paper money you want us to burn, is related to the thrilling world? Is it connected to saving our world?" "Yes," Xu Xing affirmed. Xu Xing gazed deeply at the 3 individuals before him and spoke softly, "This is the most profound secret since my rebirth." Upon hearing this, the trio's expressions shifted slightly, momentarily assuming Xu Xing intended to present some conditions. They were not surprised. Given Xu Xing's identity as a reborn individual and the pivotal secret he possessed, any demands he made would likely be met with utmost compliance. They had mentally prepared themselves to acquiesce to any request. However, Xu Xing made no demands. "If you're willing to trust me, I too am prepared to place my faith in you. We share a common goal. For the sake of this goal, I will divulge everything I know without reservation. The three listened in astonishment as Xu Xing elaborated on the function of money and how it could be obtained through the burning of paper money prior to the onset of the horror world. True to his word, he withheld nothing. In fact, the process of burning money was information that Commander Tang, Yuan Fongting, and others had painstakingly uncovered day and night after the horror world had descended. Xu Xing's revelation could thus be seen as a restoration of rightful knowledge, a resolution of a lingering cause and effect. The conversation among the four came to an abrupt halt once Xu Xing concluded his explanation of the burning money process. Aware of the gravity of the matter, Commander Tang recognized the urgency of reporting to superiors. Yuan Fongting, in turn, prepared to dispatch heavy artillery to safeguard Xu Xing, ensuring that not a single hair on his head would be harmed. Meanwhile, Academician Pan contemplated how to verify each statement Xu Xing had made. Ironically, it was Xu Xing who suddenly found himself with nothing to do. Before departing, Yuan Fongting discreetly slipped Xu Xing a lottery ticket featuring 2 sets of numbers, which were precisely the same as those he had mentioned the previous night. 20 million, he thought, as he gazed at the ticket, a bemused smile creeping onto his face. In his past life, he had played the role of a sycophant, desperately trying to gather a dowry, yet he had failed to acquire any wealth. In this life, with his current relationship with the authorities, he could obtain as much money as he desired. The more he lacked it, the more it seemed to flow effortlessly into his hands. It was a matter of selling umbrellas on sunny days and collecting them in the rain. Recalling the dowry, Xu Xing suddenly remembered that his blind date was still confined within the courtyard. After a day of turmoil, the resentment from his past life had nearly dissipated, and he was too lazy to hold any grudges. He strolled into the courtyard and waved to Gao Yao, who was guarding them, to release her. Brother Zhang, having been intimidated by the commotion of the day, huddled in a corner like a quail, devoid of any hostility. Upon hearing Xu Xing's command to release her, he promptly knelt before him, bowing twice in reverence, trembling as he made his way to the roadside. His 3 lackeys mimicked him, each offering 2 bows before hastily departing. However, Lu Xuechuan stood before Xu Xing, brimming with words she wished to express. Xu Xing, we won't cause any trouble and— Stop! Xu Xing interrupted her, forcing the word good back down her throat, lacking even the strength to speak. Just leave. Lu Xuechuan's eyes burned with fury, yet Xu Xing remained completely indifferent. It seemed reasonable to repay the debts of his past life with the currency of this one. Only Xu Xing possessed such kindness. Otherwise, Yuan Fongting would directly pass the lottery ticket to Lu Xuechuan, who, with her superficial perspective, would undoubtedly crumple the ticket and toss it back into Xu Xing's face. Xu Xing would then retrieve the ticket and recite the numbers, ensuring that Lu Xuechuan would indelibly remember them. Later that evening, he would send her the official lottery results, revealing that 20 million had slipped through her fingers. The scene would be unimaginable to Xu Xing. It would evoke a profound sense of regret akin to a nonagenarian rising from the grave to strike oneself in remorse. Yet, it is merely Xu Xing's kind-hearted nature at play. Zhang Ge departed with his entourage, while Commander Tang returned with Yuan Fongting. Xu Xing realized it was time for him to leave. On the very first day of his rebirth, he had contacted Yuan Fongting with the intention of using this connection as a springboard to mobilize the entire nation, enlisting collective efforts to provide him with spirit money. Now, everything was unfolding as he had wished. The might of the nation and the fervor for spirit money were gradually awakening. It was time to step onto a grander stage. Chapter 23. This time, I shall thrive at the pinnacle of a thrilling world. Xu Xing bid farewell to his mother and, accompanied by Su Bulin, ascended into the helicopter. His mother, Wu Xiuyan, with tears welling in her eyes, longed to retain him but found herself at a loss for words. Instead, she silently added a few garments to Xu Xing's suitcase. Su Bulin, initially reluctant to follow Xu Xing, found his resolve crushed by his parents wielding a rake. Is this not a moment of glory for our family? You're not going. If you don't go, I swear I'll make you regret it. Xu Xing glanced at Su Bulin's woeful expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Stop sulking. Many would yearn for such an opportunity, yet you are being picky. Look at that Mayor Gong. He is striving for advancement to the point of strain on his face. It wasn't mere pickiness. Rather, Xu Bulin sighed, feeling a sense of confusion and trepidation. There is no need for confusion or fear, Xu Xing reassured him. You won't have to do much. Just focus on being my representative. Xu Bulin remained speechless. You truly excel at consolation, he remarked. Xu Xing's my now win li. He understood that once he returned to the base with Commander Tang and the others, a multitude of tasks awaited him, and he would likely find his freedom curtailed. It wasn't that the military would confine him. Rather, he alone possessed the ability to perceive the nether money, making him essential for many experiments. Xu Xing would have no time for anything else. He needed eyes, he needed legs. Xu Bulin would serve as his eyes, his legs, his representative. On the helicopter, apart from the two of them, were Commander Tang, Yuan Fangting, and Academician Pan. They were all returning to the Military Research Institute to execute the next phase of their plan. Shortly after the helicopter took off with a buzzing sound, it swiftly departed from the small village of Chinga, advancing rapidly over the mountains. Xu Bulin completely forgot his sorrow, looking left and right, immersing himself in the excitement and fear of his first helicopter ride. What is that? He inquired, pointing at a distant black dot racing by, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. That is a fighter jet, Commander Tang leaned in to explain. There are 7 fighter jets escorting our helicopter. Fighter jet escort? Xu Bulin gasped in astonishment. That seems utterly absurd. Commander Tang shook his head. Absurd? Not at all. Your safety is the utmost directive at this moment. Xu Bulin cast a glance at Commander Tang, pondering how polite this esteemed commander was. It is not merely your safety. It is Xu Xing's safety that is paramount. I, Xu Bulin, am merely here to make up the numbers. With a keen sense of self-awareness, Xu Bulin switched places with Commander Tang, recognizing that the two prominent figures had matters to discuss. The young man is quite astute, Commander Tang generously praised. Xu Xing nodded in agreement. In truth, everyone possesses their own potential. It is merely a matter of whether opportunities arise to unleash that potential. By the way, our destination for this flight is the Military Research Institute. Have you been there before? Commander Tang inquired curiously. Xu Xing reflected, I have been there. Emerging from the realm of terror for the first time, I found myself ensconced in that very place. Commander Tang exhibited a visage tinged with awkwardness. Consolidating individuals at the Military Research Institute was indeed characteristic of him. He adorned it with the pretext of protection, yet it was perhaps more about control and investigation. At that moment, it echoed the present moment. Xu Xing, however, seemed largely unperturbed. His current interests aligned harmoniously with those of the officialdom. The inquiries they yearned to pursue were precisely those he sought to comprehend. Regarding the future, when interests might diverge, Xu Xing ponda silenti. The horror game transcended mere entertainment. It had the power to grant life, to extinguish it, and to endow players with unimaginable strength. The specters of the undead, the ghostly monarchs, the immortal clans, the great demons of Black Mountain. Legions of terrifying entities that could scarcely be repelled even by the collective might of an entire nation. In this rebirth, Xu Xing's heart gradually grew wild. He was determined not merely to survive, but to thrive at the pinnacle of the horror world. Commander Tang elucidated the primary objectives of this endeavor, which encompassed 2 matters. The first was to conduct a series of verifications, predominantly concerning the currency burning paper overseen by Academician Pan. The latter raised a hefty volume of documents, greeting Xu Xing with a nod. The second matter involved convening a high-level conference. Commander Tang's expression was intricate. I have utmost faith in your words. Yet for this nation, there exists not merely a singular voice. Xu Xing expressed understanding, acknowledging that seeing is believing, and many had yet to witness the truth with their own eyes. Hence, total faith was implausible. Mobilizing the nation's strength was no trivial undertaking. I am mentally prepared for this. After an hour's flight, the helicopter gently descended at a base located in the southwestern corner of Chuan City. Commander Tang departed to prepare for the high-level meeting, while Xu Xing was escorted by Academician Pan to a research facility. We must first collect your blood, hair, and examine your DNA information. as well as assess the functionality of your organs, particularly the brain and heart. After all, as the only known reincarnator, we wish to ascertain whether any changes have occurred in your body and mind. This monitoring will be of a long-term nature. After explaining the subsequent workflow, Academician Banknotes Xu Xing ha substantial tome. What is this? Xu Xing inquired with curiosity. Is it for my study? Not quite. It pertains to the experimental details of the currency burning paper. Academician Pan replied with a smile. Experimental details of the currency burning paper? Xu Xing was genuinely astonished. This volume appeared remarkably comprehensive. Was it truly just an explanation for the currency burning paper experiments? How little time had passed? Merely half a day, and they had generated such detailed experimental protocols? Xu Xing leafed through it and discovered that the experimental details were indeed categorized into modules: the types of currency paper, the figures involved in the burning, the methods of incineration, the pace of burning, the quantity of papers burned at once, the distance of burning. A plethora of categories, totaling over 50 items and more than 400 pages. The rationale behind such extensive documentation was primarily due to the constraints of time. As Academician Pan elaborated, according to your assertion, the exchange of ghostly currency will cease with the arrival of the terrifying world. Thus, we must seize every moment to burn the paper money with utmost efficiency. This efficiency is something we must swiftly identify. Furthermore, we must complete all experiments prior to the incineration of the paper money. Xu Xing appeared somewhat perplexed. Why? Shouldn't we adapt as we proceed? Because of the variables. Academician Pan pondered for a moment, opting for a different explanation. At present, you are the sole individual capable of perceiving the fluctuations in ghostly currency, which means you are the exclusive variable perception layer. All changes regarding the burning of paper money will manifest through you. In other words, once the large-scale incineration of paper money commences, the operational and experimental notes will intertwine, rendering any distinction impossible and nullifying the purpose of the experiments. Therefore, we must validate the influence of various parameters on the acquisition of ghostly currency through the control of variables before the large-scale burning occurs. After listening, Xu Xing, though somewhat confused, felt a deep respect. Indeed, when it comes to scientific endeavors, it is best left to the experts. In the realm of scientific research, Academician Pan and his colleagues are the true connoisseurs. A mere little book instilled in Xu Xing a sense that the official endeavors undertaken in recent days were truly worthwhile. In essence, Xu Xing's role was simply to serve as a test subject. All other matters would be handled by professionals. The first step was a blood draw, 8 large vials in total, leaving Xu Xing pale. Following this were various physical examinations: eyes, mouth, nose, limbs, and an array of instruments monitoring the brain and heart. This ordeal persisted for over 2 hours. By the time Xu Xing concluded, Commander Tang had returned. "I bring you good news," Commander Tang said with a beaming smile. "You have been promoted and received a raise. You now hold the rank of general, placing you on par with me." Xu Xing was not particularly surprised by this outcome. Rather, it was Su Bulin whose eyes widened in disbelief. "What, General? How many ranks did this leap from civilian to general entail?" Chapter 24. The comprehensive launch of the ghost money experiment. Indeed, the title of general is merely a designation. Your actual position is the Deputy Director of the April 29 Special Incident Handling Office. This office has been established to address the terrifying incidents you mentioned, and I am its director. Furthermore, you hold numerous other titles, such as the Deputy Director of the Chinga Village Development Planning Office, Deputy Director of the Global Special Affairs Bureau, Special Consulting Expert at the Military Research Institute, Distinguished Member of the Senior Think Tank, Deputy Director of the Ghost Money Affairs Committee, and Speaker at ultra-high confidential meetings, among others. With each title that Commander Tang enumerated, Su Bulin's jaw dropped wider, and even Xu Xing appeared taken aback. Goodness, after merely conducting a few examinations, he emerged with such a plethora of titles. Commander Tang chuckled. Not all of these are mere honorary titles. They indeed confer authority and come with remuneration. I calculated roughly that just from these positions, the subsidies alone amount to at least 40 to 50,000 a month. 40 to 50,000. Compared to Xu Xing's previous salary of 4 to 5,000, this is indeed a staggering sum. However, he no longer concerns himself with such matters. To say nothing of it, the lottery tickets in his possession are sufficient to ensure his sustenance for the remainder of his life. Xu Xing discerned that the authorities were fervently bestowing these superficial titles upon him, likely as a gesture of goodwill, owing to his identity as a reborn individual. He did not refuse and accepted them with gratitude. Su Bulin, overhearing this, felt a surge of excitement, his envy palpable. Commander Tang patted Su Bulin on the shoulder. "You two have a new position." "Really?" Su Bulin exclaimed, rubbing his hands in anticipation. Commander Tang continued, "Su Bulin, you are now Xu Xing's secretary." Su Bulin's smile froze. "Is that it? Nothing more?" "Yes, that is it," Commander Tang affirmed with a nod. Su Bulin, feeling dejected, retreated to a corner to draw circles. Truly, comparing oneself to others can be quite disheartening. Xu Xing surveyed the room, noticing the absence of Major General Yuan Fongting, and inquired, "Where is Major General Yuan?" Commander Tang's expression turned somewhat complex as he sighed. "His granddaughter, Yining. By the way, Xu Xing, old Yuan has been hesitant to ask. Let me inquire for him. You had dealings with old Yuan before your rebirth. Do you know if his granddaughter Yining has managed to pull through?" Reflecting on Yining, Xu Xing slowly shook his head. Upon seeing this, Commander Tang sighed heavily. After a prolonged silence, it was not until Academician Pan arrived that the group was lifted from this somewhat somber atmosphere. The results of the medical examinations had all been compiled. Holding a stack of reports, Academician Pan reported physical, blood, brain, heart. No abnormalities detected. We even gathered all of Director Su's previous examination results and found no significant changes. The absence of any anomalies implies that the concept of rebirth cannot be physiologically manifested. For Xu Xing, this outcome holds both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit is that, for the time being, he remains unique and irreplaceable. The drawback lies in the inability to substantiate the existence of reborn individuals indirectly, leaving the possibility that Xu Xing is an exceptionally skilled conman still in play, which ultimately poses a slight disadvantage when mobilizing the entire nation. Naturally, this outcome was somewhat anticipated by all, and there was little concern over it. Even though the night had deepened, Xu Xing continued to collaborate with Academician Pan as they made their way to the laboratory. The paper-burning experiment could not be delayed for even a moment. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. There is a high-level meeting. Commander Tang shouted from behind, urging them not to stay too late. Xu Xing and Academician Pan paid him no heed. "We currently only know that the variable will be the balance of the ghost currency you mentioned, Director Su. Moreover, only you can perceive this balance. Therefore, we kindly ask you to accurately inform us whether there has been any change in the ghost currency balance and to what extent." As they entered the laboratory, the research staff politely reiterated their request. In just 2 short days, Su had evolved from little Su to comrade Xu Xing, and now to Director Su. He was still grappling with this transformation of identity and took a moment to realize they were addressing him. Academician Pan, thinking Su was dissatisfied with this arrangement, hastily explained, "After all, you are the only reborn individual. All experiments require your cooperation to proceed." Xu Xing felt a slight headache. Ultimately, he was merely a guinea pig, which he was quite familiar with. Although he claimed familiarity, when led into a small room filled with various experimental apparatus and affixed with numerous monitoring electrodes, he still found it somewhat surreal. Time was of the essence, and this was all they could prepare. He would have to endure for the moment. Academician Pan offered a word of comfort before stepping outside to command the experiment from behind the large floor-to-ceiling window. In order to prevent subjective perception from influencing the experimental results, we must isolate the paper-burning area from the feedback area. I will inform you whether the paper has been burned. If you sense a change in the ghost currency, press the green light on your left. If there is no change, press the red light on your right. Xu Xing nodded in understanding and signaled an okay gesture to the researchers through the glass. Tonight's experiment focused on the effects of different types of paper money and burning methods. Academician Pan gestured toward another room adjacent to Xu Xing's. Su could only see the wall. However, Su Bulin, standing outside, observed that the layout of the room was identical to Xu Xing's, but within it stood a colossal incinerator. The first experiment would involve the types of paper money. We have prepared a total of 872 types of sacrificial items, which all need to be tested to determine which can be converted into ghost currency. Xu Xing cast a surprised glance at Academician Pan. Are you really this well prepared? Truly professional, Xu Xing thought to himself, considering how long it would take to burn over 1,000 types. Before he could voice his question, he saw the researchers pushing 2 small carts into the combustion chamber. The carts were adorned with a colorful array of paper money, labeled as number 1 and number 2. Without uttering a word, the staff promptly cast all the paper money from vehicle number 1 into the incinerator. This is for Xu Xing, the staff shouted over the intercom, ensuring that Xu Xing could hear from the adjacent room. The roaring flames raged fiercely, consuming all the paper money within a mere minute. Xu Xing marveled silently, taken aback by the audacity of it all. He quickly glanced at Xu Xing, as did the other researchers. Academician Pan inquired, "Is there any reaction?" Xu Xing had been fixated on the ghostly currency interface, noticing no changes. Upon hearing the question, he pressed the red light. Undeterred, Academician Pan gestured for the staff to continue incinerating the paper money from vehicle number 2. This time, Xu Xing observed a shift in the ghostly currency balance. Ghostly currency balance, 1014, 6217. Ghostly currency balance, 1014, 6220, an increase of 0.0003. Xu Xing pressed the green light. Outside, Xu Xing watched these proceedings with a sense of bewilderment. With so many types of paper money on vehicle number 2, even knowing that they would yield ghostly currency, how could one ascertain which type it was? Just then, another staff member opened the door and wheeled in 2 more carts, numbered 3 and 4. Each cart still contained various types of paper money, but considerably fewer than vehicles number 1 and 2. Xu Xing began to grasp the concept. In essence, if a vehicle showed a reaction, the types of paper money from that vehicle would be halved and incinerated repeatedly until only one type remained. Thus, the ineffective types of paper money could be swiftly eliminated. With this realization, Xu Xing felt a profound respect for the researchers diligently experimenting and recording their findings. Those who have studied possess an innate intelligence. As Xu Xing anticipated, the methodical incineration of the paper money proved to be remarkably efficient. Within less than an hour, they reached the final experimental conclusion. There were 3 types of paper money that could be converted into ghostly currency. Chapter 25, The Comprehensive Undertaking of the Spirit Currency Experiment 2. However, Academician Pan did not cease the experiments. Instead, he proclaimed, "We shall now proceed to the second experiment, the paper burning command trial." Xu Xing remained composed in the room, assuming the role of a facilitator. Xu Xing, stationed in the control room, was able to observe the entire operation. Within the combustion chamber, a succession of personnel entered, each holding the specially selected paper currency intended for Xu Xing. This paper was for Xu Xing's benefit. It was destined for him. At times, the same individual would utter identical phrases while incinerating various denominations of currency. At other moments, different individuals would burn the same paper but articulate disparate commands. Occasionally, there would be a mix of distinct individuals, diverse currency, and varied statements. In summary, the individuals engaged in the burning of the paper, the denominations they selected, and the commands they articulated were in constant flux, much to Xu Xing's exasperation. Meanwhile, Xu Xing intermittently activated the green light and the red light. Though the green light was decidedly more frequently engaged, we shall now commence the third experiment, the currency burning distance test. Next, we proceed to the fourth experiment, the currency burning speed test. Following that, we will conduct the fifth experiment, the currency burning form test. And now, the sixth experiment. Xu Xing could scarcely recall the number of experiments conducted. He only remembered persistently toggling between the green light and the red light, green light. He felt as though he might transform into a traffic signal. By the time he exited the laboratory, he was still in a daze. The sole silver lining was that after a night filled with incessant signaling, he had finally become a millionaire in spirit currency. Spirit currency balance, 10289, 4468. I sincerely apologize. It was my intention to allow you all to rest quickly, but we must formulate a preliminary conclusion before the high-level meeting, and time is exceedingly tight. I can only impose upon you, Director Xu. Academician Pan, though visibly fatigued, continued to express his apologies to Xu Xing. Xu Xing promptly interjected, "Our time is already limited. It is indeed prudent to expedite our efforts." At this juncture, dawn had begun to break, marking the conclusion of Xu Xing's role as a test subject. Yet, Academician Pan's work was far from over. He needed to continue analyzing the experimental data just gathered. Thus, if anyone were to be deemed weary, it was undoubtedly Academician Pan and his team. Xu Xing mused that perhaps, before his rebirth, it had been these very individuals who had fought for every precious second, tirelessly investigating and researching, leading to the formulation of the initial spirit currency burning process. However, at that time, the terrifying world had already descended, and the pathways between realms had been sealed, rendering all conclusions mere conjectures based on observable phenomena. Now, with Xu Xing as a reincarnated anomaly, Academician Pan and his colleagues had acquired the most invaluable feedback system, opening the door to a wealth of systematic experimentation. Xu Xing understood that everything they did was merely to facilitate the consumption of financial resources. Naturally, they would not dwell on minor hardships. At this juncture, Commander Tang received word that the experiment had concluded and hurried over. The dark circles under his eyes indicated that he had not slept a wink, preoccupied with the impending high-level conference. In 2 hours, influential figures from the Military Research Institute would gather to deliberate and make decisions regarding the April 29th incident. Commander Tang furrowed his brow, forcing himself to maintain focus. This was of paramount importance. Xu Xing was to deliver a speech at this esteemed meeting, where he would recount in full the harrowing events that had transpired. Meanwhile, Commander Tang, Yuan Fangting, and Academician Pan would supplement Xu Xing's remarks with their insights regarding his predictions and the experimental outcomes. It could be said that the nation's collective efforts hinged upon the outcome of this very day. Xu Xing recognized the significance of the meeting. After exchanging greetings with Commander Tang and Academician Pan, he departed with Su Bulin to prepare at the hotel. Once Xu Xing had walked away, Commander Tang turned to Academician Pan and inquired solemnly, "What is the situation?" Xu Xing's words were devoid of falsehood. Academician Pan sifted through the documents in his hands, his expression grave. Firstly, throughout the experiment, his gaze remained fixed 10 centimeters in front of his forehead, the location he referred to as the manifestation point of the ghostly currency balance. Yet it eluded our observation, and all instruments detected no anomalies. Secondly, all experimental results were entirely normal. Although Xu Xing could not see the results, our repeated trials yielded consistent outcomes, with the fluctuations of the ghostly currency aligning perfectly. In summary, the experimental results were in complete accord with Xu Xing's assertions. Commander Tang wore a bitter smile. Rebirth, foreseeing the future, a chilling game, specters, is increasingly bizarre. Is this sufficient? Academician banqueted. Are these pieces of evidence enough to persuade the entire leadership? It is not difficult. It is quite challenging. Commander Tang nodded, then shook his head. Academician Pan paused, then realization dawned upon him. The ease lay in the series of predictions Xu Xing had made, which undeniably convinced others of his status as a reborn individual. However, the difficulty resided in determining the extent to which the higher-ups would accept this belief. Would they merely listen, or would they recklessly gamble the fate and future of the entire nation, fully preparing as per Xu Xing's directives? When the nation's destiny and the survival of billions were at stake, making a decisive judgment was no simple matter. It appeared that the forthcoming high-level conference was indeed crucial. They needed to swiftly articulate the conclusions of the experiment to support their decision-making at the meeting. Academician Pan suddenly felt as though the text before him was inscribed with the words, "Overnight, overtime." His head began to ache again. Meanwhile, Xu Xing, accompanied by Su Bulin, made his way to the hotel, flanked by a 6-member Special Forces team tasked with ensuring his safety. Su Bulin was describing the experimental process he witnessed in the command room to Xu Xing, elaborating extensively. Yet Xu Xing could only discern one sentiment. They had made it exceedingly complicated, leaving him utterly bewildered. Xu Xing did not expect him to unravel the intricacies on his very first day. He offered a few casual words of encouragement. As they approached the hotel, Xu Xing noticed Yuan Fongting hurriedly making his way to the laboratory. He thought to himself, I had assumed old Yuan had been discarded like a worn-out tool. Xu Xing stepped forward and grasped Yuan's hand, initially intending to share a light-hearted jest, but was taken aback by Yuan Fongting's sorrowful countenance, dark circles under his eyes, and the faint presence of a little girl's shadow lingering nearby. Had they been burning the midnight oil too intensely? Is he hallucinating? Xu Xing rubbed his eyes, only to find that the dim silhouette of the little girl not only persisted, but became increasingly vivid. What on earth is happening? Xu Xing felt momentarily stunned. It was then that Yuan Fongting spoke, his tone somewhat somber, forcing out a semblance of smile. There's been a family matter. I had to rush back. Upon noticing Xu Xing's peculiar expression, a wave of anxiety washed over him, prompting him to inquire, Xu Xing, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? You can't see her? Xu Xing observed Yuan Fongting's reaction, sensing something amiss, and turned to Su Bulin. Can you not see her either? The two spoke in unison. See what? Xu Xing leaned slightly forward. There's a person here. A person? Su Bulin waved his hand at the spot Xu Xing indicated. Perplexed, there's nothing here. Yuan Fongting's expression grew serious as he scrutinized Xu Xing, then glanced at the empty space he was pointing to, contemplating whether to summon a doctor. Xu Xing no longer required their responses. Moments ago, he had witnessed Su Bulin's hand pass through the little girl's head, which merely rippled slightly before returning to its original state, akin to a hand sweeping across a projection screen. What precisely is going on? Various thoughts raced through Xu Xing's mind until he caught sight of the blue and white striped attire worn by the little girl, which seemed to unveil a clue. It resembled a patient's gown. Could it be? He recalled Commander Tang's remarks regarding Yuan Fongting's granddaughter, and a sudden realization struck him. Old Yuan, you must tell me truthfully, is your granddaughter wearing her hair in twin ponytails, clad in a blue and white striped patient gown, approximately 123 centimeters tall? Yuan Fongting was taken aback, exclaiming, How do you know? Upon hearing this, Xu Xing understood he had spoken correctly. The apparition of the little girl he had seen was indeed Yuan Fongting's granddaughter, Yining. Why was she appearing here? Why could Xu Xing see her specter? Was this some special privilege of the affluent? Or was the little girl already deceased? Old Yuan, is Yining? Xu Xing hesitated for a moment before voicing the troubling question that lingered in his heart. Is she close to death? Su Bulin cast a glance at Xu Xing, thinking, Brother, your question is truly ominous. Yuan Fongting's expression darkened momentarily before his eyes widened in shock as he looked at Xu Xing and then back at the spot he had previously indicated, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. How do you know? Could it be that? Xu Xing grasped Yuan Fongting's arm. Let's go. We must head to the hospital. Regardless of whether the transformation brought about by the expenditure of over 10,000 ghost notes was the cause, since Xu Xing could perceive apparitions, it was possible that he could indeed encounter some bizarre occurrences before the horror unfolded. If this were the case, then for the entire nation, the burning of ghost notes would face no hindrances whatsoever. Chapter 26. The duality of life and death. The power of hell money. To the hospital? Upon hearing this, Yuan Fongting seized Xu Xing's arm as if clutching a lifeline. Let's go. Get in my car. Su Bulin, feeling a sense of urgency, protested from behind. But if we leave now, what will happen to the upcoming high-level meeting? Yuan Fongting halted momentarily, yet Xu Xing pressed on, opening the car door and taking his seat. At this juncture, the significance of the meeting seemed trivial. Su Bulin was taken aback. Can one simply abandon a high-level meeting? Do you have multiple heads? Tell me, what is the purpose of convening such a meeting? 4. Su Bulin seemed to grasp something. For you? Precisely, Xu Xing affirmed, nodding as he elucidated. It concerns me, the reincarnated one, and the harrowing future I have foretold. Therefore, it is not a matter of whether I can abandon the meeting, but rather that validating the terrifying world takes precedence over convening even the highest of meetings. Enough of this delay. You should return and explain the situation to Commander Tang. He knows what to do. Su Bulin Fawen. So it's yet again my responsibility to run errands? Xu Xing chuckled at him. Do not forget, I am this Director-S advisor, swamped with responsibilities. You, on the other hand, hold but one title, Xu Xing's secretary. If not you, then who else would run errands? Having absorbed Xu Xing's explanation, Yuan Fangting no longer hesitated and promptly entered the car, driving directly towards the hospital. Su Bulin, watching the vehicle disappear, could only tread heavily back to the laboratory. Upon hearing Su Bulin's account, Commander Tang and Academician Pan were both rendered speechless. At this critical juncture to the hospital, Commander Tang furrowed his brow, feeling an impending headache. How could the imminent high-level meeting proceed? Su Bulin Su Haupa. Xu Xing said you would have a solution. Yehuda, Commander Tang et Galim, overwhelmed. But, Xu Xing, at this crucial moment, is there anything more significant than the high-level meeting? Academician Pan also shrugged in resignation, indicating his inability to assist. Commander Tang's face turned ashen. Yuan Fangting, accompanied by Xu Xing, arrived at the military hospital with utmost urgency. Outside the ICU glass window, they beheld Enin lying on the hospital bed. The doctor explained that Enin suffered from left heart hypoplasia syndrome, a form of congenital heart disease. This ailment resulted in an incomplete development of her heart structure, impeding effective blood circulation throughout her body. Since her birth, she had undergone numerous heart surgeries, reconstructing a new blood circulation system for her right heart by surgically opening the aorta and installing a stent. This had allowed her to survive until the age of 14. However, to optimally resolve this condition, a heart transplant remained the most viable solution. Yet, finding a suitable heart proved to be an arduous challenge. Any might very well never receive it. Outside the ward, Yuan Fangting gradually explained the situation to Xu Xing, his eyes remaining fixed on Enin in the room. The sorrow in his expression profoundly palpable. Xu Xing, do you know that children afflicted with congenital heart disease generally exhibit varying degrees of neurodevelopmental disorders? The reasons are manifold, such as potential anomalies in the development of the nervous system or insufficient perfusion of the central nervous system during multi-stage surgeries, leading to thrombosis or embolism. In essence, children with congenital conditions often face intellectual or cognitive deficiencies. However, this is not the case for Enin. From a young age, she has displayed remarkable intelligence, excelling in learning Chinese characters, mathematical logic, and visual memory. Perhaps due to issues with blood supply to her heart, she struggles to stand for prolonged periods or engage in vigorous activities, which has allowed her to focus all her energy on cerebral development. By the age of 7, after only a year of studying Go, she had already attained a 5th Dan ranking. At 8, her literacy had expanded to 5,000 characters, all acquired without any deliberate instruction. By 9, she could recite Sun Tzu's Art of War and would eagerly request that I recount tales of military strategy and political intrigue, adeptly identifying the motivations and actions of the characters within those narratives. At 10, Yuan Fangting choked back tears as countless joyful memories surged forth. Each moment of awe at Enin's growth, each laugh at her transformations, and each exasperating trick she played on him. All the laughter came to an abrupt halt in that instant. The joy of laughter was matched only by the anguish of sorrow. Unbeknownst to him, Yuan Fangting was already weeping profusely. He gazed at Xu Xing, his voice humble. If there is any way you can help, please. I implore you to save her. In that moment, Yuan Fangting was no longer the resolute general, always wearing a stern expression. He was merely an elderly man weeping for his gravely ill granddaughter. Do not panic, I am contemplating, Xu Xing reassured Yuan Fangting, feeling somewhat bewildered by the scene before him. Initially, he perceived a girl with a ponytail, clad in a hospital gown, lying on the bed. Subsequently, he noticed wisps of black threads continuously emanating from various parts of Enin's body, coalescing above her into an ethereal apparition. This was identical to the phantom he had glimpsed beside Yuan Fangting at the hotel entrance. Could these black threads represent Enin's soul? Xu Xing pondered silently. Observing closely, he noted that the shadowy threads were nearly complete, except for a portion surrounding the brain, which appeared somewhat insubstantial. Did this mean that the completion of the black apparition would herald Yin Yin's demise? If so, it was likely only a matter of minutes. Xu Xing glanced at Yuan Fangting, but refrained from voicing his conjecture. Though he had witnessed this phenomenon, he had no idea what he could do. All he could do was observe, remember, and remain silent. Thus, they silently endured the passage of time. And when the final tendril of black thread drifted from Yin Yin's mind, culminating in the last fragment of the dark apparition, Xu Xing's heart raced. The moment had arrived. As anticipated, at that very moment, the device monitoring Yin Yin's heartbeat emitted a prolonged and piercing alarm. "Doctor! Doctor!" Yuan Fangting and Yin Yin's parents shouted anxiously from outside the ward. Yet, it seemed that they had been mentally prepared for this moment, helplessly crouching against the wall, exuding an air of powerlessness. From Xu Xing's perspective, he perceived more than anyone else in the room. When Yin Yin's heartbeat on the monitor flattened into a straight line, her dark phantom, suspended in mid-air, gradually opened her eyes and drifted toward a direction outside the ward. Her gaze was vacant and dazed, yet her phantom moved resolutely forward, penetrating the instruments and walls. Emerging into the corridor without glancing at Yuan Fangting or her parents, instead focusing on the other side of the hallway. Xu Xing followed Yin Yin's line of sight and felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He beheld two phantoms shrouded in black and white robes, with a vaguely distorted passage looming behind them, black and white. The duality of impermanence? Xu Xing recalled the folk tales of the black and white messengers of death, a wave of parched anxiety washing over him. Did such entities truly exist in this world? However, upon reflection, with the horror of the world capable of suddenly enveloping reality, perhaps the existence of these messengers in the underworld was not so far-fetched after all. In the fleeting seconds of contemplation, Yin Yin had approached the messengers, and Xu Xing felt an urgent need to act. "Wait," he shouted, rushing forward in an attempt to grasp Yin Yin's hand. But his hand merely passed through the air, as if it were grasping nothingness. The messengers and Yin Yin showed no reaction, as if entirely oblivious to his presence. Conversely, Yuan Fangting and Yin Yin's parents were startled by Xu Xing's shout. A glimmer of hope ignited in Yuan Fangting's eyes as he recalled Xu Xing's identity. Xu Xing, too, felt bewildered. He could see them, yet could not touch them. How could he establish contact? Countless thoughts raced through his mind. Just as Yin Yin continued to advance, the messengers reached out to grasp her arm. A possibility struck Xu Xing. Manifesting ghostly currency, his distinction from others, besides his rebirth, was his ability to perceive the balance of ghostly currency. With this realization, Xu Xing concentrated, and a wave of energy surged, producing a dark green ghostly bill in his hand. In that very moment, the messenger's gaze turned towards Xu Xing. Even Yin Yin, who appeared dazed and vacant, seemed to exhibit a flicker of awareness in her eyes. Chapter 27, Resurrection, the most compelling evidence of the underworld currency. Under the gaze of three lifeless pairs of eyes, even Xu Xing, with his usual composure, felt a shiver creep down his spine. However, being a man who had endured harrowing trials, he was anxious yet not overwhelmed, mustering his resolve to face the situation. "What shall I call you? How is work in the underworld?" Xu Xing waved the ghostly notes, attempting to engage in casual banter. He lamented his lack of cigarettes, wishing he could offer one to each of them to foster a sense of camaraderie. Heavenly officials, black and white impermanents, appeared perplexed, exchanging glances before redirecting their attention to Xu Xing and the currency in his hand. Xu Xing endeavored to decipher the meaning behind their pale, unblinking stares, speculating with curiosity. "Is this what you desire?" He brandished 100 yuan note, observing their impassive expressions, and continued, "Is it insufficient? Do not fret. I possess a great deal more." As he scrutinized their reactions, he conjured more ghostly currency, quickly accumulating over 1,000 yuan in his grasp. At that moment, a flicker of intrigue crossed black impermanence's countenance. Xu Xing seized this opportunity, raising an eyebrow in anticipation. Could it be that the ghostly currency truly held sway? Internally exhilarated, Xu Xing maintained a calm facade, materializing another 1,000 yuan, shaking the total sum of 2,000 yuan in his hand. The expressions on black and white impermanence grew increasingly animated. Even white impermanence's eyes flickered slightly. These funds are for you, in exchange for allowing the young girl, In, to remain. Xu Xing tentatively extended the ghostly notes forward, only to be met with the unexpected response of black and white impermanence stepping closer, intent on seizing the girl to whisk her away from the hospital. No way. Could it be they find the offer insufficient? In a moment of resolve, Xu Xing conjured a flurry of ghostly notes, amassing a staggering 6,000 yuan. Black impermanence's hand froze mid-air, his gaze darting between Xu Xing's face and the ghostly currency. The desire in his eyes was palpable, and he glanced at the notes before turning to white impermanence. The latter, too, seemed to swallow hard, his gaze momentarily unfocused on the currency. After a brief silence, white impermanence finally spoke, his voice hoarse and chilling. No one can linger in the mortal realm after death. Xu Xing's heart sank. Was it still not enough? Yet, white impermanence took a breath and continued. We can allow her to remain for 12 hours. Xu Xing nearly doubled over in disbelief at the brevity of the time offered. With a furrowed brow, he manifested his remaining 4,000 yuan, laying a substantial stack of verdant ghostly notes before black and white impermanence. Let her stay. Black impermanence's eyes widened in astonishment, while white impermanence struggled to swallow, but soon shook his head. At most, she can remain for 12 hours. This is the rule. It cannot be broken. Is that so? Xu Xing sighed, accepting the 12-hour limit. It was better than nothing at all. Upon finishing his words, he returned the remaining 4,000 to his balance. He Wuchang extended his hand. Xu Xing cast him a sidelong glance. What? You wish to receive money without having accomplished anything? He Wuchang awkwardly withdrew his hand. Xu Xing then handed over 6,000 yuan in ghostly currency, inquiring with a smile, How fares your work in the underworld, my brothers? How much do you earn in a month? The black and white guardians accepted the money, quickly stuffing it into their garments before retreating hastily. We shall come for her in 12 hours, they declared, and without further ado, they vanished into the rippling passage, which subsequently disappeared as well. Xu Xing gazed at the specters who had instantaneously disappeared, feeling somewhat speechless. If only I had a cigarette at this moment. Surely, I cannot flee while smoking. After bidding farewell to the black and white guardians, Xu Xing turned his attention to the little girl, In, who was staring intently at his palm. Do you also desire money? Xu Xing asked with a chuckle. To his surprise, In slowly nodded. I did not expect you, at such a tender age, to have a taste for fine things. Xu Xing conjured 100 yuan and handed it to her. Yin's pale eyes twinkled momentarily before she grasped the ghostly currency. However, to Xu Xing's astonishment, the money she held vanished within mere seconds. Yin rolled her eyes and pointed at the place where the black and white guardians had vanished. Xu Xing was perplexed. He conjured another 100 yuan, and once again, Yin grasped it, only for it to disappear anew. How intriguing. Does it consume money? Xu Xing pondered, continuously conjuring ghostly currency for Yin, who diligently made it vanish. The only noticeable change was in Yin's eyes, which grew darker and more like those of a typical human with each successive conjuration. Truly, it was an eye-opener to witness her delight in money. When the total amount of ghostly currency Xu Xing conjured reached around 1,000 yuan, Yin suddenly spoke. I will deposit all the ghostly currency into the underworld. Wow, you can speak. Xu Xing exclaimed in astonishment. Yin frowned slightly. Adults must not use foul language. It was Uncle He who helped me. Uncle He? Xu Xing thought of He Wuchang, surprised that this ghostly being could possess such kindness. Nevertheless, the fact that Yin could speak meant communication was now possible. However, after asking a few questions, Xu Xing discovered that Yin had no understanding of the underworld, and he decided to cease his inquiries. Uncle Xu, is there still more money? Yin suddenly inquired. You still wish for more? Xu Xing conjured the remaining ghostly currency, saying, This is all I have. You may take it. Yin accepted the remaining 3,000 yuan, her brow furrowing. Is this all there is? Is this all? This is already quite a sum. Based on my previous exchange rate of 300,000 yuan for 1,000 ghostly currency. This 3,000 yuan is worth nearly 1 million. Xu Xing somewhat isapta. Can it be exchanged again? In asked eagerly. I was just thinking that there must be many places in the underworld where money can be used, and I want to save more. Xu Xing gazed at her eager demeanor, reflecting on the fact that she was merely a girl in her teens. His heart softened, and he said, "It can be exchanged. How much do you desire? Take as much as you wish." Without hesitation, In responded with a bold request. Xu Xing found himself both amused and exasperated. Yet he did not refuse her. Instead, he turned to the astonished Yuan Fongting, who was standing not far away. "Old Yuan, you wouldn't want your granddaughter to be penniless in the underworld, would you?" Yuan Fongting was indeed in dire straits. Initially, he had harbored unsettling thoughts upon witnessing Xu Xing conversing with thin air in the hospital corridor. However, after listening to the entire account, learning of the arrival of the spectral figures, and realizing that his granddaughter could still exist in the realm of the living for 12 more hours, this resolute old man wept profusely. Yuan Fongting's son and daughter-in-law were filled with skepticism regarding Xu Xing's claims. Yet, their disbelief was shattered when they saw the seemingly lifeless In open her eyes, detach herself from all medical apparatus, and rise to her feet. Their astonishment was palpable. How could this be? Was it a miraculous medical phenomenon? Her muscles had atrophied. How could she stand? Why was there no reaction from her heart? The medical staff were equally bewildered, grappling with an enigma beyond their comprehension. Although Yuan Fongting, too, was perplexed, he recognized Xu Xing's extraordinary identity and accepted the reality without doubt. His first action was to mobilize troops to seize control of the military hospital, especially the ICU, ensuring that not a fly could escape. Next, he made several phone calls. Having never borrowed money in his life, the old man made 5 calls in succession, securing a staggering sum of 100 million. He then purchased a vast quantity of joss paper. "I cannot allow In to suffer below. For these 12 hours, I will burn as much as I can." In her frail state, embraced Yuan Fongting, nuzzling against him. Since her soul had re-entered her body, all movements required mental control over her physical form. She could walk, but the intricate act of speaking was beyond her immediate capacity. Xu Xing assisted her in voicing her thoughts. "Old man, you are truly kind. Once you depart this world, I shall repay you manifold." Yuan Fongting chuckled as he gently patted Yin's head, feeling no anger, but rather a profound sense of joy. This was indeed Yin's voice. Having arranged everything, Yuan Fongting did not linger in sentiment. He glanced at Xu Xing, his expression gradually regaining its resolute composure. "It is time to attend the highest council. With Yin present, I believe there shall be no dissent." Xu Xing nodded in agreement. If predicting the future was meant to convince everyone of his reincarnation, then Yin's resurrection would serve as the most compelling evidence of the existence of a horrifying world. The nation would rally, fervently burning spirit money, with no obstacles in their way. He gestured to Yuan Fongting. "Let us proceed to the highest council." Chapter 28. The Supreme Conference. The first appearance of Xu Xing. Confidential Meeting 1. The meeting you are attending is classified and must not be disclosed. 2. No electronic devices are permitted within the meeting. 3. No notes may be taken during the meeting. 4. Under no circumstances may any information regarding this meeting be transmitted abroad at any time or by any means. Violators will be prosecuted for treason. Xu Bulin, trembling with trepidation, stepped into the grand conference hall, absorbing the stern warnings from the security personnel. He was merely a humble farmer, and this moment was the pinnacle of his life, having spent 30,000 on offerings to return home in a display of grandeur. He had never encountered such a formidable assembly. However, glancing around the room, he was surrounded by individuals he had only ever seen on television, leaders of remarkable stature. In a single day, he had risen from obscurity to stand at the zenith of power. Yet Xu Bulin felt unprepared, needing time to acclimatize to this new reality. Shaking with anxiety, he found a seat in the last row of the circular auditorium. Upon turning his head, he noticed a familiar face, the prominent leader from yesterday in Qinga village, Liang Sheng. "Hello, Liang Sheng," Xu Bulin greeted enthusiastically. Liang Sheng cast a cursory glance at him. furrowing his brow, offering no response. Instead, he turned away to converse with others. Xu Bulin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Who was this person? He appeared somewhat unfamiliar. The individual conversing with Liang Sheng observed the scene and inquired, "Is that a farmer from Small Mountain Village?" Liang Sheng seemed uncertain, recognizing Xu Bulin as vaguely familiar, yet unable to recall precisely who he was. The events from yesterday were muddled in his mind. He wondered if he had lost his sanity or if some dark force had ensnared him. A reborn individual? How could one believe such a notion? Everything from the previous day felt like a fleeting apparition, making it impossible to remember a stranger's face. The questioner speculated internally, pondering how a village dweller could find themselves in such a prestigious hall. However, he refrained from pressing further and shifted the conversation to the current situation. What is the purpose of today's gathering? The notification was so urgent and the stature so elevated. Could there be significant developments underway? We, the deputies, are left in the dark. Liang Sheng replied coldly, his gaze fixed on the leaders seated in the front rows. Perhaps the higher-ups would possess some insight. The grand conference hall was arranged in a fan shape, with the podium at the front occupied by the nation's most pivotal figures. Behind them were the heads of various regions and departments, and at the back sat individuals like themselves, subordinates. The hierarchy of power was unmistakably delineated. Indeed, the individuals beside him cast envious glances towards the leaders at the front, expressing a yearning for the day they might advance their own positions. Liang Sheng nodded in agreement, fully aware that while it appeared only a few steps away, for some, such advancement might remain an unattainable dream for a lifetime. As the crowd sighed in envy, a staff member scanned the surroundings for a moment before making a beeline towards Liang Sheng and his companions. Initially indifferent, they were taken aback when the staff member approached them directly. "What is it?" Liang Sheng inquired, only to find that the staff member did not respond. Instead, he crouched beside Xu Bulin, softly stating, "Mr. Xu, your seat is at the front. Please follow me." Liang Sheng felt as though he had been choked, voicing incredulity. Isn't he a villager from a small mountain village? How could he possibly sit in the front? Xu Bulin also appeared somewhat astonished, saying, "Is it appropriate for me to sit at the front?" The staff member, with a smile, explained, "You are Mr. Xu Xing's secretary, which entitles you to a front seat." Upon hearing this, Xu Bulin's legs ceased to tremble. Indeed, he was the eyes, mouth, and hands of Xu Xing. Wherever Xu Xing sat, he should rightfully be there too. Xu Bulin glanced at Liang Sheng, offering a cheeky farewell. "You all carry on. I'll head to the front." With that, he followed the staff member to the front row. Liang Sheng's mind went blank, and the person beside him wore an expression of shock. They stared vacantly at Xu Bulin as he walked towards the second row and settled down calmly. Is this really a villager from a small mountain village? The person beside Liang Sheng thought incredulously. Liang Sheng, equally perplexed, pondered, wait, the staff member just referred to him as Xu Xing's secretary, which is why he could sit in the front, but who is Xu Xing? Realization dawned on him. If Xu Xing's secretary was seated in the second row, where then was Xu Xing himself? Without responding, Liang Sheng reflected on the events of the previous day, sensing he was on the brink of a revelation. Xu Xing hasn't returned? Commander Tang, noticing Xu Bulin was alone, asked. Xu Bulin shrugged. Commander Tang's expression darkened. This is absurd. He had intended to criticize Xu Xing's antics, but reconsidered and fell silent. After all, he was a reborn individual, and everything he did must have its rationale. Even the simplest act could warrant profound contemplation. Thus, he refrained from suggesting Xu Xing was acting recklessly. "Never mind, let's just get started," Commander Tang sighed, proceeding to the front to chair the meeting. Xu Bulin rested his hands on the table, attentively gazing ahead, diligently absorbing the words spoken by Commander Tang and the leaders present. The meeting commenced with Commander Tang's opening statement, which was nothing short of explosive. "We have discovered a reborn individual capable of predicting the future." For most attendees, this was the first time encountering such a notion, leading to a momentary silence as they processed the term reborn. After a brief pause, the room erupted into a cacophony, with dozens, if not hundreds, of participants simultaneously pressing their speaking buttons. "Quiet down," Commander Tang did not afford anyone the opportunity to speak. Allow me to introduce several predictions made by the reborn Xu Xing, along with the findings of our investigation. First, the lottery prediction. Second, the traffic accident incident in Wanning. Third, the spaceship launch accident prediction. Fourth, the empty gun incident prediction. Fifth, the sports lottery prediction. Commander Tang meticulously recounted all events that transpired since Xu Xing proactively contacted Yuan Fongting, detailing the predicted events, the occurrence of real incidents, and the status of their investigations. All these events ultimately pointed to one conclusion. Xu Xing possesses the ability to foresee the future. Xu Xing is indeed the reborn. The hall, once filled with cacophony, fell into a profound silence as Commander Tang's comprehensive report was laid before the attendees. They were bewildered. The term reborn, just listen to it. Rebirth. Rebirth. Is this scientific? Is this reasonable? Yet, confronted with the ironclad facts, they were compelled to acknowledge it. Just as the attendees began to subconsciously accept this notion, Commander Tang continued. The reborn Xu Xing has put forth a new prophecy. 28 days hence, the world shall undergo a cataclysm, and terror shall descend. Before the hall erupted into another uproar. Commander Tang displayed the experimental conclusions provided by Academician Pan on the big screen. The reborn Xu Xing indicated that, following the onset of terror, the nether currency would become the currency of horror, exceedingly difficult to acquire. However, prior to this event, it could be obtained through the incineration of paper money. Image 1. This depicts the method of acquisition. Image 2. This illustrates the lie detection test administered to Xu Xing. Image 3. This shows the repeated verification conducted unbeknownst to Xu Xing. Image 4. This presents the comprehensive experimental conclusions. The Academy of Sciences concluded that everything Xu Xing has stated is highly likely to be true and has not lied in any regard. After presenting all the materials and reports, Commander Tang surveyed the entire conference room and declared, in light of the aforementioned circumstances, the 429 Special Incident Management Office recommends, in the coming 28 days, mobilize the entire nation to prepare for the impending terror. Simultaneously, incinerate as much paper money as possible to acquire nether currency, thus gaining a strategic advantage in the realm of horror. With the basic information conveyed, Commander Tang stepped down from the podium, relinquishing the floor to the attendees. The solemn assembly hall erupted into a clamor akin to a bustling market. Old Tang, your sudden pronouncement is indeed quite astonishing. The reborn? This is simply too incredulous. What does he truly know? Predictions regarding the lottery, rocket launches, and now the very transformation of the world? How can this be possible? Could this be some sort of deception? It is utterly unbelievable. Now we are to mobilize the entire nation based on this implausible news? Absurd. Most attendees expressed their skepticism. At the back of the room, Liang Sheng felt an urge to rise and proclaim, I believe. However, he possessed only the privilege of being an observer, utterly devoid of the right to voice his opinions. Compelled to stifle his thoughts, Commander Tang paid no heed to the clamor and confusion surrounding him. Instead, he remained at the forefront, quietly responding to the inquiries posed by the leaders, occasionally retrieving a small notebook from his pocket to illustrate his points. Su Bulin cast a discreet glance, feeling a sense of familiarity towards that notebook. Was it not Xu Xing's? The tumult within the conference room gradually subsided, with all eyes fixated on the front row. Commander Tang had articulated all that he needed to convey and now stood aside in anticipation. If we are to consider the reborn, under the weight of these successive prophecies, I find it impossible to dismiss them, a leader remarked. However, the notion that something called the thrilling game will emerge across the globe in a month's time is, to be frank, quite difficult for me to fathom and wholly believe. The other leaders, along with those present in the hall, nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment. Commander Tang felt a sense of helplessness. This matter, unless experienced firsthand, who could genuinely accept it? Who among them was not filled with doubt, teetering between belief and skepticism? Now, they were tasked with making a decision that could reverberate throughout the nation and perhaps determine its future, all based on a message infused with both faith and doubt. The weight of this decision loomed large, suffocating in its intensity. No one could muster the resolve to make such a choice. No one dared to strike the gavel. Everyone was lost in contemplation, entangled in hesitation. The atmosphere grew increasingly silent. At that moment, with a creak, the grand doors of the hall swung open. Yuan Fongting strode forward briskly, and amidst Commander Tang's puzzled gaze, he ascended to the podium. Esteemed leaders, I am Yuan Fongting from the Military Research Institute, and I have an important report to deliver. An hour ago, my granddaughter, Yinyin, tragically succumbed to congenital heart disease. Those present, all belonging to the same circle, had heard whispers of Yuan Fongting's granddaughter and expressed deep sympathy upon receiving this news, yet confusion clouded their minds. While the loss of his granddaughter was undoubtedly sorrowful, was it necessary to address such a matter in this setting, at a meeting of such significance? Upon hearing of Yinin's passing, Commander Tang felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Yet he understood that despite his grief, a soldier like Yuan would not act frivolously. Then, a thought struck Commander Tang regarding the hospital where Xu Xing and Yuan Fongting had gone together, and for reasons unknown, his heartbeat quickened. Yuan Fongting continued, an hour ago. Yinin passed away, but 5 minutes later, he inhaled deeply, surveying the room with intensity, and proclaimed, with the assistance of the reborn Xu Xing, Yinin has returned to life. Boom! In an instant, from the front row to the back, every pair of eyes widened in astonishment. Mobilizing. Xu Xing entered the grand hall alongside Yinin, making his way to the forefront. At that moment, the gaze of hundreds was collectively fixed upon him. He bowed slightly and smiled gently. Greetings to all, I am the reborn. Xu Xing, Chapter 29. It's settled. The whole nation burns hell money. Is this Xu Xing? Is this a reincarnato? He appears to be just a man with a nose and 2 eyes, lacking any extraordinary features. Does a terrifying world truly exist? Yinin has passed away and come back to life. What does it all mean? Can he truly resurrect the dead? Everyone in the assembly hall fixated their gazes on Xu Xing, engaged in hushed whispers. Su Bulin, seated in the front row, distinctly sensed the shift in atmosphere before and after Xu Xing's arrival. Unable to suppress his inner exclamation of "My brother Xing is incredible." In such a setting, at such a high-level conference, amidst so many prominent figures, Brother Xing merely stood there, uttering a simple phrase, and yet he became the absolute focal point of attention. Remarkable. Indeed, Su Bulin's heart surged with excitement. One ought to aspire to be as formidable as Xu Xing. Xu Xing, however, did not view himself as remarkable. What was truly impressive was his identity as a reincarnator and the prophetic future he foresaw. As for who he was, Xu Xing, Ma Xing, or Kuai Xing, it bore no significance. Xu Xing was acutely aware of his reality. Despite appearing to bask in glory, a mere soldier could easily bring him down, and a simple firearm could lead him to his demise. Stripped of his identity as a reincarnator, or when that identity no longer yielded substantial future benefits, he would be rendered powerless. Bridge burning, betrayal, the fate of a cunning rabbit. These were all dictated by interests rather than sentiments. Ultimately, the sole path to possessing genuine strength lay in gaining enhancements within the terrifying game, exorcising demons, wielding malevolence, acquiring vitality and blood, mastering diverse arts and weaponry. Only by attaining true power in the terrifying world could Xu Xing secure his rightful place at the center of the stage. Furthermore, he sought vengeance against the immensely powerful Black Mountain Tree demon. Everything hinged upon strength, and the most effective means of acquiring strength was to amass a sufficient quantity of hell money. Mobilizing the nation's might to fervently burn hell money before the impending terror was imperative. Ladies and gentlemen, Xu Xing ascended the podium, extending his hands to display his palms. The once cacophonous assembly hall fell into an immediate silence. Every gaze was riveted on Xu Xing's actions. His palms were empty. Yet in the next instant, something green and vibrant appeared in his left palm, a banknote. The crowd furrowed their brows in confusion. What was this? A magic trick? At that moment, Xu Xing elucidated. This is hell money, valued at 100 yuan. After burning 10,000 sheets of paper money, one will receive this kind of hell money. Take note. This exists within the terrifying world, extracted from the bank of the underworld, circulable in the terrifying realm, capable of purchasing supplies, demon-empowering weapons, exorcism items, and even extending one's lifespan. Xu Xing gazed at the crowd, whose expressions were grave yet filled with suspicion, and remarked, "Some of you may think this is merely a simple trick or an illusion. I invite you to scrutinize this item, employing every method and device at your disposal to ascertain the origin of this ghostly currency." The attendees exchanged glances, uncertainty etched on their faces. Without hesitation, Academician Pan, a man of action, promptly gathered an extensive array of equipment after a brief consultation: optical detection, electromagnetic wave analysis, physical examinations. Every possible means was utilized, along with 30 or more cameras capturing every angle without exception. Yet, regardless of their methods, the singular conclusion remained: the ghostly currency was undeniably real. It had materialized from thin air. Perhaps there truly existed an unseen, intangible realm, a bank of the underworld, allowing Xu Xing to conjure the verdant, ghostly notes at will. Silence enveloped the room. Within that quietude, only Xu Xing's voice reverberated. For every 10,000 pieces of paper currency, one can obtain a single 100 yuan ghostly note. What then can this 100 yuan note procure? In an amusement park, merely 10 ghostly yuan grants access to a single ride. Without such currency, one would be compelled to sacrifice a hand, a leg, or even a life. In essence, 100 yuan equates to the totality of a person's corporeal existence. Surviving harrowing challenges to earn a mere 10 ghostly yuan implies that one must face death 10 times to accumulate 100 yuan. If you deem these notions as distant futures, still shrouded in skepticism, let me share an experience from not long ago. I encountered the messengers of death, the black and white impermanents. I exchanged 7,000 yuan for 12 hours of life. Xu Xing paused, allowing the gravity of his words to settle. A tumultuous clamor erupted in the assembly. The black and white impermanents. Regardless of belief, every person from the Great Xia has heard of these figures, emblematic of the king of hell and the news of death. Now, Xu Xing claimed to have purchased 12 hours of life with ghostly currency. The multitude was overwhelmed with incredulity, their minds racing with the implications. Death is the greatest fear in this world. The higher one stands, and the more one possesses, the more one fears death. Now, this so-called ghostly currency could purchase life itself. Xu Xing's assertion struck at the very heart of their fears. "Comrades," he urged, not allowing them time for contemplation. "In just 28 days, terror shall descend, and phantoms will roam freely. The land of Great Xia will succumb to a series of harrowing games. Its people will wail under the relentless gnawing of bizarre entities. In my previous life, I was powerless, and you, all present here, will also be powerless to intervene, forced to witness the unfolding calamity." As Xu Xing's words echoed in the hall, vivid images of a nation in ruin and corpses strewn across the land haunted the attendees, their hearts beginning to palpitate with dread. The assembly was composed of the nation's most pivotal power holders. If they found themselves impotent in the face of a terrifying reality, what a tragic fate would befall the entire nation or even the world. Yet, at this moment, the divine has bestowed upon us a chance for redemption. Xu Xing's words, though softly spoken, imparted an indescribable gravity to all present. In this instant, everyone recognized that this pivotal moment was orchestrated by Xu Xing. The crowd gazed at his upright figure, resembling a towering tree, poised to bear the weight of the nation's very existence. "I concur." Someone raised their hand and shouted. This solitary hand, this voice, ignited a chain reaction as one by one, hands were lifted and shouts echoed in unison. "I concur. I concur. I concur." Perhaps it was a sense of duty to protect the nation and its people, or perhaps it was the allure of potential opportunities following the crisis. One participant after another raised their hands in agreement. Su Bulan also elevated his hands, fully aware that his gesture held no significance, yet unable to suppress the fervor within him. He understood that at this moment, behind each raised hand and following Xu Xing's resonant declarations, a magnificent nation, a colossal entity, was about to unleash its own roar. To be part of this was exhilarating. The leaders seated in the front row also raised their hands in affirmation. Commander Tang, unable to contain his excitement, saluted Xu Xing. Xu smiled and nodded, then turned to the assembly, proclaiming with fervor, "Let us, with the strength of the entire nation, burn paper money, transform it into ghostly currency, vanquish demons, and eradicate calamities. Let the Summer Kingdom reclaim its place atop the world. Let the Summer Kingdom ascend as the sovereign of terror." Xu Xing's words surged like waves, sweeping through the hall. They flowed onward, expanding and radiating. They would traverse skyscrapers, mountains, lakes, oceans, cities, and villages. They would envelop every corner of the world. They would touch every individual. And then, a cataclysmic upheaval. Chapter 30. The Printing Speed of the Industrial Maniac. Initiate. Gambling is an art of intellect. However, mobilizing the entire nation's resources is not a simple matter of command. It requires meticulous arrangements. The conference at the Great Hall has concluded, yet a more exclusive meeting involving the key figures continues. It is often said that minor affairs warrant grand assemblies, while significant matters are best addressed in intimate gatherings. Xu Xing, Commander Tang, and Academician Pan are present, along with a dozen others unknown to Xu, though he surmises they are leaders overseeing military, economic, industrial, and civil affairs. He mentally assigns them ranks according to their seating, having resolved to marshal the nation's full strength in response. It is imperative that everyone articulates their strategies. The senior leader opens the discussion, stating the urgency of the situation and the vast implications involved. He urges all to share their insights promptly. Indeed, with a mere month at our disposal, we must produce as much of the ethereal currency as possible, excluding any unforeseen calamities. This scenario appears akin to a divine wish, a month to print currency, with no limit on the amount produced. It is simply irresistible, based on our current experimental conclusions. The Academy of Sciences has devised a proposal for maximizing the efficiency of paper currency production. Academician Pan, holding relevant documents, is the first to present a suggestion to pursue industrialized papermaking, crafting the currency, incinerating it, and reciting incantations through an automated production line, thereby enabling the swiftest acquisition of ethereal currency within a short time frame. A leader inquires, "Have we calculated the rate of currency production?" "What is it?" Academician Pan responds, "Preliminary calculations indicate we could produce 100,000 sheets of currency per second, which, at a spectral exchange rate of 1 to 10,000, translates to approximately 5 to 600,000 units of ethereal currency per day. Too little." The inquiring leader furrows his brow. He insists that the efficiency of a production line must exceed 1 million units. Immediately, we must organize the National Design Institutes to draft a proposal. "Understood," Academician Pan replies. Furthermore, regarding quantity, we propose to mobilize the entire nation's resources to construct 100 million units. Upon hearing this figure, Xu's eyebrows arch in astonishment. One production line can convert 1 million ethereal currency daily. To build 100 million units, that amounts to trillions of ethereal currency each day. Xu finds himself somewhat parched. However, the inquiring leader remains dissatisfied with this quantity, contemplating for a moment before asserting, "At least 300 million units. Remember, this is a one-time endeavor, a singular opportunity. We must leverage every available resource to acquire ethereal currency. If domestic resources prove insufficient, we shall seek international assistance." The senior leader adds, "The proposal for the production line is one aspect, but the construction within a short time frame is another. We must also consider raw materials. Papermaking requires wood, does it not? How do we procure such vast quantities of timber, and what chain reactions might ensue? All of these factors necessitate our careful consideration." The leader responsible for industrial matters asserts, "I will take charge of the construction. We are known as infrastructure maniacs, and it appears the time has come to demonstrate our true capabilities. I shall mobilize all industrial workers and military personnel to ensure the swift completion of the production line for 3 million sets of paper money." The leaders responsible for the economy, however, have not flinched. The issue of raw materials is rather troublesome. The timber required for papermaking cannot solely be sourced from domestic forests. Even if we were to disregard the future of the ecological environment, domestic resources would still be insufficient. Thus, it is imperative to procure supplies from abroad, be it from Southeast Asia, North and South America, Europe, or even Russia. Wherever timber can be found, we shall seek to acquire it, especially since we possess a considerable amount of foreign currency, which may not be usable once the impending crisis descends upon us. Such a significant undertaking may attract the attention and opposition of America, as one military leader cautioned. Let them notice, declared a senior leader. We possess an absolute advantage in intelligence. Should they dare to oppose us, we shall engage them in a game. Various leaders exchanged words with remarkable efficiency, agreeing on matters that would impact hundreds of millions of lives. Seeing their discussion nearing its conclusion, Xu Xing raised his hand for attention. All eyes turned to him. Currently, only I can perceive the fluctuations in the balance of this paper money. However, following the onset of the crisis, it is highly likely that everyone will be able to access it. Therefore, I propose that we do not incinerate all the paper money solely for my benefit, but rather allocate a portion to be distributed among the populace, ensuring that every citizen possesses some share of this currency. Upon finishing his statement, Xu Xing noticed the complexity in the gazes of those present. There was no need for Xu Chen to speak. The leaders had already contemplated this aspect. Yet, they had not anticipated Xu Xing's generous and proactive suggestion, truly selfless of him. The senior leader nodded. Let us proceed as Mr. Xu suggests. 60% of the paper money shall be allocated to Mr. Xu, while the remaining 40% will be distributed among others. Furthermore, we shall mobilize the entire nation to incinerate paper currency. With all arrangements in place, Xu Xing exited the conference room, noting that night had already fallen. He felt the coolness of the evening air and observed the multitude of individuals bustling about due to the recent decisions made in the meeting. A sense of anticipation washed over him. Are you ready to experience the frenetic pace of industrial production in the thrilling world that awaits? In the metropolis, Wang Yibo, a designer at the Planning Institute, found himself summoned to the conference room as soon as he arrived at work. What could be so urgent that he wasn't even allowed a moment to sip some tea? Wang Yibo glanced around the room, noticing a dozen individuals wearing equally bewildered expressions. After a brief wait for everyone to arrive, the leader rapped on the table, signaling the commencement of the meeting. A last-minute task had been assigned, and everyone was instructed to review the notification that was being circulated. The priority level was currently at its highest. A top priority indicates that the largest workforce must be deployed to expedite completion. Wang Yibo furrowed his brow. He was currently responsible for the planning of a factory valued in the hundreds of millions, approaching a critical juncture. Was there something of even greater priority? He had intended to voice his concerns, but upon glimpsing the notification, he swiftly closed his mouth. Notice regarding the planning and construction of the automated currency production and incineration facility, the title is inconsequential, as is the content. What truly matters are the signatures and seals. From the State Council, the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, the Provincial Committee, the Development and Reform Commission, and even the stamp from the military district. It is bewildering, as Wang Yibo cannot fathom how these various seals have been amassed. The specifics of the design will be scrutinized in due course. Now, I shall convey the directives from our superiors. Once everyone had perused the notice, the leader stated there are two requirements. First, the operational efficiency of the facility must be maximized. Second, the completion of the planning must be expedited. Upon hearing these demands, the attendees bore expressions of dismay. This signified yet another ordeal of enduring multiple iterations. Version A, Version B, Version B. 1. Version C, the so-called final version, the truly final version, the dog version, and the woof-woof version, along with the final version plus. A veritable nightmare scenario. However, the leader's subsequent remarks left them utterly astounded. The timeline set forth by our superiors was, one day, within a single day, the planning must be finalized. The absurdity of this time frame rendered the assembly speechless. One day, what can be accomplished in such a brief span? Merely enough to draft a document, perhaps. Bang, bang, bang. The leader rapped on the table, silencing the clamor within the conference room, and stated solemnly, "This is the mandate from above." Furthermore, credible sources suggest that it is not solely our planning institute in the Magic City that has received this assignment. Every prominent facility planning firm across the nation has likely been tasked with the same mission. One day, the most effective design will be chosen from among the proposals. This implies that at least 3,000 entities nationwide are concurrently engaged in this endeavor. Everyone was taken aback. Over 3,000 firms designing a proposal simultaneously. The best will be selected? Good heavens, what a grand undertaking. Have we unleashed a monster? Chapter 31 at the command. 3 million factory units commence construction simultaneously. Is it really necessary to create such a grand spectacle for just one factory? Someone mumbled. One? Who informed you there was only one? The leader's gaze was complex, as if still reeling from the shock. The superior had stated that 3 million units must be constructed in the shortest time possible. Listen closely, not 300, but 3 million. 3 million. Wang Yibao's eyes gradually widened, his mouth unconsciously agape. 3 million factory units? This was the first time in his design career that he perceived the client's demands as utterly outrageous. Detailed requirements were swiftly photocopied by an assistant and distributed to everyone. In the conference room, the attendees no longer harbored any dismissive attitudes. They meticulously studied the notice word by word. Yet, truth be told, their hearts were filled with confusion. What did it mean to combine the production of paper money, perforation, incineration, and recitation into one? What exactly is paper money? Is this an automated production line from raw materials to sacrificial burning? What kind of industrialized ritual is this? To accomplish this, we need 100 units? The leader listened to the discussions, his expression shifting between red and black. Unable to restrain himself, he reprimanded, "If there are questions, go to the higher-ups. Do not question the client's needs." Wang Yibao refrained from joining the discussions. Hailing from a rural background, he had been exposed to the traditional practice of burning paper since childhood and was quite familiar with the concept of paper money. Although he did not comprehend why the client required such an item, he had long adopted the mindset of simply following orders. Tasked with the project, he returned to his workstation without even taking the time to brew tea and immediately began designing. Despite feeling that his abilities might not be esteemed by the leaders in this nationwide endeavor, he nonetheless exerted all his mental faculties to contemplate the task. He worked tirelessly until dusk, finally submitting his design proposal. Afterward, he left the company and casually found a small restaurant for dinner. Before he could finish his meal, he received a call from the leader, summoning him back to the conference room. Everyone who had attended the morning meeting was present. They regarded him with a peculiar gaze. "What's going on? Why are they looking at me like that?" Wang Yibao touched his face and then his hair, relieved to find everything in place, though still perplexed. Suddenly, the room erupted in applause. The leader, beaming with joy, announced, "I just received the notification. Old Wang, your proposal has been selected by the higher-ups. They will directly reward you 5 million. By the time you arrived, the funds had already been transferred." Wang Yibao was taken aback by this unexpected news. "Old Wang, it's your treat." The leader patted his shoulder. "You silently set off a grand fireworks display." Colleagues eagerly inquired, "Old Wang, what exactly did your proposal entail that caught the higher-ups' attention at first glance?" Wang Yibao reflected for a moment, hesitatingly stating, "There haven't been many improvements. At that time, when I saw the client's requirement for the production of 100 million banknotes to be incinerated in a day, I thought, why not expand the factory scale, creating standardized intelligent modules to automate all processes including pulping, papermaking, perforating, and cutting, enhancing efficiency just a little bit." The crowd inquired, "Just a little bit?" Wang Yibao scratched his head. "Well, it went from 100 million banknotes to 1 billion, I suppose." The crowd exclaimed, "Is that really just a little bit?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Wang Yibao admitted, "At that time, I wasn't thinking clearly. I was just focused on improving efficiency. Later, I realized that if I were to proceed like this, the factory's area would need to be increased, costs would rise, and the construction process would become prolonged. In summary, the construction of the factory would be rather complex. To be honest, even completing 300 sets would take at least half a year. I truly didn't expect the state to take an interest in my proposal." Complex construction? The leader chuckled. You needn't worry about that. The state will naturally handle it. Just as Wang Yibo was about to say something further, he noticed the conference room door swing open, and several soldiers entered. Are you Mr. Wang Yibo? One inquired. Wang Yibo nodded, somewhat dazed. Hello, Mr. Wang, the soldier saluted, presenting him with a document adorned with numerous official seals. I am here on behalf of the State Council to inform you that you have been appointed as the chief designer for the Ghost Currency Factory construction. Please accompany us. Accompany you? Where to? Wang Yibo's mind was spinning. The design blueprint had been submitted in the evening. It was still light out, and already it had been selected. The bonus deposited into his account, and his appointment as chief designer issued? What kind of extraordinary dream was this? To the construction site, the soldier replied, tucking the document away and signaling for Wang Yibo to follow. Dazed, Wang Yibo ascended with the soldier to the rooftop, where a military helicopter awaited. Once aboard, they swiftly departed southward. Unable to contain himself, Wang Yibo asked, My planning blueprint differs somewhat from your initial requirements. Construction will be more complex and will need further refinement. There is no need to rush, is there? Very much so. The soldier glanced at him, explaining, I understand your concerns, Mr. Chief Designer. Are you worried that the factory's complexity will hinder our ability to construct it? Wang Yibo instinctively nodded. Rest assured, no matter how intricate it becomes, we will see it through. The soldier responded with a carefree smile. If one engineering team isn't sufficient, we'll mobilize 10. If one vehicle won't suffice, we'll send 100. Should there be municipal issues, we will have the municipal department stationed at the site 24 hours a day. If there are electrical problems, we'll have the power grid establish a dedicated line. In short, we will ensure that the factory is completed and operational in the shortest possible time. As Wang Yibo observed the soldier's uniform, he suddenly comprehended why the notice bore the military district seal. Goodness, this was going to be a project enforced under a gunpoint. You must proceed in this manner. I am confident that within 5 days, we can erect the factory. However, Wang Yibo stated weakly, what you require is 3 million units. 3 million units? What is the issue? The soldier inquired, his expression one of confusion. What is the issue? Wang Yibo chuckled, yet as he observed the soldier's earnest demeanor, a sudden realization dawned upon him, causing him to involuntarily gasp. You cannot be suggesting. The soldier nodded, conveying an air of inevitability. 3 million factories, of course, must be approached in this manner. Mobilize 3 million engineering teams and expedite construction to commence production. The soldier's calm yet assured tone sent shivers through Wang Yibo's very soul. To manufacture the ghost money factories, would they truly mobilize tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of people? What an utterly insane notion. The crux of the matter, Wang Yibo pondered, was that the Great Xia seemingly possessed such capabilities. It truly could accomplish this feat. The mere thought of millions across various regions of Great Xia simultaneously employing his design to construct 3 million units sent a surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins. At the command's issuance, tens of millions of individuals and hundreds of billions in capital would flow through the veins of this nation like lifeblood. Is this not the sheer power of an industrial juggernaut? Chapter 32. The slow-moving national master beep, beep. Clear the way ahead. Can't you see the debris truck approaching? Clang, clang, clang. When Wang Yibo arrived in the southern part of the Magic City, he was utterly astonished by the sight before him. In his memory, this place was once a serene park. However, it had now transformed into an extraordinarily bustling construction site. Hundreds of excavators, debris trucks, cement mixers, and dozens of tower cranes, along with thousands of workers, crowded the area, creating an overwhelming sense of chaos. Wang Yibo marveled at the sheer scale of the operation. To mobilize such a multitude of people and equipment in such a short time, solely for the construction of a factory, was indeed a grand endeavor. Yet, it was not merely a single factory. The soldier, guiding him, gestured broadly, indicating that at least 20 factories were to be constructed simultaneously in this very location. Moreover, not only here, but across the nation and even in some overseas regions, site preparation for similar projects was concurrently underway, awaiting the arrival of the construction blueprints to commence factory building immediately. This was all thanks to your design plans, Chief Wang. With a weary smile, Wang Yibo remarked, simultaneous construction nationwide, and even abroad? Surely this doesn't mean they intend to build 300,000 automated incineration factories? What on earth is the purpose of all this? The soldier halted, casting a cold, piercing gaze at Wang Yibo. What I can disclose to Chief Wang is that the 300,000 factories must be completed and operational within 5 days. Beyond that, I can only say it pertains to state secrets, and I am unable to provide further information. Feeling a chill from the soldier's intense stare, Wang Yibo realized he had inquired too deeply. He dared not press further and silently followed the soldier into the depths of the construction site. However, he contemplated that if what the soldier had claimed was true, if factories were indeed being constructed nationwide at the same time, the commotion would undoubtedly be substantial, perhaps even generating some buzz online. He pulled out his phone and checked his social media feed. To his surprise, what he found was not merely some news. The entire trending list was dominated by updates regarding the mysterious construction site, with the first 9 spots filled with related topics. Only in 10th place did a trending post about a new song release from a popular artist appear. Wang Yibo quickly tapped to view the details. Photos. JPG, brothers, I'm utterly flabbergasted. I remember my front yard was a lush lawn, and now upon waking, it's transformed into a construction site. The efficiency of this excavation is astonishing. Oh my, it's quite a coincidence. I was just awakened yesterday by the clamor of machinery. Do these workers not consider the time when they're working? I'm going to file a complaint against them. Were you all also awakened by the construction crew? I thought I was the only one experiencing this. It's been noisy since last night, and it's truly giving me a headache. 1. I too was roused from sleep. 1. I was furious upon waking, but now I'm holding a bowl, enjoying the spectacle. Awoken 1, what on earth is happening? Is everyone participating in some form of performance art? Have we all been disturbed by construction? Is there truly that much work going on? Construction. JPG construction. JPG construction. JPG construction. JPG. Wang Yibo gazed at the construction drawings, sensing a palpable atmosphere of urgency and chaos akin to the very sight before him. Clearly, these were plans for the establishment of an automatic incineration plant for paper currency. As more construction sites were unveiled, the onlookers began to sense something amiss. What on earth is happening? Why is construction occurring far and wide? Moreover, reports indicated that these projects commenced abruptly last night. Is there a civil engineering expert willing to elucidate this situation? Or have all the online civil engineering veterans disappeared too? Have they all been apprehended? My brother, who works in construction, was unexpectedly summoned last night. My neighbor experienced the same abrupt departure in the dead of night. Has the spring of civil engineers finally arrived? Surely, something monumental is about to unfold. Is the rabbit finally ready to reveal the discoveries hidden behind the moon? Something significant is imminent. Stock up on supplies quickly. Speculations abound online, and Wang Yibo furrowed his brow at the ludicrous theories, realizing he possessed more knowledge than those circulating such ideas. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that this extensive and hurried construction initiative had captured the nation's attention. Yet, whether this scrutiny was beneficial or detrimental remained uncertain. However, this was not a concern for him. His task was to resolve the construction and equipment layout issues post-haste. Entering the construction site, he arrived at a temporary shelter where he encountered numerous industry experts, while even more were connecting remotely. This is Chief Designer Wang Yibo from the Planning Institute. The factory scheme we are employing is his design, the accompanying soldier introduced before stepping aside. Wang Yibo greeted the crowd with a smile, recognizing many familiar faces within the construction sector. Yet, at that moment, no one acknowledged him. Instead, they were embroiled in a heated debate. Wang Yibo listened attentively for a while, feeling somewhat awkward, as the very design they were arguing about was his own. Do you realize this flawed design aims to produce 1 billion pieces of currency paper daily? Do you understand how much wood that requires? Wang Yibo mentally calculated. The specifications for the currency paper were A5, with each sheet weighing approximately 10 grams. 1 billion sheets would amount to 10,000 tons. To produce 1 ton of paper, 2 to 3 tons of timber were needed. Thus, This factory would consume between 20 to 30,000 tons of wood each day. When converted to 10-year-old trees, that equates to approximately 150,000 to 200,000 trees. In a single day, 200,000 trees. How many trees would be required for 300 million factory setups? 60 million. An astounding 60 million trees needed daily. Upon confronting these figures, Wang Yibo felt a chill run down his spine. How many trees exist nationwide? 100 billion or 200 billion? Is it truly the case that everything is to be disregarded, all to be felled and burned? Wang Yibo's heart brimmed with boundless confusion. The experts present shared this same bewilderment. Some even contemplated striking or escalating their concerns to higher authorities. Everyone yearned to understand the purpose behind the incineration of 3 million sets of paper money. Was there really an intention to recklessly chop down every tree in the nation? What of the verdant mountains and flowing waters? What of future generations? Do they not matter? Indeed, they do matter. We must certainly take responsibility. Everything we undertake is for the sake of our descendants and the future of our country. In the capital, within the Grand Assembly Hall, a high-level meeting continued to unfold. A leader appeared weary, yet the brilliance in his eyes shone brightly. A sense of horror loomed, heralding an unprecedented calamity. If we were to stumble blindly into this, we might indeed face national ruin. Thankfully, the presence of Master Xu provided us with a rare opportunity. We must seize this singular chance at any cost. Master Xu. Yes, indeed, Xu has been promoted. Although his title has shifted from deputy director to national master, his responsibilities remain unchanged. Initially, he transferred all the paper money that Yuan Fongting had frantically burned to Little Yining, losing track of how much he had sent. Was it millions? Tens of millions? He had become a heartless machine of transfers. Following that, he served as a test subject for Academician Pan, experimenting with various methods of obtaining paper money and the conversion processes involved. Ultimately, he found himself brought into the conference room, eyes vacant, to participate in discussions and strategies concerning the paper money frenzy. At that moment, as he listened to the leaders speak, Xu shared his perspective. I concur with this leader's assertion. The conversion of paper money will be entirely halted after the descent of horror. The remaining 27 days will be our only opportunity. The damaged environment and depleted funds can be replenished later, but if we miss the chance for paper money conversion, it will be a lost cause. Moreover, should we fail in the horror game and suffer the penalties of the terrifying realm, vast territories may devolve into bizarre gathering places, rendering any resources ineffectual against the uncanny. Xu's words cast a serious pallor over the leaders, prompting deep contemplation. Are we not to utilize these funds to construct warships and aircraft, waiting merely to settle war reparations? One leader mumbled, subsequently raising his hand in agreement. I concur. I too am in favor. Agreed, echoed the others as they raised their hands in unison. The senior leader ultimately declared, it is settled then. We shall expedite the felling of trees and bamboo groves for the purpose of burning paper. Furthermore, we will announce to the nation a call to collect old paper and ineffective currency to compensate for the lack of timber. Lastly, we shall allocate $500 billion in foreign exchange for the comprehensive procurement of timber abroad. Everything will be aimed at maximizing the conversion of ghost money. After listening to these policies, President Xu let out a sigh. This is the confidence of the nation. If it were left to him alone to burn paper money, he could never achieve such grand gestures in 3 lifetimes, especially the final $500 billion in paper money, which accounts for nearly 60% of the nation's foreign exchange reserves, a wealth accumulated over decades. And just like that, it is put to use. Such audacity. Yet, one wonders how such a significant commotion will elicit a response from the American powers. Surely, they will be utterly bewildered, won't they? For some reason, the image of that scene always brings a smile to Su's face. Chapter 33. The Automatic Incineration Factory of Paper Money. The hellish printing press of ghost money. The chainsaw, whirring at high speed, effortlessly sliced through the fibrous skin of the trees, severing them at the roots. Timber, shouted Tong Pu, alerting his fellow lumberjacks to take heed. As a seasoned lumberjack with over 30 years of experience, he was well versed in the art of felling trees. Yet this time, unease gnawed at him as he worked. What could possibly be the reason for this? Tong Pu pondered the government-issued directive to fell trees, which he found utterly perplexing. Regardless of the size or species of the trees, all were to be cut down indiscriminately. The sole stipulation was urgency, swift felling, and rapid transportation. In his extensive career, Tong Pu had never encountered such peculiar demands. Moreover, it seemed that his fellow lumberjacks from distant regions had received the same orders. Was it true, as rumored online, that something monumental was on the horizon? Was the nation constructing some sort of base? But what kind of base could possibly require such an abundance of timber, especially a haphazard mix of various qualities? Tong Pu was utterly confounded, feeling as though his mind might shrink from the weight of his thoughts. Why contemplate so much? The government dictated the course of action, and they were to follow it without question. One word: trust the state. His companions in the lumber team responded with mirth, adding that whatever the purpose, they would soon discover it by following the transport vehicles. Indeed, Tong Pu reasoned there was a certain logic to that. Once the last of the timber was loaded onto the trucks, they followed in convoy. To his astonishment, the lumber was not transported far, but rather delivered directly to a nearby ravine. Just days prior, this area had been overrun with wild grass, but now it had transformed into an industrial facility. Gazing at the new edifice, Tong Pu felt his mind contract further. How on earth had they constructed such a large factory in such a brief span of time? No one answered his unspoken question, and Tong Pu could only accompany the timber truck to the entrance of the factory. A group of suited personnel awaited them. Under their direction, the truck unloaded the timber with rough efficiency. Following their instructions, Tong Pu and his fellow workers proceeded to chop the branches into smaller segments. Soon a forklift arrived, transporting all the cut timber into a dark, gaping hole. Peering inside, Tong Pu discerned a shredder. The branches were fed into the maw of the machine, crushed, pulverized, and then transformed into a flowing slurry. Are they producing paper? Tong Pu wondered, but if they were indeed making paper, how could the quality be maintained with such a mix of branches? Noticing that the staff merely glanced at him without hindering his curiosity, he continued to observe. As he suspected, they were indeed in the process of paper production. The pulp was swiftly conveyed to the next compartment for intertwining, dewatering, drying, and rolling. At that moment, the form of the paper began to manifest. However, Tong Pu gazed at the sheets of paper, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Without witnessing the pulping process or the optimization of the pulp, the paper produced appeared exceedingly coarse, with a medley of hues, yellow, green, and black, blending grotesquely together. It was so abominably poor in quality that one might as well use it as toilet paper. After expending such effort to create this kind of paper, was it sheer folly? He had no choice but to continue observing. The rolled sheets of paper were fashioned into a block measuring 1 meter in length, 1 meter in width, and half a meter in thickness, subsequently conveyed by a conveyor belt to a cutting machine. Upon emerging, they had been sliced into sizes akin to A5 paper, adorned with numerous rows of perforations. Tong Pu stared at these holes, his eyes widening in disbelief, as if he had encountered a specter. Was this not paper money? This group of individuals, often engaged in logging in the wilderness, was well acquainted with paper money, a commonly used item in folk rituals. Yet, he never imagined he would witness the production of such an abundance of paper money within such an advanced facility. Did the government order the felling of trees solely for the purpose of fabricating paper money? What on earth was happening here? Tong Pu observed stack upon stack of paper money being transported, his mind rendered incapable of further contemplation. He could only follow the procession of paper money, advancing forward. Suddenly, he froze in place, for he beheld the conveyor belt carrying the paper money, directing all of it into a room engulfed in roaring flames, casting it directly into the inferno. Stack after stack, countless sheets of paper money were thus created, then tumbled down the conveyor belt into the fiery abyss. Consumed in fervent flames, a myriad of faint sounds emanated from the conflagration. This was the paper money being burned for Xu Xing. This was the paper money being burned for Xu Xing. This was the paper money being burned for Xu Xing amidst the fierce flames, thick smoke, swirling paper money, and strange sounds, Xu Xing. Tong Pu felt as though he had been rendered utterly numb. What on earth were these things? The initial questions that had brought him here remained unanswered, only multiplying into countless more inquiries that weighed heavily upon his spirit. He exited the factory, raising his gaze skyward. Above the combustion chamber, a colossal chimney belched forth billowing smoke. In the distance, further still, there were more chimneys, each releasing similar plumes of smoke. Tong Pu's heart grasped the truth. One factory after another, akin to the one behind him, was voraciously consuming truckloads of timber, reducing them to fragments, crushing them, and then transforming them into inferior paper, which was then sent down the conveyor belt, all destined for the flames, to be burned for the entity known as Xu Xing. Madness. All of it was madness. What on earth was the nation doing? Once all the wood had been processed, Tong Pu could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired of a staff member about this perplexing situation. The staff member did not reprimand him nor provide an answer, but merely regarded him with a calm gaze and stated, "We do not know, nor do we need to know. One need only trust the judgment of the state." Trusting the state. Tong Pu offered a bitter smile. I too have faith in the state. Yet as I witness the trees we have nurtured for decades, even centuries, being felled by the truckload and subsequently incinerated, I find it profoundly difficult to comprehend and accept, even if we disregard our own concerns. We must consider the well-being of future generations. The staff exhibited no emotional fluctuations, as though they had endured countless inquiries. Whether one comprehends or accepts it, one must simply comply. Time, they asserted, will provide us with answers. Moreover, observing the growing fury on Tong Pu's face, the staff added, I have heard that many are procuring timber resources overseas. For every piece they acquire, one less tree need be sacrificed domestically. It is a small measure of remedy. At least, Tong Pu fell silent for a moment. Timber imports from abroad? It was evident that such endeavors would incur significant expenses. Furthermore, would such large-scale procurement of timber truly proceed without complications? As Tong Pu gazed at the billowing smoke in the sky, the world around him suddenly felt alien. Chapter 34. Powering up the fire control radar. Has Dachau lost its mind? In the western Gulf of America, truckloads of timber were being loaded into containers, which were subsequently hoisted onto a large cargo ship. Chun, it's a pleasure to collaborate. Boomed Jihan, the lumberyard owner, laughing heartily. I never imagined you would even take the offcuts. You've done me a tremendous favor. Facing him, the cargo owner Chun also chuckled, giving Jihan a reassuring pat on the shoulder. A pleasure indeed. Once Jihan departed, Chen's demeanor shifted, and he nodded subtly to his assistant. I've heard that in some places, a single shipment of timber has skyrocketed to 5 million. We managed to settle for 3 million. Jihan ought to be grateful to us. Jihan is simply uninformed. It's no one's fault, replied the assistant bluntly. Chun shook his head. It's not even precious wood. Just some utterly useless branches. I have no idea what they intend to do with it domestically. Ah, never mind. It's pointless to speculate. We, as freight carriers, should simply focus on our transport. He turned to the dock workers, shouting, pick up the pace. After loading the cargo, Chun wasted no time and set off immediately. This transportation of timber was under stringent time constraints domestically, leaving him no room for a day's rest. The crew, accustomed to this nomadic life, grumbled a bit before taking their positions, and the cargo ship sounded its horn, embarking on its journey. The sea was calm, and as Chun stood in the cabin, observing for over an hour, he thought the day would pass without incident. Suddenly, he caught sight through the glass window of an American warship on the distant horizon. The radio crackled with a call. Cargo ship Qingming, please halt your navigation. Upon hearing this, Chun's heart raced. He quickly glanced at the nautical chart and realized he had long since exited territorial waters and entered international seas. What could the American warship want by intercepting us here? Chun's mind raced back to the recent news he had seen online. There was a nationwide frenzy over timber in the country, impossible to conceal. Could it be that a significant action was underway? Was the American warship here for that reason? Countless thoughts swirled in his mind as Chun took several deep breaths and responded via the radio. We are a timber transport vessel. navigating according to regulations. Please do not obstruct our passage. The American warship's reply was cold and resolute. Cargo ship Qingming, please halt your navigation. Otherwise, we will take necessary measures. Just then, Chun Chun saw the warship adjust its course, preparing to intercept them directly. Damn it, these arrogant bastards are serious. Chun Chun exclaimed, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. They can't possibly intend to board and inspect us, can they? The expressions of the other crew members in the command room mirrored his concern. They were a timber transport vessel, with all paperwork in order, and had no fear of inspections. Yet, such an unwarranted boarding would not only be a slap in their faces, but also a humiliation for Daxia. How dare they? Moreover, even if America sought to detain them, what difference would their lawful documentation make? A mere packet of laundry detergent could be wielded as a chemical weapon. Thus, it is not inconceivable that a piece of round timber might serve as a missile. Chun Jun forced himself to remain calm, yet his chaotic mind could conjure no viable strategies. How could an ordinary cargo ship contend with a warship? As the distance to the American naval vessel diminished, Chun Jun clenched his fists in resignation, feeling utterly powerless. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard the crew members shout excitedly, "Captain, look! Quickly, over there! Our savior has arrived!" Following their pointing fingers, Chun Jun's blood surged with fervor. It was a fluttering red flag. Beneath that banner was a sleek, silver-hulled vessel, racing toward them, the Daxia destroyer. Simultaneously, the destroyer issued a cordial warning. American warship, please cease your approach toward our cargo vessel. Otherwise, we shall be compelled to take necessary measures. For reasons unknown, upon hearing this proclamation, Chun Jun's spine straightened, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. It felt akin to being bullied in childhood, only to have a guardian arrive to restore order. The surge of confidence was immediate. The American warship roared over the radio. "Are you insane? Daxia warship, this is American territorial waters, and your actions pose a severe threat to the safety of our vessels. You are ordered to leave immediately. Leave at once." The Daxia destroyer responded promptly. "Enough of your nonsense. American warship, this is international waters. You have gravely endangered our cargo ship's safety. We demand that you withdraw immediately. Depart at once." Chun Jun and his timber transport vessel trembled in the space between the two warships. Yet soon, the Daxia destroyer sped past the cargo ship, positioning itself between the merchant vessel and the American warship. A composed, middle-aged officer's voice resonated over the intercom. "Qingming cargo ship, this is the Daxia Navy's Chunning destroyer. We thank you for transporting timber resources for our nation. I shall now handle the situation here. You may depart safely." Gazing at the magnificent and ethereal vessel, and hearing the voice imbued with a sense of security and reliance, the entire crew aboard the Qingming cargo ship erupted in joyous cheers, pride swelling within them. "This is our Daxia Navy. Long live the Navy! Long live Daxia! Long live the Chunning destroyer!" Chun Jun felt an immense sense of relief. Yet this was not the time for celebration. The pressing task was to expedite the timber's return home. He directed the crew to navigate the cargo ship past the Chunning. However, just then, the American warship also began to turn toward them. "Qingming cargo ship, you are ordered to halt your navigation immediately," shouted the American officer. Chun Jun frowned at the command, but did not hesitate, for he knew the Chunning destroyer would provide him with protection. Indeed, as the American warship redirected toward the Qingming, the Chunning adjusted its course in tandem. Yet they adjusted the direction of their artillery. Battle preparations. Chun Chin faintly heard the alarm sound and the ancestral command echoing. Meanwhile, voices from the American side seemed to emerge from the radio intercom. "Alarm! Alarm! Target locked by fire control radar. Alarm! Alarm! Target locked by fire control radar." Chun Chun was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, they're directly activating the fire control radar. When did the Great Xi'an Navy become so formidable? No, the Great Xi'an Navy has always been this formidable. It was merely discreet and low profile in the past. Now, however, it is like a waking giant dragon. A fierce tiger descending the mountain, a sword unsheathed, sharp and striking. "American warship, please cease your approach towards our cargo ship. Otherwise, Our vessel will take necessary measures. The great Xu Xing destroyer, after adjusting its artillery direction, continued to repeat the initial expulsion command. The wording of the expulsion, even the tone of voice, was identical. Yet, with the dark cannon barrel aimed at their foreheads and the fire control radar activated and locked, these two identical phrases possessed a vastly different potency. On the American warship, chaos ensued. Everyone wore a bewildered expression, tinged with a hint of terror. Were they? In waters less than 100 nautical miles from America. Who are they? They're the immensely powerful Navy of America. Yet, as one of the strongest military legions in the world, right at their doorstep, a great Xia warship dares to activate its fire control radar against them. Everyone's heads buzzed. It was the cacophony of the battle alarm. It was the aftershock of disbelief. They had always stood at others' doorsteps, displaying their might. When had they ever been confronted at their own threshold? What does the great Xia warship intend? To provoke a war? The great Xia warship lay in silence like a prowling tiger, poised for attack, its dark cannon barrel chilling the hearts of the American sailors. If looks could speak, surely all the officers aboard the American warship would hear the unspoken words of the great Xia warriors. Gentlemen, you are in deep trouble. The American officers could not comprehend the perilous reliance behind the great Xia warship's current actions, yet they could understand the unspoken language conveyed by the formidable cannon. Unprepared to face death, they dared not act recklessly. They could only urgently halt their movements and adjust their course to face the Chunning. Yet, everyone knew that this time, America was at a disadvantage, unable to take any obstructive measures, forced to watch as the Chungming cargo ship sailed away. Insanity. Madness. Has Great Xia lost its mind? In the Pentagon, the American Military Command Center was bustling with activity. Commander Vandermonde threw the freshly gathered intelligence into disarray, his expression a mask of fury as he unleashed a torrent of curses. Chapter 35. In the blink of an eye. Vast sums of ghostly currency had been amassed. Scattered papers chronicled the recent developments within the Great Xia. On April 3rd, during the night, a large-scale movement of personnel and engineering equipment was detected across the nation. From April 4th to April 7th, an intensive campaign for factory construction was launched nationwide, with the specifics of these factories remaining ambiguous. On April 8th, a significant influx of equipment began entering the factories, speculated to include paper-making and incineration apparatus. Simultaneously, extensive factory constructions were underway in the Central African region. On April 9th, destructive logging commenced throughout Great Xia, with all felled timber promptly transported to the newly established factories. An hour later, thick smoke began billowing from these facilities. By the end of April 9th, nearly 1 million factories were reported emitting smoke across the nation, shrouded in mystery. On the same day, Great Xia engaged in substantial international procurement of timber resources. By April 10th, preliminary statistics indicated that 489 cargo ships had been dispatched for timber procurement, with a total tonnage nearing 5 million tons. By April 15th, the timber-laden ships began returning to port, with the materials swiftly conveyed to the incineration facilities. On April 17th, Great Xia's foreign exchange reserves plummeted by 50, inciting turmoil in the international financial markets. On April 18th, nearly 100 global media outlets published inquiries, to which the Great Xia authorities remained indifferent. That same day, the Ministry of Commerce secretly passed a resolution to compete globally for timber resources against Great Xia. On April 19th, American naval forces intercepted 18 cargo vessels, conducting forced inspections but finding no irregularities. In response, Great Xia vehemently protested this interception. Later that night, Great Xia's warships appeared in the western seas of America, leading to a confrontation with American vessels, during which Great Xia's ships activated their fire control radar. Monitoring reports indicated a total of 16 Great Xia warships that night. Despite American naval deployment, no cargo vessels were intercepted. A flurry of information coursed through Vandermonde's mind, leaving him bewildered, perplexed, and with bloodshot eyes. How could the Great Xia Navy, typically confined to its own coastal waters, audaciously appear in America's western seas? Historically, it was always American warships that loomed at the doorsteps of others, Now they were experiencing the indignity of being confronted at their own threshold. It was enough to infuriate anyone. Vandermonde felt a surge of rage within his chest. Yet, overshadowing his anger was a profound sense of confusion. What was Great Xia truly up to? It was not difficult to surmise that the presence of Great Xia's warships in the western seas was intended to escort their cargo vessels, which were tasked with the procurement and transportation of timber resources. The sheer volume of timber being acquired was likely meant for the new factories. Analyzing the intelligence, it appeared that the objective was incineration. However, therein lay the enigma. Why would Great Xia expend countless resources and traverse the globe to procure timber solely for the purpose of burning it back home? Wang Defa. Vandermonde clutched his hair, his face contorted with agony, feeling driven to madness by the actions of the Great Xia. Damn it! Are those fools at the FBI completely incompetent? Why has no intelligence reached us? The United States had designated Great Xia as its primary adversary, and every move it made was under scrutiny. Yet, in plain sight, Great Xia had embarked on a series of bizarre actions over the past fortnight. While their intelligence agency remained utterly devoid of any substantial information, the multitude of uncertainties and the overwhelming sense of being kept in the dark tormented Vandermonde. Aside from issuing FBI warnings for lowbrow films, can the FBI accomplish anything else? Are they all utterly inept? Defense is futile. Our large-scale operations will inevitably be infiltrated and exposed by the FBI. The crux of the matter now lies in timing. In the conference room of the Special Event Handling Office on April 29th, Commander Tang presided over the meeting. At this moment, he represented the highest echelons of Great Xia, with every word and action determining the nation's trajectory. The room was filled with scattered communications from the intelligence department reporting various updates. A total of 965. 238 factories have been constructed and put into operation nationwide. The national timber harvest approaches 40 of the total forest area. Domestic capital expenditure has reached $700 billion. Foreign exchange reserves have plummeted by 40. The United States has deployed naval vessels to intercept our timber transport ships. Great Xia's warships have arrived in the western seas of the United States, engaging in confrontation with American vessels. The U.S. Department of Commerce has decided to fully initiate a lumber procurement plan, countering Great Xia's efforts. The United States has issued a statement demanding the domestic and allied nations prohibit the export of timber resources to Great Xia. Influenced by the U.S. Department of Commerce, lumber procurement in North America has ceased entirely, and procurement in Europe and Africa has decreased by 40, with prices surging by 60. Each piece of news deepened Commander Tang's frown, yet he felt no anxiety. Everything was proceeding according to plan. The imperialist ambitions of the United States remain undeterred. Commando Tang's call. Although they may not grasp our intentions, whatever we undertake, they will oppose and attempt to thwart. Bans, embargoes, espionage, smear campaigns, and official pressure. Just watch. Their tactics will unfold one after another. However, we are no longer lambs for slaughter. Should they seek to oppress us, they must be prepared to face our retaliatory bite. Turning to those present, Commander Tang commanded, the most critical factor is timing. After 5 p.m. on April 29th, all we have done will lose significance. Let this moment be our reference point to initiate the trap plan. The intelligence agency intentionally disseminated information regarding the production line of nether currency, reincarnators, and the impending horror, being mindful of the timing, ensuring that America is informed post 5 p.m. on April 29th. The Ministry of Commerce is to engage in global competition for procurement against America. If they believe they can bully others due to their financial superiority, then let us inflate the prices of timber raw materials. On April 29th, we shall withdraw, leaving America to shoulder the burden. Their expressions will undoubtedly be entertaining. The military is to mobilize forces to enforce martial law, preventing America from resorting to desperate measures following the horror's arrival. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs anticipates that America will undoubtedly rally its allies to vehemently attack us in the United Nations General Assembly. Your task is to counter their every move. The Ministry of Civil Affairs should prepare for a nationwide announcement. Should the supply of timber raw materials diminish, We shall promptly initiate a plan for the recycling of used paper and notify the public to burn paper, thereby achieving wealth redistribution among the populace. The Ministry of Transportation. Commander Tang exhibits remarkable clarity of thought, indicating a well-laid plan. Once all arrangements are finalized, Commander Tang turns to Xu Xing, who is engrossed in a game in the corner of the conference room, seeking his counsel. National Master, do you perceive any issues? The heads of various departments also direct their gaze towards Xu Xing. Xu Xing sets aside his phone and waves dismissively. No issues, proceed. With Xu Xing's command, the department heads relay their tasks to the respective executors. Witnessing this, Xu Xing nods subtly. Since his promotion to National Master, his authority has surged immensely. Without his endorsement, any documents issued by the Special Incident Handling Office for April 29th would be rendered mere scraps of paper. It can be said that Xu Xing's current power is formidable. Yet, he is indifferent, spending his days in the conference room, playing games, merely acting as an unfeeling nodding machine. What truly occupies his concern is the fluctuation of the nether currency balance. Nether currency balance, 60, 353, 896, 247, 2563. Nether currency balance, 60, 353, 996, 247, 2563. Nether currency balance, 60, 354, 996, 247, 2563. Initially, the nether currency balance increased by mere hundreds, but now, in the blink of an eye, it has surged by tens of thousands. In the span of a gaming session, tens of millions of nether currency have flowed in. It is swifter than the printing of money. The ever-increasing nether currency balance bolsters Xu Xing's confidence. It truly resonates with the adage, wealth is a man's courage. The nether currency balance is the very essence of Xu Xing's boldness as a reincarnator. And now, this courage is burgeoning rapidly, expanding to an overwhelming magnitude. Chapter 35. Information Warfare. The more America knows, the less it understands. Cough, cough. As the acrid scent wafted through the air, Lu Xuechuan coughed a couple of times and inwardly cursed at the billowing smoke rising from the chimney in the distance. Her recent circumstances have been far from favorable. Initially, she had engaged with an infatuated suitor who promised a dowry of 300,000 yuan in exchange for marriage. For the sake of this considerable sum, Lu Xuechuan was willing to entertain him for a few months, intending to part ways with him afterward, citing any excuse. Everything had progressed rather smoothly. The infatuated suitor had managed to scrape together the dowry. Just as he was about to present it to her, he inexplicably ceased his affections. Not only did he withhold the dowry, but he also blocked her number. Enraged, Lu Xuechuan sought out several local toughs and made her way to the suitor's hometown, vowing to reclaim her dowry. However, upon arriving at his village, she was nearly rendered speechless. The locale was swarming with military presence, armed helicopters, academicians, high-ranking officials, and generals, individuals she had never imagined she would encounter in her lifetime. They all seemed to orbit around one person. This individual was her suitor, Xu Xing. All those exalted figures were completely engrossed in Xu Xing, and Lu Xuechuan found it difficult to reconcile the man she had been pursuing with the one currently surrounded by such illustrious company. She felt an urge to mend their relationship, to reunite once more. Yet, Xu Xing merely responded with a single word, scram. Scram she did. If she lingered any longer, the toughs she had summoned to intimidate Xu Xing, who were now quaking in their boots, would likely carry her away themselves. Not only had she lost the 30,000 yuan dowry, but she also forfeited the prospect of a promising husband, all while having to treat the frightened toughs to fine cigars and liquor. Truly, she was left with nothing but losses. Lu Xuechuan was on the brink of despair. She had hoped to wait for a pleasant day to clear her mind outdoors. Yet, to her dismay, the surroundings had transformed into a construction site, incessantly echoing with the sounds of hammering, driving her to the brink of irritation. Just as she thought the construction work had concluded, the towering chimney began to belch out thick smoke, murky and suffocating, leaving her throat and mouth filled with debris. Lu Xuechuan could endure no more. She called the municipal office to lodge a complaint. only to be informed that it was a military operation beyond their jurisdiction. She was advised to bear with it for a while longer. Bear with it. Lu Xuechuan was truly exasperated. She longed to purchase a plane ticket to the beautiful shores of Hawaii, to escape this filthy land teeming with unsavory characters. Yet she found herself without a single cent to her name. In that moment, her resentment towards Xu Xing grew ever deeper. Her 300,000 yuan. If she had those 300,000, she could escape and never look back at this detestable country. Yet, she found herself rooted to the spot, standing at the door, snapping a couple of photographs of the chimneys to share on social media, accompanied by a caption lamenting the pollution that no one seems to care about. Surely, we are on the brink of extinction. After completing this, Lu Xuechuan reclined on the sofa, her expression devoid of hope. Suddenly, the phone buzzed to life. Lu Xuechuan glanced at the screen. It was an unfamiliar number. Who could it be? A raspy voice, belonging to a middle-aged man, emanated from the receiver. Is this Miss Lu Xuechuan? Yes, what is it? How did you get my number? Lu Xuechuan frowned. You needn't concern yourself with my identity. I wish to propose a transaction. The middle-aged man replied with a chuckle, feigning seriousness. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuechuan recognized it as a scam call and had no inclination to engage further, promptly hanging up. However, before she could set the phone down, the caller rang again. Are you out of your mind? I'm not interested, she retorted as she answered the call. The caller, seemingly taken aback by her reaction, quickly added, 50,000. We want to inquire about something, and if we are satisfied, we will offer you 50,000. Lu Xuechuan's hand froze midair. 50,000? It felt as if she had stumbled upon a ghost story. Her heart raced, and she instinctively scanned her surroundings. Have you got the wrong person? I have nothing worth your inquiry, she stammered, her breath quickening. The caller chuckled softly, as if chewing something, his words slightly mumbled. Xu Xing. You've heard of him, haven't you? Of course, she had heard of Xu Xing. She had been. Upon hearing his name, Lu Xuechuan was instantly filled with ire. But as she began to speak, she restrained herself and inquired, Is this what you wish to know? Why should I tell you anything? Silence ensued, yet her phone vibrated. A notification of a bank transfer. 5,000 had been deposited. Lu Xuechuan's face lit up with delight, and she began to converse animatedly with the caller. She recounted the details from her first blind date with Xu Xing, the 30,000 in betrothal gifts, and her venture to Qinga village to collect the dowry. The money continued to trickle in, and Lu Xuechuan shared every morsel of information she possessed without reservation. She was unaware of the caller's intentions regarding Xu Xing, but since he had taken her 30,000 in dowry, it seemed only fair to exchange Xu Xing's information for 50,000, did it not? You mean, Xu Xing spent the entire 30,000 on paper money? That was the dowry meant for me. Lu Xuechuan corrected the caller's terminology, as he had indeed claimed. After a while, as the caller relentlessly probed for details about the events in Qinga village, he eventually hung up, having exhausted his inquiries. Lu Xuechuan gazed at her phone balance, which exceeded 400,000, and collapsed onto the sofa in joyous disbelief. With such funds, she could finally indulge in a delightful escapade to Hawaii. Enveloped in her pleasant thoughts, she was suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door. Hello. The community brings warmth. The visitor was remarkably swift, demonstrating a keen awareness of the situation. Meanwhile, in the 429 office, Yuan Fongting scrutinized the intelligence in his hands, his expression grave. From the outset, he understood that the grand assembly of the investigation team in Qinga village could not remain concealed. However, he was taken aback by the efficiency of the American intelligence agencies, who had swiftly traced the key individuals connected to Xu Xing. There are traitors among our ranks, he mused, regardless of their speed or the flow of information. The intelligence operatives remarked, they are still entirely in our grasp. All personnel related to Xu Xing are under our surveillance. We are privy to every word spoken by the FBI's outer circle regarding Lu Xuechuan. Furthermore, the funeral homeowner, Lu Dongxiang, had selectively leaked information about the burnt offerings as per their instructions. In high-level meetings, traitors have been identified, and news of Xu Xing being a reincarnator had already circulated. It could be asserted that every action taken by America was anticipated by them, and all information they possessed was meticulously orchestrated by their design. the more resources they expended. The more they exposed their operatives, which, to them, was advantageous, allowing the opportunity to eliminate internal dissenters. The more America learned, the less they understood. Once all settled, their impotent fury would only amplify. Time, after all, was on their side. Unconventional, initially incensed by the presence of traitors, found clarity after hearing the intelligence department's explanation. He even looked forward to witnessing the expressions of the American intelligence personnel upon encountering the painstakingly gathered intel. Xu Xing, the reincarnator, a terrifying world, burnt offerings, ghost money. Any rational individual, upon reading such revelations, would inevitably exclaim, "What in the world is this?" Chapter 37. The Commercial Warfare. What you desire in the Great Xia, we, America, have seized. In the hexagram building, within the American Command Center, intelligence was being compiled. A young officer meticulously unfolded the information he had gathered from various channels. Commander Vandermaan sat thoughtfully below, deep in contemplation. The young officer, glancing at the intelligence before him, hesitated. Vandermaan, furrowing his brow, urged, "Speak." "What is the hesitation?" "Sir." This information the young officer faltered, pondering his choice of words, as the details appeared rather peculiar. "Peculiar? Umph." Vandermaan, his gaze fixed ahead, scoffed. "Am I over a decade of battlefield experience? What kind of intelligence have I not encountered? Peculiar? Read it." With that, the young officer, no longer troubled, recited the contents inscribed on the letter. Firstly, all unusual activities currently undertaken by the Great Xia, including the large-scale construction of factories and the global procurement of timber and bamboo raw materials, pertain to an individual named Xu Xing. Secondly, Xu Xing hails from a small village called Qinga in the Jin province of Great Xia, which is now entirely under military control. According to the intel, on March 30th, a significant number of helicopters, including armed ones, appeared near Qinga village. Thirdly, the intelligence indicates that Xu Xing is a reborn. Before the young officer could finish, he was abruptly halted by Vandermaan's thunderous voice. "Wait, what? Reborn? What on earth does that mean?" "Dead," the young officer stammered, flipping through the records. "A person who has died and come back to life." Vandermaan blinked, as if confronted with an absurd jest, his mind struggling to grasp the implications of such a simple phrase. He stared blankly at the words "reborn" for an extended moment, then slowly set the paper aside and leaned back in his chair, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned veteran. "Continue reading." The young officer picked up the final piece of paper, gritting his teeth as he read. Fourthly, the reborn Xu Xing states that soon, the world will undergo a tremendous transformation, and a horrifying world will descend upon Earth. There was a note at the end. This information was relayed by 3 high-level informants, whose identities have been compromised. Upon finishing, the young officer placed the paper before Vandermaan and stood rigidly, eyes focused, not daring to utter another word. Once reclining with the poise of a well-seasoned warrior, Vandermaan now stood wide-eyed, transfixed by the intelligence report. My God, such information I have truly never encountered. A reborn? A horrifying world? Wang Defa. The FBI, a group of insidious bureaucrats, seems to be consumed by their own misguided notions. How dare they present such nonsensical intelligence to Vandermaan? Does he even consider sharing this absurd information with the esteemed members of Congress? It is utterly exasperating. They would never believe it. In the office on April 29th, the Intelligence Department was engaged in discussions. All the intelligence they had gathered was accurate, yet incomplete. Particularly concerning the reborn, they were missing the most crucial element, prophecy. Think about it. What have we endured to believe that Xu Xing is indeed a reborn? The lottery incident, the car accident, the Starship explosion, the empty gun incident, even the incident involving Yin. After experiencing such a multitude of events, we have come to genuinely trust in Xu Xing's ability to foresee the future. Yet now, America has bypassed this arduous process and arrived at the conclusion that Xu Xing is a reborn. However, they lack the vital underpinning of prophecy. Rationally, they cannot possibly accept it. They will perceive it merely as a colossal and ludicrous lie. The head of the Intelligence Department spoke with a certain buoyancy. Unconventional also felt quite cheerful, remarking, "Our American counterparts may not believe it now, But when the terrifying world truly materializes, they will be convinced. Yet by then, it will be too late. The head of the intelligence department continued. There was once genuine intelligence presented before them, and they failed to cherish it. Yuan Fangting added, only when it is lost will they regret their oversight. Another voice chimed in. If heaven were to grant them another chance, they would utter 3 words regarding this intelligence. The room echoed in unison, I believe. Laughter erupted, and the atmosphere in the conference room was instantly filled with mirth. In the South American rainforest, the air was thick with tension. Chun Chun stood among the felled trees, glaring at the members of the American procurement team opposite him. Adderson, you are going too far. In North America, you forbade us from procuring timber materials, and now in South America, you wish to seize the wood we have ordered? The man named Adderson, a Caucasian, responded with disdain. Seize? You speak as if we are brigands. Be careful, or I shall accuse you of slander. They buy, you want to buy, and we also wish to buy. It is simply a matter of who offers more. Who offers more? Chun Chun retorted bitterly. You have inflated a $3 million shipment to $6 million. Are you out of your mind? Adderson sneered, revealing his teeth. No matter how much you, the great Xia, are willing to pay, we Americans will always offer higher. Whether in North America, South America, Central Africa, or Australia. Wherever your great Xia seeks timber, we Americans shall certainly be present. Ade-san cast a frigid glance at the Daxia crew before him, a sardonic smile curling his lips. He had secured direct support from the American Department of Commerce, with an imperative to seize Daxia's timber resources at any cost, regardless of location or expenditure. This directive was not solely his. Countless merchant fleets across the globe had received the same orders. The impact of this command was immense. Within a mere 3 days, Daxia's timber procurement had plummeted by 90%. The remainder had been completely absorbed by America. Although Ade-san was unaware of Daxia's intentions behind such a frenzied timber acquisition, he understood that anything Daxia pursued with such fervor warranted obstruction without the need for justification. Despite the substantial costs incurred, they had effectively thwarted Daxia's reckless purchasing strategy, devoid of overseas timber resources. Unless Daxia resorted to indiscriminate logging within its borders, the numerous incineration plants scattered throughout the country would scarcely be able to sustain themselves. Faced with no further avenues for retreat, Chun Chun and his companions could only depart in resignation. Ade-san observed their disheveled figures with unrestrained amusement. Just then, an assistant rushed over, presenting him with a mobile phone displaying a news alert. It was an official announcement from Daxia to the national populace. Ade-san's eyes widened in astonishment upon reading it. Dang Difa? Chapter 38, Diplomatic Warfare. How much does the Great Xia resemble its former self? Some time earlier, in America, New York City, at the headquarters of the League of Nations, a special conference was underway. Over 150 nations participated, clearly divided into 3 factions. The first faction, led by the initiating nation, America, included England, Japan, Australia, and several other nations, rallying allies such as Korea and France, vociferously voicing their concerns. The second faction comprised a singular target, the Great Xia. The third faction consisted of more than 30 nations, neither aligned with the first nor the second, appearing as mere spectators, poised to shift their allegiances based on the unfolding circumstances. The American representative struck the first blow. Great Xia representative, we demand an immediate explanation for your nation's current actions. The representative from Japan echoed, Great Xia representative, your recent activities, whether it be the nationwide construction of factories, ongoing burning, or the frenzied global procurement of timber, have instigated severe international panic. We insist that you cease these actions forthwith and clarify your motives to us. The representative from Japan promptly made their stance known. We, Japan, support America's viewpoint and urge Great Xia to elucidate its current actions. A chorus of voices from England, Australia, Korea, France, and other nations joined in, condemning and demanding answers from Great Xia. Amidst the barrage of criticism from 60 to 70 individuals, the representative of Great Xia, Shirdajuan, remained composed, patiently waiting for everyone to finish speaking before responding. The establishment of factories within our own territory is an exercise of sovereignty. The procurement of raw timber globally is a commercial activity, and the production activities conducted on our land are manifestations of our autonomous economy. Explanation? What is there to explain? To whom should I explain? His gaze swept over the American representatives, a smirk playing on his lips, filled with disdain. Do you believe you are worthy of an explanation from Great Xia? The expressions of the American representatives shifted slightly, but before they could respond, Xu Xing continued his interrogation. Speaking of explanations, I also wish to inquire of you, America. First, you prohibited our completely legitimate procurement of timber. Then, you engaged in malicious competition on a global scale, severely disrupting our normal commercial operations. I would like you to clarify your intentions behind these actions. The American representative, Winters, rose, pounding the table. Representative Xu, do not divert the topic. Your nation's extensive burning activities have already caused significant climate issues, severely undermining the climate agreement. You must immediately, without hesitation, Xu Xing interrupted, America has already withdrawn from the climate agreement. Have you not? How dare you accuse me of violating the accord? Winters was momentarily taken aback. What has gotten into the representative of Great Xia today? He thought, quickly glancing at the representative from Korea, signaling with his eyes. You, being adjacent to Great Xia, must be feeling the environmental impact. Stand up and protest. The representative of the pickled cabbage nation, reluctantly shifting in his seat, contemplated standing up. However, upon raising his gaze, he was met with the predatory stare of the representative from the Great Xia, which sent him sinking back into his chair. When two formidable tigers engage in a clash, it is assured that neither will perish at the hands of the other. Instead, it is the mere bystanders who will face the consequences, while they might stoke the flames from behind the scenes. Propelling them to the forefront to confront the wrath of the Great Xia would be tantamount to offering oneself as a sacrifice. The representative of the pickled cabbage nation hastily lowered his head. We are unaffected. Do not speak frivolously. Winters, observing the scene, silently cursed the mother of the pickled cabbage representative, but found himself with no option but to press on with resolve. He had received an unequivocal mandate from Congress to coerce and entice the Great Xia, seeking to fathom the rationale behind their peculiar activities, constructing factories and burning timber. Imagine, if you will, two evenly matched adversaries, each intimately acquainted with the other. Yet one day, one of them begins to act in a manner utterly incomprehensible to the other. If you were the opponent, would you not feel urgency and disquiet? America finds itself bewildered by the inexplicable actions of the Great Xia, tormented by dreams of the thick smoke billowing from their endeavors, utterly perplexed by their intentions. From top to bottom, there is a palpable sense of urgency and anxiety, a collective vow to uncover the truth at any cost. Without further circumlocution, Winters addressed the Great Xia representative directly. Are you contemplating the initiation of war? Xu Xing, with a disdainful smile, retorted, the internal affairs of the Great Xia are of no concern to you. America. Bang! Winters slammed the table with fury, exclaiming, Xu Xing, I represent the coalition of 63 nations, and I formally demand that you elucidate your current actions. Otherwise, we shall be compelled to take necessary measures. Oh, necessary measures? Xu Xing leaned against the table, rising slowly, his expression unyielding as he inquired, Are you suggesting a repeat of history, barging into the capital with your ships, burning and pillaging at will? Xu Xing then fixed his gaze upon the representatives of America, England, France, the Spray Nation, and Italy, suddenly slamming his palm against the table, producing a thunderous sound that resonated through the assembly hall as if proclaiming to the world, Do you wish to witness how much we, the Great Xia, still resemble our former selves? His words reverberated like thunder, stirring profound emotions among the numerous representatives present. Let's proceed to a vote. Winters, recognizing that no further progress could be made through dialogue, insisted on moving the assembly toward a resolution. Xu Xing smirked, without a document recognized by the Great Xia. Even wiping one S behind would be deemed a chore. The voting transpired swiftly, 69 votes in favor, 87 abstentions, and 11 votes against. Xu Xing cast a glance at the 10 nations that opposed, a knowing smile gracing his lips. In that moment, the lines between friend and foe had been clearly drawn. To friends, the ticket to a new world would naturally be shared. To foes, however, they would undoubtedly deliver an indelible pain. Winters, without even glancing at the voting results, coldly declared, "We shall represent the League of Nations and impose." However, before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by a flustered assistant who rushed in. The assistant handed over a note. Winters cast a fleeting glance at it and was instantly taken aback. The note boldly stated, "The Great Xia has issued a public announcement to the nation." The first line of the announcement read, "We stand at the precipice of war." A sudden dryness enveloped Winter's throat. He had merely intended to intimidate and coerce, to apply maximum pressure to compel the Great Xia to submit. Yet the Great Xia was poised for a full national mobilization. Had they lost their minds? It was akin to a game of poker where I merely played a pair of threes to test the waters, and the Great Xia responded with a royal flush. Who on earth taught them such audacity? Winters abruptly lifted his gaze, fixing an intense stare on Xu Xing, and exclaimed, "A nationwide mobilization? Has the Great Xia truly lost its sanity, or do they genuinely intend to wage war?" Leaning back in his chair with a serene smile, Xu Xing replied, "The Great Xia acts without the need for your explanation. Do you even have a right?" Chapter 39, A Nationwide Announcement. A Global Sensation. April 22nd. Only 7 days remain until the impending horde descends. At precisely 5 p.m. on this day, the Great Xia issued a communique to all its citizens. The content of the announcement simultaneously graced every electronic screen. Television news, entertainment channels, official websites, social media, forums, broadcasts, and radios, all at once, ensuring that every individual could behold the message. This unprecedented method of dissemination captivated the entire nation within mere seconds. From the southernmost to the northernmost reaches, from coastal shores to rural landscapes, from bustling cities to tranquil villages, the citizens of Great Xia paused in their endeavors. Factories temporarily halted their operations. Schools ceased their teachings, pedestrians stopped in their tracks, and even vehicles lined the roadside in stillness. Everyone was intent on listening. The fervent voice of the news anchor resonated in the air. The Great Xia Official Committee addresses all citizens. Attention, citizens of Great Xia, attention. We now present the communique from the Great Xia Official Committee to the entire populace. Firstly, we stand at the precipice of war. The first point of the announcement sent shivers down spines, hearts racing uncontrollably. War? At the onset? Could it be that Great Xia is engulfed in conflict? Is the nation mobilizing for war? Yet, traditionally, such mobilization only involved retired servicemen. Unless, could it be that Great Xia faces an existential war that necessitates the mobilization of the entire populace? A collective gasp echoed, as individuals scanned their surroundings for any signs of abnormality. Yet, all they observed were billowing clouds of smoke in the sky and astonished expressions on the faces of those around them. Foreign observation agencies were equally taken aback, particularly representatives from America, who speculated whether hostilities had already erupted between Great Xia and America. Otherwise, how could such a nationwide mobilization be justified, given the nation's strength? Messages rushed swiftly overseas. Secondly, we are undertaking preparations for war, including the nationwide establishment of factories, large-scale deforestation, and the relentless procurement of raw timber from around the world, burning day and night. Dear citizens, due to confidentiality requirements, we cannot disclose the reasons behind these actions, but we trust that you will understand and support us. The entire staff of the Great Xia Official Committee expresses gratitude for your understanding and tolerance. I believe that the people of Great Xia are the finest in the world. And please, trust that dawn is just around the corner. We shall surely march towards victory. Upon hearing the second point, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. It turned out that the mobilization for war was not what they had feared. There would be no conscription for combat, merely the establishment of factories and the felling of trees. Although the correlation between building factories, burning timber, and wartime mobilization remained unclear, the citizens accepted it nonetheless. The cacophony from the construction of factories, the harrowing scenes of deforestation, and the air pollution resulting from the incineration of timber initially bewildered and disconcerted the majority. Countless individuals across numerous cities made incessant complaints. Yet all they received in response was a singular verdict. It pertains to state secrets, and thus cannot be halted, addressed, or disclosed. Consequently, they ceased their inquiries. At most, they would silently curse when choking on the smoke. Yet they understood that the actions of the state must possess some rationale. The state, withholding information from them, deemed it a matter of national significance, not to be revealed to the public. In this moment, when the state chose to address the issue, expressing gratitude for their sacrifices, understanding, and tolerance, many were brought to tears. It felt as though their prolonged endurance and contributions had finally been acknowledged. The state was correct. The citizens of Xia are indeed the most resilient and steadfast, capable of enduring hardship, for they place their faith in the state, just as the state places its faith in them. One must ponder, in a nation where the military and civilians are united as one, who could possibly oppose them? At present, all our preparations are being obstructed by forces led by America, including, but not limited to, espionage, sabotage of factories, detainment of procurement vessels, malicious price manipulation, and diplomatic coercion. The possibility of future foreign exchange account freezes, or even acts of aggression, cannot be dismissed. Fellow compatriots, this is the moment when Xia determines its destiny. We shall not permit any individual or nation to interfere. In these extraordinary times, we must be poised to confront any challenges that arise. As the third announcement concluded, the American ambassador in Xia nearly collapsed to the ground. How outrageous! Named directly, and in front of the entire citizenry of Xia, with such infamy. Crash! A stone shattered a window. Voices outside erupted. American dogs perish. Crash! Crash! More stones were hurled within, alongside flip-flops, rotten eggs, tomatoes, and apples, as a throng of furious individuals quickly gathered outside the embassy. American dogs, get out of Xia. Dare to obstruct us? Do you seek death? The clamor of rage and the incessant sound of shattering glass rendered the American ambassador's complexion pale. Is this the power of the announcement from the citizens of Xia? In just this fleeting moment, this minor upheaval has instilled fear within them. The American ambassador could envision the magnitude of the tempest that would ensue once this announcement permeated through time, ultimately burying them all. What has become of Xia? Is there an intention to engage in direct conflict with America? Fellow citizens, we require your assistance. As of now, we have felled nearly 46% of the nation's forests. Continuing this practice will result in irrevocable damage to our national ecosystem. Simultaneously, our overseas procurement program for timber has faced relentless obstruction from various factions, resulting in a reduction of procurement to merely 10%. Citizens, for the smooth progression of our preparations, we require your assistance. We implore you to gather all paper products from your homes, excluding essential educational materials for children. All other paper items, such as old books, cardboard boxes, and delivery packages, can be sold to incineration facilities for burning. Upon the conclusion of this announcement, the American ambassador exhaled deeply, relieved that this directive did not specifically target them, granting a moment of respite. The crowd outside the embassy abandoned their intention to hurl rotten eggs, instead raising their phones to listen intently to the announcement. Across the vast expanse of the nation, individuals of diverse temperaments were left in a state of bewilderment upon hearing this fourth point. The country needs us, not for military service, nor for our blood, but rather for our discarded paper. Is this truly all that is required? Just some old paper, which is to be sold. Who do they think they are looking down upon? I shall donate everything. Old delivery boxes, packaging, used books, toilet paper. I shall donate whatever I have. Enough said. An opportunity to contribute to the nation has arrived. I will head out directly to deliver to the factory. The lady collecting trash at the doorway has struck gold. Countless individuals began to sort through their homes, gathering old paper products, bundling them up, and setting off towards the factory. Regardless of location or identity, as they ventured outside, they discovered their neighbors and their neighbors' neighbors, all carrying cardboard boxes, gradually forming streams of people that converged before the factory, like rivers flowing into the sea. Come, Burn. Burn with all your might. The fifth and final announcement, the most significant one, follows. Citizens, we need you to burn paper money. Paper money can be obtained for free from nearby factories and can be burned for any living person you desire. Burn as much as possible. Citizens, we shall endure a perplexing and arduous period, but trust that we shall ultimately achieve victory. Upon the conclusion of this fifth announcement, while foreigners may have remained unfazed, the citizens of the Great Xia were momentarily taken aback. Wait, burn paper? What does this mean? It is not that they are unaware of the practice of burning paper. On the contrary, they are intimately familiar with it. As a traditional sacrificial custom of Great Xia, the art of burning paper is ingrained in their very genes. Whether during New Year's Eve, Qingming, or the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, there exists a custom of burning paper for their ancestors. However, while burning paper is customary, it has always been a matter of local folklore. Now, the state is mobilizing the entire populace to engage in this practice, and it emphasizes burning for the living. This situation is indeed perplexing. However, there are countless bewildering matters among the 5 points articulated by the nation today, which is truly comprehensible. Trusting the government is the right course. Furthermore, one need not expend their own funds to acquire paper money. It can be obtained freely from factories, conveniently allowing individuals to donate their old paper and return with a bundle. If you cherish someone, you ought to burn some paper money for them. Have you burned paper today? Xinjiang province has declared that a wedding dowry must consist of a minimum of 880,000 sheets of paper money. Gifting paper money is preferable to offering material gifts. Burning a ton is a blessing, while incinerating 2 tons is a blessing upon blessings. A certain penguin entity has hastily developed a ranking of paper money burning, allowing one to view the quantity burned in their social circles. Although the rationale remains elusive to most, the majority have opted to place their faith in the government. It resembles an extensive performance art piece. You burn, I burn. Everyone burns. A veritable inferno lasting 3 days and nights, enveloping all in darkness and obscurity. The citizens of the Great Xia have collectively unleashed their inner wildness, reveling in sheer delight. Yet, certain international friends find themselves in a state of discomfort akin to sitting on pins and needles, grappling with unease and sleeplessness. Their state of mind is on the verge of exploding. Great Xia, what on earth are you orchestrating? Chapter 40. What Xia can achieve, we too can accomplish. As a prominent global power, every utterance and action of Xia intertwines with the fates and futures of countless individuals. Presently, Xia, through a worldwide broadcast, exerts tremendous effort to proclaim a clarion call, instantly provoking tumultuous waves across the globe. Domestically, the extensive announcements have concluded, yet the essence of these proclamations permeates every corner. Trending topics, social media discussions, group chats, and various online forums are fervently engaging in dialogues surrounding the official statements of the Xia. The call to arms has sounded. Comrades, charge forth. A national declaration. My goodness, the fervor is truly exhilarating. When did the rabbits become so formidable? Though I may not comprehend every detail, I am profoundly moved. This will undoubtedly become a significant title on my resume. Official communicator of the Xia's important announcements. How could one be so oblivious as to attend work when the world is on the brink of war? And war? The nation urges you to burn paper. Look at how fired up you are. The war has commenced, yet we remain unaware of our adversary. Trust in the state. Burn the paper, burn the paper, burn the paper. Burning paper signifies war. Brothers, let us burn fervently for 100 days. Abroad, tumultuous waves are surging wildly. The New York Times reports the Xia's official and exceedingly rare nationwide announcement. The content is shocking. Agence France Presse. The Xia is poised to embark on war. Yomiuri Shimbun. The Xia mobilizes the entire nation for sacrificial paper burning. Gujarat News. The Xia is undergoing a nationwide war mobilization. Alarm. The timber we sold to the Xia has been repurposed for this. Pakistani media. The Xia is formidable. German and Italian media. The Xia releases a nationwide announcement. The content is perplexing. Australian media. Urgent recruitment. Seeking level 12 translators for the Xia's official language. Media outlets around the world promptly disseminate the contents of Xia's official announcement, leaving both governments and the public scratching their heads and speculating on Xia's intentions. The genesis of war. What message does Xia wish to convey? The substance of the message is crucial, as is its form. A nationwide announcement, informing all citizens. What considerations lie behind this? Burning paper? What does it signify? The typically low-key Xia has suddenly become so unabashedly transparent. The United States must be anxious. It can only be said that Xia is, after all, one of the most powerful nations in the world. Its unexpected proclamation of war mobilization sends tremors throughout the globe. Distant countries may adopt a stance of detached curiosity, while those in closer proximity are truly trembling in fear. For instance, the nation of kimchi. The prime minister of the pickle nation, upon hearing the nationwide announcement from the great Xia, turned pale with fear and rushed out of his office, seeking refuge at the American military base. Unbeknownst to him, his American benefactor was equally engulfed in turmoil. In the command center of the hexagram building, the atmosphere was tense. Shit, 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 shit. Vandermont, with a visage twisted in rage, hurled stacks of intelligence papers across the room, his voice echoing with shouts. A young officer stood nearby, trembling in silence, too afraid to breathe. Moments earlier, when the Great Xia released its nationwide announcement, their command center had immediately connected to the broadcast, and the team listened intently as the host recited in the language of the Great Xia, eager to dissect the implications of each word with the scrutiny of a microscope. Upon hearing the first point, their expressions turned grave, sensing an impending crisis looming over them. The second point caused their pupils to dilate, as they sought to uncover the core secrets behind the unusual actions of the Great Xia. The third point, which revealed that the procurement of timber materials from abroad had been obstructed, specifically naming America, sent shivers down their spines, akin to the instinctual response of prey being targeted by a venomous serpent. When the fourth point was announced, their tremors ceased, replaced by a profound emptiness. The Great Xia had not engaged them in battle, but instead urged its citizens to recycle used paper. Upon hearing the fifth point, they were rendered utterly petrified, their eyes filled with bewilderment. Great Xia, you mobilize such resources, and I would believe you were under attack by extraterrestrials. Yet you merely want the populace to burn paper? What the hell is this? As the saying goes, not only your friends, but also your enemies pay attention to you. The United States, as the adversary of the Great Xia, was exceedingly vigilant. Yet the more they observed, the more they felt like fools. Shit, shit, shit. Vandermont raged, feeling as though his mind was consumed by chaos. For a head of an intelligence department, being oblivious to the reasons behind the opponent's overt actions was a torment that nearly drove him mad. After a brief episode of frenzy, Vandermont gradually regained his composure and bent down to rummage through the trash bin, retrieving 2 crumpled notes. The Great Xia had discovered a reincarnator, who prophesied that a horrifying world would soon descend upon them. Just yesterday, he had scoffed at this information. Yet now, in light of the increasingly bizarre actions of the Great Xia, he couldn't help but wonder, what if these 2 pieces of intelligence were indeed true? Conflicted, hesitant, and filled with trepidation, Vandermont's countenance shifted through various shades before settling into a steely resolve. Prepare yourself. I must report to the president's office. With determination, he clutched the 2 notes and moved toward the door. Just as he reached the threshold, he paused and turned to the young officer who had read him the intelligence the previous day. You there? Yes, you. Accompany me. The young officer's eyes widened in confusion. Me? Ultimately, it was the young officer who bore the brunt of it all, standing in the circular presidential office, trembling as he delivered intelligence regarding the reborn and the terrifying world. Upon concluding his report, he stood aside, awaiting judgment. Vandermont also stood anxiously to one side. However, the anticipated barrage of criticism and skepticism did not materialize. The esteemed Xu Xing merely furrowed his brow, seemingly grappling with the information presented. After a pause, he slowly articulated, "You have done well." The young officer's eyes brightened instantly. Vanderman's expression also softened as he gestured to the young officer. "All right, you may leave now." "What? The young officer stared incredulously at Vandermont. Is there a problem? Vandermont frowned slightly. Yes, sir. The young officer clenched his teeth, saluted, and reluctantly withdrew. Vandermont did not spare him a glance, turning to report to Xu Xing about the arduous journey he undertook to obtain this intelligence. I am aware, Xu Xing replied, retrieving a series of notes from his drawer, laying them out across the desk. Jingpin, Gaul, England, France. Our allies relayed the same intelligence just yesterday. Xu Xing cast a sidelong glance at Vandermont. I was puzzled as to why our intelligence department had not submitted any reports. Is our intelligence work inferior to that of our allies? This glance caused a chill of sweat to break out on Vandermont's back. He struggled to defend himself, desperately explaining. We received the intelligence earlier yesterday, but given the bizarre nature of terms like reborn and the arrival of the terrifying world, it took considerable time to verify, which is why I could only report today. Oh, how did the verification turn out? Is this intelligence credible? Xu Xing inquired swiftly. Vandermont cursed inwardly. What verification? Yet, with the conversation having reached this point, he could only press on. I initially had some doubts. But considering today's public announcement by Daxia and the consistency of the intelligence gathered from various channels by our allies, it is highly likely that this matter is true. I see. Xu Xing sighed in relief. Vandermont also breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could fully relax, Xu Xing questioned, So, what do you believe we should do now? Huh? Me? Vandermont suddenly felt the astonishment that the young officer had experienced. I'm merely an intelligence officer. Why are you asking me what we should do? Isn't that the responsibility of your esteemed Congress? Vandermont perceived the echo of scapegoat in the air. Yet, under Xu Xing's unblinking gaze, Vandermont found no avenue of retreat and could only lay bare his frantic thoughts. I believe we must do everything in our power to thwart Daxia's actions. Unite with our allies to impose comprehensive political, economic, public opinion, and military restrictions on Daxia, slowing their preparations. Simultaneously, we must also construct factories, procure timber, and mobilize resources, striving to catch up and ultimately surpass them. This is a bold strategy. We must keep pace. However, the great Xia has set forth long ago, and we must redouble our efforts to keep pace. Xu Xing, weary, closed his eyes. To pursue, even to surpass. This endeavor concerns hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars. Can we achieve it? Vandermeer, brimming with confidence, spoke with conviction. What great Xia can accomplish we Americans can also achieve. Chapter 41. How did America take on the form of the great Xia? In the hallowed halls of Meeting Mountain, a clandestine hearing was unfolding. Vandermont presented all the intelligence he had gathered thus far. The absence of younger officers in this briefing was simply due to the fact that, in this setting, he was the young officer. Is what you speak of a member of the assembly furrowed his brow, seemingly pondering how to articulate his thoughts. Surely this does not resemble the plot of some second-rate novel? Vandermont retorted with conviction. We have exposed dozens of infiltrators and invested millions to procure this intelligence. Is it conceivable that the information might be erroneous? A member interjected. Could it be that the intelligence is flawed? Vandermont showcased the Allied intelligence procured by Xu Xing. Messages from the United Kingdom, Gaul, and France, all aligned through diverse channels. Is all rather absurd. Difficult to comprehend and believe. Another assembly member rubbed his temples, finding the situation too scientifically implausible. Vandermont paused, momentarily at a loss for words. If it were not so outrageous, if it were not beyond comprehension, if it were indeed grounded in science, he would have reported it himself long ago. Yet, silence was not an option. These esteemed members wielded absolute economic power. He ultimately declared, "This is how the great Xia operates." Enough. The assembly members interrupted Vandermont. If this is how the great Xia conducts itself, then what are we waiting for? Speak, what do you require? Vandermont thought to himself. Are you all suffering from great Xia, PTSD? Whatever the great Xia does, regardless of comprehension or absurdity, you oppose it, do you not? Though he silently harbored these thoughts, his expression remained stoic as he reiterated what he had communicated to Xu Xing. Very well. Money? You shall have it. Personnel? They will be provided. The speaker waved his hand generously, readily acquiescing to his demands, insisting that they must swiftly catch up to the great Xia. Indeed, We shall ensure the mission is accomplished. Vandermonde, armed with the authority to allocate hundreds of billions of dollars, departed Meeting Mountain with a renewed vigor. He mused, since the true intentions of the great Xia remain shrouded in mystery, let us first tread the path they have laid out. The first step, establish factories. The second step, procure timber. The third step, incinerate. Reflecting on the official actions of the great Xia as documented in the intelligence, Vandermonde felt he was nearing the truth. The blueprints for the factories had long been acquired by America, only the construction remained. The intelligence indicated that the great Xia completed all factories within 5 days. Yet, with America's unparalleled technological prowess, 4 days should suffice. As for timber procurement, this had already commenced. America's global acquisition efforts had amassed nearly 1 trillion units of raw timber. Thus, the subsequent actions appeared straightforward. Vandermonde returned to the command center, rallied his forces, and issued a nationwide directive to commence factory construction. What? Construct factories? Build them as the great Xia does? I cannot agree. On what grounds do you intend to establish a factory on my land? Is the next step to fell my trees? Whoever dares to do so should question the firmness of the gun in my hand. You are committing a crime. You are destroying the environment, polluting the skies, and rendering the birds homeless. I shall protest. How has my beloved America transformed into the shape of a barbaric empire? The empire builds factories, and you wish to do the same? I fled to America precisely to escape such banditry from the empire, and now you are replicating it? Have I made my journey in vain? To Vandermeer's astonishment, the ambitious plan of the empire faced fierce opposition from the outset. He hastily made his way to the suburbs, where he encountered a diverse crowd holding banners in vehement protest. Gentlemen, Vandermeer stood before the crowd, prepared to deliver a speech, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a mass of black and white matter flew from the throng, striking his face and flowing into his mouth. "Get out of my homeland!" Someone shouted. Others echoed, "Get out!" Vandermeer wiped the filth from his face, spitting out the mud and catching a whiff of a foul odor. He gazed at the restless crowd, his expression darkening. Why is it that the empire can construct factories without any resistance? Yet when I attempt the same, you rise in rebellion. Vandermeer could not help but recall the words from the empire's official announcement. We, the people of the empire, are the best people in the world. At that moment, he suddenly realized that those he faced were indeed the people of the empire. In this instant, Vandermeer comprehended why the officials and legislators had chosen him to advocate for this endeavor. To commit wrongdoing, to bear ill repute, is not that which Vandermeer excels at. Continue the construction. Vandermeer gestured to the construction team and instructed the guards. Whoever dares to obstruct shall be arrested immediately. Upon hearing such a stern command, the construction crew hesitated for a moment, but eventually began to move. The protesting crowd, witnessing this, erupted in a chorus of curses, directly blocking the machinery, while the guards, unyielding, charged forward, clashing with the demonstrators. Vandermeer observed the chaotic scene, his eyelids twitching violently. Yet he displayed no reaction, merely watching coldly. Soon, under the guards' forceful measures, the protesters were cleared away, and construction proceeded smoothly. Vandermeer did not depart. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, he intended to monitor the site closely, ensuring it served as an exemplary model for other locations. Under the personal supervision of this high-ranking official, the supply of materials accelerated remarkably, as the construction crew worked tirelessly with blueprints identical to those of the empire, achieving rapid progress. In just 4.5 days, they had indeed erected a beautiful factory. Vandermeer's eyes sparkled with hope, even though the other sites showed no advancement. The timber materials had long been prepared. Without even holding an inauguration ceremony for the factory, Vandermeer ordered immediate production to commence using the timber. Wood is shredded, crushed, and then pressed into a slurry, which is subsequently woven, dehydrated, dried, and rolled into the initial form of paper. The conveyor belt transports it to the cutting machine, where it is sliced, perforated, and packaged before being sent back onto the conveyor. The entire process unfolds seamlessly, almost flawlessly. Vandermonde is overwhelmed with emotion, feeling as though the fatigue of recent days has been completely swept away. Stacks upon stacks of currency notes glide along the conveyor, gradually making their way into the combustion chamber, igniting fiercely beneath flames reminiscent of a rocket engine's nozzle. Meanwhile, a continuous sound resonates. This is the money being burned for Xu Xing. As he reflects on the intelligence regarding the Great Xia factory, Vandermont finds himself constantly comparing it to the scene before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of perfection. Yet, inexplicably, a peculiar sensation lingers in his heart, as if he has overlooked something significant. Could it be that his recent sleepless nights have muddled his thoughts? Shaking his head, he turns to the construction team leader and inquires, "Do you sense anything amiss?" The team leader, initially thinking he had discovered a problem, quickly flips through the blueprints and, after a moment of contemplation, responds with uncertainty, "There's nothing wrong. Everything is proceeding according to the construction plans. Is there an issue? Heaven help us." As this factory has been under Vandermont's vigilant oversight from beginning to end, they exerted every effort during construction, leaving no room for shortcuts, meticulously adhering to the plans. No issues. Let them operate the factory at full capacity. Vandermont rubs his temples, pondering any potential problems, but unable to identify anything. He waves the construction team leader away. He prepares to report the situation in the circular office. Once in the car, he reclines in the back seat, closing his eyes. The driver starts the vehicle, speeding toward the circular office. As Vandermont gazes out at the swiftly passing scenery, the unsettling feeling deep within him intensifies. Something is definitely amiss. His expression grows serious as he massages his temples, replaying the images of the past few days in his mind. Suddenly, like a bolt of lightning illuminating his thoughts, clarity strikes. Vandermont's eyes widen in shock, akin to encountering a specter. The blueprints of the Great Xia. Everything was constructed according to the Great Xia maps. This is the money being burned for Xu Xing. This is the money being burned for Xu Xing. Xu Xing. Vandermont realizes what has gone awry. By God, the Great Xia factory is burning money for Xu Xing of the Great Xia. The factory built by my America is also burning money for Xu Xing of the Great Xia. In that instant, Vandermont grasps the source of the anomaly. He instructed them to replicate the Great Xia blueprints, and as a result, they even copied the name. Vandermont's vision darkens. A decade's worth of cerebral strain erupts. Chapter 42. The hour has arrived, terror descends. This world is composed of a multitude of colossal, makeshift troops. However, these inept individuals cannot dictate the course of this realm. Xu Xing stood before the vast floor-to-ceiling window on the pinnacle of the Baggy Pants building, gazing at the billowing smoke rising ominously on the distant horizon. Feeling grateful that after his rebirth, he had the wisdom to avoid becoming one of the inept, choosing instead to place his trust in the authorities. Originally, this was the office building of a national television station, now entirely entrusted to the 429 Special Incident Handling Office. Although referred to as an office, it is, in fact, a colossal organization comprising hundreds of thousands of individuals. The office oversees 3 divisions: the Research Division, the Armed Division, and the Information Division. The Research Division is led by Academician Pang, commanding a core team of over 300 researchers dedicated to investigating all phenomena pertaining to the horror world. The Armed Division, under the leadership of Yuan Fangting, boasts a special armed force of over 1,000 personnel capable of mobilizing support from various military branches, primarily tasked with addressing potential catastrophic repercussions following the conclusion of the horror games. Despite Xu Xing's understanding that contemporary weaponry on Blue Star has little impact on the malevolent entities within the horror realm, a 1,000-strong battalion proves futile in the face of such terror and strangeness. Nevertheless, Academician Pang confidently proclaimed that he would devote his very life to develop weaponry capable of harming these specters. Xu Xing believed him. The third organization, the Information Division, stands as the largest entity within the entire office, overseen by Su Bulin. Following the onset of the horror world, a random selection of 10,000 individuals will be thrust into the game, each generating their own live streaming room. The Daxia authorities, in their grandiosity, have mobilized 1 million personnel to establish 100,000 technical teams, each responsible for the information gathering of a single live room. Among them, the most formidable, experienced, and numerous team is specifically tasked with monitoring Xu Xing situation. In addition to these directly affiliated institutions, numerous auxiliary departments exist for logistical support and international intelligence gathering. When all is accounted for, the 429 Special Incident Handling Office transforms from a mere abstract entity into a behemoth comprising millions of individuals. The head of this colossal organization is none other than Xu Xing. However, as Xu Xing is destined to enter the horror game, the entire office is under the stewardship of Commander Tang. After over 20 days of acquaintance, Xu Xing finally noted Commander Tang's name on the appointment letter, Tang Weiman. Xu Xing, Tang Weiman, Yuan Fongting, Academician Pang Su Bulin. With such an array of personnel, even a blind person could discern that the 429 Special Incident Handling Office is entirely constructed around Xu Xing as its core. This signifies absolute trust, a gamble on the nation's future, placing complete faith in Xu Xing's foresight, a wager on the lives of over 1 billion individuals, entrusting Xu Xing's capabilities. The pressure is rather immense. Xu Xing gazed out the window, his expression complex. Commander Tang, standing in the transformed monitoring hall of the broadcasting studio, quipped without turning his head, "Don't lower your head, the crown will fall." With a faint smile, Xu Xing felt no alleviation of the pressure weighing upon him. From his perspective, the balance of his grim currency had escalated to an astounding figure of 16952849638420. 0596, nearly 17 trillion. The entire nation, at an exorbitant cost, relentlessly felled timber resources and engaged in ceaseless incineration, ultimately amassing all its wealth into this numerical manifestation before Xu Xing. Such immense riches, a sum he had never dared to envision previously. If he were to purchase lottery tickets daily, winning the grand prize of 10 million each time, he would need to partake in the lottery a staggering 17,000 times. Indeed, that amounts to 17,000 days, or 47 years, consistently winning 10 million every day. Such colossal wealth concentrated solely upon him made Xu Xing feel as though he must tread lightly even in his breaths. Yet, even with over 17 trillion, it was still woefully insufficient. Commander Tang, upon hearing this figure, lamented deeply, noting that the GDP of our nation for a single quarter exceeds 30 trillion. What could this mere trillion accomplish? It is truly far from enough. Xu Xing, however, chose to disregard his lamentations. GDP represents the wealth generated by billions of citizens within a nation. In stark contrast, grim currency resides solely within his grasp. How can one draw a comparison? Though it is certain that the state has clandestinely funneled a considerable amount to others, coupled with the recently initiated plan to distribute wealth among the populace, Xu Xing's fortune still comprises the lion's share. Such an abundance of wealth. What if Xu Xing were to perish in the horror realm? Although no one dared voice this concern, it was a question Xu Xing pondered countless times. Should he die, all that wealth would dissolve into nothingness. Thus, within the terrifying world, Xu Xing must prioritize his safety above all else. Yet, if he were to merely seek stability, how would he confront the sinister Black Mountain Tree Demon? The ferocious, formidable, and enigmatic Black Mountain Tree Demon. Could Xu Xing truly survive? He must fortify himself beyond measure before encountering the Tree Demon. Otherwise, no matter how vast his wealth, it would be mercilessly torn asunder. Therefore, what course of action should he pursue? Xu Xing gazed out the window, observing the indistinct throngs below, lost in contemplation. Was this the weight of responsibility, bearing the future of an entire nation and the fate of 1 billion lives? Only 3 hours remained until the horror descends. The countdown echoing through the hall shattered Xu Xing's reverie. He lifted his gaze to see hundreds of individuals in the monitoring hall diligently preparing, with the central screen displaying the countdown. Once it concludes, it will fully showcase Xu Xing's live stream within the horror game. At the entrance, Yuan Fongting entered accompanied by the leaders. They would remain here, awaiting the final moments, to witness the culmination of prophecy. The ultimate frenzy was imminent. Yuan Fangting approached with several sheets of paper, reporting to Xu Xing. The nations of America, Japan, Gaul, and England have formed an alliance, gathering over 100 vessels in the southern seas. Domestically, they are constructing factories on a grand scale. Intelligence suggests that each nation has allocated billions of dollars for this endeavor. It is perplexing how they possess such audacity. The unknown is the greatest fear. Xu Xing, observing the bold actions of the great Xia while they remained oblivious. This ignorance would only amplify their fear. They can only alleviate their apprehension through imitation, pursuit, and espionage. Alas, they're destined for futility. Yuan Fangting shook his head, deeming it inconsequential. Xu Xing watched the countdown tick away, his resolve hardening with each passing second. Our aim has never been merely America, Japan, or England. Our ambition encompasses the entire world of horror. Yuan Fangting nodded, his gaze becoming increasingly resolute. While America regards Great Xia as a hypothetical adversary, little do they realize that Great Xia has never deemed them worthy of consideration. 2 hours remain until the horror descends. Countless chimneys belched thick smoke, while throngs of pedestrians joyfully burned paper offerings. In every corner of this nation, fervent efforts were being made for one final push. 2 hours remain until the horror descends. The individuals in the surveillance hall had paused their activities. Xu Xing stood at the forefront, under the scrutiny of many. The rays of the setting sun streamed through the glass windows, casting a golden hue over everything. 1 hour remains until the horror descends. Fando woke from his stupor, flustered as he rushed back to the factory. He discovered that a significant portion of the delivered timber had already been consumed by flames, nearly causing him to faint from rage. Stop. Immediately cease all activities. Revise. Expedite the construction of the factories nationwide. 30 minutes remain until the horror descends. In the southern seas of Great Xia, dozens of nations and hundreds of vessels were arrayed across the waters. Not far from them, the navy of Great Xia stood at the ready. 10 minutes remain until the horror descends. The air in Great Xia was thick with the scent of smoke and ash. 5 minutes remain until the horror descends. Workers, students, idlers, pedestrians, tourists, paper burners, those weeping in shadowy corners, gamers, readers, sleepers, patients confined to beds. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, even billions of souls, striving to survive. 1 minute remains until the horror descends. Haha, I have procured another shipment of timber. Chun Chin stood amidst a mosquito-ridden rainforest, laughing heartily. America's lapdog, aren't I impressive? Bang! Tong Pu unloaded the timber in the vacant lot before the factory, inhaling the omnipresent scent of burnt dust in the air, feeling himself gradually acclimated to its aroma. Each day, each moment, each heartbeat only intensified this smoky essence. Liu Xiuechuan dined on the insipid evening fare of the prison, sensing that love would no longer blossom. The countdown to the impending terror. The final 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Xu Xing stood by the window, gazing at the sky. Hundreds of people stood behind him, sharing the same gaze. 3, 2, 1 countdown concluded. In the next instant, a voice resonated within the minds of all present. Welcome to the horror game, where the victors thrive and the vanquished perish. The chosen will enter the game in 1 hour. Please prepare yourselves. At that moment, everyone comprehended. Xu Xing's prophecy was utterly accurate. The realm of horror had indeed arrived. In this instant, the world trembled. Chapter 43. Global Tremors. Is this Xia a fool? Welcome to the horror game, where the victor survives and the vanquished perish. The chosen ones will enter the game in 1 hour. Please prepare yourselves. The ominous announcement of the horror game reverberated within the minds of every individual, regardless of their location, be it remote villages or bustling cities. Anyone capable of breathing heard this proclamation. Who? Who is speaking? What did you just say? What on earth? Whose voice is that? Damn it. Have I hallucinated from excessive fatigue? Countless individuals appeared bewildered, glancing around in search of the source of the voice. Then, they heard the voice resound once more. The horror game officially commences. Now, we shall elucidate the detailed rules. Rule 1. Horror players are selected from all nations across the globe, with 10, 000 individuals randomly chosen from each country every 10 days. If a nation has fewer than 10,000 individuals, it shall be completely eliminated from future selections. Rule 2. Horror players must participate in the game, surviving within the game, achieving high ranks, or completing specific objectives will earn rewards for the player and their respective nation. Should a player perish or trigger specific penalties, their nation will face corresponding repercussions. These are the entirety of the rules explained herein. For additional regulations, please explore on your own. This series of announcements instilled a profound awareness in everyone that the voice emanated from the depths of their consciousness. The crowd erupted in chaos. What the hell? Is there a voice in my head speaking to me? What is this madness? Who on earth is playing a prank on me? What in the world is this horror realm? I refuse to partake. I heard a strange voice. Participating in a horror game? Is it entertaining? Random selection? Doesn't that mean anyone could be chosen? Failure in the game leads to death? Is this for real? Initially, individuals were merely startled by the peculiar voice echoing in their minds. But upon realizing that they were not alone, that countless others had also heard the voice, they were rendered speechless. No kidding, is this genuinely happening? People began discussing, speculating, cursing, and panicking online, yet no answers emerged. It wasn't until several minutes had passed that someone suddenly recalled. By the way, do you all remember the global announcement issued by the government a few days ago? The one urging everyone to burn paper, the horror realm. Could it be that this game was orchestrated by Xia? Bro, are you using your brain? What I mean is, could it be that Xia anticipated this occurrence, which is why they mention war? In other words, were all of Xia's recent actions merely preparations for this moment? Well, Xia, indeed, something must have been discovered on the far side of the moon. If that's the case, then Xia's insistence on burning paper is also directed towards this horror game. My goodness, burning paper? I've been preoccupied with gaming these past few days and have neglected to perform the necessary rituals. Alas, I too have not burned any offerings. Is it still timely to do so? It should still be possible, I believe. Countless citizens of the great Xia, upon hearing the voices in their minds, initially felt an overwhelming panic, but soon recalled the peculiar recent behaviors of their nation, which brought them a sense of reassurance. We have a country. Even if the sky were to fall, our nation would shield us. With this thought, the anxious hearts became considerably steadied. The terrifying game? Is this a divine game? If a player fails, their nation faces punishment. If they succeed, their nation is rewarded, binding the fates of individuals to the fate of the nation. I shall not be outdone. This is our opportunity for resurgence. The actions of the great Xia undeniably indicate they are privy to something significant. We must reach out to America. We must compel the great Xia to reveal what they know. Immediately approve the factory construction plans. We can no longer afford to lag behind. Oh, Shiva, deity of the Ganges, grant us your protection. This is all a conspiracy of the great Xia. We must unite. We cannot allow the great Xia to proceed unchallenged. Why was the great Xia prepared in advance? How infuriating. Why does our nation have no response? Foolishness. Quickly seek aid from America. Unite and force the great Xia to yield. France swiftly raised the white flag. America is surely aware of something. Vandermont stood at the entrance of a now-stopped factory, his expression grave. Just moments ago, when the voice of a horrifying world echoed in his mind, he nearly succumbed to the frustration of his previous foolish mistake. However, as he regained his composure and confirmed that this was occurring worldwide, he found himself calm once more. He began to connect the dots of the intelligence gathered about the great Xia, and he finally deduced. The great Xia must be aware of the terrifying world. Everything they have done is undoubtedly in preparation for its arrival. Factories, burning, paper money. Initially, Vandermont was uncertain of the significance of these elements, but now he was convinced that they held value within the terrifying world. How much longer until it is ready? Vandermont turned to the construction team leader, his fists clenched in frustration. How embarrassing to have copied not only the work, but also the names of classmates. Fortunately, the error was discovered in time. Otherwise, the entire factory, And indeed, the millions of factories being constructed nationwide would have been a mere gift to the great Xia. It will take another 2 hours. The construction team leader replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. 2 hours? Vandermont shouted, demanding it be completed within 1 hour, or he would make the leader pay dearly. After scaring off the construction team leader, Vandermont ordered a nationwide acceleration of factory construction. They must exert every effort to commence production as swiftly as possible. What was accomplished by the Great Xia must also be achieved by America. What the Great Xia possesses, America must possess as well. This embodies the majestic aura of the world's foremost superpower. Vendez mon stud avigorated. Yet, not long after, as America poured billions into its factories, fervently preparing to burn through cash to dominate the horror realm, he was astonished to discover. What? The factories of the Great Xia have ceased operations? Huh? America intended to cross the river by feeling the stones of the Great Xia, only to find the stones have vanished? What in the world? The final hour. Notify all factories to operate at maximum capacity and incinerate everything combustible. An hour later, all factories abruptly halted operations. In the monitoring hall, Commander Tang Weiman incessantly issued commands. Xu Xing stood nearby, his gaze as tranquil as a deep well. Before the onset of terror, he had been plagued by uncertainties. However, upon once again hearing the resonant call of the horror world echoing in his mind, he suddenly felt all his doubts and fears dissipate in that instant. Survive. Ensure his own survival when confronted by the Black Mountain Tree Demon. Ensure the survival of the Great Xia before the demonic forces claim Blue Star. That alone suffices. The others in the hall looked at Xu Xing as if gazing upon celestial beings. The arrival of the horror world solidified Xu Xing's identity as a reborn one, bestowing a final touch of divinity upon his crown. In this moment, and countless moments to come, Xu Xing would be the most radiant beacon of hope for the Great Xia, the embodiment of survival's greatest aspiration. Immediately initiate Plan A. Swiftly gather the list of individuals entering the horror game and inform them about the inaugural game, the bizarre amusement park. Just as in his previous life, Xu Xing received the invitation to the horror game, yet he felt no panic, calmly issuing orders to Su Bulin. Su Bulin was merely a messenger, and soon professionals mobilized to execute the plan and locate individuals. Hundreds of thousands of personnel operated with the precision of finely tuned gears. Commands were disseminated, and streams of information circulated back. In that moment, the monitoring hall became the very brain of the nation. Xu Xing stood at the center of this brain, basking in the reverence of the crowd. Time passed gradually, an hour fleeting by. 1 minute remaining until entry into the horror game. Contestants, please prepare for entry. The prompt from the horror world resonated in his mind. Xu Xing opened his eyes, surveying the multitude in the hall. Tang Weiman, Yuan Fongting, Su Bulin, Pang Junhai. Familiar and unfamiliar faces alike halted their actions, standing at attention, their gazes fixated upon him. Then, all together, Tang Weimin shouted, Salute. Swish. 500 to 600 individuals simultaneously raised their hands, solemnly executing the salute. Xu Xing felt as if they were bidding farewell to his lifeless form. My friends, await my triumphant return. Xu Xing smiled faintly, dispelling the mounting sense of oppression, and effortlessly waved to the crowd. For the Great Xia. In unison, everyone roared, their voices soaring to the heavens. For the Great Xia. Victorious return. In the next moment, Xu Xing's figure gradually vanished. The chilling game had officially commenced. Chapter 44. Cardiac Arrest. Has Xu Xing disappeared? Disappeared? As Xu Xing gradually faded from sight, the crowd in the monitoring hall found it hard to believe. Commander Tang Weiman reached out to touch the spot where Xu had stood moments ago, but his hand passed through without resistance. There was nothing but air. Taking a deep breath to quell the turmoil within, Commander Tang turned to the communicator, shouting, immediately halt all incineration plants nationwide. Every second wasted is a meaningless expenditure. It is a gross irresponsibility towards the people of our nation. Accelerate the construction of the incineration plants. We are already 20 days behind Great Xia. We must now double our efforts to catch up. Vandermont also bellowed at the construction site. Our allies, such as Spain, Ingrid, and Australia, they're all building rapidly, and we cannot afford to lag behind. As long as we can swiftly complete the incineration plants, you shall all be the benefactors of America. We must prove to the world that we, America, are the greatest nation. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Vandermont felt his face flush, waves of emotion surging within him as he sensed an unprecedented challenge. General, we have located him. On the aircraft carrier in the southern seas, Major Officer Dullant has been selected to enter the game, reported a young officer who rushed over. Vandermont took the tablet, reviewing the information. Major Dullant? Excellent. A young, robust, valiant soldier with exceptional combat prowess. Inform the head of the first factory to promptly change the name recited during incineration to Major Dullant. I want to see what Great Xia is truly up to with this plant. Whatever they can achieve, we shall surpass them 100-fold. Vandermont brimmed with confidence. This was the resolve of a superpower. Major Dullant brimmed with confidence as well. As an officer on the American aircraft carrier, he possessed remarkable physical fitness, sound military understanding, and an excellent psychological state. Although he had a volatile temperament, it was this very ferocity that allowed him to establish his footing on the carrier and to fight fiercely. Upon hearing the announcement of the terrifying World S arrival, and that he had been selected to enter the game, he felt a fleeting moment of panic, quickly replaced by a gaze filled with lethal intent. He was confident. No matter who he faced or what challenges lay ahead, he would respond flawlessly. He, Dullant, would bring glory to America. Major, all equipment is ready, reported the team. Dullant donned his full gear, armed with a dagger, a pistol, and even slung a small sniper rifle over his shoulder. Terrifying? Huh. Let me see who can instill more fear. Dullant was filled with confidence as he vanished from the aircraft carrier deck. One by one, the selected players began to disappear. The terrifying world. Here I come. Come on. Let us battle. I don't want to participate. Mommy, I'm scared. Don't be afraid. Stay calm in the face of danger. This is my opportunity to ascend to divinity. Ha ha. I shall make the entirety of Capula proud of me. Yoshi, may God bless. Some are in panic. Some are filled with fear. Some are exhilarated. Some are expectant. Some are nostalgic, while others remain indifferent. One by one, individuals vanish from this world. As they disappear, the ominous notification of the chilling live room appears before everyone's eyes. Each player is assigned a live room, totaling 170,000. Every 170 players congregate in a single gaming arena, forming a colossal live broadcast. Viewers can witness this stream at any time and from any place, even projecting the visuals onto electronic screens, adding an air of mystery. Each individual is in search of the live broadcast of someone they wish to see. Found it. Major Dulank has appeared in live room number 0912. Vandermont urgently returns to the hexagram building, listening to the reports of young officers along the way, continuously making new arrangements. Immediately summon personnel to track Major Dulank's situation. Simultaneously, form a team to seek out the gaming status of all our American participants. This is not merely their game. It is a game capable of determining the fate of the nation. This is a war. We must give our all. This is war. It is a conflict we have never experienced, nor even imagined. The 10,000 players selected by the Chilling World are all soldiers summoned for battle. In the monitoring hall, Commander Tang is briefing the leaders on the situation. Thanks to the presence of Master Su, we had ample preparation time, and thus, at the moment the chilling event unfolded, we promptly issued a notification nationwide, urging the selected individuals to contact the authorities without delay. Unfortunately, an hour is far too brief, and compounded by the fact that some harbored a lingering distrust towards the officials, believing we might control or imprison them. Many did not proactively report, which is why we currently only have information on 738 individuals. We have conveyed to these 738 individuals all the insights and strategies regarding the eerie amusement park that Master Su acquired before his rebirth. Regrettably, the dark currency cannot be transferred or manifested to distribute among the masses. This aspect remains an area of our ignorance and requires further research from Elder Pang. Nevertheless, these 738 individuals, compared to the utter ignorance of others, have at least gained a significant informational advantage. They will be our immense reliance in leading the entire world. All the leaders sighed in relief. This is indeed monumental news. The key is not merely these 738 individuals, one leader remarked. Rather, the crux lies with Master Xu. His presence is equivalent to all others combined. In fact, he is 100-fold more crucial. The others nodded in deep agreement. What ist? However, this individual is a reincarnator, possessing billions of ghostly currency, binding the entire world together. Their weight might not even be as significant as that of Master Xu. Amidst the oppressive and uncertain gravity felt by numerous leaders, a flicker of lightness emerged in their conversations. Commander Tang Weimin, aware of the collective thoughts of those present, directed the staff in the monitoring hall to establish a chilling live broadcast monitoring room. The World Channel number 1 is ready. The World Channel number 2 is ready. The World Channel number 10,000 is ready. The Great Xia Player Channel number 00001 is ready. The Great Xia Player Channel No. 00002 is ready. The Great Xia Player Channel number 10,000 is ready. The communications channel buzzed with chaos. Given that it involved tens of thousands of individuals, it was impossible to report one by one. Thus, everyone reported independently. Fortunately, a specialized high-performance AI was responsible for monitoring each broadcast room and facial recognition, with human roles primarily focused on coordination. Tang Weimin and the assembled leaders watched this scene with expressions of relief and ease. This is the advantage of having a reincarnator, possessing the foresight and preparedness. However, their expressions of ease swiftly vanished, replaced by sheer terror. What did you say? Xu Xing, the master, is missing? Tang Weimin, who had been fixated on the enormous central screen that had yet to display any footage, was suddenly startled by the panicked report from a member of Xu's team, causing his face to drain of color. We cannot locate Master Xu's broadcast room. The staff were equally pale, their voices trembling with anxiety. What do you mean you can't find him? Tang Weimin felt darkness encroach upon his vision. Out of the 10,000 players, 999 had appeared. Yet Master Xu's broadcast room was nowhere to be found. The staff wiped the cold sweat from their brows, stating that despite utilizing AI for facial recognition across 10,000 large broadcast rooms and 170,000 small ones, Master Xu could not be identified. They discovered that, aside from channel number 0912, all other broadcast rooms contained 170 individuals, with channel number 0912 being an anomaly. It had only 169. This meant that Master Xu was not present in the broadcast room. At these words, Tang Weimin felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. The leaders behind him were also on the brink of cardiac arrest. Master Xu, our sole reincarnator, the possessor of immense wealth, the steadfast pillar for the survival of Great Xia, the greatest hope for the rise of our nation in this harrowing world, the savior of the entire world. No, gone? Tang Weimin was in a state of panic. He had never felt such fear before. Chapter 45, The Grocery Store. Why I lack the least is hell money. The familiar sensation returned. Xu Xing felt as though the space before him was vibrating like ripples on water, and then he experienced a profound sense of weightlessness, albeit fleeting. When clarity returned, he found himself in a scene reminiscent of a horror game. An amusement park, once more, as Xu Xing regained his composure. Intent on marveling at the return of the Dragon King, he realized that the sight before him was not the venue of the first game, Eerie Amusement Park, but rather a small, dilapidated wooden cabin nestled in a shadowy grove. The cabin was modest, somewhat worn, with its doors and windows obscured, allowing only a faint crimson glow to seep through the cracks. Detected that the player's hell money balance exceeds 10 million yuan, granting access to the grocery store. Detected that the player's current level is ordinary, thus entering the ordinary grocery store. The player may remain in the grocery store for a maximum duration of 30 minutes. The passage of time within the grocery store is at a ratio of 30:1 compared to the game world. Players are advised to manage their time wisely. As Xu Xing pondered this, the eerie world's prompt echoed in his mind. His brow arched in excitement. So that is how it is. In his previous life, he had struggled to survive in the horror world, his pockets emptier than his expression, never having encountered such hidden settings only accessible to the affluent. A hell money balance exceeding 10 million yuan. He glanced at his balance. Nearly 2 trillion, just when he was lamenting the lack of avenues to spend his wealth. This grocery store was indeed a timely boon. Taking a deep breath, Xu Xing slowly pushed open the wooden door. Directly opposite the entrance was a counter. Behind it, an entire wall was adorned with an array of dazzling goods. Before he could discern what wares were present, a long tongue shot up between the counter and the merchandise. The tongue stretched from the floor to the ceiling, then curved midair, propping up its owner from behind the counter. A guest has arrived. The owner, a gaunt-faced, middle-aged man, greeted with his eyes, which are almost entirely white, slowly turning towards Xu Xing. The elongated tongue gradually retracted into his mouth, revealing a seemingly amiable visage that broke into a wide grin. "Welcome to the grocery store. How may I assist you?" Xu Xing, having endured for some time in the horror realm, had encountered his fair share of spirits and phantoms. Yet witnessing this scene sent chills down his spine. He steeled himself, wishing to inquire about the available items. However, the long-faced male specter suddenly rotated his head counterclockwise 180 degrees. Yet, instead of revealing the back of his head, another face emerged. This visage was still elongated, still bore a long tongue, but his eye sockets were shrouded in darkness, exuding a fearsome presence. As the menacing face turned toward him, it roared, "Use your blood, your flesh, your heart, your soul, to purchase goods." As the cries lingered in the air, a long, serpentine tongue emerged from the sinister visage, striking the grotesque face with a resounding smack, causing the entire head to rotate counterclockwise 2.5 times before halting, now facing Xu Xing's benevolent countenance. "Forget about your wretched blood, demon. Do you not see the hour? The realm of horror has only just descended upon this world. Who do you think can enter a grocery store at this juncture? Surely, it is not some impoverished native. This must be a descendant of a powerful figure from the underworld, infiltrating the native realm to seek treasures in this horrifying game. Such individuals would barter with flesh and blood? Are you truly daft?" With these words barely spoken, the demon's long tongue lashed out again, sending the benevolent spirit into a counterclockwise spin, mirroring the earlier fate. The demon turned once more to Xu Xing, exclaiming, "Ghost money! Ghost money! I demand ghost money! How dare you? We are not thieves. We cannot simply seize ghost money. We are salesmen, tasked with selling our wares." The tongue of the benevolent spirit retaliated, extending outward without inducing another full rotation, but merely half. Astonishingly, the head began to split down the middle, forming 2 distinct faces, one sinister and one benevolent, each turning toward Xu Xing. Dark, viscous blood flowed between them, revealing writhing brain matter. In unison, they queried, "So, dear guest, what do you wish to purchase?" Xu Xing, taken aback, thought, "Good heavens, he merely wanted to buy something. Why must he witness such a ghastly scene?" Nevertheless, the exchange between the 2 spectral faces had imparted a wealth of information to Xu Xing, particularly the mention of a descendant of a formidable figure infiltrating the native world to seek treasures, which he quietly committed to memory. In the outside world, identity is self-bestowed. Since these spirits perceive him as a descendant of a powerful underworld entity, what could he possibly say? How keenly you discern. Just as Xu Xing resolved to craft an impressive persona for himself, he suddenly noticed the 2 faces atop the elongated head continuing their dizzying rotation, their necks twisting and intertwining like a pretzel twisted multiple times. In a fleeting moment, the pretzel-like neck abruptly unfurled, propelling the 2 ghostly visages into a frenzied spin, their elongated tongues whirling about like whips, gaining speed with each revolution. Alarmed, Xu Xing cursed inwardly and bent low, sprinting out of the wooden cabin. Just as his foot crossed the threshold, he heard the sound of 2 long tongues striking the walls of the cabin. Crash! The walls splintered under the force. With a few more lashes, the cabin was cleaved in 2. Xu Xing gazed at the long-tongued specter, now split in twain, and surveyed the debris of the once quaint cabin, swallowing hard. What in the world? A mere grocery store clerk, so frenzied and powerful, demolishing their own shop at a moment's notice. If that long tongue were to strike him, wouldn't it instantly end his life? Yet, following the initial fear, a thrill coursed through his heart. Such a formidable spirit, if he could be hired as a bodyguard, would surely allow one to traverse the early stages of this horror realm with unparalleled ease. Xu Xing cast a gaze at the two ghostly visages, suddenly feeling a flicker of camaraderie. However, he refrained from voicing it, maintaining a stern expression as he scrutinized the goods concealed within the wooden shack. Questioning the long-tongued specter, "Is this how you conduct your sales? In this terrifying world, one must tread with utmost caution, ensuring that he does not reveal himself as merely a wealthy native of Blue Star, otherwise akin to a child brandishing gold amidst a bustling market. He would meet his demise without understanding how it came to pass. His current identity was that of a descendant of a significant figure from the underworld. He needed to act the part convincingly. The long-tongued spirit, feeling somewhat dizzy from the rotation, vigorously shook its bisected head, then, with a congenial expression, apologized. "My sincerest apologies. It is my first time as a salesperson, and I may have gotten a bit carried away. Nevertheless, rest assured, all goods are in order. Dear customer, please feel free to choose at your leisure." As it spoke, the spirit extended its tongue to rummage behind itself, retrieving a small cloth pouch, which it then shook vigorously, unveiling an array of wondrous items: bubble gum, spicy strips, teddy bear cookies, sunflower seeds, peanuts, mineral water, fine cigarettes, and potent spirits. In no time, a plethora of goods lay before Xu Xing. Yet, he paid little heed to the items themselves, his focus fixated on the small pouch that the long tongue had rolled back. His heart raced with excitement. Could this possibly be a storage bag? The benevolent spirit, observing Xu Xing's gaze, lifted the pouch with its tongue and inquired, "Even you noble spirits from esteemed families find interest in such trifles? If you wish to purchase, I am more than willing to sell." Xu Xing averted his gaze, maintaining his composure. When one is out in the world, possessing additional means for storage can only prove advantageous. We are indeed selling. We sell everything. It all depends on whether you can afford it in underworld currency. The malevolent spirit turned its gaze coldly upon Xu Xing, assessing him meticulously. "Should you find yourself unable to pay, your blood, your flesh, or even your soul could serve as currency." Xu Xing chuckled heartily. "While I may not wish to compare myself in other matters when it comes to underworld currency, I must apologize, for I possess an abundance of it." Xu Xing extended his right hand and snapped his fingers in the air. Underworld currency. Materialize. Chapter 46. Can the soil of the terrifying world cultivate vegetables? A sharp crack resounded as a crisp, green $100 ghost note materialized in Xu Xing's hand. The benevolent-faced spirit gazed upon the verdant bill, a warm smile spreading across its features as it flicked its tongue. Customers may freely choose. In stark contrast, the malevolent-faced spirit glared with malice, licking its tongue. "With such a meager sum, do you dare to purchase our treasure pouch? He. Then let your flesh and blood serve as payment." Another sharp crack echoed as yet another $100 ghost note appeared. Then, to the astonishment of both spirits, it was as if a faucet had been turned on in midair, cascading an abundance of ghost notes that quickly formed a substantial stack. The benevolent spirit retracted its elongated tongue into its mouth, its demeanor becoming increasingly amiable. Conversely, the malevolent spirit's tongue drooped to the ground, its gaze fixated dreamily on the notes in Xu Xing's hand. Xu Xing had conjured 10,000 ghost notes. He resembled a lavish magnate from the Middle East, brandishing an inexhaustible supply of currency and indulging in rampant purchasing. Anything that could be resolved with money was truly no concern at all. Xu Xing waved the notes, proclaiming, "Ghost notes, I have plenty." The malevolent spirit stared intently at the currency, drooling profusely. The benevolent spirit, with its long tongue, began to roll up the treasure pouch, placing it before Xu Xing. "Only $9.98, and you can take this storage treasure pouch home. Xu Xing handed over 1,000 yuan, placing it on the spirit's tongue, and then took the treasure pouch. No need for change, consider it a tip. The proprietor beamed. The benevolent spirit tucked the ghost notes behind itself, instantly beaming with joy. The treasure pouch was simple to use. One merely needed to use their thoughts to retrieve or store items within it. The storage space was considerable, boasting nearly 10 cubic meters. Though it could not be bound to a soul, it was still an impressive storage space, available for a mere 998. Would be showcased it to old Pang outside. Wouldn't the old fellow faint from sheer delight? Having devoted his life to research, he relished such novel inventions. Is there anything else the esteemed proprietor wishes to purchase? The benevolent spirit inquired cheerfully, displaying excellent service. Xu Xing snapped back to reality, glancing at the pile of items on the ground, and asked, "What goods do you have? Come, let me introduce them to you," the benevolent spirit replied, using its tongue to lift the items from the ground and present them to Xu Xing. "This is a pack of huazi. I assure you, smoking it is invigorating, beloved by both big and small spirits alike. For just 100 yuan, you could take home an entire pack." The benevolent spirit, displaying shrewdness, recognized Xu Xing's wealth and bypassed the lesser trinkets, introducing only the more valuable offerings. "I'll take it." Xu Xing, feeling particularly indulgent, did not hesitate and promptly decided on the purchase, inquiring further, "Is there more than just this pack?" Such generosity from the esteemed proprietor. The benevolent spirit chuckled, his eyes bulging with mirth, retracting his tongue and curling it behind him, only to produce yet another pouch of gold ingots. "How much would you like, esteemed patron?" Xu Xing's gaze flickered. This fellow certainly had a talent for concealment. Glancing at the time, he noted merely 10 minutes remained. Without further ado, he declared, "I shall take everything. Whether it be huazi, Mingi Lao Bai Gone, or even the ghostly bubblegum, I want it all. The assortment on the ground, as well as that pouch upon your tongue. Everything." He paused, then inquired, "Do you possess anything else? If so, bring it forth." With such bold proclamations, Xu Xing reveled in a sense of extravagance. Is this what it feels like to be unburdened by financial constraints? Is this the sensation of Middle Eastern magnates brandishing cash as they indulge in rampant shopping? Indeed, it was rather exhilarating. "I want it all." The benevolent spirit, taken aback by this assertion, stood in stunned silence for a moment before waving his elongated tongue to gather all the items before Xu Xing. "Truly, you are generous. Esteemed patron, may you live long and prosper. May you enjoy good health, and all your wishes come to fruition." A total of 793 ghostly coins. "Thank you for your patronage." Xu Xing mused that it was a pity the spirit did not sell insurance. After extracting 48 ghostly coins from his hand and presenting them to the long-tongued spirit, Xu Xing concentrated, feeling a wave of spatial fluctuation wash over him. All the snacks, treats, and assorted beverages scattered across the floor were magically collected into the pouch in one fell swoop. A truly wondrous occurrence. The benevolent spirit received the ghostly coins, clutching the substantial sum with a beaming smile. The malicious spirit, meanwhile, appeared calm, no longer exuding the fierce demeanor it had moments prior. "Take your time, esteemed patron." Both spirits chimed in unison. However, Xu Xing, having completed his acquisition, showed no urgency to depart. "What is the rush? I require my change." "Ah." The benevolent spirit looked bewildered. "For a total of 793 coins, I provided you with 800. You owe me 7 coins." Xu Xing smiled, thinking that every single coin represented the hard-earned wealth of the people of Daxia, and he would not allow it to be squandered. Seeing the astonishment on the faces of the benevolent and malicious spirits, Xu Xing realized they had long considered those 7 ghostly coins as a tip, and now they were exceedingly reluctant to part with them. He did not press them to retrieve the coins, as his intent was never solely financial. If a tip was in order, perhaps they could sell him something further? What else is there to sell? The benevolent spirit was taken aback. All merchandise had already been sold to the patron. Xu Xing smiled, casting a sweeping gaze over both spirits. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. With a resounding crack, 10,000 ghostly coins appeared in his grasp. Who says one can only sell goods? What can be bought can also be sold. The benevolent and malicious spirits exchanged glances of intrigue. Do you not have anything else? Artifacts? Techniques? Treasure maps? Whatever you possess, I am willing to purchase. Surely you jest. Estime du patron. We are but humble vendors. We have no such artifacts or techniques, the benevolent spirit replied. What a pity such wealth remains untapped, Xu Xing lamented. In the realm of horror games, survival in the early stages may rely on mere luck and physical prowess. Yet as one progresses, the malevolent entities grow ever more formidable, necessitating something extraordinary to prevail. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, for it was merely an idea, devoid of substantial expectation. Lacking precious artifacts or arcane techniques, he contemplated procuring alternative items. At that moment, the benevolent face unexpectedly spoke. Initially, there was nothing, but since the proprietor has expressed interest, I indeed possess an item for sale, though not a treasure. It is certainly superior to one. Xu Xing's heart raced with anticipation. Oh, is there truly an unexpected boon? He pondered. What could it be? The malevolent face appeared somewhat bewildered, tilting its head in confusion towards the benevolent face. That would be. The benevolent face beamed with delight, yet its tongue suddenly elongated, swirling twice in the air before wrapping around the malevolent face's neck and tightening with ferocity. That is my beloved other half. With a crunch, the malevolent face's bones shattered under the constriction of the benevolent face's elongated tongue. A severed head tumbled from the long-tongued specter, rolling to Xu Xing's feet, grotesque and bloodied, the elongated tongue trailing behind in a disconcerting manner. Xu Xing found himself momentarily stunned. Had it truly severed its own head? How ruthless! The benevolent spirit, with a grin, elucidated. This half-head bears a fearsome visage. This tongue, capable of varying lengths and textures, can be both rigid and supple. When combined, they constitute a disaster-grade, ghostly artifact, effortlessly dispatching ordinary spirits. With a year or so of nurturing through currency, it could evolve further, rendering even common calamity-grade entities powerless against it. Ordinary, disaster, calamity, malevolent, and sinister. These were the classifications of spirits Xu Xing had come to understand in his previous life. With the prospect that this malevolent face could contend with calamity-grade spirits, Xu Xing was elated beyond measure. It is known that ordinary individuals, even highly trained special forces, struggle against mere ordinary spirits, let alone the formidable disaster and calamity entities. Possessing such a ghostly face artifact would provide Xu Xing with a modicum of self-defense in the treacherous game. As for the requirement of nurturing through currency, was that truly a concern for him? However, the Black Mountain Tree demon that had relentlessly crushed and consumed him in his former life was an exceedingly powerful, malevolent spirit. And Xu Xing knew he was still far from that strength. Currency. The malevolent face writhed on the ground, exuding a morbid aura, its tongue quivering as it emitted a raspy howl. Alas, this creature has been my companion for many years, lamented the benevolent face, gazing mournfully at the suffering malevolent face. Knowing this is my beloved other half, I must demand more. Xu Xing found it difficult to meet the benevolent spirit's gaze. Yet he was exhilarated as he stowed the malevolent face into his treasure pouch. This truly was a ghostly artifact, a tremendous gain. Without haggling, he promptly relinquished all 11,000 currency he possessed to the benevolent face. Shan Lian was utterly astonished to find himself in possession of such a substantial amount of ghostly currency, his eyes gleaming with surprise as he excitedly flicked away the dark blood from his tongue, grinning as he accepted the spectral bills. The boss is truly generous. Su Hang, having collected the severed head of the evil-faced creature, felt a surge of exhilaration within. Yet, his procurement duties were far from complete. Turning to the long-tongued spirit, he inquired, "That garment you wear appears quite appealing. Is it for sale?" At this, Shan Lian instinctively glanced at the evil-faced being, only to discover it had vanished, leaving him to survey the tattered, dark cloak draped over his own form. After a moment of contemplation, he mused on the peculiarities of the boss's tastes. Nevertheless, He was quite straightforward, promptly shedding all his garments, for to hesitate even a moment would be a sign of disrespect towards the ghostly currency. I'll sell it. Xu Xing accepted the clothing and continued to survey the surroundings of the forest, posing another query. That wooden cabin seems rather dilapidated. May I take it for 200 coins? Shan Lian cast a sidelong glance at the splintered remains of the cabin, his expression peculiar. It's for sale. This oil appears to be of good quality as well. Could you spare me some for 10 coins? Xu Xing prodded the ground with a wooden stick. Before long, Shan Lian, now devoid of clothing, stood amidst the remnants of the demolished cabin and the newly formed pit in the earth, feeling a profound sense of desolation in the wind. What kind of person is this? Snacks, cigarettes, alcohol, and bags of gold I can understand, but soil? Xu Xing waved his hand dismissively, uninterested in explaining himself to such a dim-witted creature. What is soil? The great Xia has invested vast sums of money, nurtured countless individuals, and devoted extensive research to send Chang'e to the moon. What was the purpose? Was it not to acquire a handful of moon dust? Now that we have ventured into this horror-laden world, I must retrieve some soil for Lao Peng to study, to see if we might cultivate crops. If we could indeed grow vegetables, Xu Xing would undoubtedly make a point of it. Let the world of terror witness what it truly means to possess the innate talents of the great Xia people. Chapter 47. For a mere 100,000 ghost coins, the Ghost King will demonstrate his power. The proprietor bids farewell with a gracious smile, expressing his gratitude for the generous patronage. As Xu Xing steps into the general store, the proprietor appears as a respectable individual, possessing a quaint wooden cabin, a cabinet full of goods, and the ability to engage in banter with his adversary. However, 30 minutes later, the proprietor finds himself clad only in his undergarments, stripped of his cabin, his cabinet, and all his merchandise, his tattered overcoat having vanished as well. Yet, instead of feeling despondent, he bursts into boisterous laughter upon Xu Xing's departure. I have struck it rich. Not a shred of sorrow for his opponent's exit lingers in his heart. Instead, a euphoric thrill of newfound wealth surges within him. The yuanbao bags, once regarded as rare treasures, have become commonplace since the Demon King devoured an entire world of artifact forging, capturing all souls for his craft. Now, they cost a mere 100, yet sell for an astonishing 998. Remarkably, he has sold too. Who is this wealthy young master, seemingly inexperienced yet extravagant? While the price of the yuanbao bag can be rationalized, the sale of a severed head for an exorbitant 11,000 coins renders him utterly giddy. What can one do with 10,000 ghost coins? Why, one could reserve an entire month at the Yihong building for its enchanting ghostly courtesans. Yet, his ghostly head was deemed undesirable by the very establishment he seeks to impress. What tremendous windfall! The proprietor, with his long tongue, eagerly counts the ghost coins, already plotting which ghostly beauty to pursue today. However, after a moment of contemplation, he steadies himself, reflecting. This young master, though appearing diminutive and weak, exudes an air of affluence when he spends. He has purchased everything within reach. Surely, he shall return for more. I must stock more goods. Furthermore, this gentleman seems particularly fond of magical artifacts and techniques. I must find a way to acquire some, although it may be arduous. The potential for profit is worth the risk. I have heard that the battle maidens of Xianin Valley are quite formidable. They can fight in perilous times and engage in playful combat during calm. I wonder if this gentleman would appreciate such offerings. Regardless, I must gather all rare treasures without delay. If he returns, then I shall be fabulously wealthy. The proprietor dreams of his future, envisioning a splendid tomb in the ghost city. Wait, hold on. Something is amiss. Suddenly, he is jolted from his reverie. Although this gentleman is currently of ordinary rank, it is clear that with his capabilities, he shall uncover all hidden information in the horror game and earn the highest scores. It is entirely possible he may ascend to disaster level in the next game. Once elevated to a catastrophic level, would my humble grocery store, currently classified as ordinary, no longer be graced by his presence? The benevolent smile that adorned my face suddenly faltered. No, it cannot be. The mere thought of never encountering such a generous patron again caused my heart to bleed profusely. Was he merely a customer? No, he was the very father of my fortune. How could I allow my own progenitor to slip away from me? Absolutely not. I must devise a plan to transform my store into a disaster-level establishment. Yet the staggering cost of such an upgrade left my heart aching. Regardless, one cannot be miserly with the betrothal gifts and expect to find a spouse. For my father, no, for the magnificent benefactor, I am willing to risk it all. My expression shifted through a myriad of emotions before I ultimately solidified my resolve. There was no alternative. My desire for progress was overwhelming. According to the trajectory of my past life, I would soon encounter the Black Mountain Tree Demon. It was the most terrifying apparition I had ever witnessed. Without possessing formidable strength, even a fortune of ghostly currency would lead to certain demise. I must advance. Evil countenance. I grasped the elongated tongue protruding from the ingot bag, establishing a tenuous connection with evil countenance. Could ghostly currency nurture my strength? What was the mechanism behind it? Master. Within the ghostly currency lies a subtle essence of the rules of the horror realm. Evil countenance buzzed, having become rather docile since being acquired by me. Every specter can enhance itself by consuming ghostly currency, though such an approach is notoriously inefficient. Most prefer to procure artifacts that bolster their abilities. A flicker of realization crossed my face. Enhancing strength with ghostly currency is inefficient. Not for me, for I am bereft of all but ghostly currency. Moreover, evil countenance's words alleviated a significant concern of mine. The 200 trillion ghostly currency I possessed, a byproduct of my reincarnation's peculiarities, though genuinely ghostly currency, had surely not been validated by the horror realm. Should it flood into the horror realm, it would undoubtedly incite inflation. I might face the reckoning of some formidable entity. Now aware that ghostly currency serves not merely as currency, but as a resource for cultivation, I felt a wave of calm wash over me. How much ghostly currency is required to elevate your strength? I inquired of Evil Countenance. To enlighten you, Master, Evil Countenance began, attempting to lick its lips, only to recall that they were still gripped by my hand, resulting in a mere smacking of its mouth. I possess a unique talent that allows me to absorb the power within ghostly currency more swiftly and effectively. If I had 500 ghostly currency, I could recover from my current injuries. With 1,000, I could contend with disaster-level adversaries. With 10,000, I could easily handle ordinary calamity-level specters. And if I were to consume 100,000 ghostly currency, Evil Countenance grew increasingly animated, feeling the rush of excitement surge through its being. The Demon King is a challenge I am ready to face. With a nod, Xu Xing summoned 100,000 ghostly bills and tossed them into the ingot bag, landing them before the grim visage. After a moment's contemplation, he deemed it insufficient and added another 100,000, then 200,000. I await your triumph over the Demon King. The fervor that once ignited the grim face suddenly faltered, gazing at the long-desired ghostly currency. An inexplicable discontent began to overshadow his earlier excitement. Xu Xing, dismissing this, disdainfully cast aside the viscous, elongated tongue that obstructed him, concluding his shopping spree before the countdown ceased. Welcome to the peculiar amusement park, resonated the familiar sounds of the game. Upon reopening his eyes, Xu Xing beheld a throng of shadowy figures, along with the foreboding, chilling atmosphere of the amusement park, teeming with spectral forms. Yet, he paid little heed to these surroundings and gestured toward a specific point in the air. The time flow in the shop diverged from that of the amusement park. Within the 30 minutes he spent shopping, a mere minute had elapsed here. This implied that, for a full minute, the entirety of the Great Xia had been oblivious to Xu Xing's presence. He could hardly fathom the chaotic scene unfolding in the surveillance hall of Great Xia. Thus, he directed 2 gestures towards the live broadcast perspective. Gesture 1, all is well, remain calm. Gesture 2, the plan has changed, prepare for victory. Chapter 48, he is from the Great Xia. Quickly seize his ghostly currency. The entire world has descended into chaos. It is essential to understand that the horror game transcends borders, affecting every nation, with the outcome bearing significant implications for the safety of all individuals. As each person may find themselves chosen, it has captivated the attention of the entire globe. Factories have ceased operations, vehicles have ground to a halt, airplanes remain grounded, and pedestrians sit upon the earth. Everyone is eager to immerse themselves in the horror livestream. The Great Xia is destined to emerge victorious. My son, you must return alive. I implore you, let my brother triumph. Alas, why is there a 90-year-old lady representing our nation? A small country with fewer than 10,000 people. Is it even qualified to enter the game? We must win. I beseech you. Countless individuals are praying in desperation. However, some have set their sights on the immense viewership generated by the horror game. In the land of kimchi, at the headquarters of SM Entertainment. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The horror game has commenced. Quickly initiate the broadcast. Soon, a beautiful Korean female broadcaster appears on the screen. Greetings, everyone. This is SM Entertainment. We will provide continuous updates on the progress of the horror game. Our focus will be on the competitors from the land of kimchi, while employing artificial intelligence to identify, filter, and track the outstanding participants across various live streams. Additionally, we will monitor any unusual performances from competitors representing the Great Xia. Upon the program's debut, it received widespread acclaim, instantly attracting a multitude of viewers. After all, aside from a handful of personal live streams from friends and family, all other channels appear indistinguishable to the audience. This program deftly tapped into their sentiments. One must admit, the land of kimchi is remarkably swift in its responses. While they may not dare to confront the horror game directly, profiting under its name is a trivial endeavor. The format of this program has inspired international counterparts to follow suit. American ABC Media. We will focus on the competitors from America. Simultaneously, we will monitor the overall movements of the Great Xia. English NS Media. We will provide comprehensive coverage of the progress of the English competitors. Additionally, we will keep an eye on the situation regarding the Great Xia participants. The neighboring nation, Uzbekistan. We will witness the triumphant return of the competitors from our nation. We will also pay attention to the developments in America and the Great Xia. So please stay tuned to the Uzbekistan Entertainment Channel. Regardless of the nation, aside from their own interests, each is invariably attentive to the circumstances of the Great Xia. After all, the peculiar actions of the Great Xia prior to the horror's arrival have raised eyebrows. To claim they have no connection to the horror world would be met with disbelief from even the most naive. The Great Xia, in utter disarray. The official representatives of the Great Xia show no awareness of being in the global spotlight. They merely sense an impending cerebral hemorrhage. Where is Xu Xing? Where is Xu Xing? Where is Xu Xing? Where's my dear Xu Xing? Tang Weiman's eyes were glued to the screen, his longing to dive into the live broadcast room and locate Xu Xing palpable. Heavens, where on earth could you be, Xu Xing? He muttered incessantly, resembling a mere echo. His gaze unwavering from the screen, each moment stretching into an agonizing eternity. Suddenly, a technician's shout pierced the air. We have located Xu Xing. Tang Weiman felt his legs weaken beneath him. Xu Xing, the national master, signaled, everything is normal. The technician continued to holler. With a hand on the table, Tang Weiman steadied himself, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Xu Xing then gestured a second time. Plans have changed. A jolt of apprehension shot through Tang Weiman, prompting him to glance at the monitoring screen. Soon he beheld Xu Xing's familiar visage, followed by the gestures he made. According to the training they had conducted, this gesture implied, plans have changed? But is it a favorable alteration? Prior to entering the horror game, Tang Weiman had enlisted various survival experts to train Xu Xing, devising survival strategies based on Xu Xing's previous life experiences and the exploration of diverse game scenarios. In the first game, Bizarre Amusement Park, their strategy was to leverage their informational advantage to expedite their progress, relying on prior success to navigate the game with assuredness. Although the rewards were modest, the plan was sound, maximizing their chances of survival while also securing the initial kill bonus, rendering it a solid strategy. As for strengthening themselves and reaping rewards, the entire think tank had concentrated their efforts on the fourth game. Now, with Xu Xing suddenly indicating a change in plans. Tang Weimin wondered, had something transpired during that brief minute of his disappearance? However, now was not the time for such musings, for the game had commenced. Xu Xing found himself at the periphery of the crowd. As he surveyed the area, he noted that the majority were youthful, both male and female, save for a few middle-aged men appearing to be in their 50s. Prior to entering the game, players had an hour of preparation, allowing them to mentally brace themselves. Once inside, there was no chaotic frenzy, though a hint of disarray lingered, the overall atmosphere remaining composed. Their current location was at the outskirts of the amusement park. Not far from them, dilapidated barriers enclosed several amusement attractions: balloon shooting, a carousel, a water slide, bumper cars, and a free-fall tower. Each attraction exuded a whimsical charm, and under different circumstances, it might have been an ideal place for children. Yet, only someone like Xu Xing fully comprehended the truth. Indeed, it was a place for children, but haunted by ghastly dolls. Each entertainment venue was guarded by a ghostly doll. The familiar forms of amusement morphed into a chilling nightmare. In balloon shooting, players become the balloons, while the little specters fire wildly, only surviving for 3 minutes to win. On the carousel, riders no longer mounted wooden horses, but rather lay in coffins. Players must remain silent alongside the specters within the coffin for 3 minutes to escape. The water slide, an extraordinarily long descent over the shimmering surface, appears deceptively simple as players glide from start to finish. However, what if a mischievous spirit were to scatter blades within? The bumper cars present a direct confrontation among players, resulting in immediate explosions for any car that is struck. The drop tower plummeting from a height of 100 meters. Without safety harnesses, survival is merely a matter of luck. These are indeed forms of entertainment, albeit not for the players, but rather for these mischievous spirits. Xu Xing's mind wandered back to memories from his previous life, gradually clarifying his thoughts. If mere survival was the objective, it would be quite simple. He could merely retrace his past experiences. Yet, should he follow this course, he would inevitably meet the same grim fate at the hands of the Black Mountain Tree Demon. Change was imperative. At that moment, the entrance gate of the amusement park creaked open. The sudden sound drew the attention of all players. A figure emerged, leaning on a cane. Although it appeared human, the face and skin had decayed entirely, revealing stark, white bones beneath. The cane resembled nothing less than an entire human leg. This skeletal creature advanced step by step towards the cluster of players. In 170 live-streaming rooms, the same scene unfolded, inciting chaos. A monster! A ghost! Help! Mommy! I want to go home. The majority of players, upon witnessing the terrifying figure approach, lost their composure and screamed as they retreated. Only a few individuals with formidable mental fortitude remained rooted in place, standing out conspicuously. Xu Xing, positioned at the back, was indistinguishable amidst the retreating crowd. As the skeletal entity drew closer, it scanned the gathering with hollow eyes before suddenly bowing gracefully, its ancient, raspy voice resonating. "Welcome to the enigmatic amusement park. Should any of you wish to partake in the attractions, please approach me for tickets. Each ticket is 10 ghostly coins for one amusement project. Your patronage is greatly appreciated." After delivering this proclamation, the skeletal figure stood motionless, resembling a statue. None of the attendees comprehended its words, yet under the influence of the eerie atmosphere, the meaning was unmistakably clear, akin to communication among players. However, understanding did not equate to comprehension. Ghostly coins? What might those be? I possess wealth. Do not speak of 10. Even 1,000,000 I would offer if it meant my escape. What would happen if I declined to purchase a ticket? Could I exit the game by simply playing? A chorus of confusion and fear echoed as they distanced themselves, whispering their inquiries. Yet, the skeletal creature showed no inclination to respond. Xu Xing, listening to the very same questions he had encountered in his prior life, felt a chill within. The skeletal figure was merely a relentless machine for collecting payment, utterly disinterested in the player's queries. For all answers must be exchanged with flesh and blood for the spirits. You are from the Great Xia, are you not? Are you familiar with ghostly coins? As Xu Xing pondered, a diminutive woman suddenly emerged from the crowd. approaching him with an exuberant inquiry. Her voice suggested she hailed from a distant land. Xu Xing furrowed his brow, feeling an odd sensation. Wait a moment. I have never encountered this scene in my previous life. What is happening? Could it be the butterfly effect? Indeed, in this life, due to Xu Xing's identity as a reincarnator, the great Xia dynasty, with the collective strength of the nation, fervently burned ghostly currency, acting quite ostentatiously on the international stage. Consequently, when the realm of terror descended, the world began to suspect that great Xia might possess some foreknowledge, and its players naturally became the focal point of attention for others. However, this unexpected scrutiny seemed far from favorable. As anticipated, upon hearing the words of the woman from the distant land, the surrounding individuals turned their gazes towards Xu Xing, with even those farther away inching closer. Is he from Great Xia? Does he possess ghostly currency? Quick, give me the ghostly currency. Pairs of eyes fixated upon Xu Xing's visage, filled with confusion, suspicion, and an insatiable greed. Meeting the cold stares of the crowd, Xu Xing slowly broke into a chilling smile. Ah, splendid. You cower before skeletal monsters, yet launch fierce assaults against mere mortals, do you? However, I must apologize. Surely, you do not believe I am truly an ordinary person? Hidden within the treasure pouch, a malevolent face, ravenously devouring ghostly currency, suddenly sensed a chill and abruptly ceased its actions. A long tongue slowly emerged. Chapter 49. A single sentence from Xu Xing shakes the world. Xu Xing, you must understand that once you reveal your extraordinary talents in the realm of terror, you will undoubtedly attract a multitude of gazes. I am aware of this. However, if we do not accomplish something truly remarkable, what is the purpose of mobilizing the nation to burn paper money for the deceased? I would still perish before the Black Mountain Tree Demon, and the Great Xia, along with the entire world, would ultimately succumb to the relentless onslaught of bizarre calamities. What meaning do all our efforts hold? Very well. I understand now. Proceed as you wish. Xu Xing, regardless of what you undertake in this terrifying world, remember, Great Xia will always be your staunchest support. As Xu Xing faced the crowd, memories of his conversation with Commander Tang before entering the realm of terror flooded his mind, and he discreetly clenched the long tongue of the malevolent visage. Oh, Commander Tang, even if I were to conjure a ghostly face and eliminate all players from other nations. Surely, you would not be overly concerned about that, would you? In that moment, Xu Xing's heart truly harbored murderous intent. The weight of the destiny upon his shoulders was immense. He had to strive relentlessly towards his goal. Anyone who dared to stand in his way was his enemy. And if they were enemies, they must be prepared to face death. Yet the crowd before him remained oblivious to the impending danger, persistently pushing forward, eager to extract something from Xu Xing. Just then, a robust and towering figure unexpectedly positioned itself before Xu Xing. What do you wish to do? The imposing figure shielded Xu Xing with its back, extending its hands towards the crowd, its face contorted as it spoke with a slight stutter. The gathered masses were startled by this sudden appearance and hastily retreated. The woman who had initiated the confrontation cowered behind the crowd, trembling as she pointed at Xu Xing. Stammering, "We merely want the people of Great Xia to surrender the paper money for the deceased." "Wah, what concern is that of yours?" The burly man glared at the woman, brandishing his fist, which was as large as a cooking pot, with a menacing glare. "Get lost. I'll smash you." The woman was taken aback, her eyes wide with fear, and under the man's fierce gaze, she could only continue to retreat. The others dared not advance any further. At this moment, the large man turned to Xu Xing. "I'm Batai." He extended one hand, forming a fist. "You, Great Xia." He raised the other hand, also in a fist. The two fists collided. "Good brothers." Xu Xing subtly released the tongue of the malevolent face, gazing into Batai's earnest eyes, feeling a sudden surge of emotion. The fruit of Great Xia, unexpectedly blossoming into a flower of camaraderie in this realm of terror. "Batai, good brother." Xu Xing patted the man's arm, his gaze traversing over his shoulder towards the front. "As a good brother, I shall present you with a grand gift shortly." "Huh?" Batai responded with a puzzled grunt, instinctively following Xu Xing's line of sight, his pupils widening in shock. He beheld a man clad in an American naval uniform stealthily approaching the skeletal monster from behind. Then, with a sudden leap, he struck, his hands encircling the creature's head in a lethal grip. Crack! The American naval soldier swiftly twisted both hands around the skull creature's head. A resounding and sharp crack echoed suddenly. Astonishingly, the entire cranium of the skeletal monster was wrenched off by the naval soldier. However, the assault did not cease there. The soldier discarded the skull and delivered a lightning-fast kick to the creature's knees. Crack! Crack! The skeletal leg shattered under the force of this swift strike, and the skeletal body could no longer maintain its balance, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. The scattered remains of the skeleton made the American naval soldier appear as if he had descended from the heavens, radiating an immense aura. He gazed down upon the crowd and declared, "I am Major Dulang of the American Navy." The onlookers were left dumbfounded. After a brief silence, they erupted into deafening cheers. The skeletal monster had been vanquished. "We are saved. Hail to America! Is this our savior? How magnificent!" This heroic moment was captured by the intelligent AI of an entertainment company, spreading instantaneously across the globe, provoking waves of astonishment. Incredible! He actually twisted the skull off. Truly, America is unmatched. The American Navy is invincible. What nonsense about the Great Xia. If salvation is to be sought, it must be through America. Hail to America! In the temporary monitoring hall of America, the audience before the screens was ecstatic. Vandermont grinned widely, exclaiming, "Major Dulang truly exemplifies the elite of our Navy. His actions are decisive, devoid of fear. I propose an immediate promotion for Major Dulang." Upon finishing his statement, he turned to his assistant, "Contact the head of the construction team and urge him to expedite the restoration of the factory operations. Major Dulang has bestowed upon us a substantial gift. We must ensure he feels the weight of our gratitude." After assigning tasks to his assistant, Vandermont gazed contentedly at the large screen. In the 0912 world, Major Dulang's decisive strike against the skeletal monster greatly bolstered the confidence of numerous players, who flocked to his side, rallying around him in a display of unity. However, not all players followed suit. A handful remained clustered around the Great Xia individual. With the presence of participants from Pakistan, Jin Dynasty, South Svaya, and the Bear Nation, Vandermont could easily surmise the identities of the remaining members. Yet, his gaze drifted to the Great Xia individual standing in the corner, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him. In the 0912 world, what was once a unified player faction had now bifurcated into two camps. One, a formidable assembly led by Major Dulang of the American Navy. The other, a pitiful gathering of merely a dozen individuals, centered around the Great Xia's Xu Xing fresh from his triumph over the skeletal creature. Dulang brimmed with exuberance. Had it not been for the disappearance of the dagger and sniper rifle he had carried into the game, he would have annihilated this wretched amusement park entirely. As a naval soldier, he had always adhered to the principle of strength, eschewing any form of circumlocution. At this juncture, was it not absurd to feign gentlemanly decorum? Should desires not be seized with directness? Major Delante cast a glance towards Xu Xing, Daxia dweller. "Surrender everything, or else." Xu Xing interview. "If I were you, I would be more concerned for your own life." Delante, taken aback, suddenly felt a chill envelop his ankle. He looked down to discover that a severed skeletal hand had stealthily grasped him. "What?" Delante gasped and instinctively kicked at the skeletal hand with his other foot. However, as he lifted his foot, the skeletal hand exerted tremendous force simultaneously. Delante felt as if he had been struck by a truck laden with debris, the overwhelming power causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. He attempted to brace himself, but the skull he had previously twisted off was inexplicably sliding towards him, and just as he fell, it opened its mouth wide, aiming for his head. Delante caught a whiff of a foul odor. He tried to evade it, but it was too late. The enormous skeletal jaws clamped down on his head with a thunderous snap. Crunch! Blood erupted, bones shattered, and the body collapsed. Delante was dead. His wide-eyed head was devoured and crushed by the skeletal creature. The surrounding players fell into a hushed silence. while the viewers in the live stream covered their mouths in disbelief. In the temporary Hall of America, everyone stood frozen in shock. Amidst this profound silence, Xu Xing patted the shoulder of the burly man before him. "Brother from Pakistan, come listen to me." Xu Xing shared the method of substituting flesh for spirit money and the strategy to conquer the carousel. He then pointed to Delante's bloodied, headless corpse. "Go, now." The burly man gulped nervously, exchanged a trusting glance with Xu Xing, and charged towards the skeletal monster. The creature paid him no heed, nor did the burly man spare a glance, as he rushed to the headless body, grasped its feet, and without concern for the blood, dragged it to the carousel. "I will use this chunk of flesh as my ticket. I want to play." A small imp, with grass sprouting from its head, emerged from a coffin. It glanced at the man, then at the bloodied flesh on the ground, clapping its hands in excitement. "Wonderful! Finally, someone to play with me." The good-natured giant ignored the imp and found another coffin to crawl into, closing his eyes to sleep. Following the Daxiao man's instructions, he kept his mouth shut, regardless of what he saw or heard. For someone already stammering and simple-hearted, this posed no challenge. Time passed, though its measure was uncertain, until the coffin lid creaked open. The grass-headed imp, discontented, remarked, "You're done playing, let's go." The burly man was bewildered. Was that it? Yet he did not pose any questions, remaining silent as he passed the skeletal creature and returned to Xu Xing's side. "Brother Daxia, I have completed everything as per your instructions." Xu Xing said nothing, for the world of horror had already begun to speak globally. "Congratulations! The players from the 0912 world have successfully completed the game, becoming the first to conquer it. In addition to the basic rewards, they would also receive exquisite gifts." The robust figure of the Beatty man stared in astonishment at Xu Xing. "Did we really clear the game? I did nothing but follow the Daxiao people's orders and ran a lap, and yet I am the first to finish? And I get exquisite gifts too." Xu Xing felt no surge of excitement, merely nodding slightly. Thankfully, the butterfly effect had not altered the method of completing the game. In his previous life, the first clear reward had been claimed by an Indian player, but now it had been snatched away by Xu Xing's Beatty brother. As for why Xu Xing did not claim the reward himself, it was not out of modesty, although the first kill reward was trivial compared to his greater ambitions. No one would ever refuse honor, especially in a game that influenced national fortunes. The primary reason Xu Xing refrained from seizing the first kill for himself was that upon completing the game, one was compelled to exit swiftly. The sooner one cleared the game, the shorter the time they could linger. Conversely, the later one completed it, the longer they could remain. If one were to be the last to finish, they might even stay in the game for 3 hours. The horror game seemed to encourage players, do not rush. Take your time. In the past, Xu Xing had been perplexed by this design. Only a fool would continue lingering in the game after completion. But now he understood. Hidden narratives. Only with ample time could one explore these concealed storylines. Completing the game and surviving would yield rewards and ratings for everyone. In his previous life, Xu Xing earned a score of 10. However, one must recognize that the game's perfect score is 100, where, then, were the remaining 90 points. Furthermore, could a mere score of 10 truly be considered a completion of the game? Hidden narratives. Only through these could everything be elucidated. To elevate himself to a level capable of confronting the Black Mountain Tree Demon, Xu Xing must seize every opportunity. In comparison, the trifling first kill reward paled in significance. While Xu Xing remained composed, those around him gaped in disbelief, their eyes fixed upon him. They gazed at the Beatty man with envy, then turned their longing eyes towards Xu Xing. One sentence had allowed a bumbling muscular man to shatter the record for first completion. Who exactly was this person? Meanwhile, in countless live streams across the globe, viewers were left astounded upon hearing the announcement from the world of horror. Chapter 50. Even the skeleton monsters must drink from the crooked-mouthed black wine. The world of 0912 instantaneously became the focal point of global attention. Did a player from Pakistan just secure the first completion reward in 0912? Astonishing. Who is this individual? The identity is of no consequence. I was just observing 0912, where a citizen from the Great Xia shared the completion strategy with a Pakistani player. Is this boasting without a draft? Who on earth knows the method to clear it? Moreover, even if someone is aware of the strategy, why would they not attempt it themselves, yet divulge it to others? And to claim the first completion reward at that. If you're blind, perhaps it's time to donate your eyes, for you clearly cannot see. Various streaming companies across nations promptly replayed their recorded footage, showcasing the events that transpired within 0912. Everyone witnessed the moment when Xu Xing patted the broad shoulder of the Pakistani giant, offering guidance. Incredible! Is it truly the citizens of Great Xia who directed him towards completion? Why? Oh, why did our nation as players not receive such guidance from Great Xia? Because you're a troll, you fool. The first completion reward. How lucky are the Pakistanis? In Pakistan, joy radiated from every face, with many rummaging through their boxes to wave red flags, running about in celebration. We, Pakistan, have secured the first completion reward of 0912. Well done, brothers. Will the entire nation receive a reward? I just heard the announcement. Pakistan's national fortune increased by 4 points. Thank you, Great Xia. Thank you to the citizens of Great Xia in the world of 0912. Long live Great Xia. The leader of Pakistan hastily delivered a national address, expressing gratitude for the friendly assistance from Great Xia. We shall forever remain good brothers. A single completion and a first completion reward for a small world plunged an entire nation into jubilation. Citizens of other countries gazed on in envy. Tang Weiman hung up the phone, a smile adorning his face. The Prime Minister of Pakistan called to thank us for our assistance, urging U.S. to express our gratitude to Xu Xing. They even wished to bestow upon Xu Xing a National Medal of Pakistan. Other leaders chuckled. Pakistan is quite astute. While the expression of gratitude may be sincere, the medal holds little significance. They merely seek to foster closer ties with Xu Xing through this opportunity. Having aided him once, they're already contemplating future engagements. Laughter echoed for a moment. Then all eyes turned to the large screen, their expressions growing somber. Comrade Xu Xing has altered his strategy. Tang Weiman nodded. Within that fleeting minute of disappearance, something must have transpired that compelled him to abandon his initially prudent approach in favor of a more audacious course of action. As a reincarnated individual, Xu Xing possesses a tremendous advantage. He is privy to the content of each game round, knowing precisely how to navigate through challenges and survive. However, this awareness, while advantageous, is undeniably subjective. Simply put, Xu Xing is only familiar with the game scenarios he has personally experienced, rendering him less knowledgeable about other scenes within the same game. Yet, let us not forget that behind Xu Xing stands the entirety of the Great Xia, and not merely one, but two Great Xias. One Great Xia exists prior to rebirth. After Xu Xing concluded the game, the Great Xia did not remain idle. Rather, it engaged in investigation, analysis, and speculation. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of researchers wielded microscopes, meticulously scrutinizing the live footage frame by frame, continually proposing hypotheses and seeking validation. The other Great Xia exists post-rebirth. Even before the horror game commenced, it had already assembled a legion of tens of thousands of advisors, engaged in discussions regarding the game scenes within Xu Xing's memories, as well as reanalyzing the conclusions drawn about the Great Xia and the world itself, generating one hypothesis after another and formulating an array of strategies, eagerly awaiting Xu Xing's execution of these plans within the game. Two Great Xias, one before and one after, pivoting around Xu Xing as the fulcrum, launched a pincer assault against the horror game. The completion prompt from the 0912 world sounded the battle horn. The players of Great Xia initiated a collective charge. Congratulations! The Great Xia players of the 0746 world have been the first to complete the game, becoming the inaugural victors of the 0746 world. In addition to basic rewards, they will receive exquisite gifts. Great Xia's national fortune increased by 4 points. Congratulations! The Great Xia players of the 0217 world have been the first to complete the game, becoming the inaugural victors of the 0217 world. In addition to basic rewards, they will receive exquisite gifts. Great Xia's national fortune increased by 4 points. Congratulations! The Great Xia players of the 0-3-2-1 world have been the first to complete the game, becoming the inaugural victors of the 0-3-2-1 world. In addition to basic rewards, they will receive exquisite gifts. Great Xia's national fortune increased by 4 points. Congratulations! The Great Xia players of the 9999 world have been the first to complete the game, becoming the inaugural victors of the 9999 world. In addition to basic rewards, they will receive exquisite gifts. Great Xia's national fortune increased by 4 points. A cascade of game notifications reverberated throughout the realm. Great Xia! Great Xia! Great Xia! Tang Weiman listened to the resounding proclamations of Great Xia, his fists gradually clenching tighter. This wave secured Great Xia's position. However, another question lingered in his mind. As the pre-game analysis suggested, were these merely the initial completion rewards of individual small worlds? Then, what constituted the completion of the entire game? Great Xia! Great Xia! Great Xia! Within the global live streams, this name echoed. The populace around the world widened their eyes, emitting incredulous gasps. Great Xia! Great Xia! Great Xia! Inside the monitoring hall of America, there was an eerie silence. Vandermont clutched his chest, pained to the point of tears. Why? Why did our naval major perish upon his debut? Why could Great Xia amass such an abundance of completion rewards? What on earth is the reason? General Fan, I have resolved it. The paper factory has successfully modified all instances of Major Du Lang's name. The head of the construction team rushed in to report. Vandermont stared blankly at him, his chest aching even more. No need, Major Du Lang is no longer of use. The construction team leader was momentarily taken aback. What? 0912 world. The towering figure vanished before Xu Xing's eyes. 2 minutes passed. Xu Xing silently calculated the duration. Realizing that the man had spent a mere 2 minutes from the moment he exited the carousel to his departure from the horror game. His brow furrowed. It was far too brief. Such a span was utterly insufficient. The duration of a single game exceeded 3 minutes, rendering 2 minutes of waiting entirely inadequate. What Xu Xing aspired to achieve was to conquer 5 games, to attain a genuine completion. Yet, at present, irrespective of whether he could complete the game, the time was simply insufficient. It appeared he would have to devise a strategy to ensure that the other players finished their games. Only then could he, as the final player to complete, have ample time to linger. Xu Xing cast a sweeping glance over the dazed crowd of players, deep in contemplation, and then, before anyone could react, he approached the skeletal creature that was feasting on the skull of Ayus, Navy Lieutenant. Hey, old man, I have a question for you, he called out, standing before the skeletal monster. Typically courteous, he found it difficult to maintain his politeness in the face of such a horrifying scene. The surrounding players stared blankly at Xu Xing and quickly retreated to a safe distance. The skeletal creature, upon hearing him, slowly raised its head, its face smeared with blood and flesh, exuding an eerie chill. Unbeknownst to him, the bones that had been shattered by Dulant were now entirely rejoined. Note on the 7th hypothesis of Dashia's research on horror games. The park administrator adheres to the rules. As long as you do not attack him, he will not initiate an attack against you. For reference, among 10,000 game worlds, the 345 individuals slain by the administrator all engaged in aggressive actions towards him. Xu Xing was not daunted by the grotesque sight before him. Instead, he reached into his pouch and retrieved a bottle of potent liquor, Old Black, shaking it before the skeletal creature. You can't just feast on flesh without indulging in some drink, can you? Let us have a toast. The dark eye sockets of the skeletal monster ignited with a spark of interest upon seeing the liquor. An unexpected air of sycophancy emerged on its chilling visage. Xu Xing tossed the bottle toward the creature. The skeletal monster hastily dropped Dulant's head, catching the bottle with both hands. It brought it to its nose for a whiff, gently unscrewed the cap, took a sip, then tilted its head back, eyes closed, emitting a sound of contentment. Xu Xing, however, paid no heed to the creature's reaction. Instead, he crouched down, gazing at Dulant's head that had rolled beside him, and let out a soft sigh. Regardless of whether they were foes, those who perished confronting malevolent forces deserved respect. He reached out, placing the head into his pouch. If given the chance, may his soul find peace. Having finished a sip of the potent liquor, the skeletal creature's mood brightened, and its gaze towards Xu Xing softened. Young man, feel free to ask your questions. I can answer 3. Chapter 51. A single cigarette, taming the skeleton monster, observing the skeleton monster's insatiable thirst for alcohol. Xu Xing could not help but nod in approval. Indeed, the items from the general store proved to be somewhat useful. The surly vendor, evil face, had performed admirably. Moments ago, while hidden within the ingot pouch, he had boasted about using the potent liquor from the crooked-mouthed Old Black to curry favor with the skeleton monster. Upon attempting this, the results were indeed promising. However, glancing at Evil Face, Xu Xing noted that nearly half of the 200,000 ghostly coins had been flaunted. He wondered how much his strength had increased and whether he could contend with the skeleton monster before him. In response, Evil Face coolly remarked, "Just hold it firmly." Xu Xing harbored doubts about this assertion. Previously, this long-tongued character had claimed that a mere 100,000 coins could vanquish the Ghost King. Yet, after exhausting that amount, there was no sign of him daring to confront the Ghost King. "Coward, may I inquire how to address you, esteemed one?" Xu Xing asked the skeleton monster, resembling a player activating a quest NPC in a game. "Is it your first question?" The skeleton monster took a sip of its drink, shaking its head. "Well, the young man is rather polite. Consider this one a complimentary answer. You may call me Bone Eye." "Greetings, Bone Eye," Xu Xing replied courteously. "Might I ask the titles of these 5 games?" "The game titles." Bone Eye regarded Xu Xing with a knowing glance, then took another hearty swig of liquor, stating, "Golden Arrow, Wooden Spike, Water Knife, Fire Thunder, Earthquake." Upon hearing these 5 names, Xu Xing's eyes lit up. Indeed, the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth evoked a sense of collectible attributes. Reflecting on his previous life's experiences, it became apparent that these 5 titles represented various offensive maneuvers within the games. Drawing from his past triumph in the carousel game, he envisioned lying in a coffin, beset by countless wooden spikes jabbing at him. Though merely illusions, the pain was vividly real within his mind. Should he inadvertently emit a cry of agony, those phantoms would swiftly transform into reality, piercing his throat directly. Suppressing his excitement, Xu Xing posed a second question. "If I manage to conquer all 5 games, what reward shall I receive?" Upon hearing this query, Bone Eye's hand trembled slightly around the drink, and he gazed at Xu Xing with an enigmatic expression. After a prolonged silence, he slowly replied, "That question cannot be answered. Please pose another." Xu Xing needed no further response. Bone Eye's reaction had made it abundantly clear. Completing all 5 games would undoubtedly lead to significant events. However, rather than rushing into the challenges, Xu Xing inquired about a speculation that both factions of the Daxia had pondered. Is a horror game truly a game? If horror games are not games, then what are they? Bone Eye retorted, perplexed. Then as a game, shouldn't novice players possess the ability to clear the initial level? Strange amusement park? This was a straightforward deduction. If the objective of the horror world were to eradicate humanity, with its capabilities, there would be no need to summon humans for any horror games. They could simply achieve annihilation directly, couldn't they? If its aim is not the extinction of humanity, and it gathers individuals through a thrilling game to navigate challenges, then it would be illogical to design the first level in such a manner that no player could succeed. At the very least, there should be a gradual increase in difficulty. Otherwise, everything would be devoid of meaning. Bone Eye gulped down the remainder of his drink in one go, offering a vague response before tossing the crooked bottle aside and urging Xu Xing to leave hastily as the questions had been asked. "Ah, is this where our conversation ends? How unfortunate," Xu Xing lamented, shaking his head. He fished out a pack of cigarettes from his bag, slowly extracted one, and let it glide past Bone Eye before finally placing it in his own mouth, wishing to share a smoke and continue their dialogue. Now that the inquiries were complete, the cigarette seemed unnecessary. Bone Eye's skeletal gaze had not left Xu Xing since he produced the cigarette, following it to his lips, only to gulp down some saliva, fingers itching with anticipation. Hey, we can still chat without questions. Bo and I felt an overwhelming restlessness, akin to 1,000 ants crawling over him, and thought that perhaps a cigarette could alleviate it. He stuttered, expressing that perhaps in conversation a question might arise. I have finished asking my questions. I have nothing more to inquire, Xu Xing declared, shaking his head and feigning to reclaim the cigarette. Bo and I panicked, reaching out for the cigarette, but quickly restrained himself, pleading with Xu Xing. How can there be no questions left? There are so many. For instance, how do these 5 games work? Which one is the simplest and safest? What stories do these 5 little ghosts possess? Don't you want to know? Xu Xing shook his head. I do not. How can you not want to? Don't you wish to clear the game and escape? Bo and I suddenly realized, oh right, the ghost money. Without ghost money, you cannot play the game, can you? Let me tell you, you can actually play without ghost money. Xu Xing, observing Bo and I's eager eyes fixated on the cigarette, silently chuckled. Indeed, the words of the sinister face held some truth. Whether the administrators or the little ghosts within the game, none knew how many years they had languished in this amusement park, leading monotonous and despairing lives, devoid of hope for escape, existing in perpetual darkness. A bottle of old liquor and a single cigarette could bring tears of joy to the skeletal creature. For the sake of a cigarette, Bo and I would answer any number of questions. Xu Xing tossed the entire pack of cigarettes to Bo and I. This is worth discussing in detail. Bo and I trembled with excitement, his bones creaking as he clutched the cigarettes, until he finally selected one, lit it with Xu Xing's flame, and found calmness. Ah, how delightful! Such a nostalgic flavor. Bo and I inhaled deeply, the dark smoke swirling within his skull. After a moment of enjoyment, he placed one hand on the cigarette and the other on Xu Xing's shoulder, exclaiming, "Come, my good brother, let me share the secrets of this amusement park with you." Xu Xing was not at all reserved. He casually draped his arm over the shoulder of his skeletal companion and squatted by the railing, engaging in light-hearted conversation. This scene left the other players in the 0912 world, as well as the countless viewers monitoring the myriad live streams from the Blue Star, utterly astounded. Quiet down. My mind is in turmoil. I need to sort this out. That creature was a monster, a creature that had devoured a U.S. Navy major in one bite. How could the people of Xia dare to approach it so closely? I see now. The people of Xia must also be monsters. Could it be that he is genuinely conversing with a skeletal being? What sort of development is this? Goodness, I see that in the 0134 world. Chaos has erupted with blood spilling everywhere, resulting in the deaths of several individuals. Why is this world so eerily tranquil? Is there a kind soul to guide me? I wish to visit this Xia player's live stream and uncover what they are discussing. Is no one curious? Where did he procure all this smoke and drink? In the monitoring hall, Tang Weiman cast a puzzled glance at Academician Pang. Pang scratched his head, replying, "Don't look at me. This falls squarely within my realm of ignorance." Amidst the myriad gazes of speculation, confusion, and astonishment, Xu Xing finally concluded his chat with the skeletal figure and slowly strolled back to the group of players. Every eye was fixed upon him. "Everyone," Xu Xing began softly, "I have uncovered the method to clear the game. I will share it with you, except..." At that moment, every player held their breath in anticipation. Xu Xing continued languidly, "Except for those from the United States, the United Kingdom, Australia, and the Pickle Nation." With a cacophony, the crowd immediately dispersed. Players from those 4 nations were instantly isolated. Aside from the already defeated American players, the expressions of the remaining 4 shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, in the live stream, individuals from those 4 nations collectively broke down. Chapter 52. The Game of the 4 Little Demons. How should one treat gamers from other nations? This has been a matter of extensive discussion between Xu Xing and his think tank. In summary, 4 approaches have been proposed. The first is to disregard others entirely. Focus solely on one's own progress, swiftly conquering the game to survive and reap rewards. The second is to pursue a ruthless strategy, striving to widen the gap between the Great Xia and other nations to ensure the prosperity of the Great Xia. This entails not only securing rewards for its players, but also minimizing the success of competitors. This dual approach would afford the Great Xia considerable advantages, ensuring its sustained dominance. The third approach advocates for mutual assistance. After all, As inhabitants of Blue Star, what challenges cannot be overcome together? However, the first three suggestions were swiftly dismissed. Yet, from a synthesis of these ideologies emerged a fourth option, which became the think tank's preferred choice: to rally and assist players from other nations to survive, while ensuring the Great Xia maintains its absolute ranking in national prosperity. Ultimately, discerning who our friends and enemies are is paramount to the revolution. Who constitutes our enemy? It is difficult to ascertain before the onset of terror, but post-crisis, the answer is unequivocal: the realm of horror itself, uniting all possible forces to resist or even obliterate. The encroachment of the horror world is the solution proffered by the Great Xia. Unbeknownst to them, the Great Xia has already positioned itself as a leader of Blue Star, contemplating the fate of the entire world. Of course, specific issues must be addressed with nuance. Not every nation is worthy of assistance. The strategy should be to ally with some, suppress others, and subdue yet another group. The distinctions are already apparent. You are committing a crime. You will face sanctions. You must not act this way. Why target us? On what grounds do you proceed? The representatives from 4 nations, upon hearing Xu Xing's declarations and suddenly finding themselves isolated from other players, flushed with indignation, glaring at Xu Xing. Why? Xu Xing found himself somewhat impressed by their audacity to utter such shameless words. Their fleets blockaded the gates of the Great Xia while they proclaimed their intent to annihilate them. He questioned why they dared to complain. As for the grounds upon which he acted, Xu Xing let out a cold laugh, remaining silent. Yet the implication was clear to all. With a mere word, he could ensure the invincible passage of the Bātai to Han, granting them the first-time rewards in the 0912 world. He could engage amiably with terrifying skeletal creatures. As a citizen of the Great Xia, he possessed the backing of an immensely powerful nation. As a citizen of the Great Xia, he might even wield the so-called underworld currency. Doubt his authority? They were free to test their mettle, to see if they could procure 10 units of underworld currency to purchase a ticket from the skeletal monster, and then ascertain whether they could survive the game unscathed. Should they succeed, they would be free to act as they pleased. However, if you're unable to do so, what grounds does Xu Xing possess? At this moment, the ghostly currency embodies power. Players from over 100 nations have grasped this notion, instinctively distancing themselves from the players of the 4 designated countries, yearning to align themselves with Xu Xing, who stands at the epicenter of authority. The players from these 4 nations, upon witnessing this, felt an icy chill creeping down their spines. The woman from the Spraying Nation trembled as she spoke. The warships, that is a matter of state action. What relevance does it have to us ordinary individuals? A middle-aged man from England echoed. We cannot control our nation's warships either. The man in a suit from Australia argued. The matter of the warships occurred prior to the onset of this terrifying world. Now, they surely will not engage in any abnormal actions. Exactly. As long as you assist us, I believe our nation will withdraw its warships. Quickly chimed in the representative from the Pickled Cabbage Nation. The man in the suit continued. Surely the entire world is watching our live broadcast. Every move we make is under the scrutiny of the globe. If you spare us, our nation's leaders will certainly take notice and withdraw from the relevant waters. Xu Xing responded with a cold smirk. I have not intended to spare you. He paused, looking up towards the sky, the direction of the global live broadcast cameras. Are the words of these 4 to be taken seriously? He did not name them outright, yet the world understood he was alluding to the leaders of 4 nations: England, Australia, the Pickled Cabbage Nation, and the Spraying Nation. Inside the official broadcast rooms of these 4 countries, countless citizens fervently debated. Shortly thereafter, the leaders of the 4 nations simultaneously issued statements. Withdraw the fleets. The only fleet remaining was that of the American nation. Well, their players have already cooled off. They no longer feel this pressure. Tang Weiman observed the shifting tides of global affairs with great satisfaction. With a mere utterance, he had forced the fleets of 4 nations to retreat. Could it be that Xu Xing possesses a talent akin to Zhuge Liang? Yuan Fangding laughed heartily nearby. Within the realm of 0912, Xu Xing gazed at the frigid night sky for a moment before lowering his head once more. The players from the 4 nations held their breath, awaiting his decree. In that case, I shall grant you an opportunity. Xu Xing produced 4 tickets, purchased from Bone during their earlier conversation, and presented them to the 4 individuals. Whether they could seize this chance depended solely on themselves. The 4 exchanged glances before reaching out to accept the tickets, each opening their own. The woman from the Spraying Nation received the water knife, water slide. The middle-aged man from England obtained the golden arrow, balloon shooter. The suited man from Australia got the earthquake, drop tower. The bespectacled man from the pickled cabbage nation secured the fire thunder, bumper car. Xu Xing stepped aside, allowing passage to the amusement park. Other players also retreated. The 4 exchanged uncertain glances, but under the watchful gaze of the crowd, they could only muster the courage to walk slowly forward. Young ones, we have business. Quickly, rise to welcome the guests. The skeletal creature, with its hollow eyes gleaming, seized the tickets from the hands of the 4 individuals and ushered them into the amusement park. Oh, the sounds of excitement echoed. Apart from the carousel, 4 other attractions birthed a half-meter-tall, plump child who bounced forth. They bore a striking resemblance to one another, with fair skin, crimson lips, and only black voids where their eyes should be. Each wore a differently colored apron around their midsection. As the 4 little specters emerged, they immediately dashed towards the players, snatching their respective patrons and racing toward their designated attractions. The imp in the blue apron thrust a woman into an elevator that emerged from the water. And as the elevator ascended to the 10-meter-high slide entrance, he grinned widely and brandished a 2-meter-long knife fashioned from water. The imp in the silver apron assisted a middle-aged man from England to the wall, affixing 5 balloons to his head before bounding back to a table 10 meters away, where he seized a massive bow and arrow, poised to unleash his shot. The imp in the yellow apron propelled a suited gentleman from Australia into the seat of a free-fall ride and squatted beside him as the ride began its slow ascent. Meanwhile, the imp in the red apron pressed a bespectacled man from the land of pickles into a bumper car, kindly fastening his seatbelt before standing in the center of the arena, grinning mischievously. All the players stood outside the railing, observing the scene unfold, a chill settling deep within their hearts. Chapter 53, 4 Deaths in a Terrifying Game. The water slide loomed ominously as the woman, drenched in crimson and black water, ascended to the highest point via the elevator. The chilling touch of the water enveloped her knees, momentarily snapping her to attention. "Wait, you haven't told us how to escape," she cried in terror, pounding on the glass and shouting at Xu Xing. "Do not move." Xu Xing responded, his voice steady. "The way to survive is to remain still." What? Confusion clouded the woman's expression as she attempted to voice her alarm further. Suddenly, a tremendous force propelled her forward, thrusting her into the slide. The dark, murky water engulfed her, carrying her down the transparent flume with increasing speed. Although the slide was devoid of any obstacles, the mere act of descending sent icy tendrils of fear coursing through her veins. She screamed, frantically attempting to halt her descent by scrambling against the slick surface of the slide. Yet, all her efforts were in vain. Meanwhile, the small ghost in the blue belly band stirred within the water. Grasping a 2-meter-long water blade, he ascended rapidly on a column of water, positioning himself directly in front of the woman. With a swift motion, the water blade sliced through the glass tube, creating a barrier in her path, cleaving the cascading water in 2. The woman shrieked in horror at the sight, desperately twisting her body to slip past. The imminent threat of death ignited a surge of strength within her. She miraculously contorted her body at a 90-degree angle, narrowly avoiding the blade's edge. "Yes, I can survive," she thought in that fleeting moment. However, in the blink of an eye, the water blade that had blocked her way vanished, only to reappear, now positioned directly in her sliding path. Her chest collided with the water blade. The sharp edge effortlessly sliced through her skin, rupturing upon contact with bone. Blood gushed forth, staining the dark waters even deeper. The woman was dead, her lifeless body ejected from the slide's exit, sinking into the depths below, never to resurface. Oh ho ho ho, the small ghost in the blue belly band floated atop the water, exhilarated, flailing his limbs in triumph. At the balloon shooting station, A middle-aged man named Ingress was precariously balanced beneath 5 balloons. 10 meters away, the silver belly band ghost drew back a colossal bowstring. An enormous arrow poised to strike at the man's head. "Do not move," Xu Xing cautioned the middle-aged man, yet he knew it was futile. With a resounding twang, the bowstring snapped taut, releasing the arrow in a swift arc toward the man's skull. "Ah!" The middle-aged man screamed, instinctively attempting to evade the deadly projectile. In a desperate bid for survival, he stepped to the right. But in the next instant, the arrow, which had been flying straight, suddenly veered. Thud! The arrowhead pierced the neck of the middle-aged man, pinning him against the wall behind him. Why? The man's pupils widened in bewilderment, questioning how the bow and arrow could change direction. Yet, before he could find the answer, he closed his eyes. He was dead. The silver-clad imp beside him was filled with regret, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I told you to stay still. My aim is impeccable. If you hadn't moved, I would have certainly hit the balloon. But now that you've moved, I can only shoot your neck." The silver imp stamped its foot in frustration and then let loose 4 arrows, popping the 4 balloons perched atop the middle-aged man's head. Blood streamed down his neck, mingling with the dark, crimson ground beneath him, indistinguishable from the surroundings. "Hold on tight. The drop tower game is about to begin." The yellow-clad imp squatted beside the suited man from Australia, speaking ominously. The suited man sat in his seat, feeling the drop tower ascend slowly, his face paling dramatically. He reached for the safety belt, but found nothing to grasp. Upon closer inspection, he realized there were only 2 armrests on the seat, and nothing else. No safety belt? The suited man was dumbfounded. "Oh, there is." The yellow imp chuckled mischievously, pulling out a strip of cloth from behind. "I took it apart. Damn it." The suited man cursed, attempting to snatch the cloth strip, but at that moment, the drop tower reached the top, followed by a sudden, rapid descent. The intense sensation of weightlessness made him scream, his hands abandoning the imp's cloth strip, grasping desperately onto the seat's armrests, his nails digging into his flesh, striving to anchor himself to the seat. Suddenly, the drop tower came to a halt mid-fall, the seat and support beam creating a massive spark from the friction. The violent inertia struck the suited man like a truck, and as he lost his grip, he was propelled outward. Thud! He flew from his seat, colliding with the glass wall in mid-air, only to be rebounded harshly onto the ground. That hurts." The suited man felt as though all his bones had shattered, yet a flicker of consciousness lingered, prompting him to ponder, Am I alive? Then a shadow loomed over him. The suspended drop tower, descending at an even swifter pace, crashed down upon the suited man's head. Thud! The drop tower halted just above ground level. Blood trickled from beneath the tower, pooling slowly. The yellow imp tossed the cloth strip onto the blood, its gaze cold and unfeeling. In a bumper car area, the bumper cars can accommodate up to 5 players. The red-clad imp expressed regret. "Unfortunately, this time, you were the only one playing." Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man from the pickled nation suddenly brightened. "So, does that mean I will be the only one racing around the arena without colliding with anyone?" He chuckled mischievously. The little ghost in the crimson belly band laughed mischievously. "Oh no, if it's just you alone, then the remaining 4 bumper cars are all mine to drive. You'd better hurry, lest you be caught by me, or else bang." The bespectacled man from the land of kimchi, trapped amidst the 4 bumper cars, met a swift and explosive demise within mere 10 seconds. Fragments of flesh and blood splattered onto the little ghost, rendering the crimson belly band even more vividly scarlet. Within the span of 2 minutes, all 4 players met their end. Beyond the barriers, the remaining 163 players fell into a profound silence. After a long while, faint sobs began to resonate. Is this what a horror game entails? Some clung to the railing, their bodies trembling with weakness. Indeed, this is the essence of a horror game. Xu Xing clenched his fist, his gaze chillingly cold. This is a horror game with a mortality rate exceeding 70%. In a previous life, according to official statistics from the National League, in the inaugural event of the Odd Amusement Park, 170,000 players entered, yet fewer than 50,000 emerged alive. Over 70% of them eternally remained within the game. Some perished in brutal fights over flesh and blood tickets. Others were slain by skeletal monsters while attempting to flee or unable to participate. Yet the majority succumbed in one harrowing game after another, ravaged to death. This is the horror game. A horror game that revels in the slaughter of humanity. Xu Xing stared into the void, his clenched fist oozing blood. Do not rush. Do not rush. Someday, I will make this horror game. An eye for an eye. A life for a life. Chapter 54 now. It is Xu Xing's moment to take the stage. I am off to the petition office to demand justice. I shall call for the condemnation of the great Xia people for their crimes against humanity in the 0912 world. We too, in Australia, shall petition. It was that great Xia individual who caused the demise of our competitors. Crimes against humanity. The great Xia must pay. The Republic of Kimchi stands with you. Across various live streaming platforms, netizens watching the broadcast of the 0912 world are abuzz with discussions about the recent events. Users from Australia, England, and the Republic of Kimchi express their outrage vehemently. Yet, as soon as these words are uttered, they are met with fierce rebuttals. How absurd! Crimes against humanity by the Great Xia? You must be jesting. Were it not for the tickets provided by the Great Xia, your countrymen would not even have the opportunity to participate in the games. The Great Xia kindly offered you tickets, and rather than accepting your shortcomings, you dare to turn the tables? Are you out of your mind? Kindness? Clearly, it was a ploy to send our players to their doom, to serve as mere guinea pigs for them. Oh, so giving you tickets was a death wish? Then let me ask, what do the players from the Iron Brotherhood say? They followed the Great Xia's guidance, and what was the outcome? They claimed the first completion reward. Do not blame others for your own ineptitude. Moreover, open your eyes and behold the chaos in the 0943 world, the 1438 world, the 6406 world. Witness how many worlds have descended into turmoil due to the lack of tickets, resulting in 170 individuals perishing in the strife. They were denied the chance to even play, all falling victim to the hands of humanity itself. Now look at the 0321 world, the 2354 world, the 8887 world. It is precisely because of the existence of the Great Xia, because they purchased tickets for everyone, that these worlds possess even a semblance of humanity. Please, use your intellect before spewing such nonsense. The audacity of the Great Xia stems from their possession of dark currency. Why is it that they alone possess it while other nations do not? They ought to share it. Share. Would you be willing to share your mother with me for a time? You foolish imbecile. In the 0912 world, Xu Xing took a deep breath, concealing dangerous thoughts deep within. He then turned to face the crowd, laying down ticket after ticket upon the ground. Wooden spikes, golden arrows, fiery thunder, watery blades, earthen tremors. The tickets, vibrant in 5 distinct colors, appeared quite splendid. Yet, all present felt they resembled harbingers of doom. According to the rules explained by the administrator, each entertainment activity could have a maximum of 35 tickets, all of which I have acquired. Aside from those I intend to use, the rest are here. Xu Xing observed the crowd, speaking slowly. At this juncture, I believe no further explanation is necessary. Each game has its own mechanics, and Xu Xing glanced at the blood pooling on the ground. Players have demonstrated what it truly means. The pivotal rules for progression I have already conveyed to everyone. Whether one can achieve it depends entirely on one's own abilities. How to proceed is a matter for each individual to determine. Having said this, Xu Xing took 2 steps back, relinquishing all tickets. His sole desire was for everyone to swiftly complete the game and depart, or perish within it. Who would survive and who would meet their demise was of no concern to him. He could not intervene. The remaining individuals exchanged apprehensive glances, each hesitant to step forward and claim a ticket. After a moment, an elderly man emerged from the crowd. This younger brother from the Great Xia is correct. Given the circumstances, we have no other choice. To play the game is to face death, and to abstain is also to face death. To flee is to court death, and to resist is likewise to invite death. Rather than perish without purpose, we may as well engage in the game with all our might. The old man turned to face the crowd, raising his hand. His complexion flushed, his voice trembled, yet he stood as if delivering a grand address. since we are to engage in this game, a critical question arises. Which game shall we choose? From the current state of affairs, it is evident that the free-fall ride is the most perilous. While the wooden spikes game presented by the younger brother from the great Xia appears to be the simplest, should we not all opt for the wooden spikes game? Yet, there are only 35 attempts, 33 attempts remaining, and we are 163 individuals with only 33 tickets. What shall we do? Shall we fight for them? The stronger shall seize the wooden spike tickets, while the weaker are left to face the free-fall ride. Is this truly our course of action? The old man surveyed the crowd, exclaiming, "We shall not allow this. We are human beings. We are the embodiment of human civilization. From a single wounded and healed femur, we have entered an era of mutual assistance and support. Even in this ghastly world of horror, let us strive to uphold our civilization. I implore you." The old man bowed deeply to the crowd, tears streaming down his face as he rose. "Therefore, I propose that women and children be given priority in selecting the wooden spikes game. I shall exclude myself. I will choose the free-fall ride." The old man's words left the players in stunned silence. The women, who had been weeping quietly, gaped in disbelief, momentarily forgetting their sorrow. Even Xu Xing cast a long, contemplative glance at the old man's back. This person a true paragon of compassion. In such a dire environment, amidst life and death, he still clung to the ideals of human civilization and demonstrated humility. It was indeed quite admirable. Xu Xing felt a sense of emotion for several seconds before ultimately rejecting him. No, the wooden spikes game requires one to remain silent under any circumstance upon hearing this. The old man blinked. The still sobbing women and children, upon hearing his words, wept even more loudly. The old man bent down, almost pleadingly. "Then how about we draw lots? We can turn the tickets over, and whatever is drawn shall be the choice. This would be the fairest approach." Fairness, what an incongruous term amidst this scene of impending death. Yet, it represents a faint glimmer of human civilization. Xu Xing nodded slightly. The old man beamed with joy, turning towards the skeletal creature's hollow eye, and bent slightly. "I beseech you, esteemed manager, for assistance." The hollow eye glanced at the old man, then at Xu Xing. Xu Xing nodded once more. Only then did the hollow eye collect all the tickets, mix them together, and spread them out on the ground. The old man dispersed and stood beside Xu Xing. Individuals approached, drawing a ticket one by one, while others continued to do so in succession. Some sighed with relief upon drawing their tickets, while others appeared grave, their faces etched with fear. Nevertheless, in this moment, amidst the specter of death, people from around the world upheld the most fundamental pride of humanity, order. The old man lingered last, extracting a ticket from the remaining pile. Upon inspection, it revealed green, a wooden spike, the relative simplest of the 5 games, the carousel. However, the old man's expression did not reflect joy. Instead, he slowly approached a girl who appeared no older than 16 or 17, took the yellow ticket for the free-fall ride from her hands, and returned the wooden spike ticket back to her. "For a nation of 10,000, my presence is neither surplus nor deficit. I hope my compatriots will not hold it against me," he murmured as he made his way towards the free-fall ride, handing the ticket to the demon and then taking his seat. Then he perished. Others began their respective games. Some met their demise, while many survived. Do you no longer observe how each game is conquered? What are you muttering about while standing there? The skeletal creature, puffing on a cigarette, approached Xu Xing, returning the remaining tickets to him. "These items are for sale, not returnable." Xu Xing observed the unfolding events within the amusement park, and upon hearing the creature's words, slowly turned to regard it. The hollow eye comprehended Xu Xing's mutterings. "Who is our friend? Who is our enemy?" For reasons unknown, the hollow eye felt a wave of discomfort wash over it, and it could only wave its hand dismissively before retreating, still puffing on its cigarette. Xu Xing's gaze remained cold as he watched its retreating figure. Within the ingot pouch, a grotesque face was voraciously consuming ghostly currency, inexplicably overwhelmed with a sense of trepidation, prompting it to hasten its devouring. Its head, no longer bearing its former incomplete visage, was now whole, adorned with a black halo that swirled slowly, exuding an aura of the extraordinary. After another 10 minutes had passed, tranquility finally returned to the amusement park. Aside from Xu Xing, the other players who could leave had done so, and those who could not were no longer required to depart. Xu Xing rose, placing a stack of tickets into the hollow eye's embrace. Now, it is my turn to take the stage. Chapter 55, The Tiny Wooden Thorn Seized. On Blue Star, the global streaming platforms are riveted on the circumstances of the 0912 world. According to incomplete statistics, out of 10,000 gaming venues, 131 have already been shut down, with the total number of deaths across all games exceeding 300,000. This marks an unprecedented catastrophe in human history, where we witness humanity turning against itself in the face of disaster, rendering life and dignity utterly meaningless. Yet within the 0912 live stream, a contrasting tableau unfolds. A man from the Great Xia employs various methods to maintain order among all players. An elder from Ahira emits a deafening call. They reveal to us the resplendent glory of human civilization. It is through their efforts that, amidst competition, warfare, and death, we retain the final vestiges of human dignity. We salute them. In every major streaming room, hosting the praises of the 0912 world, their admiration stems from a palpable fear. This game encompasses a total of 10,000 streaming rooms, each governed by identical rules and backgrounds. However, the events that transpire diverge dramatically due to the players' differences. In the 0453 world, chaos and slaughter ensued from the very beginning, with blood and flesh serving as the price of admission. In the 0735 world, half of the populace sought to flee, only to be mercilessly slain by skeletal monsters. The 0128 world remains embroiled in ongoing carnage, rivers of blood flowing freely. Countless worlds bear witness to horrifying and graphic scenes, laid bare before the global audience. Civilization collapses, moral compasses shatter, and the bonds of society dissolve at an alarming rate. Is this a game of national fortunes? No. It is a game of the extinction of human destiny. An endless well of terror festers within all hearts, until the emergence of the 0912 world, which illuminated the brilliance of civilization. Yet, a considerable portion of individuals from the four nations, Ossetia, England, and Kimchi, harbor a vastly different sentiment. Civilization? They desire nothing more than the swift demise of that detestable individual from the Great Xia. What pretentiousness! Is it not merely an attempt to have others test the game mechanics first, ensuring their own safety in the end? Indeed, look now. Others have completed their trials, leaving him alone, undoubtedly opting for the safest passage to victory, triumphing over the corpses of others. They fervently hope for his demise, wishing to see the Great Xia's ranking plummet. Those above, their incessant chatter is utterly despicable. Choosing the safest route? The players from Batai would surely give you a couple of slaps. And you wish to see the Great Xia's ranking fall? With a territory so minuscule, is their mindset similarly small? Have they forgotten how many points the Great Xia players have already amassed? Check the statistics. Great Xia has surpassed a staggering 10,000 points. And what is second place? Not even 1,000. What audacity! Billions of spectators crowd into hundreds of streaming rooms, hurling insults, engaging in arguments, deliberating, and cursing, creating an uproar of unparalleled intensity. Big Shorts, Tang Weimin, and Yuan Fongting stood in the monitoring hall, gazing at the large screen, their expressions oscillating between sorrow and exhilaration, yet ultimately settling into a grave demeanor. The loss of lives among the Great Xia populace filled them with grief, while the overwhelming national achievements of Great Xia stirred their excitement. However, the architect behind such remarkable success, Master Xu Xing, was currently ensnared in a terrifying game, poised to confront his own challenges. There's no cause for concern, Yuan Fongting reassured, loosening his collar. Master Xu was more familiar with this game than anyone else. Yet, caution was paramount. Tang Weimin sighed deeply. Master Xu's presence was of utmost importance, and there could be no room for error. In the world of 0912, Xu approached the carousel. His companion, Bonai, trailed closely behind, presenting a wooden spike ticket to the green-clad imp. "The game is about to commence," the imp exclaimed, bouncing with glee as he sprang open a coffin lit atop the carousel and nestled inside, admonishing silence. Xu lay down within, the coffin fitting him like a glove, as though crafted specifically to encase his form. With a resounding thud, the coffin lid slammed shut, secured tightly. A horrifying visage materialized above Xu, while hands slowly emerged from the coffin's periphery, grasping at his skin. In his previous life, the first time Xu entered such a scenario, he would have been consumed by wild thoughts and dread, striving with all his willpower to suppress any cries of terror. Yet now, having endured a cataclysm of zombie battles, a tide of corpses, and the brutal massacre by tree demons, and having been reborn in blood, he faced the phantasmal pain of wooden spikes with a serene heart, even feeling a hint of amusement. Is this it? The audience in the live stream, witnessing his calm demeanor, buzzed with chatter. "Wow, the people of Great Xia are truly formidable. Fearless," they exclaimed. "Was what I just witnessed real?" Other competitors were terrified, yet he remains unperturbed. "I felt like hiding in the ground, just watching, while he seems to relish it. I knew he would succeed, but I never anticipated he would do so with such ease." They continued. "Where are those who berated him? Come and see your Great Xia father. Do you really need to trample over others to succeed?" This trivial game of wooden spikes was effortlessly conquered. Once again, Great Xia's fortune accrued a point, rendering them invincible. The 3 rounds of the carousel swiftly concluded. The imp, visibly annoyed, opened the coffin lid, and Xu rose, straightening his attire and walking out with poise. "Congratulations, player, for completing the amusement park game, Wooden Spikes Challenge. You may choose to exit the game immediately, click at any time, or you will be automatically exited after 3 hours. You have received a card, Wooden Spike. You have earned the basic reward for completing the game, 10 coins. Your nation has received a national fortune reward. Points 1, 10 coins 10,000. As Xu emerged alive from the coffin, a prompt resonated throughout the eerie realm. The prompt following the completion of the game in this life is strikingly similar to that of the previous one, save for one notable distinction. In his past life, Xu Xing concluded the game amidst a crowd of approximately 170 individuals, receiving a notification that he could remain for an hour before being automatically ejected. At that moment, engulfed in the terror of having narrowly escaped disaster, he believed only a fool would linger unnecessarily. However, in this incarnation, as the final player to complete the game, his grace period has extended to 3 hours. The most pivotal realization is that he must now embrace the role of that very fool. The boomerang that traverses 2 lifetimes has ultimately returned to strike him. Xu Xing, engaging in a moment of self-deprecation, then proceeded towards the balloon shooting game featuring a golden arrow. His actions left viewers across various global live streams in a state of astonishment. Why, after concluding the game, did he not hastily exit, but instead gravitate towards the next challenge? What was his intention? Could it be that he intends to continue his path of victory? Chapter 56, The Little Golden Arrow. Capture it. Is this person mad? Has he not already completed the game? Why isn't he hastening to exit? What else does he seek to accomplish? Does he wish to engage in another round of play? Goodness, this is utterly insane. Perhaps by playing 2 rounds, he believes he might secure dual rewards? Is he willing to gamble his life for them? Within the World S live broadcast, spectators are perplexed by Xu Xing's actions. Meanwhile, in the Xia streaming room, a different atmosphere of concern prevails. Brother, please stop this. Come out quickly. Do not joke with your life. Artist Xia is already in the lead. Furthermore, we are dominating. We do not need your insignificant contribution. Enough of this nonsense. I acknowledge your prowess in bantering with skeleton monsters, but brother, a horror game is no place for sentiment. This brother cannot possibly intend to conquer every game. Can he? How is that even feasible? According to statistics from AISA, among all completed horror games, the death rate for the Wooden Spike game is 28. For the Golden Arrow game, it stands at 29. 6. For the Water Knife game, it is 32. 71. For the Drop Tower game, it reaches 43. And for the Bumper Car game, a staggering 50. The further one advances, the greater the difficulty of the game. How can anyone possibly complete them all? Take the golden arrow game, for instance. Although it is said that remaining still allows the arrows shot by the little ghost to automatically target the balloons, can one remain calm when an arrow hurtles toward their eyes? Wouldn't one instinctively seek to evade? Even if you could manage that, would you truly entrust your fate to a terrifying, bloodthirsty little ghost? What if he falters? What if he makes an error? Brother, heed my advice and reconsider. You know what? Perhaps you shouldn't even say it. I can't bear to watch. In his shorts, Tang Weimin and Yuan Fangting clench their fists, their palms moist with sweat. Xu Xing, the national master, has chosen the most perilous path, completing all games. O Buddha, Jade Emperor, Guanyin Bodhisattva, and the Earth God, whoever you may be, I beseech you, grant your blessings. In America, Vandermont gazed at Xu Xing's visage, recalling certain details mentioned in reports. The Desiam military had mobilized to the small village for one individual. This individual, is he the one depicted in the live footage? Vandermont reminisced about the money paper burned at the first incineration factory for Xu Xing, and his heart ached anew. That was all the hard-earned money of America. Xu Xing stood at the balloon shooting game station, ready to play. The little ghost in the silver belly pouch brandished a bow and arrow taller than himself, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Hold on, let me ponder this. Xu Xing stroked his chin, frowning in contemplation. In truth, he was communicating with the sinister visage. Old evil, do you think I could eliminate all these little ghosts? If I managed to do so, could I then play the game as I please? The sinister visage, having feasted on enough ghostly currency, lay on a mound of earth, digesting. Once naive and inexperienced, he believed he could consume an endless supply of ghostly currency. Little did he know that the mere sight of 200,000 was enough to saturate him. His entire head, along with his elongated tongue, was completely filled by the power of the ghostly notes, leaving no room for anything more. Upon hearing Xu Xing's inquiry, he flicked his tongue with a grimace, producing a sharp whistling sound, an unprecedented method to pass through, truly befitting of you, director. However, I do not recommend such an attempt. It shows a blatant disregard for the rules of the game. If you were truly aggrieved, there would be no issue in giving them a good beating. After all, these little spirits are merely of the ordinary level, at most just entering the disaster tier. I wouldn't even need to intervene. The aura clinging to my tattered windbreaker, riddled with holes, is sufficient to suppress them effortlessly. Yet, should you strike the golden arrow spirit, it may retaliate in anger, causing trouble for the master during its archery, which would ultimately be an unwise trade-off. Xu Xing sighed. Then we shall adhere to the rules of the game. That is for the best, he replied, promptly tapping his forehead with his tongue. Rest assured, master, I shall be here should any danger arise. Very well, Xu Xing waved his hand, and the skeletal figure handed a silver ticket to the little ghost. Observing the skeletal figure's actions, Xu Xing fell into contemplation. This skeletal figure now resembled a mere lackey, far removed from its previous terrifying demeanor as a warden. Could a pack of cigarettes and a bottle of liquor truly render it so compliant? Come, players this way. The silver little ghost, having taken the ticket, excitedly beckoned Xu Xing to come and tie balloons. However, Xu Xing did not rush over. Instead, he casually extracted a candy from his ingot pouch and tore open the wrapper. A rich aroma instantly wafted through the air. Little ghost, would you like some candy? The silver-bellied little ghost sniffed, gulping down saliva, its movements coming to a complete halt. I want to eat. The green-bellied little ghost from the merry-go-round and the blue-bellied little ghost from the water slide looked over longingly. Want to eat. Xu Xing Juka, resembling a cunning wolf deceiving Little Red Riding Hood. If you wish to eat, shall we play a game? The silver little ghost's eyes remained fixed on the candy, drool trickling from the corner of its mouth. It nodded eagerly, yes, let's play a game and eat candy. 1 minute later, the silver-bellied little ghost stood before the wall, 5 balloons atop its head. Xu Xing stood 10 meters away, bow in hand. The skeletal figure stared blankly at the scene, its shriveled brain momentarily unable to comprehend. Is this how the game is played? Xu Xing nodded, as if it were a matter of course. This game is indeed meant to be played this way. The rules merely state to shoot the balloons. It does not specify that the player must hold the balloons while being shot at, nor does it dictate that only the little ghosts can wield the bow and arrow. As long as 5 arrows are launched, that suffices. Wouldn't you agree, Silver Child? Correct. Shoot quickly. The silver-bellied little ghost wiped the drool from its mouth, eagerly anticipating the game. The skeletal eye blinked, seemingly grasping the logic, yet feeling a sense of dissonance. Shaking its head, it could not discern the truth, and thus cautioned. Be careful. This arrow possesses considerable power. Do not harm the little one. Can this arrow truly injure a spirit? Xu Xing, attentive to the skeletal eye's words, seized upon the pivotal information. With a gentle motion, he unknowingly swept several arrows into his ingot pouch, intending to bring them back for Old Pang to examine. Perhaps one day, he could concoct arrows capable of wounding spirits, defying this nightmarish world. With all preparations complete, Xu Xing drew back his bow, aiming at the silver-clad imp's head. Releasing the string, the arrow shot forth with great speed toward the imp. However, the little creature seemed utterly oblivious to the impending projectile, fixated instead on the candies before Xu Xing, remaining perfectly still. Bang! The arrow veered sharply just 10 centimeters from the imp's forehead, bursting the balloon atop its head. Is this the rule of the game? As long as one remains motionless, the arrows are destined to strike the balloon? Xu Xing pondered for a moment before releasing another 4 arrows in quick succession. Whoosh, 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 bang, 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 bang. The arrows, after executing bizarre turns, successfully popped all the balloons in the 4 directions. Witnessing this scene, Xu Xing felt a wave of contemplation wash over him. As a player, enduring the horror of waiting to be shot at while adorned with balloons was an unfathomable dread. Yet upon transforming from the target into the archer, he realized that this game was scarcely a challenge. Congratulations, player, for successfully completing the amusement park game, Golden Arrow Challenge. You may choose to exit the game immediately, click at any time, or you'll be automatically exited after 3 hours. This marks your 2nd level completed in this game. You have received a card, Golden Arrow. You have earned the basic completion reward, 20 underworld coins. Your nation has received a national fortune reward. Points 2, 20 underworld coins 20,000. You have received a continuous completion bonus, 1 calamity dissolution fragment. Calamity dissolution fragment. After collecting 10 fragments, you may specify 1 calamity to be lifted from the blue planet. You are the first player to complete 2 game projects. You shall receive a unique reward. Please claim it after the game concludes. The eerie notifications from the terrifying world echoed softly. A silver-white card materialized in his hand, and Xu Xing smiled calmly. A mere golden arrow, easily attained. Meanwhile, within the global live broadcast room, countless viewers found themselves unable to remain composed. Chapter 57. The Little Water Blade Secured. Am I foolish? Is it truly possible to engage with this game in such a manner? While other players are led to slaughter, does he perceive the players merely as livestock? Am I blind? Where did he procure that candy? I cannot say. I am uncertain. Upon a fleeting glance at the replay, it appeared to materialize in his possession, almost as if it had instantaneously manifested. I have long wished to pose this inquiry. Just moments ago, he presented the skeleton monster with liquor and cigarettes, the origins of which remain a mystery. Why do other players lack such items? Could this possibly be a form of cheating? Enough of this chatter. The only man to conquer 2 game projects globally. I shall refer to him as the Master. Why must it be yet another individual from the Great Xia? Why does our nation lack such formidable talents? The baggy shorts, Tang Weiman and Yuan Fongting exhaled in relief. They believed they understood Xu Xing well. Yet within this game, he continuously delivered unexpected surprises, elevating their emotions to exhilarating heights. America! Vander Montgomery's expression was grave. He summoned his assistant. Investigate whether Major Dullant entered the game carrying any items. If he is not mistaken, Major Dullant appeared to confront the skeleton monster entirely unarmed. However, based on his understanding, a naval commander would never allow himself to enter the game defenseless. Consequently, this raises a singular question. In this thrilling world, is the carrying of items prohibited? Yet, How then did this individual from Great Xia, Xu Xing, acquire his cigarettes, liquor, and candy? And are they truly cigarettes? Liquor and candy? Great Xia. Why has it become so foreign? Why does it elude his comprehension? Here, have some candy. Xu Xing offered a fruit candy to the little ghost in a silver belly band. The little ghost eagerly tore open the wrapper, placing the fragrant candy into its mouth, squinting in sheer delight. Gulp! The neighboring little ghost was left envious, nearly in tears. Do you wish to partake? Xu Xing inquired of the little ghost in the blue belly band atop the water slide. The blue belly band little ghost licked its lips, eyes brimming with desire. Xu Xing rolled a piece of candy in his palm. If you wish for this, promise me a condition first. The blue belly band little ghost looked up at him. Xu Xing gestured towards the slide, and then at the 2-meter-long water blade. When I slide down from above, will you refrain from striking the blade? It was evident that the blue belly band little ghost yearned for the candy, its round little head bobbing in temptation. Yet ultimately, it shook its head. No, I cannot do that. My rule is to stab the blade into the slide. What if you stab it a bit off, say, into the area behind me? Xu Xing furrowed his brow. The blue belly band little ghost continued to shake its head. That is not permissible. The rules only allow players to remain still or dodge on their own. If this is not acceptable, and that is not acceptable, do you still desire the candy? Xu Xing, frustrated, promptly withdrew the candy. The game of the water slide appears deceptively simple, with the main strategy being to remain still. However, one must consider that while sliding down the 2-meter-long slide, the body is likely to roll. Faced with a large blade directly in front, could one truly refrain from colliding? Would one dare to remain motionless? This scenario is markedly different from shooting balloons, which lasts but a few fleeting seconds. In contrast, the water slide offers a full minute of descent, ample time to confront the impending peril, even if one mentally resolves to stay still. The body and subconscious may instinctively respond when confronted with a sharp edge. Xu Xing, having endured numerous trials, felt a 98% confidence in his ability to suppress his fear. Yet, even with such assurance, a 2% chance remained that a moment of panic could result in injury from the water blade. While a cut to the limbs might cause mere flesh wounds, a strike to the torso could lead to severe injury, or at worst death. Even a minuscule probability of 1 in 10,000 was a risk Xu Xing was unwilling to take. The only way to safeguard himself might be to place a sturdy object between him and the blade, one that could withstand its cutting force. What material could possibly resist such a blade? As he recalled the visuals of the water slide, a solution emerged in his mind: bones. Yet, where could he procure sufficient bones for protection? Gradually, he turned his gaze towards the skeletal figure known as Bone Eye. Was it mere coincidence? Across various live-streaming platforms, countless viewers watched Xu Xing's actions unfold. It seemed evident to them that he intended to proceed with the third game. Those who had doubted him were astonished. Was he truly willing to continue? The tantalizing allure of the candy had ensnared him. As the blue-bellied imp rejected Xu Xing's proposition, players from 4 nations reveled in his misfortune. The notion that one could succeed with a singular talent seemed far-fetched. How could he dare to attempt it again? They mocked. The imp jested. Just one detour is sufficient. Do you really wish to tempt fate again? Go ahead, play until your demise. The audience from the Great Xia expressed considerable concern. Shouldn't he reconsider? He has already conquered 2 games. That should suffice. This is far too perilous. If he loses control, the consequences could be dire. They recommended he abandon the challenge, reasoning that the rewards were not worth such a risk. Why not take the easy route, like the last time with candies? It's truly bewildering. Both the people of Great Xia and the global audience largely believed that the game was nearing its end. To play 2 rounds could be deemed clever. Yet to forcefully engage in a third game when the imp was unyielding in his candy bribe seemed akin to courting disaster. Then, they witnessed Xu Xing's next move, one that captivated their attention instantaneously. Old Bone, let's negotiate. Xu Xing approached the skeletal figure. Bone, I regarded him with a sidelong glance. Do not think to manipulate me. I cannot command the imp. There is no need for you to command the imp, Xu Xing replied, pointing to the ribs adorning Bone. May I borrow your bones for a moment? Are you jesting? Upon hearing this request, Bone Eye sprang up in astonishment. How could the bones of my body possibly be lent? Xu Xing produced 2 bottles of Lao Hei Gone and then retrieved 2 packs of Huazi. What nonsense about lending? Before Bone I could finish his sentence, he steadied himself, wrapping one arm around the Lao Hei Gone and Huazi, while with the other, he forcefully twisted his own ribs. With a crack, he yanked out a rib and handed it to Xu Xing, exclaiming, "We're brothers. Take it and use it." Crack, 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 crack. He dismantled his ribs, then his leg bones, and ultimately his spine. In no time, Bone-Eye had stripped himself down to nothing but a head, which remained planted on the ground. All of his other bones were given to Xu Xing. He even thoughtfully arranged the bones around Xu Xing's head, chest, and limbs, forming a protective exoskeleton of sorts. Xu Xing knocked on it and found the bones were connected quite securely, with the seams appearing as though they could grow and merge. It was no wonder that after Du Lang had twisted Bone-Eye's neck and limbs, he remained unfazed. This skeletal structure seemed to possess regenerative properties. How astonishing! With only a head left, Bone-Eye sat on the ground, sipping liquor. Xu Xing had no choice but to pick up a water knife ticket from the ground and toss it to the blue-draped ghost. Let the game begin. The little ghost, clad in a blue apron, gazed at Xu Xing, whose body was now adorned with bones, his expression a tapestry of emotions. He seemed torn between words, ultimately saying nothing, merely scratching his head in confusion as he pressed the elevator button. When Xu Xing reached the highest point, he pressed the start button. He slid down from above, and the blue-draped ghost inserted the water knife into the glass slide. Thud! The water knife struck the bones without spilling blood, startling Xu Xing. He clambered out of the water, glancing at the knife marks on the ribs outside his knees, feeling a sense of dread. He instinctively moved slightly, and though the motion was minor, without the protective bone armor, he could have easily ended up incapacitated. Indeed, one must use their wits to play this game. Xu Xing shook off the water droplets, returning the bones to Bone-Eye. His spirits lifted. At that moment, a chilling notification echoed through the eerie world. Chapter 58, A Minor Earthquake, Achieved. Congratulations to the player for successfully completing the amusement park game, Water Blade Challenge. You may choose to exit the game immediately, available at any time, or you will automatically exit after 3 hours. This marks your 3rd successful completion in this game. You have received a card, Waterblade. You have earned the basic completion reward, 40 Yin coins. Your nation has received a national fortune reward, for points, and 40 Yin coins x 40,000. You have obtained an additional reward for consecutive completions, 2 fragments of disaster relief. You're the first player to complete 3 game projects. You will receive a rare and unique reward. Please collect it after the game ends. The above reward information will be simultaneously announced in the Global Horror Live broadcast. Xu Xing silently reviewed the rewards. Indeed, the more one progresses through the game, the more abundant the rewards become. The reward for the 3rd level is, astonishingly, 4 times that of the 1st. If it were merely the Yin coin reward, Xu Xing might not have thought much of it, but the fragments of disaster relief are incredibly precious. Moreover, there is the promise of a unique reward to be claimed. It is evident that opting to complete all game projects is the correct approach. However, he glanced at the final prompt and could not help but frown. Global announcement. This matter can no longer be concealed. Across the world's major live streams, the voice of the horror world resonated. Congratulations to player 0912 from the Great Xia for successfully completing 3 game projects. He will receive the following rewards. Global viewers listened in astonishment. Their mouths agape. Did I hear that correctly? The reward for completing 3 game projects is actually 4 times that of the first game project. 40 Yin coins. My heavens. There are even 40,000 of them. Oh my goodness. How can one possibly spend such an amount? What does it matter to you what rewards Great Xia receives? This isn't how dreams work, is it? Excuse me. I'm a citizen of Great Xia. By the way, what does fragment of disaster relief mean? It means that by collecting 10 pieces, one can resolve a punishment disaster on Earth. Wow, this is a formidable weapon. So, Great Xia, is it not incredibly powerful? But to collect 10 pieces is no easy feat, yet it is still good news. I cannot stand it any longer. I must move to Great Xia. If a disaster strikes, Only Great Xia will have the means to resolve it. Yet another day of envy for the citizens of Great Xia. Can I acquire citizenship in Great Xia? I could do anything. I suggest our entire country merge with Great Xia. Foolish Prime Minister, hurry and let Great Xia take over us. Please. Tang Weimin listened to the announcements from the horror world, excitedly waving his fists. At such a moment, every small gain is of paramount importance to the Great Xia, capable of saving the lives of one or even countless individuals. The rewards brought forth by Xu Xing are indeed monumental. However, he now aims to conquer two additional challenges, the difficulty of which is exceedingly daunting. Su Bulin, the head of the information department, wore a grave expression. The expert team had analyzed the performance of all participants who had traversed the drop tower globally and, in conjunction with Xu Xing's condition, arrived at an assessment. Given Xu Xing's current state, the probability of enduring the vibrations of the drop tower without falling was less than 10%. The most prudent course of action would be to cease while ahead. Should he persist, the probability of death would exceed 90%. Tang Weimin's expression also grew serious as he observed the bustling personnel in the monitoring hall, his gaze filled with complexity. To refrain from taking risks would mean awaiting death. To engage would be to court disaster. It was indeed a formidable challenge. Then, they witnessed Xu Xing slowly approaching the drop tower. Everyone understood his choice, to take a leap of faith. Xu Xing tossed the ticket for the earthquake ride to a small ghost clad in a yellow apron before seating himself in the sleek drop tower chair. The safety belt, which had previously been fastened, was now vacant, leaving only the handrails for him to grasp. Nevertheless, Xu Xing could shed his garments, even his trousers, to bind himself to the handrails. After all, in the face of life itself, losing face was utterly inconsequential. Yet, this action would be futile. The cunning little ghost was not only capable of removing the safety belt, but would also sever the binding clothing the moment the game commenced. Such malevolent antics. The yellow ghost received the ticket and, with a frosty demeanor, squatted on a nearby seat, coldly observing Xu Xing's every move. Care for some candy? Xu Xing inguit, producing a sweet treat. The yellow ghost's eyes flickered with a hint of savagery. No. You want to have any candy, then? Xu Xing retracted the candy, his smile abruptly vanishing as he raised his hand and struck the yellow ghost across the face, producing a resounding slap that left the ghost dazed. How about a slap instead? The yellow ghost, momentarily stunned by the blow, regained its composure after a while, its rage igniting as it lunged at Xu Xing with claws bared. Xu Xing let out a cold laugh and leisurely retrieved a tattered coat from his bag of treasures, shaking it before him. At the sight of the coat, the yellow ghost felt an overwhelming pressure wash over it, sending it into a panic as it attempted to flee. Yet, Xu Xing would not grant it such an opportunity. With a swift motion, he unfurled the coat and enveloped the yellow ghost within it, then rained down a flurry of punches upon its head. This is for pretending to be tough, for your senseless killings, for refusing candy, for your chilling demeanor, for tampering with my safety belt. Didn't your mother teach you to embrace peace? Well, your father ought to educate you properly. With a series of resounding punches, the yellow little fiend was reduced to a cacophony of cries, repeatedly begging for mercy. I will give you a seat belt. Is that not enough? Very well. Xu Xing delivered 2 more blows before pausing to remove the tattered coat from the yellow fiend's head. The creature's face was swollen and bruised, tears and snot streaming down as it gazed at Xu Xing with palpable fear. What manner of creature are you? Xu Xing observed the little fiend's immobility and feigned raising the coat again, sending the fiend into a panic, causing it to hurl the seatbelt towards him and leap several seats away. Xu Xing secured the seatbelt tightly and glanced at the fiend. You won't attempt to untie me, will you? The yellow fiend averted its gaze, too frightened to meet his eyes. Oomph! Xu Xing scoffed, recognizing the malice lurking within the creature. He then twisted the tattered coat into a slender form, binding it around the armrest as an additional safeguard. Even this double-layered seatbelt felt insufficiently secure, so he utilized his long-tongued companion, Eerie Face, to envelop himself within the coat, fashioning it as a third layer of protection. If this were to be compromised, Xu Xing could only lament, Eerie Face, you are utterly useless. Refund me, Geneva. Chapter 59. The little fire thunder secured. Wow. The drop tower slowly ascends. Xu Xing feels a twinge of anxiety. Having grown up in a modest household, he has never visited amusement parks like Happy Valley and has never experienced the thrill of a drop tower. Each time he observed others enjoying such rides, the drop tower, the Ferris wheel, the roller coaster, he couldn't help but ponder, what if it suddenly plummets? Now, however, whether he desires it or not, he must ride. With this thought, he instinctively tugged at the 3 safety belts strapped around him, assessing their sturdiness. He then glanced over at the yellow-garbed imp. If you dare come near me, I shall end you. The little yellow imp squatted atop the drop tower, battered and bruised, a sinister glint flashing in its eyes. Yet, upon seeing Xu Xing and the tattered coat tied around his waist, it dared not approach, feeling utterly dejected and on the verge of tears. As the drop tower reached its zenith, it suddenly plunged downwards. Aya! Xu Xing clutched the handrail, screaming. The 3 safety belts around his waist secured him firmly in the seat. With a hiss, the ride came to a halt. Indeed, it was exhilarating. It's no wonder so many people revel in such thrilling amusements. Why the sudden urge to ride again? Xu Xing unfastened his safety belts and stepped back onto the ground, which was saturated with blood and flesh, feeling his legs weaken. The yellow imp tilted its head away, refusing to engage with him. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream began to voice their critiques. Was this truly a horror game? A game of terrifying death? It was evidently a game of joy. While others faced trials, he was merely on holiday. The disparity between people is far greater than that between humans and ghosts. I am utterly astonished, and my shock is dulled. Now, all I desire to know is what magnificent rewards await for clearing 4 levels. Aya, why aren't these rewards from our country? Why can I not partake in a national fortune's dividends? I feel as though I might perish. Clearing 4 levels. Good heavens, the rewards must be extraordinary. In the next moment, Xu Xing heard the announcement from the thrilling world, echoed by viewers across the globe. Congratulations, player, for completing the amusement park game, Earthquake Challenge. You may choose to exit the game immediately, click anytime, or you will automatically exit after 3 hours. This marks your 4th game cleared in this session. You have received a card, Earthquake. You have obtained the basic completion reward, 80 ghost currency. Your country has received a national fortune reward, points 8. 80 ghost currency X 80,000. You have gained an additional reward for consecutive clears, 3 disaster relief fragments. You are the first player to clear all 4 game projects. You will receive 1 rare and unique reward. Please collect it after the game concludes. The above reward information will be broadcasted to the global horror livestream. As the announcement from the thrilling world concluded, the world erupted in chaos. Aya, I am utterly envious. A single game surpasses 6. 1 game rivals 8. Jealousy rends my very being. Why am I not a citizen of the Great Xia? Why? Oh, why? My ancestors hailed from the Great Xia. Might I partake in the national fortune? An astonishing reward of 80,000 units of ghostly currency awaits. Grant me a share, I implore you. Right now, instantly. Every moment counts. To attain citizenship in the Great Xia, I urge the border authorities to bolster their vigilance. This period may not be peaceful. Tang Weiman shook his head in amusement, his face soon reflecting deep satisfaction. Xu Xing has truly accomplished it. I wonder what thoughts still linger in his mind, allowing him to navigate through such challenges. Unconventional gazed admiringly at the figure on the screen. This is a reborn individual. One cannot fathom the thoughts of a reborn. The two shared a laugh. Only 1 game remains. Tang Weiman's expression turned anxious. Unconventional sighed. The bumper car game, while ostensibly simple, requires all 5 players to deftly control their vehicles and resist the illusions conjured by the little ghost. Yet, from the results across all gaming realms, the mortality rate in bumper cars is the highest. Indeed, not everyone can remain calm. Unconventional chuckled wryly, noting that while it seems easy in theory, the reality within such a terrifying environment makes it exceedingly difficult to maintain control, especially with a mischievous little ghost causing chaos. Should even one of the 5 falter, the outcome would be catastrophic, a collision, an explosion, and total demise. Simple in theory, yet complex in execution. Tang Weiman involuntarily tensed. There's another issue, Xu Xing. There's only one player left. For vehicles stand empty. These four will be controlled by the little ghost. There's absolutely no room for maneuver. Surely, we cannot simply beat up the ghost. That would only provoke it further, heightening the danger. Yuan Fangting shared his concerns, uncertain of Xu Xing's next move. With only one final challenge remaining, their hopes rested on the completion of this task, leading to a flawless victory. The monumental rewards were simply too tempting. Both fell silent, while everyone in the monitoring hall fixated intently on Xu Xing's figure on the screen, embodying the hopes of the entire nation. Xu Xing shook the mud from his feet, waving farewell to the reluctant little ghost, passing by a solitary skull head lounging on the ground, drinking and smoking. Before arriving at the last amusement attraction, the red-bellied little ghost stood a dozen meters away, alert and ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger. Why hide so far? I have no intention of harming you. Xu Xing chuckled, tossing 5 tickets towards it. I merely wish to play a game. No need to be so frightened. The red ghost cautiously inched forward, and upon realizing Xu Xing posed no threat, quickly bent to pick up the tickets before retreating hastily. Evidently, the recent incident where Xu Xing used his coat to shield and then mercilessly thrashed the yellow imp left a profound psychological scar on him. The red imp retrieved the tickets, counting them on his fingers, perplexed. Why are there 5 tickets? Xu Xing raised his chin slightly. A bumper car can accommodate up to 5 participants, so there are indeed 5 tickets. However, the red imp retorted, but you are alone. His mind seemed to falter. Xu Xing questioned, is it not possible for one person to operate 5 cars? The imp, momentarily bewildered, exhibited an innocent naivety, never having considered such a query. After tilting his head in contemplation, he replied, the rules do not prohibit one from purchasing multiple tickets, nor do they state that one cannot simultaneously operate several bumper cars. However, in the game, all bumper cars must be set into motion simultaneously. Even though you possess 5 tickets, unless you have 5 pairs of hands and feet, you can only control 1 car, while I will take charge of the remaining 4, causing them to move erratically. Thus, utilizing 1 ticket yields the same outcome as using 5. Isn't that a waste of money? You, dear ghost, are rather kind-hearted. Xu Xing chuckled, assuring him, money is the least of my concerns. 5 tickets mean 5 tickets. Upon hearing this, the red imp ceased to obstruct Xu Xing and promptly opened the gate, allowing him entry. You've purchased 5 tickets. All 5 bumper cars are yours to choose from. Xu Xing made no selections, simply patting the first car's body. Let's start with this one. The imp nodded. Then let us begin. Oh wait, Xu Xing interrupted. I'm not finished yet. Why the rush? He then produced a long red strap from his palm, fastening it to the steering wheel of the first car. He continued to pull the strap back, securing it to the steering wheel of the second car, followed by the third, the fourth, and the fifth. The bumper cars were entirely connected by this red strap. What is this? The red imp's eyes widened in astonishment. Xu Xing, grasping the red strap and measuring the distance between the bumper cars, smiled with satisfaction. This, my friend, is a versatile tongue, capable of extending and contracting, soft and firm. Hey, tongue! The red imp felt as though a part of his brain had vanished, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Why are you tying the cars together? Xu Xing, gleefully amused, replied, alas. A single person has only 1 pair of hands and legs and can operate but 1 car. However, it is not a bumper car, but a train. The imp stared at the 5 bumper cars connected by the tongue, utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 60. A perfect completion evaluation. Astonishing rewards that shock the world. Upon witnessing Xu Xing's actions, Tang Weiman inadvertently spat out the cold tea he had just lifted to his lips. Yuan Fangting, at a loss for words, wiped the tea leaves from his face, yet his gaze remained fixated on the large screen. Xu Xing, oh hot Xu Xing, you always manage to surprise me with your innovative antics. In the global live broadcast room, everyone was abuzz with speculation. Could it be true? Would the people of the Great Xia truly conquer 5 game challenges? How is it possible to have such a long tether? Seriously, how does this individual always possess such peculiar items? Smoke, alcohol, candy, ragged raincoats, and now an overly long tether. Honestly, If he were to suddenly pull an aircraft carrier from his pocket, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised. This is it. He is genuinely on the verge of completing the challenge. Yet, is it truly feasible? Can this soft, flimsy tether withstand a bumper car collision? If it were to be struck, it would be catastrophic. At the amusement park, Xu Xing inspected the sturdiness of the long tether before nodding at the red little devil. Let's begin. The red little devil felt a dizzying sensation, but could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. He simply shook his head and pressed the start button. Beep beep. The little train is departing. Xu Xing hopped into the first bumper car, pressed down on the accelerator, and the vehicle surged forward. A surge of energy traveled along the long tether, tightening it to perfection. This force then transferred to the second bumper car, which too began to advance. Following suit were the third, fourth, and fifth cars, all propelled forward by the long tether. Be careful, it's time to turn. As the conductor of this peculiar train, Xu Xing deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, causing the trailing vehicles to follow suit. However, at that moment, the red little devil vanished, only to reappear seated in the second bumper car. Boom! The little devil slammed down on the accelerator, the tires spinning furiously, ready to ram into Xu Xing's vehicle from behind. Yet, due to the slack in the tether from the turn, it suddenly snapped taut, as unyielding as steel, firmly separating the two bumper cars. Bang! 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 The little devil pressed the accelerator with all his might. The tires spun with relentless fury. Nonetheless, the distance between the two bumper cars remained unchanged. Red belly-covered little devil. Xu Xing observed this scene, silently giving a thumbs up to the malicious face. In this game, it was indeed the long tether of the malicious face that emerged as the true hero. There are no substantial rewards for you, Xu Xing murmured, conjuring 300,000 in ghostly currency before the malicious face, offering only a modest sum. The malicious face gazed upon the vibrant green, ghostly notes, nearly overwhelmed with joy to the point of tears. No need for anything else, absolutely nothing else. My lord, please feel free to shower me with ghostly currency. Clang, clang, clang. Amidst the non-existent sound of a train, Xu Xing spun the bumper car around and around, and, as time elapsed, he came to an immediate halt. The long tether unfurled, swiftly retreating back into the treasure bag. With the matter resolved, he departed discreetly, concealing his merits and fame. The red little devil stood at the entrance, watching him intently. The green, silver, blue, and yellow goblins gathered around, fixated upon him. The skeletal creature ceased its drinking and smoking. Xu Xing heard the chilling announcement from the realm of terror, a proclamation that resonated throughout the entire world. Congratulations, player, for successfully completing the amusement park game, Thunderfire Challenge. You may choose to exit the game immediately, available at any time, or automatically leave after 3 hours. This marks your 5th game completed in this session. You have received a card, Thunderfire. You have earned the foundational reward for completing the game, 160 yen coins. Your nation has received a national fortune reward, point 16, 160 yen coins multiplied by 160,000. You have received an additional reward for consecutive completions, for calamity relief fragments. You are the first player to complete 5 game projects, and you shall receive a legendary unique reward. Please claim it upon the conclusion of the game. Congratulations on achieving a perfect completion rating. You have earned the exclusive rewards for perfect completion. Reward 1. You will be granted Calamity level Ghost Power. Reward 2. All rewards in this game, excluding perfect completion exclusive rewards, will be enhanced by 10. Reward 3. You receive a perfect completion medal. Collect 3 medals to unlock your personal exclusive game instance. You are the first player globally to attain this honor. Congratulations on establishing a new record. The aforementioned reward information will be announced in the Global Horror Live broadcast. Rewards. 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 Perfect completion rating. Rewards. 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 A cascade of reward notifications left the global audience in a state of euphoric bewilderment. The people of Xia rejoiced, eager to celebrate to the heavens. Tang Weiman pulled Yuan Fangting, both of them leaping and bounding within the monitoring hall. Yet, at that moment, no one paid them any heed. All were caught in jubilant ecstasy. A month. A full month. Throughout this time, They had fought tirelessly every second to survive in the realm of terror. In this moment, their struggle had finally borne a semblance of victory. The collective anxiety that had been suppressed for a month erupted with the declaration of the perfect completion rating. They leaped, they danced, they laughed, they cried, they shouted. Xu Xing, the national master. Impressive. America. Vandermont's heart lay heavy, knowing that in this competition for national fortune, Xia had gained the upper hand. A single step ahead would ensure a continuous lead. Live broadcast. All viewers felt a pang of bitterness in their mouths. The people of Xia were indeed fortunate. Was this not cheating? They had not truly completed the game. Through the 5 passes game, a mere 160 yuan in ghostly currency. Oof. Smiling behind sunglasses. JPG. In the land of pickled cabbage, Australia, England, France, Gilead, and the non-entity. One nation after another, one populace after another, at this moment, is experiencing profound shock. Some are envious, others are embittered, some yearn, while others fantasize about their own potential for greatness. Some are packing their bags, preparing to traverse the seas to the great Xia. At this instant, all are aware. With such remarkable individuals at the helm, the great Xia is destined to be unstoppable. In the world of 0912, Xu Xing silently listened to the chilling notifications of rewards echoing through the realm. An undeniable surge of pride and satisfaction welled up within him. He reminisced about his last venture into the game, where he could barely survive amidst a brutal struggle for existence. Yet at this moment, he had not only earned ghostly currency in the game, but had done so while standing tall. Completing 5 game tasks in succession, he received a flawless completion rating. He also acquired disaster-level ghostly strength. This was an achievement he had only attained in his previous life by the 5th game. Xu Xing felt an invigorating energy coursing through him. This game could almost be deemed utterly fulfilling. The reason he said almost. Xu Xing glanced at the 5 cards in his hand, with Spike, Golden Arrow, Water Blade, Earthquake, and Fire Thunder. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The flawless completion rating merely pertained to the game's completion status. Then, what purpose did these 5 cards serve? Xu Xing's gaze flickered, lost in thought. At that moment, an unusual sound suddenly erupted. The next instant, the global audience witnessed an astonishing scene. Instantly, all spectators fell into a profound silence. Chapter 61, Sorcery. 5 Elements. Spirit contract. The air was filled with an array of unsettling sounds, a cacophony of pops, cracks, and rustles echoing through the amusement park, sending chills down spines. Before the astonished eyes of countless spectators, the once drunken skeleton creature, which had been resting its head against the ground, began to rise. Bone after bone emerged from the earth, soaring toward the skull, including vertebrae, ribs, hand bones, pelvic bones, and femurs. In no time, these bones assembled into a towering 3-meter skeleton. Within its hollow eye sockets blazed 2 green flames, emanating an aura of terror that rendered it impossible to gaze upon directly. What transpired? Was this the amusement park's administrator transformed into this imposing figure? This was the plus version of the skeleton monster. What had caused such a transformation? Had the players from the Great Xia triggered some hidden switch? This was undoubtedly a boss. Could it be that, even after a flawless victory, there remained a formidable adversary? Panic surged. This creature appeared exceedingly powerful. Surely, the players from Great Xia would not perish here, would they? That would be splendid. I had long held a grudge against him. Let the chaos ensue. Meanwhile, in the heart of Great Xia, the populace remained immersed in the exhilaration and shock of Xu Xing's perfect completion, only to witness the terrifying metamorphosis of the skeleton monster, their blood running cold in an instant. This creature looked utterly fearsome. Could it be that our players had provoked it? Was the game truly not over? This was disastrous. How could one possibly contend with such a boss? The previous gameplay had relied on clever tricks. Could there still be a way to confront this horrifying monster? Surely, they would not perish. Please no. May the Buddha protect us. In the monitoring hall, Tang Weiman's expression turned ashen. What on earth was this creature? Su Bulin stood nearby, anxiety etched upon his face. The others in the monitoring hall rose nervously, all eyes fixated on the large screen, yet they were powerless to intervene. All monsters must be faced by Xu Xing alone. After all these years, someone had finally conquered 5 games. The colossal skeletal figure completed its transformation. Its ghastly eyes fixated on the 5 elemental cards in Xu Xing's possession, the flames within them intensifying. Player, I offer you a chance. Surrender your 5 cards, and I shall spare your life. Ah, so the skeletal creature was merely part of the game. Xu Xing maintained a calm exterior, though internally he screamed in despair. This skeleton looked incredibly formidable. Would he truly be able to manage? As the old evil continued to consume the infernal currency, rapidly replenishing its earlier losses, it assured Xu Xing, a man must never admit defeat. As I always say, with the right tools, anything is possible. Yet, Xu Xing felt an unsettling uncertainty lingering in his heart. However, upon casting a fleeting glance at the ominous world's prompt, I noticed the message, "Leave immediately," still lingered, allowing for an escape at any moment, which somewhat alleviated my panic. Bone-Eye, after all, I have bestowed upon you fine tobacco and exquisite spirits. Is this how you intend to repay my generosity? Ha ha ha. The tobacco is indeed of high quality, and the liquor has brought me a joy not felt in many years. The voice of Bone-Eye rumbled like distant thunder, its joints creaking as it moved. And in light of this fine tobacco and liquor, I shall grant you a merciful demise. That is unnecessary. Death is death, whether it be gentle or tragic. The distinction is negligible. Xu Xing shook his head with a smile, saying, "If you possess even a fragment of conscience, why not enlighten me about the functions of these 5 elemental cards? Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. It would satisfy a dying man's curiosity, at least." Xu Xing's expression remained indifferent. Bone-Eye scrutinized him, as if deep in thought. The audience in the live stream was in a state of shock. What? Is he not afraid? I can feel the panic, even through the screen. Surely he is not contemplating an escape from the skeletal monster? Could he be intoxicated by the recent victory in the game? Can such a terrifying skeleton be dealt with like those smaller spirits? Brothers, please don't do this. Run quickly. In countries like England and Greece, a considerable number of people secretly wished for the skeletal monster to swiftly eliminate the player from Great Xia. If we cannot possess it, then neither shall Great Xia. Xu Xing awaited Bone-Eye's response. After a prolonged contemplation, Bone-Eye slowly extended 5 skeletal fingers towards the sky. The 5 elements nurture one another. They are the essence of spirit. The 5 elements counter one another. They seize the soul. These 5 elemental cards, once activated with the appropriate incantations, will unleash an immense power. I, Bone-Eye, have guarded this amusement park for nearly a century, all for this fleeting chance at breakthrough. At last, I have awaited this moment. Little child, obediently surrender the 5 elemental cards, and I shall spare your life. Bone-Eye bellowed, the flames in its eyes flaring dramatically, exuding an overwhelming aura. The 5 small spirits quaked in their respective game zones, too frightened to confront it. The audience in the live stream felt their hearts racing in their throats. This is dire. We are facing a boss. The 5 small spirits have already inflicted grievous losses upon the Blue Star players, and this boss appears 100 times more terrifying. Remember that initial major from America? The skeletal monster crushed his head with a single blow. Now, this upgraded version of the skeleton seems even more formidable. What shall we do? Alas, joy turns to sorrow. The people of Great Xia are doomed. Prepare for a grand burial. Xu Xing stood before the skeleton, appearing exceedingly fragile. At this moment, the ominous world's prompt echoed. You have triggered a hidden plot. Bone-Eye's century of waiting. You'll have the opportunity to challenge the skeletal monster, Bone-Eye. Challenge failure results in death. Upon successfully overcoming the challenge, you shall acquire the mystical art, Elemental Pact. Elemental Pact. Harness the powers of the 5 elements to form a covenant with ethereal beings, such as spirits, monsters, and demons. One can forcibly contract with entities of a lower rank, or, with their consent, engage in a pact with beings of a higher rank. You may choose to accept or decline the challenge. Declining will result in an immediate conclusion of this game. Upon acceptance, neither party may withdraw from the game unless one is vanquished or concedes. Please make your choice within 30 seconds. Mystic art, packed with spirits. Xu Xing's eyes widened in determination. What now occupies Xu Xing's mind? The looming threat of the Black Mountain Tree Demon. He must fortify himself sufficiently before encountering this formidable foe. An opportunity to grow stronger lies before him, having just ascended to the disaster level. How could he let such a chance slip away? I choose to accept the challenge. Roar. The moment Xu Xing made his decision, the skeletal creature's eye sockets gleamed with an insatiable fury, unleashing a furious roar as it charged recklessly towards Xu Xing. Excellent. Xu Xing felt no fear, but rather a flicker of excitement in his heart. With a swift motion, he brandished a ferocious skull, gripping its tongue, and swung it like a meteor hammer towards the skeletal fiend. Skull, head, collision, bang. The battle between the living and the dead commenced with a resounding clash. Chapter 62. Joining forces with Zhao Yun to annihilate the skeleton monster. Xu Xing harbored a tumultuous rage within him. It was the pent-up frustration from his past life, where he met his demise at the hands of the Black Mountain Tree Demon. It was the anguish he had carried since his rebirth into this terrifying world. It was the sorrow he felt as he witnessed countless identical beings perish within the amusement park's games. It was the helplessness of knowing his own frailty while facing relentless torment. Only now, having acquired catastrophic ghostly power and wielding the evil face, did he finally catch a glimmer of respite. More importantly, he had obtained the 5 Elements cards, glimpsed into the arcane arts, and grasped the genuine hope of becoming stronger. Yet, this flicker of hope was perilously close to being extinguished by the skeletal monstrosity. Xu Xing roared, his voice thunderous, as he hurled the evil face's head towards the skeletal creature's eye socket. Startled by the sudden projectile, the skeleton's rushing form had no time to evade. Instead, it accelerated, colliding head-on with the flying head. Bang! The two entities clashed violently, producing a resounding thud. The skeleton, momentarily dazed, instinctively reached out its hands to seize the head, honed by years of combat experience. Simultaneously, the evil face's mouth gaped wide, preparing to bite down on the skeleton's skull. Good courage. The skeleton was taken aback, realizing it did not know what manner of creature faced it. Terrified, it dared not meet the oncoming bite with its own head, hastily crossing its arms to shield itself. Crack! The sharp teeth sank into its arm, piercing even the hardened bones, creating 2 gaping holes. The skeleton's eyes widened in horror. Such keen teeth? What manner of beast is this? Wait a moment. I am the skeleton monster. Why can that human wield a head as a weapon? It appears even more grotesque than I. Crack! 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 The evil face continued its relentless assault, attempting to tear off the skeleton's head. Yet, perhaps due to the human's grip on its tongue, the biting action was somewhat sluggish. The skeleton, despite the gaping wound on its arm, seized the opportunity, grasping the long tongue and shaping its fingers like a blade, intending to sever it. However, in that instant, the supple tongue hardened. The collision of bone and tongue resonated like steel clashing against steel, sparks flying and a crisp echo reverberating. Seeking death, the evil face roared, twisting to bite at the skeleton's wrist. The skeleton released the tongue and sprang backward. The evil face, freed, quickly retreated to Xu Xing's side. In a mere moment, the skeleton and the head had exchanged several blows, parting and returning to their initial standoff. Yet Xu Xing was determined not to grant the skeleton a moment's respite. He swung the evil face's head like a meteor hammer, aiming to smash it down upon the skeleton's eye socket. Though the skeleton was tall, it moved with remarkable agility, rolling and dodging the biting head with deftness. Occasionally, it seized the opportunity when the head turned awkwardly to charge at Xu Xing, embodying the strategy of capturing the leader before the minions. Xu Xing was drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, he had acquired disaster-level ghostly power, which at least doubled his physical attributes. Otherwise, a single sneak attack from a skeleton would have crushed him instantly. After 2 such encounters, Xu Xing dared not fling his head far away, but instead kept it within a meter's reach, ready to defend at any moment. The skeleton, wary of the formidable head, did not dare approach too closely. Thus, a stalemate ensued between the man and the skeleton, each reluctant to attack, yet equally unwilling to concede, both searching earnestly for an opportunity. This predicament was perilous. If it continued, Xu Xing would inevitably lose. In the monitoring hall, Yuan Fanting's expression shifted dramatically. Although Xu Xing had undergone rigorous physical and tactical training before his rebirth and prior to entering the game, the time had been too short. His physical fitness and awareness were ill-equipped for the intensity of battle. While he appeared capable of exchanging blows with the skeletal monster, it was solely due to the peculiar head he wielded. His own combat skills were virtually non-existent. At this rate, he would soon become exhausted, and the skeleton would seize the opportunity. The atmosphere in the monitoring hall grew grave. Tang Weiman trembled slightly, but steadfastly focused on Xu Xing's figure. It appeared inevitable that he would lose. The movements of the man from Daxia seemed increasingly sluggish, while the skeleton remained unaffected. It was evident that the Daxian was relying on sheer brute force, attempting to overwhelm the master fighter with wild punches, yet the skeleton offered no openings. Aside from the initial bites, it skillfully evaded every attack. Whenever the Daxian unleashed his head, the skeleton even managed to counterattack. At this rate, defeat was imminent. Damn it! How I wish the Daxian could triumph. Although we are not of the same nation, and his victory would yield no personal gain for me. Indeed, it would only widen the gap between our nation's fortunes. I still fervently hope for his victory. So do I. This is not merely his battle. It is a struggle for all humanity. Only by winning this fight can we glimpse a hope of survival in this terrifying world. Oh, how I wish the Daxian could prevail. Xu Xing bent over, resting his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. The fierce head lay at his feet, its wicked visage displaying a hint of dizziness. Ultimately, my combat abilities are too weak. Xu Xing gazed at the skeletal monster, lamenting inwardly. He was, after all, an ordinary recluse. Despite several days of Special Forces training, he could not instantly transform into a master warrior capable of effortlessly severing a skeleton's head like Dulang. It was only the disaster-level, ghostly power that granted him the audacity to wield his wild punches and swing the head. However, it seemed the skeleton was not foolish. It recognized the head's potency and offered him no chance for a direct confrontation, relying purely on its vast combat experience and superior stamina. It was engaging him in a war of attrition. Xu Xing cast a fleeting glance at the severed head lying on the ground and exclaimed with indignation, "Did you not claim that for a mere 100,000, even the king of ghosts could be vanquished? Yet now, with 200,000 ghostly coins consumed, you cannot even subdue a single skeletal creature." The malevolent visage lay exhausted on the ground, its eyes rolling about as if struggling to articulate a thought. Xu Xing furrowed his brow. "Master, there is something I am uncertain whether to express." The malevolent visage kept one eye warily fixed on the skeleton monster, guarding against a potential ambush, while the other furtively assessed Xu Xing, deliberately avoiding direct eye contact. "Speak." The malevolent visage flicked its tongue nervously. "How about, you release me for a moment to try?" Xu Xing paused at these words, instinctively loosening his grip on the tongue he had been holding tightly. Upon regaining its freedom, the malevolent visage's expression brightened with joy. "Skeleton monster, prepare to meet your demise." With a shriek, it retracted its tongue and forcefully propelled its head like a cannonball towards the skeletal creature. The speed of this projectile was astonishing, outpacing Xu Xing's earlier swing of the head hammer by tenfold. "What?" The skeletal creature's eyes widened in alarm as a shadow descended upon it, leaving it no time to react before it felt an overwhelming force crash into its chest. Crack, crack, crack. The creature realized with horror that several of its ribs had shattered. Yet this was not the end. In the instant following the impact, a crimson whip, like a bolt of lightning, lashed out toward it. It barely had time to blink before the whip struck its head. Bang! Its skull was severed cleanly from its neck and sent flying. In the next moment, a grotesque and fearsome head hurtled towards it, mouth agape. With a swift bite, crunch. The shock in the skeletal creature's eyes had yet to fade as the green flames within them gradually dimmed and extinguished. Why was it all so swift? Xu Xing observed as the skeletal body of the creature collapsed with a thunderous thud, splintering into a lifeless heap of fragments. A sense of bewilderment washed over him. If his struggle with the malevolent visage had been akin to wielding a clumsy meteor hammer, then once freed from its constraints, the malevolent visage had unleashed a veritable lightning-fast five-strike whip. It had achieved an instantaneous knockout before the skeletal creature could even register what had transpired. Master, it is truly delightful to fight alongside you. The malevolent visage, using its tongue as a foot, playfully hopped back, dropping the shattered head of the skeletal monster at Xu Xing's feet before gleefully retreating into the treasure pouch. Xu Xing's expression shifted to one of rare embarrassment. Working in tandem? Indeed, you are Zhao Yun, and I am but a doe. Yet, this fleeting embarrassment was soon cast aside. Upon the skull of the fallen creature, a radiant and ancient tome quietly emerged, inscribed with the words, "The Five Elements, Spirit Contract." Chapter 63. A Tremor Across the Globe. Humanity's first triumph over the undead. We have prevailed. What transpired? What just occurred? How did the skeletal monstrosity suddenly collapse? Incredible. What a formidable head. We have won. Humanity has indeed triumphed over the malevolent beings. This marks the first victory of humankind over the supernatural, a universal celebration. At this moment, live broadcasts worldwide erupt into a frenzy. Irrespective of nationality or skin color, people are jubilantly rejoicing together. Initially, when the horrific world descended, there was a sense of exhilaration, a feeling that an opportunity to defy fate had arrived. However, as realms fell victim to the whims and slaughter of the monsters, the cascading heads and flowing blood instilled terror in every heart. Such is the nature of the undead. Such is the essence of the macabre world. Yet, in the depths of despair, they beheld the figure of Xu Xing. They witnessed Xu Xing toy with the little fiends. They observed him vanquishing the terrifying skeletal creature. In that instant, the shadows of fear planted in their hearts by the horror world evaporated completely. It became evident that humanity could indeed conquer the undead. At that moment, Xu Xing emerged as the beacon of hope for all. Of course, the jubilation had another underpinning. The Great Xia was already far ahead in national fortune, and with the events from the 0912 world, this supremacy had merely evolved into an even more pronounced advantage. Truly, it was insignificant. I do not care. They are not America, perpetually striving to compete with the Great Xia. Why bother when they cannot prevail in contests or seize victories? With a shift in mindset, the world opened up. Everyone immersed themselves in the celebration of humanity's triumph over the undead. The Great Xia, a genuine national celebration. Upon witnessing Xu Xing's defeat of the skeletal monster, a tremendous cheer erupted across the nation. Firecrackers were set off, fireworks illuminated the sky, and even those without fireworks or firecrackers pounded pots and pans in exuberance. Every village, every city, even every corner inhabited by life resonated with sound. That was thunder. Those were war drums. That was the fervent rhythm of their hearts, a manifestation of the joy and exhilaration surging from within. Victory! In humanity's first encounter with the terrifying world, amidst the brutal massacre and the depths of despair, the people of Great Xia, before the gaze of the entire world, vanquished the dreadful skeletal monster. How breathtaking! How dazzling! In the control room, Tang Weiman sat slowly on the ground, covering his face. He wept. As a man in his 60s, he cried upon witnessing the skeletal creature's fall. When he heard Yuan Fangting report the presence of reborn ones, he scoffed. Yet, when he personally witnessed Xu Xing's prophetic vision regarding the starship explosion, he was left utterly astounded. As he led an expedition of over 100 individuals to the village of Qingge to meet Xu Xing, he felt a sense of hesitation. When he heeded Xu Xing's commands, directing the nation to construct factories at any cost, fell trees, and burn paper money, he was engulfed in trepidation. He was unaware of where his actions would ultimately lead the Great Xia. Now, as Xu Xing triumphed over the skeletal monstrosity, Tang Weiman understood. It would guide the Great Xia towards victory, towards the future. In the temporary command center of America, Commander Vandermaan appeared ashen, exhaustion flickering in his eyes. A young officer reported beside him. According to preliminary statistics, the current standings and rewards across all game worlds indicate that America's rank should be within the top 30. 30. Vandermont sighed, feeling somewhat reconciled to this outcome. The horror world selected 10,000 individuals at random from each nation. Despite America's formidable military and technological prowess, it proved futile within the horror realm. Achieving a rank in the 30s could be deemed a favorable outcome. However, this result would likely displease the elders on Capitol Hill. But who truly cares? If issues arise, can one not seek out exchanges in the horror world? Vandermont felt utterly fatigued. It seemed that since confronting the Great Xia, he had not encountered a single piece of good news. It was driving him to the brink of madness. By the way, how was the Great Xia's score faring? Vandermont pondered and inquired. The young officer hesitated, words caught in his throat. An ominous premonition stirred within Vandermont. Speak, I am prepared for it. The national fortune score of Great Xia, the young officer recited, is over 5,000 times that of America. Vandermont suddenly felt his mental preparation was insufficient. 5. Over 5,000 times. Darkness enveloped his vision. The entire world quaked with excitement. Yet Xu Xing, at the center of attention, remained composed. It was merely a wretched skeleton, lacking in finesse, a far cry from the Black Mountain tree spirit. It was hardly worth noting. What captivated Xu Xing was the ancient tome of magic that emerged from the skull's eye socket. He reached out, grasping the tome, and a chill enveloped him. Subsequently, the tome opened, revealing 5 slots. The 5 cards, Golden Arrow, Wooden Spike, Waterblade, Fire Thunder, and Earthquake, floated from Xu Xing's embrace, aligning with the slots and clicking into place. A crisp sound resonated. A radiant light materialized from the center of the slots, subsequently cascading from gold to wood to water to fire to earth, forming a dazzling brilliance. Congratulations, player has acquired the magic. 5 elements, spirit contract. You may view detailed explanations and usage requirements. This explanation is not available for the horror broadcast. Listening to the notification, Xu Xing raised an eyebrow, but paid it no mind, directly grasping the radiance to examine the magic's details. Outside, the viewers in the live stream were left dumbfounded. What is this? Are we not allowed to see? Are we being treated as outsiders? Surely, you do not fear we might learn from it? Such high regard for us? Retaining the image, but not the essence, a multitude of individuals pierced the chrysanthemum. How astonishing! The very mention evokes a sense of grandeur. Shall we not indulge in a moment of appreciation together? Even the skeletal creatures yearn for such a treasure. A myriad of ants gnawing at the heart. I implore you, let me behold it. Once you gaze upon it, will you not desire to touch? And once touched, will you not wish to learn? After learning, will you not wish to attempt? But alas, to merely attempt may lead to demise. Thus, perhaps it is best not to gaze upon it. Dear friend, the 5 elements contracting spirit technique transformed into a radiant beam of light, swiftly penetrating Xu Xing's consciousness. He felt a myriad of luminous sparks flickering within his mind. The 5 elements generate life, all things take form. Life and death are boundless, spirits and demons entwined. Congratulations, you have acquired the spell, 5 elements contracting spirit. Through incantations, you may forge contracts with spirits, demons, ghosts, and other ethereal beings. Upon successful contracting, these entities shall become your vassals, loyal to your command. The rules of contracting spirits include: 1. You may forcibly contract spirits weaker in level, essence, or mental strength than yourself, or, with their complete consent, contract spirits 1 level higher than you. Note, your current level is Calamity, and your current essence mental strength is 113. 2. Upon contracting, the spirit shall merge with your being. You may choose to release the spirit or fully integrate it into your body to enhance your strength. This full integration process is reversible but requires a certain duration. 3. You may currently contract up to 2 spirits. However, it is crucial to note that the 5 elements contracting spirit technique has a special acquisition method for spirits of the 5 elements. When contracted in the order of generation, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, they shall merge into one. Xu Xing silently absorbed all the instructions, particularly struck by the final note. It seemed as though this was designed specifically for the five little spirits. Yet, considering that the eerie amusement park could be deemed a game in itself, such a design does not appear overly surprising. Having internalized the spells, Xu Xing exited the contracting space. He glanced at the heap of bones on the ground, chuckled softly to himself, then waved at the five little spirits, proclaiming loudly, "Finally, this wretched game is over. Let us depart." The five little spirits trembled as if they had encountered a fearsome demon, shivering in silence. The amusement park fell into an eerie stillness. Time passed, and gradually, faint sounds began to arise. Crackle, crackle, rustle, rustle. One bone after another slowly moved towards the shattered skull. Even the remnants of bone, crushed by the vile visage, wobbled back. All the bones seemed to possess life, swirling around the skull, gradually reassembling to form the original visage of the skeletal creature. Within the sockets of the skeletal creature, a faint green flame reignited, and it groaned in agony before unleashing a piercing howl. "Humans, there shall come a day when I shall..." Crack! A colossal foot descended from the heavens, crushing the skull of the skeletal creature beneath it, extinguishing the ghostly flames that had only just ignited. Xu Xing's face emerged. "I knew you, wretched spirit, were not so easily vanquished, merely feigning demise to toy with you. What is it that you desire to accomplish? Do you still seek vengeance upon me?" Xu Xing let out a cold chuckle, extending his hand to flick the forehead of the skeletal monster, reiterating the words previously uttered by the creature. "Old wretch, obediently grant me your contract spirit, and I shall spare your life." Chapter 64. The psychological shadow area of the skeleton monster and the five little ghosts. The hollow eyes of the skeleton erupted into laughter, as if it had just heard the most absurd joke. "A frail human wishes to form a contract with me. Ha ha!" Xu Xing furrowed his brow at the unpleasant cackle emanating from the skeletal visage. The cycle of the five elements and the essence of all that exists intertwine. Life and death are boundless, and spirits and demons can forge contracts. He activated the contract space, reciting the incantation towards the skeletal eyes. A prompt of failure swiftly echoed in response. Contract spell detected, assessing. Current level of the contractor, disaster grade. Current level of the contracted, misfortune grade. Level assessment meets the requirements for forced contract, but a strong resistance from the contracted has been detected. Contract failed. Xu Xing was not surprised by this outcome. After all, one must treat a dead horse as a live one and simply attempt it. However, deep down, he yearned to form a contract with the skeletal eyes. Just the ability for continuous regeneration alone was enough to pique his interest. He pondered, what if I could store the skeletal eyes in a treasure pouch and take them out of this horrifying world? That might not be feasible. The ominous face contemplated, recalling its limited knowledge, and explained, firstly, that the skeletal eyes are a sentient entity and cannot be stored within a treasure pouch. Wait a moment. Xu Xing in du atging. Sentient entities cannot be stored in treasure pouches? That doesn't seem right, for you are contained within one, aren't you? This is rather different. I, along with a benevolent face, am essentially a shopkeeper in a sundry store. I am selling items to you according to the store's rules. By virtue of this, I am not truly considered a sentient entity, but rather a commodity. The ominous face elaborated, reflecting on how it had been unceremoniously sold by the benevolent face after having its neck twisted, still feeling somewhat unsettled by the thought. The benevolent face likely never anticipated that there would be stacks upon stacks of ghostly currency here for it to indulge in. Next time I encounter the benevolent face, I shall affectionately twist its neck too. I see, Xu Xing acknowledged, realizing the predicament. Without forging a contract, I cannot take either the skeletal eyes or the five little ghosts with me. The five little ghosts are manageable, as they can be forcibly contracted due to their alignment with the Master S level. The ominous face lounged atop the ghostly currency, responding casually. Yet the skeletal eyes are quite troublesome. They cannot be killed, and persuading them to submit is no simple task. Xu Xing's brow knitted tightly, deep in contemplation. By the way, Ominous face, you keep mentioning levels and such. What exactly is the nature of this terrifying world? What is its power distribution, and how are the levels categorized? Upon hearing this inquiry, the ominous face instantly perked up. Although it was merely a small shopkeeper, it was well-informed and could talk endlessly about its experiences. The only consideration was how to embellish its narrative to appear more impressive. Evil Face felt as if his mouth had been unsealed, and with great interest began to explain. This story is rather lengthy. Back in the day, let us not delve into long tales. Xu Xing interjected. Now is not the time for lengthy discussions. I must devise a way to handle the skeletal eye. Evil Face froze, a torrent of words caught in his throat, rendering him speechless, much to his dismay. He felt a wave of frustration wash over him, wishing he could slap himself for boasting and bragging. Xu Xing, momentarily ignoring the murmurs of Evil Face in the corner, dragged the skeletal structure towards the bungee jump machine. What are you planning to do? The yellow little ghost exclaimed, as if confronted by a terrifying apparition, his face paling as he anxiously inquired from behind the machine's seat. What am I doing? Xu Xing retorted, tossing the skeletal frame to the ground and flinging 2 tickets at the ghost. Playing a game. Huh? The yellow little ghost was taken aback. Haven't you already cleared it? Xu Xing chuckled. It's a return for good reviews, my dear. The ghost recalled the despair he felt during that brutal encounter and quickly tossed 2 safety belts to Xu Xing before jumping far away, clearly exhibiting a significant psychological scar. What is happening here? If we have misjudged 5 elements, spirit contract should enable the binding of contracts with spirits. Given the current demeanor of this man from Great Xia, could he be intending to forge a contract with this skeletal creature? My goodness, is there an unresolved bond between humans and spirits? How shocking. Is he really planning to adopt this terrifying monster as a pet? Isn't he afraid of the backlash? It seems implausible. How could a skeletal creature possibly form a contract with a human? Other humans would surely fail, but who is he? The first to achieve a perfect clearance in Great Xia. Truly impressive. From the looks of it, he certainly hasn't formed a contract. If he could, oh my, I can hardly bear to imagine the power he would wield. But please, no more. Great Xia is already formidable enough. Adding a skeletal monster into the mix would complicate matters. Surely, no one else would dare to compete with Great Xia, right? Xu Xing, instead of taking a seat on the bungee jump machine, pondered for a moment before pulling Evil Face from his corner where he had been nervously pacing. Huh? Evil Face was bewildered as he was strapped into the safety belt. Let us engage in something thrilling, Xu Xing said, tugging at Evil Face's long tongue to extend it, then wrapping it around the skull of the skeletal eye, ensuring it was tightly bound layer upon layer. Skeletal eye? Evil Face. 5 little ghosts. All the spirits appeared bewildered. Xu Xing, uninterested in providing an explanation, stepped onto the skull, signaling the yellow ghost to commence the game. Huh, 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 huh. Evil Face began to panic, unable to suppress his frantic glances around him. His tongue was ensnared upon the skeletal creature, while the creature lay beneath Xu Xing's foot. The bungee jump machine ascended higher and higher, stretching Evil Face's tongue even further. Clang! The machine reached its zenith. Here we go. Xu Xing let out a shout and then released his foot. The long tongue abruptly retracted, launching the skeletal eye skyward with tremendous elasticity. The drop tower suddenly plummeted, intersecting with the airborne bone eye. With a whoosh, the drop tower halted midair, while the skeletal creature had already reached its zenith, descending with even greater force, speed, and ferocity towards the ground. Whoosh! Like a projectile, the skeletal monster swiftly surpassed the drop tower, crashing down like an asteroid. Boom! The colossal impact caused the skeletal frame to shatter instantly, leaving only the skull, which retained its shape under the protection of the supple tongue. But the next moment, thud, the drop tower descended from the heavens, pulverizing the skull. The ghastly visage howled in agony, though it was unclear if the screams were due to sheer thrill or the pain of its tongue. Xu Xing pulled out a wad of ghostly money and stuffed it into the ghastly mouth. Suddenly, the ghastly visage felt as though the pain had lessened. The drop tower ascended slowly, revealing the pulverized skeletal eye below. Old fellow, have you surrendered? Xu Xing squatted before the powder, inquiring. There was no response. Hey, playing dead. Are we? Xu Xing, unfazed, continued to extract several ghostly notes and ignited them beside the powder. Wisps of blue smoke slowly rose. The bone powder seemed to be summoned by some unseen force, rushing toward the smoke and consuming it entirely. By the time the ghostly notes had burned away, the bone powder had astonishingly reassembled into the shape of skull. However, the green flame within the eye sockets flickered weakly. The green flame trembled slightly, and a faint voice emerged from the skeletal eye. You still refuse to submit, huh? Xu Xing, not allowing him to finish, coldly retorted. Let us see how long you can maintain that stubbornness. Continue. Huh? No. The skeletal eye panicked, eager to explain. But the ghastly visage denied him the opportunity, swiftly wrapping its agile tongue around the skull, silencing his words. This is what you get for being off topic. This time, Xu Xing need not intervene. The ghastly visage had already mastered the procedure. The drop tower ascended gently, suspending a long tongue that enveloped a somewhat agitated skull. The scene was strikingly harmonious. 5 little demons watched from a distance, terror etched on their faces. The green demon hid in a coffin. The blue demon melded into the water. The red demon buried its head in a bumper car, trembling uncontrollably. The silver demon stared blankly, unconsciously dropping its jaw. Plop! A piece of candy fell from its mouth. The yellow demon's pupils dilated in fear, murmuring to itself, playing games like this will cost extra. Chapter 65. The Spirit Contract and the 5 Elements of the Skeletal Minions. A bountiful harvest. Hiss. Alas, I can already feel every bone in my body aching. How ferocious. How violent. I absolutely adore it. How can one treat skeletal monsters in such a manner? Is there no longer any ghostly authority? If I were a skeletal creature, I would genuinely feel a desire for death. Apologies, but even death cannot liberate me. Even if I were to perish, I would be resurrected only to be tormented anew. What sheer exhilaration. It is simply delightful. This is precisely how it should be done. Let the monsters experience the taste of being tormented. Countless spectators, witnessing Xu Xing's merciless slaughter of the skeletal creatures, felt not fear, but exhilaration. The terror of being slaughtered by ghosts is matched only by the thrill of slaughtering them in return. In the monitoring hall, Tang Weiman cast a peculiar glance at Yuan Fongting. Did you teach Xu Xing interrogation techniques? How could we possibly teach him such a thing? Yuan Fongting replied with a wry smile. This must have been gleaned from some espionage drama. Rough. Whether it is coarse or not is inconsequential. The key is that the effect is rather effective. The skeletal monster could not hold out for long. Academician Pang interjected, his gaze fixated on the skeletal creature's form, a fervent fire of desire kindling in his eyes. If only we had such a renewable experimental subject for our research. The development of spiritual energy weapons could accelerate at least tenfold. The development plan for spiritual energy weapons was being conducted in tandem with a national initiative to burn paper money for the deceased. Its core purpose was to devise weapons capable of allowing ordinary individuals to attack and harm ghosts and monsters. Likewise, this was a direct continuation of Xu Xing's previous life's research in the Great Xia, with academician Pang delving deeper into the studies. The starting point was exponentially higher than in the past. Regrettably, progress had been rather sluggish due to a lack of sufficient experimental samples. Now, if Xu Xing could procure a few monsters from the horror realm, academician Pang would confidently assure him, within 3 months, achievements will be guaranteed. If not, I will present my head. I am astounded. When the skeletal powder once again coalesced to form the skull of the skeletal creature, it dared not utter a single word, immediately succumbing. Xu Xing sighed, as if he were not yet satiated. The skeletal creature trembled in rage. How could one treat a ghost in such a manner? The 5 elements promote life, and all things possess form. Life and death are without boundaries, and spirits and contracts intertwine. Xu Xing, without further ado, directly initiated the spirit contract, detecting the spirit contract proceeding with assessment. The current level of the contractee is disaster grade, while that of the contracted entity is calamity grade. The level assessment meets the requirements for force contracting. The contracted entity fully consents to the spirit contract. Spirit contract successful. Whoosh! The moment the assessment succeeded, a brilliant radiance burst forth from Xu Xing's hand, penetrating the skull of the skeletal creature. The green flames within the eye sockets of the skull transformed into a dazzling display. Xu Xing felt an inexplicable sensation stirring in his mind, yet he was acutely aware of the presence of the skeletal eye. The spirit of the bone. Success. Fusion. With a mere thought, Xu Xing sought to merge the eye into his own being. Suddenly, a brilliant light flickered across the skeletal frame, and the skull gradually faded from view. Countless luminous orbs surged forth from all directions, eagerly penetrating Xu Xing's body, coursing through his skin, veins, and organs, ultimately settling within his bones. Xu Xing witnessed the transformation of his skeletal structure, as if he could hear his bones creaking and expanding, becoming denser and more resilient, while he felt the immense power coursing through those radiant orbs. "Master, I can merge with your bones." The voice of the skeletal eye resonated in Xu Xing's mind, imparting the ability to render his bones indestructible, while also endowing them with rapid regenerative capabilities. Should they fracture, they could completely heal within a matter of hours. As Xu Xing sensed the changes within his body, he couldn't suppress a smile of delight. What a windfall! The essence of the skeletal eye effectively granted his body a safeguard, bestowing upon him a modicum of survival capability. However, the skeletal eye could only protect the bones. Vital organs such as flesh, heart, and brain remained as vulnerable as ever. Be discreet. Do not be reckless. After a brief moment of feeling the changes in his body, Xu Xing released the skeletal eye once more, observing the faint flicker of ghostly flames, as if on the verge of extinguishment. He shook his head and tossed out a stack of ghostly currency. "Use this to replenish yourself." The skeletal eye gazed in astonishment at the neatly arranged stack of ghost money, rendered speechless by the sight. The sinister figure nearby chuckled heartily. "Old chap, why the astonished look? Surely, you must have seen ghost money before? More practice is needed." Having dealt with the skeletal eye, Xu Xing approached the center of the amusement park and surveyed the 5 little spirits, beckoning them to come forth. Come, gather around." The 5 little spirits cowered within their respective attractions, hesitant to reveal themselves. Having witnessed Xu Xing's ruthless demeanor firsthand and overheard his conversation with the skeletal eye, they were acutely aware of what was to come, yet all resisted. "We have remained in this amusement park since our birth. We shall not leave." The blue spirit murmured from beneath the water's surface, bubbles rising as it spoke. "Indeed, even if you were to threaten our lives, we would not accompany you." The red spirit chimed in, quickly retreating back into the bumper car. "When did I ever say I would harm you?" Xu Xing casually leaned against the coffin lid, adopting a relaxed demeanor. From his pouch of treasures, he produced a handful of candies and an assortment of snacks, tearing open the packages and laying them out before him. "I merely wish to inquire, would you little spirits like some candy? Some snacks? Perhaps some toys to play with?" The green spirit lifted the coffin lid slightly. The silver spirit peeked out from behind the table. The blue spirit emerged from the water surface. The red spirit raised its head from the bumper car. The yellow spirit perched itself upon the seat of the drop tower. Bubbles continued to rise. 5 pairs of eyes were instantly fixated on the candies and snacks, the sound of saliva swallowing echoing in succession. Xu Xing gently tapped the snacks. "Follow me. Indulge in the candies and feast on the snacks." The 5 pairs of eyes sparkled with excitement. "Xu Xing, my, will the beast men never be enslaved? What if provisions and shelter are guaranteed? The 5 elements, the essence of all creation. Life and death know no boundaries, and spirits intertwine with their contracts." The art of spirit binding reemerged. A dazzling radiance enveloped the 5 little spirits, and Xu Xing detected the 5 elemental beings of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, collective spirit binding initiated, merging into one. A chilling prompt resonated through the eerie world, as countless beams of light flickered once more. The 5 little spirits transformed into luminous specks, sequentially entering Xu Xing's right fingertips. The thumb represented metal, sharp and precise. The index finger embodied wood, a source of healing. The middle finger symbolized water, ever-flowing. The ring finger signified fire, fierce and unbridled. The little finger denoted earth, substantial and encompassing. United as one, the five elements would wield tremendous might, capable of shaking the earth and vanquishing evil. Yet, all of this was merely a figment of Xu Xing's imagination. The five little spirits did indeed merge with his illuminated fingers, but Xu Xing himself was fraught with calamity, and the spirits were pathetically weak. While the elemental powers existed, the notion of achieving something earth-shattering was overly ambitious. Nevertheless, he was infused with a few potent aspirations. Reclining upon the coffin lid, Xu Xing felt a profound sense of relaxation. The errands at the general store, the intricate rivalries among global players, witnessing countless deaths, and traversing through 5 challenging games, battling skeletons, tormenting them, and ultimately gathering them alongside the 5 elemental spirits. Each event had now reached its conclusion. What a bountiful harvest! Xu Xing's my. At this moment, in the outside world, countless spectators reflected on Xu Xing's performance in the game, witnessing his collection of all 6 ghostly entities, and they were all engulfed in madness. Chapter 66. Oh no, I become the savior of America. I am envious. I admit, witnessing the abundance harvested by the people of Daxia has truly made me green with envy. My dear wife, come quickly and behold the divine, glowing with radiance. It is confirmed. This Daxia individual is indeed an angel sent by the heavens to rescue us. Alas, he is a Daxia person who does not believe in the divine. No matter, I place my faith in the people of Daxia. While the foolish remain engaged in idle chatter, the wise are already packing their belongings, hastening towards Daxia. What the heck? The tickets to Daxia have skyrocketed tenfold? Damn, does the divine not save the impoverished? The bountiful gains of Xu Xing have profoundly stimulated audiences across the globe, prompting incessant contemplation. Why must players from our nation merely scrape by? Why do the players of Daxia thrive in abundance? Ultimately, they cannot fault their own players for being less astute. Every individual who survives this game shall be revered as a hero, and it is solely due to the remarkable prowess of this Daxia player, who operates on an entirely different plane from the rest. Some rejoice, while others are filled with delight. Xu Xing is both joyous and exhilarated. Glancing at the time, he realizes that after all the commotion, only 30 minutes remain of the 3-hour stay. Time to act. Xu Xing stretches lazily, his gaze sweeping around. What more does Xu Xing intend to do? Yuan Fangting and others express their confusion, their momentary relief giving way to anxiety. Surely there aren't any more monsters lurking? In the relaxed atmosphere of the command hall, it felt as though the air itself had momentarily stilled. No, it cannot be. Su Bueling swallows hard, observing that the national advisor appears quite at ease, seemingly untroubled by anything urgent. All eyes are fixed on the screen, where they see Xu Xing tapping rhythmically on the coffin. Regardless of its utility, let us first secure one to take back, he declares, and with a wave of his hand, the coffin vanishes. What has transpired? Su Bueling rubs his eyes in disbelief. Could it be? Academician Pang and Yuan Fangting exchange glances, suddenly recalling how Xu Xing had previously produced an array of items from his pocket, igniting a bold thought in their minds. A storage bag? This notion seems utterly ludicrous, yet astonishingly aligns with the current situation. Their excitement surges as they fixate on Xu Xing's next actions. Let us gather this bow and those arrows. We shouldn't overlook these balloons. Who knows how they might differ from those on Earth? Standing in the balloon shooting area, Xu Xing consolidates everything, and with a flick of his hand, the arrows and other items vanish once more. The doubts harbored by Academician Pang and Yuan Fangting dissipate entirely. Indeed, there exists a storage bag. The two are overwhelmed with elation. Others, too, seem to catch a glimpse of the underlying truth, their incredulity palpable. Xu Xing continues onward. At the water slide, he scoops up several handfuls of dark red water, even retrieving a bone from an unknown creature found within the pool. In the bumper car arena, a solitary bumper car suddenly vanished into thin air. At the drop tower, the tables and chairs could not be dismantled, and Xu Xing casually made off with the safety belts. Regardless of their nature, They were all artifacts from the realm of horror, and it was prudent to bring them back for old Pang-S examination. As Xu Xing fervently stuffed items into his ingot bag, he incessantly murmured to himself. Anything that was visibly different from the dirt on the ground or the barriers along the path was hastily crammed into the bag. There's no more room. No more room. The grotesque face, which had been lounging comfortably atop the ghostly currency, was suddenly struck by a coffin that had been thrown in. Just as confusion set in, a chaotic assortment of items continued to tumble in, further crowding the already cramped ingot bag. Keep packing. Keep packing. Xu Xing exclaimed while digging through the amusement park, stuffing the ingot bag with fervor. Did he know why one should eat meat before drinking water at a buffet? It was about prioritizing the larger items before the smaller ones. One's potential is beyond imagination. The grotesque face, on the verge of tears, could only retreat to a corner, silently lamenting his plight. In the surveillance hall, as Xu Xing's incessant chatter echoed, the researchers led by academician Pang wore expressions that transcended mere joy. They were practically fervent. Excellent. Excellent. The more, the better. Artifacts from the realm of horror. Let me see the mysteries they hold. No fear of abundance. Scholar, keep going, gather more. Tang Weiman looked at the researchers, who seemed eager to leap into the large screen, shaking his head in bemusement. The war of the amusement park had concluded. Next, it was their battle. The researchers led by Old Pang faced the daunting task of deciphering the horror realm. Meanwhile, combatants like Yuan Fongting confronted the imminent horrifying punitive events that would unfold across the Great Xia and even globally, as they prepared for direct confrontations with malevolent spirits. As for the elder statesmen, they were embroiled in the intricate and unpredictable political warfare on the international stage. With his political acumen, it was easy for him to foresee the frenzy that would ensue from other nations once Xu Xing's treasures returned to the Great Xia. Just consider how a mere speck of lunar soil could incite global scientific mania. How much more so would the diverse artifacts, and even the spirits themselves from another world? If managed well, the Great Xia could emerge as the epicenter of global scientific research. Without exception, truly, the researchers were ecstatic. It was impossible to fit in another item. Not a single drop could be added. Sensing the incessant murmurs of the grotesque face and observing the two ingot bags overflowing to their limits, Xu Xing finally ceased his excavation, panting heavily. Goodness, this was more exhausting than battling a bone-eye creature. The once desolate amusement park now bore the scars of Xu Xing's labor, resembling a site ravaged by monsters. All right then. Xu Xing discarded the wooden board and brushed off the dirt from his clothes, preparing to conclude the game. Yet in that final moment an idea struck him, and he glanced skyward. The location serves as the primary focal point for the spine-chilling live broadcast, akin to the position of a camera. Xu Xing gazes at the lens as though he were observing the entirety of humanity, all currently engaged in this horrifying transmission. In a classic American hero-savior film, shouldn't he utter something profound at this very moment? After a moment of contemplation, Xu Xing softly spoke. Greetings to all my fellow human beings across the globe. I am Xu Xing, a player from the Great Xia. At that instant, his voice resonated throughout the live streams of nations worldwide. The global audience before their screens momentarily froze, feeling an electric surge coursing from their heels to the crown of their heads, leaving them in a state of numbness. Xu Xing, this individual from Great Xia, is indeed addressing us. What does he intend to convey? Regrettably, in such a setting and manner, he meets us. Horror descends, and malevolent spirits approach. The entire world is cloaked in terror. Every nation, every human, will struggle within the nightmarish game, ultimately facing annihilation. However, I must convey to each of you, to every soul, to the entire realm of horror, we shall never yield. One day, we humanity shall trample upon terror. Xu Xing's voice was gentle, his appearance unkempt and soiled. Yet, such details were inconsequential. In that moment, his ethereal voice resonated like the thunderclap of creation, reverberating throughout the world. His dust-laden visage radiated purity and brilliance akin to the divine. His form, like that of a savior, dispelled the terrifying shadows that enveloped the globe. At this juncture, the world erupted in astonishment, bowing in reverence, as if to welcome the arrival of a deity. Chapter 67. Our America cannot withstand the might of the great Xia, nor can we contend with your accusations. The first round of the thrilling game, Erie Amusement Park, has concluded. The thrilling world will compile a comprehensive ranking of all players' performances, determining the national fortune rankings of each player's country. And based on these rankings, rewards and penalties will be bestowed. All rankings will be announced in 24 hours. Countdown, 23:59. 59. Attention all players. The next round of the thrilling game will commence in 240 hours. All surviving players from the first round will automatically be selected for the second round. Countries with fewer than 10,000 players will have remaining spots filled randomly. Countdown, 2:39. 59. 59. The thrilling live broadcast room will close in 10 minutes. Countdown, 0:09. 59. As Xu Xing's words faded and his figure vanished, the announcement of the thrilling game reverberated. Across Blue Star, billions of citizens from 170 nations absorbed this information, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Some were sorrowful, others filled with dread, some bewildered, and yet others exhilarated. Regardless of their feelings, all understood that this unprecedented horror event had, for the moment, reached a pause. The live broadcast rooms of various nations seized the final moments to relay the ultimate arrangements. The thrilling world will declare the national fortune rankings in 24 hours. Prior to this official announcement, we will analyze the data from each broadcast room to predict which countries have performed admirably and which have faltered, assessing potential rewards and penalties. We will also share the responses of nations across the globe with our audience. The arrival of the thrilling game marks a calamity for all humanity. We must cast aside our prejudices and unite in solidarity to safeguard the fragile flame of human civilization. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the great Xia, especially to Xu Xing from the 0912 world. It is Mr. Xu who illuminated the path of civilization in our darkest hour. It is Mr. Xu who has instilled within us a glimmer of hope that humanity can triumph over malevolent forces. It is Mr. Xu who has raised a beacon of unwavering hope for humanity. We salute you, Mr. Xu. The viewers in the live broadcast room were profoundly moved. Finally, it has come to an end. Though only a few hours have passed, it feels as though a lifetime has elapsed. And we still have 24 hours until the national fortune rankings are announced. Why must it be delayed for so long? I wish they would never announce it. I have watched numerous broadcasts of our country's contestants, and not a single one has survived. It is highly likely that our nation will face penalties. I truly hope they never announce it. Though harsh, one can only say that you are overthinking it. Aside from a great Xia, no one can confidently assert that their nation's fortune will rank among the top. There has never been a moment when one has desired so fervently to be a citizen of the great Xia. Those brothers who have clandestinely crossed into the great Xia. Is there still room for you? In numerous live broadcast channels across the globe, hosts lavishly extol Xu Xing's performance, their praises overflowing with fervor, as if they are intent on elevating him to the pantheon of deities. The viewers in these streams share a similar sentiment. For these nations, competing for national fortune against the great Xia is a futile endeavor, and they have never aspired to be its rivals. Thus, they swiftly pivot their mindset. If they cannot be adversaries, perhaps they can be sycophants instead. By clinging to the leg of the great Xia, they might just receive a share of the spoils when the great Xia partakes in its bounty. Take Pakistan, for instance. Simply by being a strategic ally of the great Xia, its players, led by Xu Xing, were propelled to the prestigious position of achieving the world-first completion in the 0912 realm. The rewards are abundant. Although the brothers outwardly scorn such effortless victories, deep down, they're truly envious. Many nations share this perspective, resulting in a deluge of accolades for Xu Xing's bravery, resilience, capability, and responsibility in most live streams. Yet several nations, despite their desire to express similar sentiments, find themselves unable to voice them. For instance, America, in a temporary command center, Vandermon, having consumed a few quick-acting heart pills, managed to regain his composure. Listening to the incessant adulation of the great Xia across various broadcast channels, His frustration was palpable. It was maddening. They used to be the ones receiving such admiration. However, upon contemplating the staggering national fortune of the great Xia, which surpasses that of America by more than 5,000 times, Vandermont felt a profound despair. Why is there such a vast chasm? He was utterly perplexed. Report. A young officer approached with an intelligence briefing, announcing a request from the representatives of the Jie Pin faction to meet, seeking a collaborative effort with America to suppress the audacious ambitions of the great Xia in the thrilling game. As Vandermont absorbed the information, his anger flared. Bah, a mere speck of land. We, America, cannot vanquish the great Xia, and they expect to challenge us. After a few outbursts, Vandermont ultimately calmed himself and agreed to meet with the Jie Pin representatives. The brilliance of the great Xia is blinding. If he does not devise a strategy soon, Vandermont truly fears what further feats the great Xia might achieve. It is too daunting to contemplate. Xu Xing's recent performance has vastly exceeded our expectations. It is akin to entering an examination hall, anticipating a score of 80, only to discover that Xu Xing has achieved a staggering 800. In the monitoring hall, Tang Weimin is reporting to several leaders. They are all engaged in discussion. To have scored 800 out of a possible 100. The national strategist is indeed a remarkable talent. The better the national strategist performs, the more advantageous it is for us. He has become a banner for the great Xia. Indeed, for all of humanity, as we confront the challenges posed by the terrifying world. Wherever this banner is raised, the flame of civilization shall never extinguish. This represents the spiritual belief of all humanity on Blue Star. However, it is crucial to remain cautious and not become overly complacent. This world is far from peaceful. Rest assured, the national strategist's security measures are of the highest caliber. The thrilling game has reached a temporary conclusion, allowing the national master to recuperate for a while. Henceforth, the matters at hand pertain to the realm of Blue Star. Fear not, for in undertaking these tasks, we possess ample experience. Very well, let it be settled. Inform the national military to prepare for battle. Ready yourselves to welcome the heroes back home. In the midst of a forest that had been felled, a solitary figure emerged quietly, treading upon the leaves, causing a few homeless squirrels to scurry away. Where have I found myself? Taking advantage of the faint moonlight, Xu Xing surveyed his surroundings, only to behold a barren mountain range stripped of its trees, with the acrid scent of smoke lingering in the air. He could not discern his current location at all. The onset of the thrilling game had seen players vanish from their standing positions, while their reemergence occurred at random locations within the nation. Moreover, the items he had brought with him, such as his phone and watch, had not accompanied him into the game, leaving him utterly bereft of possessions upon his return. Well, perhaps not entirely empty-handed. Xu Xing still possessed a pouch of gold, some items from the old blacksmith, candies, wooden stake from a general store, dirt, a coffin from an amusement park, a bow and arrows, blood, bumper cars, 5 little spirits, a skeletal monster, a severed head, and a myriad of other odds and ends. Since he was unfamiliar with the terrain, Xu Xing chose a downward path and proceeded forward. The night was pitch dark, and the surroundings were eerily silent. As he stepped upon the crunching leaves, an unsettling feeling crept into his heart. Surely, this place is not haunted? In response, a chillingly grotesque head, a massive skeletal creature, and 5 ethereal little spirits all raised their heads simultaneously. Master, this place is teeming with ghosts. After walking for about 10 minutes, he finally spotted a house with lights shining through its windows and heard voices emanating from within. Xu Xing hurriedly approached and knocked on the door. Hello, can I borrow a phone? A middle-aged man opened the wooden door, and Xu Xing stated his purpose. He quickly glanced inside the room, where 4 other men, all appearing to be in their 40s or 50s, were gathered. The 5 men were likely enjoying tea, snacking on sunflower seeds, conversing, and boasting. Xu Xing's sudden arrival seemed to disrupt their rhythm. The man who opened the door scrutinized Xu Xing with a wary gaze before glancing outside. I came to climb the mountain, but got lost. I also misplaced my phone and was hoping to borrow one to call for help. Xu Xing offered an explanation, sensing the man's skepticism. Indeed, Encountering a stranger seeking a phone in the dead of night amidst the mountains would perplex anyone. It was fortunate that the horror world had only recently descended, and the calamity-esque punishments had not yet escalated. Had this occurred in the previous incarnation of Blue Star, after the game had been operational for some time, encountering a lone figure on the road would either signify a player or a ghoul, definitely not an ordinary person. After examining Xu Xing for a moment, the middle-aged man did not press him further. Instead, he retrieved his phone, unlocked it, and handed it over before opening the wooden door wider. After finishing the call, one may enter and take a moment to rest, sip some water, and warm up. Thank you. Xu Xing accepted the phone with a gentle smile. Indeed, warmth still exists in this world. He deftly dialed General Yuan Fongding's number. General Yuan, I have returned. At that moment, Xu Xing found himself in a forest area in northeast China. Even if General Yuan were to rush over at the utmost speed upon receiving the call, it would still take him approximately 2 to 3 hours. Xu Xing chose not to venture elsewhere. Instead, he stepped into a wooden cabin, returned the phone, and settled into a corner to await patiently. The middle-aged man who had opened the door for him poured a cup of hot water before rejoining a discussion with 4 other men. As Xu Xing listened for a while, he discovered that they were passionately debating the recently concluded horror game. He was not surprised. The horror game influenced the fate of every player, making it rather peculiar if it were not a topic of conversation. Cradling the cup of water, he sat in the corner, feeling his thoughts gradually emptying as the tension and fear from the horror game seemed to dissipate little by little. He lost track of time, feeling as though he were on the verge of drifting into slumber, when suddenly he overheard the group speaking in hushed tones. Do you know? This Xu Xing is not even human. Xu Xing's ears perked up at once. Even the dazed expressions of the malevolent faces and the little spirits seemed to awaken with newfound vigor. Chapter 68. A grave matter. Something serious at the amusement park. What do you mean? The other men inquired with curiosity. The middle-aged man replied, Recently, we have been relentlessly chopping down trees. Do you know where all those fallen trees have gone? Isn't it obvious? They've been sent to the factory at the foot of the mountain to be burned. One man answered. The middle-aged man continued, But do you know why they are burning these trees? They shook their heads in ignorance, and curiosity piqued amongst them. Tong, do you know? Tong, munching on a shelled peanut, replied, I happen to know a bit. When the factory first commenced operations, I was the one who delivered the first batch of timber. I even went inside to have a look, but somehow after that I was no longer allowed in. What was inside? Someone asked. Tong reminisced. Inside, they crush all the timber, transforming it into paper money, which they then burn completely, all the while chanting, This is burned for Xu Xing. This is burned for Xu Xing. A collective gasp filled the air as they imagined the scene. Could it be that this Xu Xing is? Tong nodded, if I am not mistaken. The Xu Xing they are chanting about in the factory must be the Xu Xing from the 0912 world. I suspect that this Xu Xing, he lowered his voice, is likely someone from our own country. He paused, closing his mouth and gesturing downward with his finger. The other suddenly appeared enlightened. No wonder. No wonder he is so formidable. No wonder he has a terrifying skull by his side. No wonder he can vanquish skeletal monsters. If he is from, then everything makes sense. Xu Xing sat in a corner, listening to the mysterious discussion, feeling both amused and exasperated, his expression quite telling. To be honest, apart from the flawed process, their conclusion seemed rather accurate. What exactly is the underworld? Xu Xing's curiosity was piqued by the conversation, prompting him to discreetly inquire with the evil face. He did not question the existence of the underworld, having already encountered the black and white impermanence and given several million ghost notes to Xiao Yinin, knowing well that the underworld must exist. Yet, he wondered if this existence aligns with the various folklore and legends told among the people, such as Yan Wang, Mengpa, the Naiha Bridge, and the Yellow Springs Road. Master, the underworld does exist, but I truly do not know much about it. I, along with the benevolent face, have always resided in the 9 layers of hell. The evil face replied while eavesdropping on the gossip of 5 middle-aged men. The 9 layers of hell? Xu Xing unlocked an entirely new location in his mind. The evil face pondered before explaining. The entire horror world, as far as I understand, is divided into 3 layers. The uppermost layer is the omnipresent horror game. No one knows its location, yet it can be sensed anywhere. The lowest layer consists of countless small worlds, such as the blue star world where you currently reside. The intermediate realm is a world inhabited by spirits and phantoms, divided into 6 major regions: the underworld, the netherworld, the 9 layers of hell, Maya, and the land of darkness, along with the infernal gateway that connects these 5 areas. Each of the 5 regions possesses its own territories and distinctive characteristics, while the infernal gateway serves as a transit hub, renowned for its vibrancy, peril, and formidable power. I, along with the benevolent-faced entity, have been traversing the 8th layer of the 9 layers of hell, and only by a stroke of fate did I become a shopkeeper in the horror game's general store, possessing little knowledge of other areas. Xu silently absorbed the information divulged by the malevolent face. Although it might seem inconsequential at this moment, he believed that one day he, along with all of humanity, would break free from the confines of the horror game and step into the realm of terror. Xu then turned his gaze towards the bone eye. What purpose does the existence of the horror game serve? The bone eye, transforming into Xu's very bones, conveyed its thoughts through bone conduction into Xu's consciousness. I, this old bone, have existed in the amusement park from the very beginning, completely unaware of the horror game itself. Not just I, but the 5 little spirits share this ignorance. Our entire existence is merely to engage and play with players. Only when the players gather the 5 elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth do we have a chance to escape this confinement. Xu nodded. As long as the players amass the 5 elemental powers, the contract spirit battle would be triggered. Regardless of whether the players or the bone eye emerge victorious, it seemed that he would no longer need to return to the amusement park for work. Just as in this moment, as Xu's contract spirit, he had naturally departed from the amusement park. Although the outcome diverged entirely from what the bone eye initially envisioned, one could argue whether it was truly an escape or not. The bone eye continued. Over the years, players from various worlds have come and gone, most suffering grievous losses, with only a few successfully completing their quests. Only you, my master, have truly reached this level. Yet, the bone eye expressed uncertainty about whether this was a blessing or a curse. Xu furrowed his brow upon hearing this. What do you mean by that? The bone eye elucidated. Though I am the administrator, I am merely the administrator of the 0912 world. In fact, each game scene has its own administrator. Above us, there exists a supreme administrator whom we refer to as Lord Xiongmao. Lord Xiongmao? Xu recalled his past life and realized he had never heard of such a being. When all players conclude their games, Lord Xiongmao descends to collect all tickets and flesh, bestowing upon us a certain reward. The bone eye spoke somberly. This time, without further elaboration, Xu grasped the implication. What reaction would Lord Xiongmao have upon discovering that the entire amusement park had been plundered? Nevertheless, Xu did not dwell on it. To survive in the horror game, one must not hesitate or dwell on the past. Seizing every opportunity to grow stronger is the path to greatness. As for Lord Xiongmao and the Dark Mountain Tree Spirit, they would eventually cross paths, and Xu in due course would vanquish them. The horror game. The 0912 world. The thrilling live broadcast has come to a close, leaving the amusement park enveloped in an eerie silence. Suddenly, above the park, ripples akin to waves of water emerge, and from these undulations, a feline figure, entirely composed of glistening white bones yet emanating dark smoke, emerges. Meow, rent collection time. Rent collection time. Old skeleton, 5 little ghosts, hurry over to pay your dues. Upon the appearance of the skeletal cat, it bellows downwards. However, instead of the usual cacophony of voices in response, an unsettling silence ensues. Curious, the skeletal cat, shrouded in swirling black smoke, opens its eyes and gazes below, only to find no skeletal eyes nor the 5 little ghosts, but rather a ground riddled with pits. The skeletal cat raises its head, momentarily perplexed, and instinctively rubs its eyes with its paw. Peering down once more, the scene remains unchanged. Has it become overwhelmed and hallucinated? Tilting its head in contemplation, the skeletal cat suddenly pivots and dives back into the ripples. After a considerable pause, it reemerges. Slowly, it lowers its head again, peering for the third time into the amusement park. The view remains identical. No old skeleton, no five little ghosts. Only the sorrowful pits in the ground, narrating tales of despair. Meow, the skeletal cat, lets out a shriek, spinning in midair while flicking its tail. Oh dear, oh dear. This is quite serious. After an indeterminate number of spins, it gradually comes to a halt, reluctantly searching the amusement park in vain, with nothing to be found. Finally, it returns to the ripples, its feline visage adorned with a profound sense of despair. Which scoundrel has turned the amusement park into this wretched state? I must promptly report to Lord Black Mountain. Meow, surely. I want to be devoured by Lord Black Mountain, will I? Truly, what a predicament. Chapter 69. The Divine Guardian of Spirits. The cat simply desires to recline and count the ghostly currency. Before her loomed a mountain, enveloped in an ominous darkness. The slopes were littered with eerie white bones, and thick crimson blood flowed through the crevices between them. The skeletal feline tread carefully over the bones, striving to avoid contact with the sanguine liquid. Before long, she reached the summit, where an immense tree came into view. Towering over 100 meters, it nearly dominated the entire mountaintop, its leafless branches heavy with what appeared to be an array of fruits. Upon closer inspection, these fruits revealed themselves to be the lifeless bodies of various creatures. Humans, ferocious tigers, monkeys, and pythons, countless in number and diverse in kind. Each fruit was ensnared by a multitude of vines, through which streams of blood continuously flowed, feeding the colossal tree. Agonizing wails echoed from the gaps between the bodies. The skeletal feline, unfazed, gazed ahead and approached the roots of the great tree, softly articulating, "I report to you, O Lord of the Black Mountain, that in the horror game of the Blue Star, in the world 0912, there appears to be a divine guardian of spirits." A sudden flicker of a slender pupil emerged in the stout tree, causing the numerous vines to tremble slightly, intensifying the cries of the fruits. The skeletal cat maintained her composure and elaborated. The overseer of World 0912 and the elemental spirits have vanished entirely. It is highly probable that a player has successfully completed all 5 game quests and vanquished the Boni, thereby achieving a covenant with the spirit. According to the horror game records spanning millennia from the 9th circle of hell, achieving such a remarkable feat during the initial game is likely indicative of an individual endowed with extraordinary talent, a true divine guardian of spirits. Ha ha, ha ha ha. The great tree erupted in a cacophony of ghostly laughter, its voice oscillating between masculine and feminine tones, as the hypnotic whirlpool within its slender pupil captivated the surroundings. A divine guardian of spirits. At last, after all these years, I have finally encountered one. My vigilance over the 9th level of the horror game has not been in vain. At long last, a chance sufficient to elevate me to the throne has emerged. Ha ha, ha ha, a divine guardian of spirits. Ha ha ha, ha ha. The piercing laughter left the skeletal cat in a state of despair, yet she dared not resist. Instead, she lowered her gaze and inquired, "The growth rate of the divine guardian is alarmingly rapid. Should we preemptively?" Before she could utter the word suppress, a slender branch seized her neck and hoisted her into the air. "Little feline," the great tree murmured, bringing her closer to its captivating pupil. "If a fruit is not fully developed, how can it provide substantial nourishment? If the divine guardian does not mature swiftly, what significance does it hold? I have absorbed enough blood from these wretched beings. It has lost all efficacy from my ghostly cultivation. Now, I require the essence of the strong, the brilliance of the gifted. I need this divine guardian's fruit to ripen, to become delectable. Do you understand?" The skeletal cat dragged its limbs, refraining from any semblance of resistance, nodding repeatedly to signify its understanding. "However, your assertions hold a modicum of truth. I require the guardian of spirits to mature swiftly, yet I must not allow its growth to accelerate too rapidly." The towering tree pondered for a moment, gazing at the skeletal feline, and proposed, "Very well, in the next game, you shall enter the horror scenario and observe closely." Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed the skeletal cat's eyes as it lifted its head. "But if we are to intervene in the horror game prematurely, The sole means to do so is to purchase the game scene, and before the skeletal cat could finish its thought, the Black Mountain Trent's branches abruptly lashed out, hurling the skeletal cat from the mountaintop. The translucent skeletal form tumbled and rolled through the air, landing with a resounding thud in the bloodied ground at the mountain's base. It was only then that the skeletal cat managed to voice its concerns. What shall we do about the infernal currency required for purchasing the scene? The currency. What now? Rising from the blood-soaked earth, the skeletal cat found its crystalline bones stained with grime. Yet what pained it more was the significant loss of infernal currency. Why had the treant cast it out before it could voice its thoughts? Was it merely to avoid the expense? How much infernal currency was needed to purchase a game scene? 100,000? 200,000? Or perhaps 300,000? The skeletal cat felt its heart bleed. No, it was not merely bleeding, it was hemorrhaging. The infernal currency it had painstakingly accumulated over 3 centuries of abstinence from food and drink had dwindled to this paltry sum. Now, all of it would be funneled into the horror game. Should it fail to acquire ample flesh and tickets, it would find itself utterly destitute. The skeletal cat gazed up at the Black Mountain, observing the frenzied branches dancing atop, its expression shifting through various emotions. Ultimately discarding the notion of seeking justice from the summit. That would not be a quest for recompense. It would be a venture towards demise. Ah, how vexing. I am most displeased. When shall I realize my wish to do nothing and merely recline while counting my infernal currency? Could a powerful benefactor, abundant in infernal currency, descend from the heavens to support me? With a sigh, the skeletal cat trudged away, burdened by heavy steps and a forlorn expression, departing from the Black Mountain. It resolved never to return to that cursed place. What a financial disaster. In our Grand Xia, we have truly struck it rich. In other nations, a solitary person earns 10 units of infernal currency through gameplay, subsequently rewarding 10,000 individuals. In our Xia, the reward of 160 units of infernal currency translates to a staggering 160,000 rewards. This fortune is largely thanks to Xu Xing. In the woodland cabin, 5 burly men continue to discuss the horror game. It is foreseeable that conversations about horror games will soon eclipse discussions of international politics, surpassing even the fascination with horseshoeing and carpet cleaning, becoming the ultimate pastime for middle-aged men. While I believe Xu Xing's significance is irreplaceable, that head he possesses, capable of extending and retracting its tongue, is undeniably formidable. He effortlessly toppled the terrifying skeletal monster in 3 swift strikes, leaving me utterly astounded. I am at a loss as to where Xu Xing procured such a remarkable cranial weapon. It is simply astounding. If I were to possess that very head, perhaps I could shine brilliantly in a horror game. Ha ha ha. Just imagine having such an extraordinary head. Wouldn't one need to embrace it every night before sleep? Absolutely. The group of burly men laughed exaggeratedly. Xu Xing, hidden in the corner, displayed a face that oscillated between pale and flushed, desperately restraining himself from bursting into laughter. However, the sinister figure overheard their discussion about him, eagerly extending its tongue to stealthily eavesdrop from the shadows, climbing onto the table for a closer listen. When it heard others mention snuggling with it at night, it could no longer contain itself and thumped its tongue on the table, exclaiming, I do not enjoy sleeping with men. The 5 men, caught off guard mid-laughter, froze in shock, turning in unison to stare at the tongue standing upright on the table like a cobra, their pupils dilating in disbelief. What on earth? They shouted, leaping from their chairs and scrambling toward the exit. Team leader Tong, who was opening the door for Xu Xing, instinctively yanked the young man from the corner and dashed out with him. However, once they all emerged from the wooden cabin, their expressions turned increasingly frantic. Above, several armed helicopters were soaring through the sky, their dazzling lights and formidable cannons ominously aimed at the group below. Team leader Tong and his colleagues stood frozen in bewilderment, unable to act. At that moment, numerous individuals began to descend from the helicopters via ropes, clad in combat attire and wielding weapons. Upon landing, they swiftly organized into formation, purposefully converging on the wooden cabin. Tong's mind was in disarray as he surveyed the scene, pondering whether he had neglected to check the calendar before venturing out today, as bizarre events seemed to multiply by the minute. Once the soldiers surrounded the cabin, two commanding officers strode up to the front, saluting Team Leader Tong and the others. Xu Xing, the National Master, welcome home. Wang Dongjun and Gao Yao report to you. Upon witnessing the salute, Tong instinctively raised his hand to return it, only to instantaneously realize the gravity of the situation, staring in astonishment at the young man he had been gripping. Xu Xing, the National Master? The others nearby also began to piece it together. Xu Xing? The very Xu Xing from the horror game? Thank you for your warm welcome. Xu Xing waved to the group with a smile, then proceeded toward the helicopter, a long tongue trailing behind him, playfully flicking in greeting as he passed by Team Leader Tong and the others. Their faces turned even paler. As Xu Xing boarded the helicopter, preparing to depart, Team Leader Tong suddenly shouted, Su. Mr. Su, may I ask you a question? What question? Xu Xing inquired, looking back at him. Captain Tong gestured towards the surrounding stumps of felled trees, inquiring, everything we have done holds significance, does it not? Xu Xing surveyed the area, each stump a testament to the once towering trees that stood proud here. They were meant to be a legacy of wealth for future generations. Yet now they had dissipated into nothingness. Xu Xing met Captain Tong's gaze, unwavering. All our efforts are indeed meaningful. Upon hearing Xu Xing's affirmation, Captain Tong's stooped figure instantly straightened, and he saluted with impeccable formality. A glimmer of tears shone in his eyes. Thank you, I understand now. Everything we have done, all that we have sacrificed, is truly significant. Chapter 70. Xu Xing. Come, let me show you my treasure. His name is Tong Pu, the captain of the 7th logging team at Liang Forest Farm. In a helicopter, Wang Dongjun observed the increasingly distant figures below and provided Xu Xing with an explanation. After receiving Xu Xing's call, the information department swiftly conducted a thorough investigation of everyone around him. He is a former soldier who, after retiring, has dedicated himself to nurturing saplings, guarding the forest, and logging in this area. The mountains beneath us are their operational zones, embodiments of their years of labor and dedication. However, recently, due to the implementation of the ghost money incineration plan, this forest was entirely felled. In fact, it was Tong Pu and his team who undertook the logging themselves, to plant the trees with their own hands, only to cut them down themselves. Xu Xing sighed, undoubtedly harboring numerous doubts within. Wang Dongjun remarked, he is a soldier. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. Xu Xing fell silent, contemplating Tong Pu's question. Is it meaningful? If one could survive the horror game, if it allows future generations of Daxia to live without worry or fear, then everything holds significance. At Heliang Airport, the announcement echoed in the waiting hall. Ladies and gentlemen, we regret to inform you that due to air traffic control issues, your flight will be delayed. We kindly ask for your patience. Passengers seated in the lounge grimaced upon hearing the announcement. In a place as desolate as Heliang, air traffic control, especially for those about to board, they surged to the front desk seeking information. However, at that moment, a tremendous roar from outside the glass windows halted their movements. Two of Daxia's most advanced large transport planes landed successively, gliding to the tarmac. 4 state-of-the-art fighter jets flew low over the airport, their engines roaring, causing everyone to wince in pain from the noise. What is going on? A military exercise? What a spectacle! To witness fighter jets and transport planes here is unprecedented. Is this some sort of training? Everyone flocked to the windows, pulling out their phones to capture the moment, their expressions filled with shock and curiosity. Look, what is that? Someone pointed into the distance. As they turned their heads, they spotted 7 or 8 armed helicopters approaching. The collective curiosity ignited among the crowd. Fighter jets, transport planes, attack helicopters. What small nation are they preparing to subdue? The helicopters swiftly flew closer, descending gently. As anticipated, a battalion of fully armed soldiers emerged. Yet among these soldiers, one casually dressed young man stood out, creating a striking contrast. It felt as though a tiger had appeared amidst a flock of phoenixes, instantly capturing everyone's attention. What is happening? Are they capturing criminals? The audacity of that criminal, Just look at his demeanor and the way all the soldiers encircle him. It's evident that he is indeed a person of considerable significance. A figure of such youth? Could it be? The chilling game that had just concluded echoed in everyone's minds. Yet, when they attempted to scrutinize further, all the military personnel, along with the young man, had already boarded the transport aircraft, vanishing without a trace. Behind them, the airport security team hastily approached. Attention all personnel. What has just transpired pertains to state secrets. Please delete any photographs on your devices and refrain from making any public statements. The crowd groaned in dismay, yet they understood the gravity of the situation and complied, deleting their photos and videos. However, the images etched in their minds would linger for a lifetime. In the face of urgency and lacking the time to prepare a commercial flight, Wang Dongjun expressed his apologies, explaining, "I regret that you must endure traveling on a transport aircraft." Xu Xing waved dismissively, gazing through the cabin window at the bustling waiting area below, remarking, "Everyone seems so enthusiastic. Of course, with our national master present, this thrilling game has been an overwhelming triumph, energizing the spirits of the entire nation." Wang Dongjun smiled. "What we have witnessed here is nothing compared to the fervor that awaits us in the capital." The flight time swiftly elapsed, and within an hour, the transport aircraft landed at the capital's airport. Xu Xing observed the water salute formed by 2 fire trucks, the red carpet laid out before him, and the hundreds of receptionists waiting beyond. He smiled. Indeed, a warm welcome. Yuan Fonting, representing the leadership, saluted Xu Xing, stating, "Comrade Xu Xing, congratulations on your victory in the first game. You are a national hero. Rest assured, we will investigate everything thoroughly." Hearing those words reminded Xu Xing of his previous life, where he had similarly been greeted upon emerging from the game. A smile crept upon his face. The sensation of survival is truly wonderful. As he made his way to the monitoring hall, Xu Xing was greeted by a panorama of red flags fluttering and throngs of people cheering in celebration. It was challenging for him to articulate the emotions stirred within him by this scene. Perhaps only when a national football team wins the World Cup could such a spectacle be recreated. The monitoring hall was abuzz with energy. Xu Xing, without taking a moment's rest, headed directly to the base. "Welcome back, hero." The staff in the monitoring hall applauded, their eyes filled with admiration. "You rascal." Tang Weiman playfully punched Xu Xing's arm, laughing, "You truly have us both worried and astonished." Su Bulin chimed in with a chuckle, "National Master, you have no idea how many accolades you've earned during this period." He held aloft a substantial stack of items resembling certificates and proclaimed, "The nation of Batai hopes you will become their chief national master." Tanya expressed her desire for the master to serve as the honorary vice president of their country, while Malaysia indicated that, should the master be willing, they would like to invite him to become a royal honorary expert. Mani was the most straightforward, directly gifting the master 1 million. Listening to this cacophony of honors, medals, esteemed positions, and wealth, Xu Xing could only smile helplessly. The others, too, were radiating with cheerful smiles. Such is the power of strength. Only with immense might can one conquer the hearts of the people. Enough, enough. Cease your recitation of these trivial accolades. Xu Xing waved his hand to signal Su Bulin to stop, then removed 2 bags of ingots and placed them on the table, saying, "Come, behold my treasures." The moment these words escaped his lips, the monitoring hall fell into an unprecedented silence. Everyone, having witnessed Xu Xing's extraordinary ability to summon items at will during the thrilling live broadcast, began to speculate whether he possessed the legendary storage space. Now, witnessing this artifact in person, the eyes of all present shone with wonder. In comparison, the titles of vice president or expert from various nations paled into insignificance. Chapter 71, Inventory of Supplies. Xu Xing, have you gone to procure goods? It was said to showcase the treasures brought back from the horrifying realm, but one cannot simply retrieve them in the monitoring hall. The medical team first conducted a physical examination on Xu Xing logically, having entered the terrifying game in the afternoon. It had only been 7 or 8 hours by this midnight, so his body should not exhibit significant changes. However, the results were astonishing to everyone. Cellular activity had increased by 27, cortical brain activity surged by 23. 4. Neural response speed escalated by 24. 3. Heart rate decreased by 2. 3. Dynamic visual tracking improved by 22. 2. And the speed of wound clotting accelerated by 25. 9. Most remarkably, bone strength had augmented by a staggering 17. For times, everyone gazed at Xu Xing in disbelief. Upon hearing this result, Xu Xing himself was taken aback. He sensed the catastrophic ghostly power enhancing him, and he had not anticipated such a significant amplification. Nearly all aspects of his physical prowess had improved by over 20. Of course, the reason his bones had become so robust was due to the fusion enhancement generated by the spirit bone eye. One wonders if this continues. Will humanity eventually transform into something unrecognizable? After the examination, Professor Pang led everyone to the underground testing ground. Given that this was the first instance of transporting items and spirits from the terrifying world to Blue Star, no one knew what might transpire, so caution was paramount. Xu Xing entered the vast space constructed from steel and concrete with the testing personnel, while others observed and monitored through the screens. "What shall I call you?" Xu Xing inquired as he approached the experimental table in the center of the arena, placing 2 ingot bags upon it and looking at the personnel beside him. "I am Jiang Qianfan," replied the researcher, appearing to be in his late 70s, his complexion somewhat pallid. "Are you afraid?" Xu Xing asked. Jiang Qianfan managed a smile, saying, "To claim I am not afraid would be disingenuous. After all, these are ghostly entities, and no one knows what will transpire upon their emergence in Blue Star. Yet, despite my fear, I shall not retreat." Xu Xing observed his graying hair, puzzled, and asked, "Why?" Jiang Qianfan elucidated, "There are many reasons, but 3 stand out most prominently. First, you, the National Master, are engaged in combat within the terrifying game, and we researchers partake in our own battles as well. In the face of conflict, retreat is not an option. Second, our time is limited. We cannot afford to proceed slowly and must initiate contact tests right away. Third, I am the head of the spiritual weapon and ghostly entity team. If anyone is to make first contact with these entities, it is only fitting that I step forward." The 1,000 sails pass beside the sinking boat, and the sick tree stands before a myriad of blossoming woods. As an old man nearing the earth, if I can provide even a minuscule contribution to you young ones, my life will not be in vain. "National Master,